Ebony Wings, the Hone region boasts a diversity of natural environments, ranging from tropical rainforests to deserts. However, its most striking feature lies its vast expanse of water. This aquatic territory nearly equals the landmass, forming a stark contrast with other regions, numerous islands, accessible by water, the mainland's parameter. Certain areas are even submersible, and the abundant vegetation and climatic warmer environment than other continents. However, the extensive watershed also fostered rampant piracy, particularly within nefarious Aqua. On the high seas, even teams dispatched beef Pokémon League struggle to contain him, allowing them to flourish unchecked. Beyond Team Aqua, some individuals, driven by the League's corrupt and decaying nature, or kissing to abandon land, ultimately Juan Paratecaras, becoming pirates. The Great White Shark, an ordinary Parateves Lanthacida, Ebony Wings, has stint asleep. Tomorrow marks our anniversary pirates, that we can finally claim a Pokémon Ophoron. Imsa thrilled. Incidethacram Pekabin, a dozen IOTs scrouted in Tothadim, damn space. The conversed excitedly, asked tomorrow market the anniversary of their sailing onto this vessel. From initial apprehension and fear toad spawned in signed eventual acceptance. They had full embraced thyroidinities as pirates. Consequently, reintegration into the League's embrace law-abiding Katizan was virtually impossible. Among the sea elves, a raven-haired, handsome, and composed Iam and Leon against Ackerner, physio young man was Ebony Wings. High differently observed at the side of the elves before him, inwardly scoffing, what a bunk of juveniles. Ignoring their purula thoughts, Herman excellent. Thebrini tangoff to permeate the air, mingling with the youth's perspiration in the cramped, dark cabin. Ebony Wings subtly frowned. Despite having traversed this world for over a year, he couldn't help but reminisce about Earth. He had been a driven young man in the 21st century, typically playing games and watching it. Unexpectedly, he woke to find himself in the world of Pokémon. Regrettably, these world did not mirror the idyllic depiction in the enemy Reaver Yonerisia Vida starter Pokémon with a Pokédex, embarking on a journey to college games. Here, acquiring such privileges required continuous annual payments of 200,000 in collateral 14 years, starting at a J6, along with a series of proofs. Only then, at 16, could Dunstoff in a journey if the starter Pokémon and League's official endorsement. Alas, this qualifies as a hellish beginning. Notenly am I an undocumented dimid, but Tivy also beckomi apparate. Ebony Wing sighed inwardly, feeling was letting down his fellow transmigrators. Other transmigrators arrived in Pokémon world, invariably with pseudo-legendary Pokémon from the start, dominating Thodrius and outclassing Leon. Ultimately, Thai embraced both Cynthia and Diantha, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Ebony Wing's thoughts drifted, gradually succumbing to slumber. The following day, at dawn, the soon gradually ascended from the horizon. Unlike Tithurialths who indulged in slumber, Ebony Wing sorrowed searely, bending his body, stepping governed sleeping Alths, and moving Gutov Tekram Ped cabin. Good morning, Brother Mitsui. Good morning, Brother Furuta. Your Clydesor seems to have grown stronger. Ebony Wings greeted the veteran Parates enthusiastically. With memory software lives, he understood the importance of networking better than the other naive Alths. Even in as malpartship, internal relationships were intricate. It had taken him over half era to gradually understand the very own insidious and connections. Haha, it's the young Ebony Wings. Harito help again. A sailor observing Thysia waves joked. Yes, Brother Furuta, Arathiri and Akinji sent the wind direction today. Ebony Wings scurried forward, assisting the sailors with chores, thereby earning the affection of Teship's veterans. After all, how old to appreciate a sweet-talking, handsome, and helpfulian? Themera mention of selling Pokémon brought smiles to Thephasezo most sellers, that is 4 league law. They were reparates hakered nothing for the league's decrees. Ebony Wings, Lady Meta is surgently Sikia. Got quickly. Asteward arrived breathless light one formum. I'm sorry, Brother Furuta, I may not be able to help I out o'day, Ebony Wings said apologetically. Furuta, carefully observing Thysia waves, generously replied, it's alright, the lady man's looking for you presumably. She needs your help organizing Thelger Sagang. Not really, just assisting lady with chores, Ebony Wings said modestly. The sailors, each performing their duties, naturally disbelieved him. Everyone in Thippert ship knew that Lady Meta was the captain's wife. Besides her formidable strength, she was also a rare Pokemon breeder. She typically remained in the Plevel cabin, reclusive and releasing the outsiders. However, Ebony Wings was an exception. In Justoni Urson says silly on Tothpert ship, the youth had established deep relationships with the sailors. Besides his mastery of social grace and impeccable demeanor, the most crucial factor was that Ebony Wings was deeply loved by Lady Meta, often summoned to help him to the Plevel cabin. Rumor even circulate Donthapert ship that Ebony Wings would be accepted as Lady Meta's disciple, Grimadesa Pokemon breeder. Walking through the cabin towards the Plevel, Ebony Wings shed this bash fully outfocked, his face becoming expressionless, exiting an aura of cold, melancholy. Fortunately, is studied literacy every day after transmigrating. Now, in Monofti literate tepipi on Theship, Ebony Wingson wardly rejoiced. Like him, Mustafti youth sold Dontoth Pertship were either local ruffians or street urchins. Therefore, Ebony Wings, with his shansami appearance and literacy, easily stood out. As forth remorsenthip, Ebony Wings shad naturally spread them. Otherwise, how could the fire separati sailor street Amirief with such affability? Did the Trolito so just because helped them with chori severide? The twas pure wishful thinking. Here, legal held no swathian libel evident helawove tejungle, where ethuake query oppressed. Fortunately, is leverage a tozer vivathi most difficult here, avoiding feebling that appears experienced. Today, I can claim a pockman from the captain and become eparate. Ebony Wing's excitement grew, his space quickening unconsciously. Before long, he stood before Theta Plevel cabine door. Inner. A melodious female voice echoed from within after Agent Lennox. Ebony Wing slowly pushed the door open. Theta Plevel cabin was exquisitely decorated, with an furniture exceeding Thessentoff sandalwood, and exquisite tartwork Saturning food in cabinets. At a grandifus desksada. Mid-leged beauty, her face saturnet with subtle wrinkles. The crow's feet tunable to beck and seal be cosmetics. Yet, the scholarly Rishiminate and her dignified, graceful demeanor suggesteth a tinharioth, she must have ebon and parallel beauty. Madame Meta, Black Feather said respectfully, bowing hished cautiously. Among the crew aboard the Pertship, the highest-ranking individual Serethi captain, that were first mates, and the esteemed Madame Meta before him. The lady gent lit close to Nincian tome, raising her gaze towards the respectful Black Feather. Harry escom da, I tis you Black Feather, I zardo burnother burden today. Madame Meta Stone Wastender, displaying great compassion for the crew under her command. Despite her kindness, Black Feather hastily shukished, retrieving a pair of shoe covers from his pocket, ensuring his appearance is immaculate before his folatiziton. An earbistol. Even then, headed not sitfully, maintaining a poised posture. Madame Meta, it seems Theship's finance shaven not being well atly, Black Feather marked casually. He understood that Moretta legend suis insufficient henny dead to foster rapport through conversation. Humph, Hajir keen perception detected something amiss. A tap hears me aboard hob banqueterislis, during the horde cargo. Thegently expression off Madame Meta shifted to of cold intensity. Tootsiders, Madame Meta might Sumerian affectionate to nurturer of Tekru. Viewed over the past 6 months of interaction, Black Feather had grown to understand her character. Becoming semi-waitoff her confidant. Cargo, you must meet he last batch of captured fairies. Black Feather mused internally, had continued to assist in organizing the accounts, marking discrepancy as she discovered. Drawing upon the experience had amassed over the past months, Hequacli completed nearly a month's worth of accounts. Madame Meta, the accounts are organized and ready for your review. Black Feather presented the documents respectfully with both hands. Madame Meta the pagest briefly, nodding in agreement from Demito time, and her gazupen Black Feather eventual lighter of approval. Black Feather, you were requite impressive. Today marks these election of farious 40-hour batch of newcomers. Does it not? Doy of Findor self nostalgic for life in land. A playful smile graced Madame Meta's elegant lift-featured face. Black Feather felt a tightness in his chest, realizing thighs waised from Merpus and Jitwood solidify his position as her confidant. Failure would drawn to Rees forts over the past months futile. After all, this batch of newcomer shad been brought through a mantra Fickingor abduction, filled with Thresent Mentap first. Yet, as time passed, they begin to assimilate with the parades, transforming him from an innocent child into true parade. Madame Meta, I, Black Feather, have ebon astri turchineth glass city, my prince lostom. Were it not for joining Great Shark, ye would surely have perished from hunger, had declared dearnestly, tears is streaming down his face. Nevertheless, has spoke no falsehood in these world, it ways exceeding lick Hollingen for ordinary individual stories. Mere Libby come and gat trainer ways a formidable hurdle. Resources for advancement were monopolized by the elite familia soft alliance, making survival a daunting endeavor for the common folk. Indeed, Black Feather, you are indeed a person of great potential. Remember, when itis demito select the hour fairy thighs of Ternoon, Dutcherto choose from the left side, Madame Meta marked, her rank-haunting face a revialingus significant expression. Black Feather's eyes sweatened in surprise as she exclaimed, thank you for your guidance, madam. With a wavy of her hand, Madame Meta dismissed him, and Black Feather, understanding, exited quietly, closing Theodore behind him. The moment the stepped out, the wait upon him lift Tedson sis arrival, had faced theatrial soft parashine dindu ret the scornoff tielders, his spirit had been forged in town yielding resilience. A truman can bend and stretch, their eyes na shemain humilita when weak, on a must be modest, or else be subject to humiliation. For now, it seems he have made a promising start in thipith of a fairy trainer, Black Feather musadash steped onto the deck. facing the wind whip head against them, gazing. Into the distance, noon arrived. Thesson high and Theski. The searing grays beat down upon the deck as Blackfeather and his fellow newcomers as two Nitros, enduring the soon's relentless sheet. Aside from the sailors maintaining the ship's operations, Mustaf Tilders is two in the shadows, pointing and jeering at the recruits. The oppression of newcomer sway sol nountali, commonplace operates. Life is apparent is fraught with peril mortal irritesserii, and every year, fresh recruits arrive to replenish the ranks. The Great Shark, thaw fit hardo consisto phone lie a few hundred members, hadless delit original founder sto death, event the current captain being later edition. The highlights the perilous nature of protest life, newbies, today marks the day you shed that idol. Over thepist year, you must have learned that obet proper sailors, bunderugged, imposing men standing on a platform, reprimanding the newcomers below. He was onoft his ship's first mates, Nagadishin. A shiswords resonated, cheers her up Ted from the symbol newcomers and couldn't imagine it has struggle as they had faced over the past year. Even Blackfeather felt hazard of excitement, his breath quickening. These were real fairies. Although he had seen him in others, possessing Gani himself weighs an entirely different experience. Chapter 2 The Lobster Minions. Next, a Lemon Cladina short-sleeve shirt push asmal car towards Thecrode, Brother Gudian. Blackfeather thoughtled to himself. Theathers is silent lie averta their gazes, unwilling to meet these Gudian, ho had spent thys entire life at sea. Born and raised in Thwaves, had never set foot in land, making him exceptionally skilled at navigating the sea stimpus sand when she was Thysoth Great Shark. It was precise Lijuatoas in his skill the Garner read the captain's favor and was being considered for promotion to the third mate. You new beasts must be feeling quite excited. Gushin teased, but this just on heightened the tension among Thecrode. Come now, in the order of Mescold, step forward and Ebionito choose. Gushan dramatically unveiled the cloth, revealing 20 gleaming fairy balls before their eyes. All the newcomers gazed with fervor, while Blackfeather focused on Thetwo fairy balls in the far left. There were at worst often, near-line distinguishable from any another the selection was purely Amador of Fluck whatever fairy ball and Ikase was the Inate would receive. Without in a room for negatiation. First up, Blackfeather, his Namichud, eliciting envious expressions from his peers. Eventfielder Pirates observing Thessine worry expression self-expected intrigue. Approaching the cart, Blackfeather quickly scanned the options, ultimately selecting the leftmost ball from the upero, wishing for good fortune, head hot, clutching the fairy ball tightly in Hishandeshizalant lie parade. Next, Nagashima. Next, 1v1, several Namasweld, and the selected newcomers stepped forward. According to Madameda's guidance, the fairy ball's closer to the left must be better choices. Blackfeather mused internally, gazing at a comrade selecting the right pock ball. Hyus parted slightly, yet the ultimate liar mainsalant. Soon, all of pock balls werechen. Hyu was already impet, eager to wop and theme and see which pock month he contained. Haha, from to daynward, you're no longer novice sesmer like complete thighs of turnance assessment, Andio shall beparates. The novices, just reveling in the joy of obtaining their Pokémon, suddenly fell to an engine their chests. These was the in liar spite, the hey dearned after rove toil, emerge, my pock mona, it's a talo, my pock maniza carvanyad, the crowd released their Pokémon, but the situation appeared. Help? Aong man collapsed, a carven hay ferocious libeting his arm, sharp teeth, powerful jaws, the surrounding outh retreat into her, not during to approach. In their minds, weren't Pockman supposed to be commanded with mere instructions? Hey and winterist in further dalliance with these individuals, nor did it contemplat offering it, he gradually retreated behind Thegrup, eventually disappearing from the deck. At that moment, in Sedethal's deck, where Ethanovis usually slept, Hyu quietly appeared. Emerge, my first Pokémon. Heustone could in tough anticipation. A flash of white light, and a corfish appeared. Hee. The corfish brand is heated Spencer upon emergence, appearing wary. Hey endeavor read to maintain a gently expression, slowly extracting gaserly cube from his pocket. Thesisa water type Hanavis energy cube, which is scrimpa dan saved topperches from Brother Gudian. Highest slowly crouched down. Come now, corfish, Javier stay must be famished, no? Hey adopted a simple methodoftaming luring with a foot. In truth, given his current circumstances, had nuther course, as force of do it with force. Observing the corfish, standing gover half a me turtle, and its massive pincers, evident litis miss this absurd notion. The corfish, eyeing the alluring licented blue acubi, ultimately yallow a dice craven for nourishment to overcome its apprehension off to unknown. Its swift lie conveyed energy cubian toitsma with its pincers. As soon as thief had entered, its worry expression transformed into enough delight, its see ease involuntarily rowing, emitting contented sounds. Up and witnessing this scene, Heia flashed a confident smile. Don't fret, corfish have be several more. As long as you heed me words, you shall never lack energy cubus in the future. Hey ain't dane labore te picture. Anthe Corfish had never seen such a spectacle. I'd instant lie submit te toits new master. Shrimp never yield, unless sustenance and shelter are provided. Hiki, the Corfish incessant lie brained as heated spincers, appearing fervent. Onady, we shall undoubted litimate teth world. Heos mouth grew parched from speaking. Viewed upon seeing the Corfish the doringe expression, Hishiarts welled with anticipation. Corfish, demonstrateth the technique asiano, but remember nato demigethe cabin. Hey prompt libigin toas sir this authoritas at trainer. He, the Corfish body emit died a luster. That's harden, ha you declared. Anything else, Corfish, upon hearing its master's words, the Corfish on sea gain raised its pincers, clamping them forcefully in the air. That's vice grip. Not bad you're equivalent to Dahoas naturally generous with praise forth Corfish, even if thetic ni case I temploid were on lie them rudimentary. Hiki, the Corfish excited lehop head about, its pincers is praying numerous caruli and bubbles as the opened. Cough. All right, Corfish, see now, how you wave it arms, shattering gulf the bubbles. It should bubbly after all, if it were bubble beam, it should be repetent. How you musette themself. The technique score for current liposessid war bubble, vice grip, and harden. Hee, the Corfish is early call it out weiss, seeking to capture Hayu's attention. Looking over, Hesoth Corfish and lapid an ash stream of water, adopting a charging posture. Thesis, just as Hayu was becoming gexited, the stream of water slowly dissipated. The technique failed, yet this patethis, hey was still overjoyed thighs was clearly a hereditary technique. And a tapared tobacco jet. Not bad. Corfishy hour quintetta linted. In the future, we shall undoubtedly grow strong and prosperous. Heio continued to maintain laborate picture. Anthe Corfish listened with effervent enthusiasm. But what I did to its new master was hatheru a sanother technique in ats mind, yet he couldn't seem to execute it. Moreover, that technique was to bizarre rider quired performing gastrange dance. Incomprehensible. Soon, the morning passed, and the time for the novice's assessment arrived in the afternoon. The Equazel so fled with a group of fiouts, thought tistem the recimid to be on fewer. Hunita said the bloodstains and the deck the thad note yet faded. Event hoth had been wiped on cetra sesso Fred stilling aired. It's the boy with Carvania, Haya thuffsolently. So, Hested, Heyoachid asked Hepaloff blood was gradually dragged to Tidgiof Teship. Theon conducting the assessment for the novices was still the first mate, Negadishin. Fellow novices, regrettably, Oni Alf departed before even Taman got Pokémon. Just as Thecrode was grieving, Nagadishinson shifted however, imagine if that Tevin more will be eliminated during Thighs of Ternun's assessment. Thecrode's expression stern apprehensive if they didn't know the consequence of elimination, but judging from a stone, it clearly was some good. Alright, bring them up, with Nagadishinskament, several experts per Tesla Licorice Kitchen Tothadek. Thekajes contained Pokémon. Hiss, roar. Zigzagoon, Wurmple, Taillow, and soon Pokémon Extreme like a ninth hone region. Your tasto de I still kill them. After uttering these words, Thefers Mete departed, no longer concerning himself with the novices. Meanwhile, the veteran Parates watched Thessine with interest, even placing bets in how all the marriage first. I wager about Leof beer. Ilbit for packs off cigarettes. Whoa, you were going gull out one of be broke this month. Exactly idle bemore a month before Theshipnik Stapro Cheslin torplenish supplies. Nearly all the Parates were beting gone the youth stay favored, boot without exception. He was the only with the most wagers placed on him. Hegs a tresolutlieth Pockman incidethicages. The surrounding Alfs were a trembling, not during to step forward. Although they had been captured and trained for a year, they had on Ladenia job center and ed survival skill sets had never truly led before. Amidst the stalemate, highest Loliali extita Pockball, releasing Corfish, Charga forward Dan crushed that Wurmple to death. Highest on Wasasi, his expression impassive. But ultimately, it dared not disobey the order, striding toward Thekajanit 6 short legs. Raising its prize pincers, Mil Coitiner Jaloli gathered, and in the terrified Gazoftik and Wurmple, they slowly merged. Vice grip, the Wurmple's life gradually faded. Haha, I won. Give me the cigarettes. The seasoned elders nearby laughed derisively. Gradually, a few young boys stepped forward, their voices trembling as the attempt to command thrisant lia quaintet sprites. Some succeeded, Willie Others faced failure. The consequence saw failure were red ire. Theperet stone to a skilling to them. Own lighthouse ha completed the challenge were consider red peers. No dot please, give me an athurchance. I bid you dot just on a more opportunity. The boy's voice equivored as pleaded. Apparatestro to Ford, kicking the boy aside and cursing, area seeking death. Suddenly, a fierce Suron clawed lobster emerged. Its massive pincers rose slowly, delivering gay blow thatchet to red the boy skull. brain splattering in bloodgushing firth. The newcomers is creamed into transforming gin Tibetian quail. Their heads droop in gin fear. Black feather cast a silent glance sought the headless corpse, pondering grimly. Here, human life iced the least valuable commodity. Ultimately, the live fellas but a wasgent like consigned to easia, becoming sustenance for themed less ocean. As night descended, in fellower deck of the ship, the boys scattered excited lie about the marvel soft as sprites. None had a read to mention the deaths from merely hat dateways and forever chid in their memories. Black feather wander read through the dining hall, his gaze a sweeping through maze of searching for something. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he proched with wabadal sof whiny in hand. Brother Gudian, Ivy cometa drink with thea, ha placid the bottle synthitable. Observing the lavish spread before him, he called and felt Pete claim. Brother Gudian, it's no wonder war call it thy soft great sharth the captain trillahold see you and I. Regard, given sook fine provisions. Gushin Luke Dethian Boynd replied, nani it for formality, my brother feel free to indulge, each of him on cor cadabital, revel in gin their jovial exchange ovness. Wine was a rare commodity and as splendid means to strength thin camaraderie among men. My brother, has Madamita been particularly busy lately? I haven't seen her round. Gushin inquired, his word slay said with a hint of fine briation. Black feather's eyes flickered washification for information, note at all. Madam Metad, Black feather evident the question, haste alired erecting the conversation. As time passed, threatening Holger increasing lispars, leaving gonly a few patrons. The two, no thoroughly intoxicated, staggered utofted inning hall, their stepson stead I yet supporting Guinea another. As they parted, Gushin thumpetish just, assuring Black feather, if I encounter any difficulties or troubles, feel free to seek my assistance, so will help how you're solving anything. With that, Hepate Black feather on the shoulder ran turned to leave. Black feather watched Gushin's retreating figure, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Little did Ekno that taunts departed, Gudian, ho hate appeared thoroughly inebriate Dan unsteady, now worry and passive expression, his step steady, showing no signs of intoxication. Gushin musilently, with my ability as sand experience, along with me reconnaissance skill sat see, perhaps I cold Beckameth a third mate? If Black feather we're willing to peak favorably of him attack Krishamamit, his chance of success in the election would greatly increase. As Thesan rose, Thesia breeze was brisk. Unless wave crashed against Therox, sending sprays of water into the air, while water-type Pokémon peaked outerlish the beauty of the morning. Above the horizon, seagulls soared, and a magnificent pert ship cleaved through the waves. Thepert ship was colossal and robust, its 70 hull emblazoned with a fearsome great shark insignia, aidestum in toits fearsome reputation in these waters. On the deck, a group of fierce separatists patrolled, ensuring Theshipo pirated smoothly, their faces beresker sand fires the expressions, or were reddened with beards, their eyes gleaming with light. In stark contrast twere Theun boys, their faces still youthful, directing fearnally acquired sprites. Lobster soldier, clamp down, Black feather commanded. Haha. The lobster soldier leaped, seizing Fury info and battered swallow. Die. The swallow's body was gripped with the massive pincers, emitting gap a T-full cry for as a coming town consciousness, utterly devoid of combat capability. Well done, lobster soldiered. Black feather stroked the lobster soldier's firm head. His palmo peningter were dight with brilliant blinage cube. Over the past 10 days, all the sprites off my pure shave been defeated. Excitement surged within Black feather. Madam Meta had not deceived him. This lobster soldier was soon doubtedly one of the finest spritey among them. Thruft hard met together, headed comma to understand the lobster soldier's characteristics. For instance, the lobster soldier possessed a legendary hidden ability, adaptability. The straight amplified the power of its type moves. Consequently, the water type of bubble becometh the lobster soldiers as a nature remove, particular life effective against flying type of foes like swallow and seagull, aloe and jitta gradually. We're down their strength. With it shy Leviel and superbaptitude, if they'd achieved victory after victory. Nodding to the patrolling per along through a Black feather strolled towards the upper deck of Teship. Madam Meta, good afternoon. Heck knock gently on theater, entering Gonlife to receiving permission. Madam Meta remained stunning, Haralu run diminished of in Herfordies, with the marks off time evident in her face. It's you, Black feather, how are your sprites faring? She asked, setting aside Anancientum with a smile. Indeed, madam, I am exceedingly pleased. The lobster soldier I say remarkable companion. Black feather expressed his gratitude for Madam Meta's assistance, subtly indicating Istazarito Becomi trusted confidant. Madam Meta perceived dis intentions clearly. Her husband, the captain of Great Shark, had been absent for over 6 months, his whereabouts unknown. While no rumors circulated within Theship, tensions brewed among the Perichelans. With her 12 first mate Tesserus India for influence, she desperately needed to support in a faction, and dit was prudent to align with Black feather. Well, you're quite impressive intelligent and perceptive. Would you be interested in becoming my apprentice? Madame Medicis glimmered with anticipation. Shequacli added, of course, I cannot guarantee I will become a nurturer like Matilda Pinsony our personal insight. Blackfeather's face took with delight Hasherizethist, exclaiming, Madame Meta, it will be me honor. In this world, ascending the ranks necessitated trois types of resources. The first type consists of tangible resources, such as high-quality Pokémon, money, and energy cubes. The second type encompasses intangible resources, including extensive networks, informational advantages, and monopolized knowledge. While ordinary individuals could scrape a Togather the first type through sheer effort, the latter eluded Blackfeather entirely was fortunate at the opportunity had presented itself. From now on, you need no tatent the daily training in Themerningske direct Lytome. Anna will teach you that knowledge of nurturing Pokémon. Madame Meta spoke gently, her Tony infused with familiarity. After this, Blackfett heard of Otiste Stowe acquiring knowledge in cultivation during Themerningske training Pokémon in the afternoons. Abstaining from ununified tasks aboard the ship, Mani observed this with envy. Good morning, brother Gudian, Hegrietta Dinthidinningle, where hen longer had to endure to steal us bread a large of milk had become his standard fare. The syndicated that Blackfeather's status aboard the ship had risen significantly, no longer merely Acumen pirated but surpassing many seasoned crew members. Meanwhile, Theather newcomers were still struggling through their initiation phase, grappling with the various operations in maritime knowledge essential aboard Dapper's ship. After finishing breakfast with the veteran pirate Gudian, Blackfeather proceeded, a swashish custom, to the uppermost deck, to the quarters off Madame Meta. Blackfeather, the lobster Pokémon will gain a dark attribute upon evolving into Kingler, and its temperament will become increasingly volatile. Thus, you must manage it as an avance, Madame Meta advised, urgental demian are evident. There have been numerous instances in pirate ships where lobster Pokémon, upon evolution, have a disregard dead tier trainer's commands, with some even fleeing. Madame Meta meticulously imparted her knowledge about lobster Pokémon to Blackfeather, her kindness radiating through her words. For a moment, even Blackfeather found it difficult to reconcile if this benevolent Madame Meta their ruthless figure had witnessed said common dingig Uratus to slaughter an entire ship of passengers. Blackfeather, if this been quit some metamizing solastek simindi your lobster Pokémon, Madame Meta remarked, producing Geardened white Pokédex from Merpakit. The Pokédex, Blackfeather exclaimed, a jolt of excitement surging through him, that he watched as Madame Meta scanned the Poké ball containing lobster Pokémon. Beep beep beep. Lobster Pokémon, the scoundrel Pokémon. Water type, ability adaptability, level 12, height 0.7 meters, exceeding fever average B 0.6 meters, well-developed moves mastered. Include Clamp, Harden, Bubble, Leer, Water Gun, Dragon Dance to ask the Pokédex announced its findings, and Nodzalin seemed lepedtherum. Blackfeather was taken aback with ever satility of his device, particularly struck with Thella's 3 words. Dragon Dance, Hecaried uncertainly, questioning whether he had misheard. Indeed, otherwise, why do I think Curriculum det this Pokémon too? Madame Meta replied, casting him an amused glance. Only off the parent soft this lobster Pokémon must be a dragon type, even if it is the pure breed that it might resemble Pokémon Suka's Charizard or Gyarados, which, while not possessing dragon type, have a trace of dragon blood within them. Madame Meta took great care in mentoring her newly acquired apprentice, and over the past month and a half, she had been astounded by Blackfeather's aptitude. A hefty introductory Tomathaith had taken her 6-month Stowmaster was near Limamore ZB Blackfeather in just a short time. Consequently, it had transformed in as from Amarito for cultivating power into truly gifted disciple. Harry some powder mad from Caracarabones, which can be miked in tatha photophia your lobster Pokémon to enhance its skeletal strength, she said, presenting him with Avioloff. Rare bone a powder before your departure. Thank you for your generous gift, Madame Meta. Blackfeather expressed it sincerely, bowing deplying gratitude before quietly taking a sleeve. Asamont slipped be, to see her main column, despite encountering several passenger ships along the way. Surprisingly, Theparatessa aboard Great Shark did not engage, yet those vessels is still paid tribute for protection, opening Blackfeather's aesthemal to faceted nature reef. Pirate operations. Piracy wasn't a profession with a singular definition. The crew engaged in various enterprises. As long as there was wealth to be gained, anything was possible. Piracy encompassed more ephemerably it was merely own face it off their business. Theparatissoft 10 double the sugglers, trading contraband goods, Pokémon, or event people. Whatever cold besold, including themselves, could find a market. During conflicts among curtained shadowy underground organizations, pirates might temporarily accept contracts, functioning gas mercenaries. Throughout the past month, Black Feather observed that capturing various Repokemon from the Slostomist free Quinton Dever of Tipperits, transporting them to Landware. Water sources were scarce, with the abundant water soft hone region behind them. Their destination was Canna region. Brother Gudian, how much longer doest to Michi until Worry Ackland? Black Feather inquired respectfully, gazing into themed less expands off Thesia. During Linkinthidining Hall, Joy Wace evident among the crew. Suddenly, a pyrotechlet in a light blue shirt rushed in, exclaiming, "Trouble! The ship shillis under attack be Pokémon. Coma quickly tosist." A hush fell over Thidining Hall before he interrupted into a flurry of activity. "Let's go. Another opportunity to earn some extra coin. Huh. I wonder if there are any rare Pokémon to add to Midium." The crew, living in Thiege, displayed no signs of panic. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Black Feather joined the throng as they descended to the bottle deck, which was descended to be semi-automated, allowing for a combat partition to extend from the ship's exterior. Comfortably accommodating hundreds that it's a swarm of sharpened fish Pokémon. By my mother's name, Theramost beat least 100 of them. The ship's first mate, Nagata Shin, commanded, all Pokémon capable of entering water, engaged directly. Those who cannot provide a support from the partition. As the third in command after the captain and Madame Meta, Nagata's orders were unquestioned. A higher-level Pokémon leap Pedinith Water Kingler, Sharpedo, and Whiskash, creating massive splashes. As time passed, fellow whirl-level sharpened fish Pokémon inevitably succumbed, rendered inable to fight Tandrift Tinjin Town consciousness. To prevent disputes over spoils, each Pokeball exclusive. Black Feather possessed few Pokeballs, Alpa painstakingly saved for, though Madame Meta gifted him Zaviro such as Sultra Balls and Great Balls. However, he hesitated to steam in ordinary sharpened fish Pokémon, that just as Shepard prepared to throw a Pokeball, his Satan was drawn to particularly swift sharpened fish Pokémon within swarm. It moved with three remarkable speed, continuously accelerating. It possesses the inability speed boost. Black Feather realized, excitement bubbling within him. Seizing Themament, he hurled a Pokeball and scribe bed with his Namena Thefray. Fiche a synth watermedite impossible to discern if he had succeeded. A scoutless Pokeball splashed down, and various Bachman hovered in fear, occasional lighting till. Retrieve the floating bulls. Quick, gather Thisaballs with the net. At the command, Tupper attest with fly produce Sednets, collecting their rolling Pokballs from the deck. As Thesan dipped toward the horizon, the sharpened fish Pokémon's attempt to breach the land sink the ship failed. Instead, their own numbers suffered severely, Overhoff captured without sustenance. This group would struggle to survive in the ocean in the days to come. However, none of this concerned the Paratessa aboard Great Shark, however currently reveling in Thefrits off their victory. Within Thekabin, a jubilant feast ensued. Quick, quick, bring out Pokballs. These own eyes mean to not snatch it away. Damn it, Udo and I throng own a menamus retenant that. A throng of individuals surged forward, akin to sharks skinting blood. Thanks to Gutaian's assistance, he offered Laslilo Kitison Pok Balamids Teke Sancho's not town veil it publicly. Instead, he quietly slipped away from the Crodes and dead to the upper deck of the ship. Hey you, is Quitelive lit out hair how was the hall this time? Madame Met inquired without lifting her gaze from the book she was perusing, which detailed various treefrits. Madame Meta, Thistamui counteretta group off Fang Fish and put about to forward, Hayu replied. Histon now imbued with a lightness hat belit his earlier restraint. Madame Meta, may abor your Pokdex? Without a moment's hesitation, Madame Meta acquiesced said to Hayu's request. Fangfish, a ferocious Bachman off the water type, possesses powerful jaws and sharp teeth capable of Ringaship shoal, leading to ease in king of many vessels to Tuthir. Assaults, level 11, ability swift swim, height 0.9 meters, surpassing the average height of 0.8 meters, weight 22 kilograms, exceeding the average weight of 20.8 kilograms in comparison. Pokemon of similar level, I tech a bit superior physical prowess that if his master read the following moves: glare, bite, rage, focus energy, water gun, and psychic fangs. Hayu Gazdath Pokeball with delight, for it Natan Lai concealed and ability Boodle so inheriteth him of psychic fangs. Chapter 4. The Black Market of Evergreen City. Evergreen, a hue that epitomizes timeless vitality, is celebrated as a city that cherishes nature, where blossoms flourish throughout the year. This city is renowned as one of the most prosperous in the Kanto region, largely due to the adjacent Tokiwa Forest. The vast emerald expanse is home to an array of rare resources and elusive sprites, beckoning countless adventurers to explore its depths. Notably, it is considered one of the 3 must-visit adventure spots in Kanto, alongside the Hualan Caves and Tsukimi Mountain, a testament to its allure. despite the inherent risks of engaging in illegal activities such as capturing and selling precious sprites. The lucrative profits from gathering rare herbs found within Tokiwa Forest are enough to entice many. At this moment on Route 1, a striking woman and a young boy walk side by side. "Madam Meta, is it truly permissible for me to traverse this city?" Black Feather inquired, his face etched with concern. After all, he is an undocumented individual, and he has heard whispers of the formidable Junsha family that rules Evergreen City. Madam Meta cast a glance at the vigilant swallow soaring overhead, ever watchful of their surroundings. "Rest assured, young Black Feather, as my apprentice, I shall address your identity concerns," she assured, her demeanor exuding confidence. The pair continued along Route 1, yet instead of entering Evergreen City, they veered off into the forest. "Madam Meta, what is this?" Black Feather exclaimed, observing her unfold two small black squares, which revealed themselves to be dark cloaks. Clad in the concealing fabric, Black Feather silently followed Madam Meta. Eventually, they entered a colossal tree hollow, revealing a hidden world within. Black Feather felt a wave of nostalgia. Having spent a year at sea, it had been far too long since he had encountered such a scene. The Black Market, as its name suggests, it is a clandestine bazaar shrouded in darkness. Officially unrecognized by the Alliance, the trade of sprites, including their eggs, is explicitly prohibited under its laws. Yet in this world, there are always those who risk everything for enormous profits, hence the emergence of the black market. Over time, the black market has proliferated, expanding into a vast network, evolving into a realm of illicit dealings. Though the Alliance does not endorse it, they tacitly allow its existence, as a glimmer of hope must be offered to the underprivileged. The Alliance is wary of driving everyone into rebellion. More critically, the profits derived from the black market are so substantial that even some high-ranking officials within the Alliance partake in its spoils. This is the black market. Speak little to avoid revealing too much. Those who navigate this realm are cunning and can easily expose your vulnerabilities. Madam Meta imparted her wisdom as they walked, treating Black Feather as a true apprentice. The black market is divided into two sections, the stall area and the commercial street. The former is bustling and raucous, with over half of the patrons like Black Feather cloaked in dark robes, concealing their identities. Beside each person, a sprite often displays a fierce demeanor, intimidating others. Few dare to walk without a sprite, for doing so signals weakness. As they traversed, Black Feather witnessed a burly man provoke another who was unaccompanied by a sprite. Just as the onlookers anticipated disaster for the unarmed man, he summoned a Nidoking, swiftly eliminating the provocateur and his sprite. Indeed, there are hidden talents here. That Nidoking must be at least level 30, Black Feather mused. Though the provocateur was vanquished, the man was promptly apprehended by the enforcers dispatched by the black market's overseers. To Black Feather's surprise, the man offered no resistance and complied with the enforcement. Why would he submit so easily? He pondered. The answer became clear. A mere fine would suffice for his release. Although some order prevails within the black market, profit ultimately reigns supreme. Madam Meta's insights provided yet another lesson for Black Feather. Accompanying them was a swallow, Madam Meta's own sprite, ensuring their passage remained uneventful, as no one desires to create unnecessary enemies in the black market. Selling sprite eggs. 50,000 for one. A vendor shouted. After seeking Madam Meta's approval, Black Feather approached the stall. Before him lay an array of identical sprite eggs, numbering over 30. The crowd around grew increasingly curious, prompting questions about the nature of the eggs. All are fletchling. The price is fixed at 50,000. No haggling, the vendor replied succinctly. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the throng, Black Feather retreated, while Madam Meta remarked, all eggs belong to the fletchling species. It seems this vendor possesses an entire brood. Though Black Feather was astonished by the vendor's prowess, he was perplexed as to why such ordinary sprite eggs commanded such a high price. This is not surprising. Fletchling, while common, evolves quickly, becoming a Talonflame at level 20, making it a desirable flying sprite. Many trainers raise one as a means of aerial transport, ensuring minimal loss upon resale. Madam Meta patiently explained to her apprentice. As Black Feather surveyed the bustling crowd, he noted many purchasing eggs, feeling envious despite his outward composure. Soaring through the skies has always been a human aspiration, and he too longed for a flying sprite as a mount or scout, particularly after a year adrift at sea. Would you like one? Then, let us procure one, Madame Meta suggested, having sensed his yearning. This left Black Feather feeling somewhat awkward. His savings amounted to only around 10,000 Alliance coins, a sum earned through laboring for pirate sailors. Many newcomers fared even worse, often lacking any funds at all. Madame Meta seemed to discern his discomfort and chuckled softly. Choose one. I shall cover the expense. Ah, is that permissible? Black Feather feigned surprise. Yet his heart raced with excitement, his eyes betraying his desire as they drifted toward the eggs on display. Today's visit to the black market was intended to procure items for you. As my apprentice, I shall not let you go without, Madame Meta whispered, just loud enough for him to hear. Ultimately, Black Feather selected an egg, paying an additional 5,000 Alliance coins for a modest incubator, while spending 50,000 for a seemingly commonplace fletchling appeared unwise. One must consider that fletchling are temperamental and social sprites. Could an ordinary trainer contend with a tempestuous brood of talonflames and hundreds of fletchling? Capturing such sprites alone in the wild is no small feat. This also reflects the vendor's strength. Managing an entire small brood of volatile fletchling showcases his prowess as a trainer. Moreover, wild sprites retain their untamed nature, making them difficult to tame, as trainers must constantly guard against potential backlash. In contrast, raising them from a young age offers a far safer approach. Additionally, the eggs possess an element of chance. One might even hatch a sprite of exceptional quality with inherited skills. Subsequently, the two hurriedly strolled through the bustling market area and arrived at a commercial street. In contrast to the previously chaotic atmosphere, this place appeared rather desolate, with only a sparse trickle of patrons entering and exiting the shops. However, those who did come and go exuded an air of sophistication, accompanied by sprites whose average level was impressively above 30. Follow me. We shall resolve your identity issue once and for all. Madame Metaf led the way into a rather empty shop. Inside, the establishment was in disarray, with cobwebs forming in the corners and dust dancing through the air. At the counter, an elderly man with a white beard lounged in a chair, seemingly unperturbed. Madame Metaf approached the counter and rapped lightly. Feel free to take whatever you desire. Prices are clearly marked, he replied before closing his eyes and returning to his leisurely repose, showing no inclination to conduct business. Unperturbed, Madame Metaf merely chuckled and requested, "Please take me to the second floor." At the sound of her voice, the old man jolted awake, shedding his previous nonchalance and respectfully escorting them upstairs. After a considerable time, Black Feather and Madame Metaf finally exited the shop. I never imagined obtaining an identity would be so straightforward, Black Feather mused. In his hand, he held a card representing his identification, proudly emblazoned with the name Black Feather. From this day forth, he was officially a resident of the Alliance. Upon hearing his reflection, Madame Metaf remarked, individuals within the Alliance also engage in commerce within the black market. The proprietor behind this establishment is likely a high-ranking official from the population department of the Alliance. Casting a glance at the somewhat delighted Black Feather, she judiciously advised, while this identity allows you to traverse the city openly, it may not withstand scrutiny from higher-ups or gym leaders. The joy in Black Feather's heart began to wane. Nevertheless, he deemed it sufficient. Following this, Black Feather accompanied Madame Metaf in trading a substantial quantity of supplies, including a majority of water-type sprites and various precious herbs only obtainable at sea. By capitalizing on the disparities between the two regions, they profited from the abundant water resources and vast maritime territories of the Hoenn region, in stark contrast to the Kanto region. Before departing the black market, Madame Metaf procured a sprite encyclopedia for Black Feather at one of the stalls. Although it was not the latest edition, it was a third-generation encyclopedia and possessed most of the essential features. Black Feather expressed his gratitude with a deep bow towards Madame Metaf. In Evergreen City, Black Feather pondered, Madame Metaf allows me such freedom. Is she not concerned I might flee? Despite this thought, he harbored no intention of escaping, knowing the leverage he held over her. Moreover, even if he were to attempt an escape, his ordinary resident status would offer little opportunity for advancement. Conversely, remaining by Madame Etaf's side might one day afford him the chance to become a nurturer. Through his studies over the past few days, he had gained insight into the role of a nurturer. Even a novice in this field could attain a respectable social standing. As Black Feather strolled through the city, he reveled in the vibrant atmosphere, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Towering skyscrapers around him broadcast various advertisements for the latest energy cubes and survival kits. Goodness, the price of this space backpack is exorbitant. Even the most basic model costs 200,000 Alliance coins. Such a steep price extinguished any lingering desire he had. Ultimately, Black Feather arrived at a Pokémon Center, intending to rest there for the night. "Good afternoon, Nurse Joy," he greeted with no hint of the trepidation one might expect from a pirate, instead exuding confidence. "Good afternoon, Trainer. How may I assist you today?" Nurse Joy, clad in a graceful nurse's uniform, wore a professional smile that radiated warmth, enveloping those around her in a comforting embrace. "Hello, I have just arrived in the Kanto region and wish to register," Black Feather replied politely. It was not merely his courtesy. The significance of Nurse Joy and her family's standing within the Alliance was too paramount to overlook. The Joy and Kunsa families, as two colossal dynasties within the Alliance, wielded tremendous power, one monopolizing healthcare, the other law enforcement. It was indisputable that any activity within the region necessitated dealings with these families. In fact, 1S information was likely first accessed by their databases rather than the official Alliance database. Thus, these families could promptly identify talented trainers and entice them through various means, such as marriage or apprenticeship. Yet, one could hardly blame them, as the Joy and Kunsa families could only bear daughters. This peculiarity fostered countless dreams of entering into these families. And possessing a wife who resembled a Joy or Kunsa was the aspiration of many men. "You have applied for a Kanto Region Pass, valid for 3 years. Please remember to renew it when the time comes," Nurse Joy continued, her tone ever gentle. Though Black Feather did not intend to linger in the Kanto region for long, lacking a pass could prove quite troublesome. He then spent 200 Alliance coins to rent a room at the Pokémon Center for the night. "Alas, I am but an ordinary resident. If I were a direct trainer of the Alliance, I could receive treatment and accommodation at the Pokémon Center free of charge," he lamented, lying down on the small bed and letting his thoughts drift. Evergreen City, where he found himself, ranked merely 11th in the Kanto region, falling short compared to the ancient cities of Nibi and Hualon. The city's respectable ranking was largely attributed to the gym leader, Sakaki, who was reputed to never fail as long as he stood upon the earth, bolstered by his immense popularity that invigorated the economy. Notably, the true authority in Evergreen City lay with the gym leader Sakaki and the mayor, jointly elected by the citizens. Each city in this world operated independently, with the Alliance holding only advisory and supervisory powers, lacking direct authority to command cities to act in specific ways. This dynamic allowed local aristocracies and elites to monopolize avenues of advancement and resources, Black Feather mused. It is worth mentioning that the current president of the Alliance, Daramanchi, is rumored to have come from humble beginnings and represents the reformist faction within the Alliance. Regrettably, this system has repeatedly thwarted reform efforts. As dawn broke the next morning, Black Feather finished his breakfast and departed the Pokémon Center, purchasing various supplies for daily living before he left. This included a preferred type of fruit wine and a plethora of books to pass the time. Of course, these were not romantic novels, but rather works that would aid his studies as a nurturer. Encyclopedia of Berries, Tales of Sea Drift, and Customs of the Kanto region. After a spree of spending, his funds dwindled to 3,000 Alliance coins. Chapter 5. Fierce Battle. This outing not only resolved the issue of identity, but also yielded a flying sprite's egg and a Pokédex, resulting in considerable gains. 2 days slipped by unnoticed as the great shark set sail once more, wandering the seas. Fortunately, this land journey proceeded smoothly, with no issues arising in logistics, the sale of sprites, or personnel changes. Haha, Brother Blackfeather. I heard that you have been taken on as an apprentice by Madame Meta. Congratulations. A group of pirates led by Goution approached the newcomer, Blackfeather, with warm regards. Blackfeather, feeling modest, quickly responded, "Oh, it's nothing. Madame Meta merely wishes to nurture me. I am but a novice, not worthy of comparison to esteemed seniors like you." His deference earned him the respect and appreciation of the seasoned pirates. Although Blackfeather's status had risen, his standing was still ultimately dictated by strength. Despite their outward civility, there lingered a sense of rivalry among them. Aware of this, Blackfeather dedicated himself to rigorous training, often seen on the deck at night, tirelessly practicing with his shrimp sprite. "Lobster soldier, use bubble beam," he commanded, directing the creature to unleash a torrent of bubbles upon the sea. Countless bubbles struck the water surface, creating splashes that were quickly swallowed by the depths. The lobster soldier's bubble beam, in contrast to mere bubbles, was more powerful and abundant. This training, however, was misdirected. You should focus on enhancing the power first, then gradually increase the number of bubbles, Blackfeather instructed, drawing on the wisdom imparted by Brother Goution. After a period of intensive training, the lobster soldier's enthusiasm soared, often rising earlier than Blackfeather to practice. In contrast, the bite fish exhibited a marked lethargy, having grown up in a sheltered environment. Yet, Blackfeather struggled to devise effective training techniques for it. Besides routine skill and physical training, he emphasized mastering the speed enhancement trait, which was crucial for the future. Consequently, each day the bite fish swam at the stern of the great shark, battling against the currents. "Brother Goution, I must trouble you once more to have your iron claw lobster instruct my lobster soldier," Blackfeather said, holding up a bottle of fruit wine, eager to seek Goution's guidance. "Oh, brother, this is nothing." Goution generously released his prized iron claw lobster and gestured for it to share its expertise with the lobster soldier. The lobster soldier, gazing up at its much larger counterpart, felt a surge of excitement, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. 6 little legs flitted about, circling the iron claw lobster in admiration. Was this what it would resemble upon evolution? The massive pincers, the sturdy shell, and especially that striking star on its head. The lobster soldier resolved to train diligently, aspiring to evolve into such a magnificent form. "Ha, brother, your lobster soldier is quite lively," Goution remarked, the aroma of the wine enticing him. "Brother Goution is jesting. Come, let's drink." The two fox-like figures exchanged understanding glances, each aware that they merely sought mutual benefit. As the night deepened, a notable event unfolded. With the announcement of Blackfeather's apprenticeship under Madame Meta aboard the pirate ship, his quarters were no longer cramped in the damp, shadowy hole with other newcomers, but rather included a private room. Though small, the room contained a bed and a table, leaving little space for both him and his sprite, creating a somewhat snug environment. Not to mention, he had transformed the bathroom into a large pool for the bite fish to frolic in. The lobster soldier needed to train judiciously, avoiding reckless disregard for its own well-being. Blackfeather applied a special massage technique he had learned from Madame Meta to relax the lobster soldier's muscles. The lobster soldier emitted a contented hum, displaying an expression of pure bliss. This unique massage method was effective in alleviating post-training fatigue. The lobster soldier's shell was indeed tough. Just as Blackfeather's hands began to tire, the incubator perched on the bedside erupted with a brilliant white light. Startled, the lobster soldier leaped from his arms and landed clumsily on the floor. Blackfeather's attention was drawn to the incubator as he opened its lid, watching in fascination as cracks began to form in the eggshell. With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, he prepared to witness the miraculous event of hatching for the first time. The white light gradually faded, followed by a delicate chirp. Before Blackfeather stood a small bird with vibrant red wings and a tuft of brown feathers atop its head. The new sprite, known as the raging sparrow, squinted its sharp eyes in delight, chirping happily. Known for its fiery temperament, the raging sparrow appeared unusually lethargic at that moment, a consequence of its recent birth. Typically, most sprites regard the first creature they see upon hatching as their parent. Blackfeather cautiously extended his hand, cradling the raging sparrow and gently smoothing its damp, disheveled feathers. Newly hatched sprites are particularly fragile, prompting his utmost caution. Before long, the raging sparrow succumbed to slumber once more. Indeed, freshly hatched sprites are often prone to excessive sleepiness. Now, a novice breeder, Black Feather had acquired considerable knowledge about sprites. It was common for newly born sprites to consume their eggshells, which contained an abundance of nutrients. Upon realizing this, he diligently collected the fragments of the eggshell from the incubator, planning to feed them to the raging sparrow once it awakened. Raging sparrow continued to soar against the sea breeze. On the deck, Black Feather observed the raging sparrow's flight, noting its struggle to maintain balance against the winds. As it dove down, spotting Black Feather's shoulder, it joyfully landed, having been calmed by Black Feather's nurturing, avoiding its characteristic temper. Take your time. No one is rushing you. Black Feather produced a bottle filled with moo moo milk, though this was far from the cheap variety found in stores. It contained a hint of vitality powder, perfectly suited for a newly hatched sprite. The raging sparrow had already surpassed its larval stage, its attributes stabilizing. Black Feather retrieved his beloved Pokédex, which beeped in recognition. Raging Sparrow, the bird Pokémon, normal, flying type, level 6 ability. Keen eye, height, 0. 3 meters weight, 2 kilograms development. Average, no adverse conditions. Moves learned, Sing Peck. Live. As he perused the information, a tinge of disappointment crossed his heart. Indeed, no inherited moves, and rather ordinary in all aspects. Yet he quickly composed himself. After all, it was merely a chance encounter with a gamble egg, and he had no intention of nurturing it as a primary sprite, viewing it only as a means of transportation. The days aboard the ship remained monotonous, with Black Feather attending lessons on breeding from Madame Meta each morning while seeking wisdom from the older crew members regarding sprite training. The lobster soldier continued to train under the guidance of Gu Tion's Iron Claw lobster, while the raging sparrow's task was to acclimate to the air and wind currents of the sea, as the harsh storms of the ocean posed a challenge for sprites accustomed to terrestrial life. Until one fateful day, an unexpected event shattered the tranquility aboard the ship. Alas, a pirate ship lies 10 kilometers ahead. The lookout, tasked with observing the maritime situation, calmly broadcasts this alarming news. This revelation sends the once tranquil vessel, the Great Shark, into a frenzy. Countless individuals orderly converge upon the deck, binoculars in hand, scrutinizing the approaching ship. Black Feather is no exception. He grips a monocular with a serious demeanor, fixating on the enemy pirate ship, which is likewise engaged in reconnaissance of their own. All eyes turn to Lady Meta, as the captain's disappearance has become an open secret aboard the ship. Hence, Lady Meta assumes the role of the highest authority. However, just as she prepares to speak, Nagata Shin and another first mate exchange glances, a flicker of delight passing between them. As the crew remains in a state of shock, Lady Meta's expression suddenly shifts to one of fury, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Ultimately, she refrains from retorting, letting out a cold snort before storming away, her anger palpable. The two first mates immediately reveal triumphant smiles, envisioning the elevation of their own prestige should they successfully commandeer the opposing vessel, bringing them closer to seizing control of the Great Shark. The thought of attaining the captaincy sends shivers of ambition coursing through Nagata Shin. Just as the crew readies themselves for the impending battle, Black Feather hastily pursues Lady Meta, who is evidently furious, her wrath echoing within her quarters. Those wretched fools have indeed gleaned something, emboldening their audacity. A cacophony of shattered glass resonates from within. Before entering, Black Feather hears the sound of a cup breaking and, upon stepping inside, is greeted by the sight of a shattered teacup and a puddle of water on the floor. The mere presence of her apprentice somewhat eases Lady Meta's fury, yet her countenance remains fiercely agitated. Having lost her husband to the relentless pressures of the maritime fleet, she had feigned isolation under the guise of rigorous training, but these two ambitious first mates have nonetheless managed to extract some information. Their audacious actions of usurping her authority to directly command the crew are, without question, an act of rebellion. After a moment of silence, Black Feather speaks, resolutely, Lady Meta, this may not be devoid of opportunity. At his words, A glimmer of intrigue flashes in Lady Meta's eyes as she replies in a low tone. Are you suggesting we eliminate those two entirely during this opportunity? Black Feather nods, a glint of lethal intent evident in his gaze. Lady Meta shakes her head, her tone grave as she counters, setting aside their strength, which is on par with mine. Can I truly contend against them both? Should both first mates perish, the great sharks might would diminish drastically, an act of self-sabotage, especially with the enemy so near. To cultivate such capable and experienced first mates would require countless years. In just a few sentences, Lady Meta dismisses Black Feather's proposal. However, she is nonetheless gratified that her apprentice possesses the decisiveness to stand resolutely by her side. If you're unwilling to proceed in that manner, then we should engage in battle alongside them. Black Feather contemplates, crafting further strategies. After all, fighting together could enhance their reputation among the ordinary crew. Yet if they merely sit idly by, allowing the two first mates to garner loyalty, it would not be long before they are completely sidelined. Lady Meta clearly comprehends this logic, her earlier hasty departure driven by intense anger. Now, regaining her composure, she realizes that her actions could indeed alienate the crew. With resolute determination, she swiftly dons a trench coat and heads for the deck. At this moment, all crew members stand ready, some anxious, others exhilarated. Chaos is the ladder to ascension. Black Feather also makes his way to the deck, noticing that some individuals regard him with peculiar eyes, subtly distancing themselves. Just moments ago, they had greeted him warmly, yet now, sensing the shift in the tide, they begin to withdraw. Black Feather reflects on the fickleness of human nature, but has no time to ponder. For the two colossal ships are on the verge of a violent collision, showing no signs of slowing down. Boom! Boom! The thunderous sounds of impact reverberate as the two great ships collide violently. Charge! The battle cries erupt, and the clash between both side spirits becomes inevitable. Mighty claw crabs, sun corals, and lobster minions, all formidable guardians, engage the enemy head-on, leveraging their robust physiques for close combat. Countless jets of water columns and foamy beams soar through the air as the crew members command from the elevated decks. Lady Meta, it seems your Swampert has made considerable strides. Nagata Shin observes with trepidation as the powerful Swampert fends off two enemy Ironclaw lobsters, casting a wary glance at the elegant lady beside him. Lady Meta, composed and astute, surveys the battlefield, retorting, "Focus on your own spirits. If you're being bested by two sea serpents, it appears your spirit's prowess leaves much to be desired." Chapter 6. Breaking the stalemate upon hearing Lady Meta's scornful remarks. The faces of the two first mates darkened instantaneously, their lips twitching as if they wished to retort. Yet ultimately they remained silent, their expressions grim. Indeed, as Lady Meta asserted, the sea spines had yet to evolve into the Spine Dragon King through the use of dragon scales. They were merely single-type water Pokémon, their total stats barely reaching 500. Nevertheless, the two first mates stubbornly insisted those two sea spines exhibit remarkable synergy, moving in the water with the swiftness of a well-oiled machine. Our Pokémon, while amphibious, cannot match their prowess. The verbal exchanges among the three continued, while the battle below raged fiercely, with Pokémon perishing amidst a cacophony of flesh and blood, the nearby waters stained a vivid crimson. Flying Pokémon unit, rise. The opposing pirate ship understood that should the conflict remain unresolved, even victory would come at a steep price. Thus they resolved to break the deadlock from the skies. Pokémon such as Fiero, Wingull, Pidgey, and Spearow clashed in the air, skills erupting in a dazzling display, rendering it nearly impossible to distinguish between the two sides. Occasionally, one could witness Pokémon plummeting from the heights. As time progressed, a stalemate began to take shape, the battle at sea inflicting severe losses. Earlier, their deliberate lack of support had led to the severe injury of the Fongfish, revealing the pirates' selfishness, ever opportunistic, prioritizing their own interests at critical moments, Black Feather mused. He had previously shielded several of his own Pokémon during the skirmish, fully aware that this was a team effort. Now, having seen through their true colors, he commanded his lobster minions to cease their full efforts. Just maintain a steady pace and occasionally use your skills. On the enemy pirate ship, several sweat-drenched pirates hurriedly entered the command room. Addressing the one-eyed captain seated at the head, one exclaimed, "Captain, we cannot continue like this. The enemy's giant swamp monster is far too powerful. We are suffering heavy losses." The one-eyed pirate's eyes narrowed dangerously as he replied, "It seems we have no choice but to employ that tactic." As the battle intensified, the giant swamp monster gradually suppressed the two iron-claw lobsters. Just as Black Feather and his companions felt their morale surging, the two sea spines suddenly converged. They circled the water, gradually summoning an overwhelming energy. Roar! A torrent of deep purple energy coalesced, and the sea spines unleashed a blast of dragon-type energy from their sharp maws. In the astonished gaze of Black Feather, the energies merged, forming a colossal dragon head. Both sides' Pokémon trembled under the weight of this dragon-type energy, hesitant to act recklessly. This was the sheer dominance unique to dragon types. The gazes of enemies and allies alike were drawn to the spectacle. The dragon. Dragon Pulse. Someone recognized the move, their voice trembling. Boom! With a resounding crash, the entire giant shark ship shook violently. "Run! Run!" someone shouted, and chaos erupted as crew members leaped from the deck into the sea, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. The previously soaring morale, bolstered by the giant swamp monster's advantage, dissipated in an instant, engulfing the giant shark in a shroud of terror. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Upon entering a room, one of the enemy pirates was found ransacking the belongings within. Lobster Minion, use Bubble Beam. Agate Jellyfish, unleash Water Pulse. The enemy was clearly startled, hastily initiating a Pokémon battle. The Lobster Minion's claws snapped open, launching a barrage of bubbles that collided with the immense water sphere conjured by the opponent. In a confined space, the clash of skills sent water splattering everywhere. Black Feather, lifting his garment, dispersed the obstructing bubbles. Spearow, charge him with Peck. The Spearow, still possessing ample stamina, excelled in this kind of wild skirmish. "I do not need to defeat your Pokémon. I only need to eliminate you." The enemy pirate, witnessing this scene, broke into a cold sweat. He too had two Pokémon, but regrettably, one had already been rendered incapable of battle upon boarding, leaving him with merely the Agate Jellyfish, which was clearly at a disadvantage. In the cramped quarters, the Spearow flapped its wings, speeding forward. The enemy pirate quickly reacted, internally screaming, "This is bad." The water splashes obscured his vision, but relying on years of experience, he instinctively rolled to evade. The sharp beak of the bird gathered energy once more and struck from the pirate's blind spot, swiftly piercing his throat with brutal efficiency. "Ugh, you!" The pirate collapsed, clutching his bloodied throat, seemingly attempting to utter something. The Agate Jellyfish, being a water Pokémon, suffered a 30 reduction in combat effectiveness on land, and now bereft of its trainer's commands, it was utterly helpless. Soon, it was rendered incapable of further combat. Black Feather first kicked the lifeless body before drawing his dagger to slice open the pirate's clothing, beginning to loot. It was no wonder so many chose the perilous life of piracy. Indeed, killing and plundering was the swiftest means to amass wealth. Black Feather gazed at the spoils with a sense of wonder. Besides a substantial amount of Union coins and a diary-like tome, there were two Pokeballs, one of which astonishingly contained a Lobster Minion. Click! Hearing the fervent footsteps and sounds of battle outside, Black Feather groped his way to the door, twisting the knob to lock it securely. His tense heart began to ease. Feeling the rapid pounding of his heart, Black Feather slumped to the ground, stroking the panting Lobster Minion beside him. "Lobster Minion, I apologize for putting you in danger every day." Hee hee. The Lobster Minion nudged Black Feather's pant leg with its sturdy head. "I, Lobster Minion, would never abandon my master. After all, we promised to reach the pinnacle together. Didn't we? Ha ha, brothers, charge forward. The opportunity for riches lies before us. Victory is within our grasp. Eliminate them all. Their Pokémon and treasures will be yours." The one-eyed pirate captain stood atop a platform, roaring passionately, arms raised high above his head, dancing with fervor. This rallying cry invigorated his crew. spurring them on to intensify their Pokémon's assaults. Run! Even the first mate's Pokémon have been defeated. Save yourselves! An experienced old pirate shouted loudly. The remaining pirates, who had been steadfast, felt their resolve waver at these words. In truth, some timid pirates had already leapt overboard earlier, but in the water, they were like live targets, falling victim to the enemy's Pokémon without even a chance to flee. This dissuaded most from attempting to escape by jumping into the sea. Fear not, I am here. Gather around me, gather around. Lady Meta exhibited a commanding presence, her resounding voice echoing across the battlefield. The crew of the giant shark began to retreat, converging in one location. Humans possess a tendency to follow the crowd. When one person acts in such a manner, it may invite confusion, yet when all do so, others will follow suit. On the opposing pirate ship, one pirate remarked, "Boss, that woman seems intent on consolidating all her strength in one place. We must stop her." To which the one-eyed pirate confidently replied, "No rush. Once they gather, we shall capture them all in one fell swoop." The absence of formidable combat power has driven the sailors of the giant shark into a corner, forcing them to rely on their familiarity with the terrain for survival. No more futile resistance. Surrender, and we shall treat you well as captives. We will not confiscate your spirits. The enemy pirates immediately amplified their voices through loudspeakers, employing psychological tactics. Many hesitated, and some less experienced individuals even displayed signs of temptation. However, the overwhelming majority were filled with righteous indignation. Their true feelings remained known only to themselves. Since you refused to surrender, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. When words failed to sway the opposing emotions, the pirates resolved to launch a fierce attack. Countless skills were unleashed, targeting the makeshift defensive line formed by the cornered individuals. Activate wide area defense. Lady Meta commanded with a decisive wave of her hand. The giant swamp monster thumped its chest in a guttural roar, emanating an invisible wave. A colossal transparent shield enveloped their side, along with all the spirits. Water guns, bubble beams, and rapid star attacks rained down upon the shield, yet to no avail. The formidable defense of the wide area defense was undeniably showcased at that moment. Within the protective barrier, the individuals and spirits finally gain a moment to breathe, hastily retrieving healing sprays and various restorative potions to rejuvenate the spirits. A fierce battle loomed ahead. Lady Meta pondered whether Blackfeather was still alive, hoping he hadn't perished amidst the chaos. It would be a pity to lose such a promising talent. She wished to pass on her nurturing skills. As the enemy's assault intensified, the shield generated by the wide area defense could not hold out much longer. It seemed she would have to resort to her trump card. Steeling herself against the pressure, Lady Meta made her decision. Meanwhile, Blackfeather was recuperating in his quarters, dismissing the enemy pirates' broadcast outside. He had learned from previous encounters that these pirates were utterly untrustworthy. One could not believe a word they said. If the situation became untenable, he would have no choice but to jump overboard. Fortunately, there was an exit in the ship's hull. Blackfeather mused, for he was no fool blinded by loyalty. His presence aboard the pirate ship was solely due to Lady Meta's imparting of nurturing knowledge. The allure of profit kept him there. But now that his life was in jeopardy, he needed to devise an escape plan. Flame Sparrow, Toothfish, if things go awry, I will plunge into the sea. You must follow swiftly. Flame Sparrow, navigate from the air and locate the nearest land. Toothfish, guide me and a lobster soldier through the waters ahead. Blackfeather swiftly arranged for the three spirits. If the moment of danger truly arrived, sacrificing the spirits to ensure his survival was not out of the question. After all, nothing supersedes the value of one's own life. He hoped it would not come to that. Observing the grave expressions of the three spirits deepened Blackfeather's own sense of foreboding. Once his strength was nearly restored, Blackfeather stood and cautiously opened the door, peering outside to find the deck devoid of life, littered only with dismembered spirits and bloodstains. It seemed the area had been thoroughly scoured, with the fighting likely having moved to the rear. As he rummaged through the pockets of the fallen, he discovered a considerable amount of loot. Just as he flipped over a body in search of more treasures, a thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the air. Black Feather jolted, following the sound with his gaze. A colossal Gyarados soared above, its azure scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. With a fearsome maw, it unleashed a beam of pale light. Destruction beam. In an instant, it sank the enemy pirate ship. Black Feather's heart raced. The spectacle before him rendered him momentarily breathless. Was this Gyarados one of theirs? The question flashed through his mind. But there was no time to ponder. The arrival of Gyarados undeniably disrupted the equilibrium between the two sides. The onslaught from Gyarados did not cease, as countless skills surged forth from it. With a sweep of its tail, a massive tornado erupted, wreaking further havoc upon the enemy ship. The anguished cries of the pirates mingled with the splintering of wood, filling the sea with chaos. At that moment, the crew of the giant shark finally recognized that Gyarados belonged to their faction. The two first mates, initially prepared to flee, were now petrified at the sight of Gyarados, as if they had encountered a ghost. "How can this be? The captain was supposed to be dead," exclaimed Nagata Shin, his voice trembling. Their audacity to disrespect Lady Meta and secretly rally support to usurp the giant shark stemmed from their belief in the captain's demise, allegedly at the hands of a formidable dark organization. Yet, with Gyarados' reappearance, that fear reignited within them. "What are you panicking for? Our information is indisputable. This must be a backup left for that woman." The other first mate quickly regained his composure, analyzing the situation. Their anxiety eased slightly, though their expressions remained grim. Together, the two could barely contain Lady Meta. Now, with the emergence of such a powerful spirit, their chances of reclaiming authority in the future seemed increasingly elusive. Chapter 7. The Alliance Cultivation Manual. The Gyarados unleashed its formidable power, capsizing the enemy's pirate ship, while the crew aboard the Great Shark sounded the horn for counterattack. Chaos erupted among the enemy ranks, leading to their swift disintegration. With their high-ranking combatants restrained by the Gyarados and the Swampert, no support could be summoned. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the crimson twilight bathed the sea. The deck of the Great Shark was stained with blood, a testament to the brutality and heroism displayed between the two pirate factions. The last enemy pirate fell, and the remaining crew of the Great Shark erupted in victorious cheers. Undeniably the victors of this sanguinary feast. Countless bodies and treasures lay strewn about. Chaos indeed served as the ladder to ascendance. Many knelt, weeping, their hands raised high in exultation. The remnants of the sunset cascaded upon them, as if celebrating their triumph, lending a glorious sheen to their victory. Hearing that the battle had finally concluded, Heiyu hastily smeared blood across his face, feigning exhaustion as he emerged from his hiding spot in the cabin. After all, he had also dealt with an enemy. It was always prudent to embellish one's role in the ordeal, making it appear more arduous and perilous. At that moment, Madame Metaf stood at the ship's bow, holding aloft the bloody heads of the two first mates. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the coldly beautiful woman. The brutality of the battle had profoundly impacted everyone, not only due to its ferocity, but also because the previously gentle Madame Metaf had exhibited such decisive ruthlessness. The two first mates, harboring treacherous intentions and plotting against the captain, were met with their demise today at the hands of Madame Metaf and her Gyarados, eliminating the threat. Her tone was resolute, her gaze laced with a hint of menace. Heiyu raised his arm and proclaimed, "Madame Metaf possesses unparalleled strength. We pledge our allegiance to you as the new captain." Heiyu's youthful face flushed with fervor as he shouted. Those around him, witnessing his fervent display, quickly grasped the shifting tides of power and echoed, "Hail Madame Metaf! Hail the new captain!" Standing high above, Madame Metaf surveyed her crew with a steely gaze. Heiyu looked up to see her silhouette merging with the descending sun, radiating an awe-inspiring glow. Gradually, she raised her arms, embracing the howling sea breeze. Her eyes filled with unyielding determination. "I formally accept your allegiance," she proclaimed. "From this day forward, I shall ensure that the flag of the Great Shark flies ever higher upon the ocean. Hail, Madame Metaf!" Heiyu once again played the role of an enthusiastic supporter. "Hail! Hail! Hail!" The others joined in, their voices rising in unison. Beneath the setting sun, the sails of the great shark crackled in the maritime wind, heralding the dawn of a new journey. Before darkness enveloped the sky, the crew hastily salvaged the spoils from the enemy pirate ship. This night was destined to be one of restless anticipation, as everyone awaited the distribution of their newfound wealth. Exhausted, Heiyu lay on his bed, while the fiery sparrow stood at the headboard, ever vigilant, an instinct it had honed over the past month. The lobster soldier and the toothy fish resided in a makeshift pool fashioned from the lavatory. Though both were amphibious, they found comfort in water. As night gradually descended, the pirate ship fell silent. Heiyu finally rose, relishing the solitude that allowed his mind to unwind. He retrieved the day's spoils from his waist and pockets, cluttering the small table with an array of items, the first of which was a substantial handful of paper Alliance coins. Being a pirate often meant living on the edge, with most crew members lacking bank accounts and relying on cash. To his astonishment, he had amassed 300,000 Alliance coins. Indeed, the spoils of battle were bountiful. Aside from the enemy he had slain within the cabin, he had only hastily looted a few ordinary pirates. Heiyu's eyes sparkled with ambition as he whispered to himself, pondering the riches he could acquire if he were to scour all the bodies. A refreshing sea breeze wafted through the window, jolting Heiyu back to reality, dispelling his fantastical thoughts as he resumed the task of inventorying his findings. Among the two Pokeballs, one contained an onyx jellyfish, while the other held a lobster soldier. As expected, neither is of high level. Heiyu consulted the Alliance Pokédex, scanning the two Pokeballs, and the anticipated information materialized. One Pokémon was level 16, the other level 17. He had no intention of keeping these Pokémon for long-term training. They could serve as a temporary solution. But proper training was out of the question. Pokémon with prior trainers were notoriously difficult to tame, and thus few would consider them for primary development. After organizing the various items, only a small booklet resembling a diary remained on the table. Heiyu slowly opened its pages, intrigued to discover it was a cultivation manual for the lobster soldier. As he flipped through the pages, his eyebrows raised in surprise. The manual delved into various aspects, from skill training and Pokémon feeding to tactical combinations and emotional communication. It provided a comprehensive guide to nurturing the lobster soldier, and Heiyu found himself engrossed in its content. Produced by the Pokémon Alliance, Heiyu suddenly realized the manual's value had surged in his estimation. He marveled at how such a precious item had come into the possession of an ordinary pirate. He speculated that the manual must have been acquired from a direct Alliance trainer during a robbery. Unbeknownst to Heiyu, the pirate he had slain was, in fact, a direct Alliance trainer himself, having been caught in the political turmoil that led to the tragic demise of his parents. To escape retribution and ensure his safety, he had fled his city, eventually becoming a pirate through a series of unfortunate events. The cultivation manual had been purchased with internal merit points from the Alliance. Heiyu securely locked the manual within a cabinet, recognizing its significance as the foundation for his future endeavors with the lobster soldier. After tallying his coins and organizing his spoils, he finally removed his pirate attire and lay down, gradually drifting into slumber. On the following morning, the calls of the long-winged gulls drifted into the room through the window. After indulging in several hours of restful slumber, Heiyu leisurely arose, stretching his limbs and feeling a delightful sense of rejuvenation. "Good morning, lobster soldier," he murmured, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he retrieved a box of universal food for water-type sprites from a cabinet. He then took out a precious primary energy cube. Given the current appetite of the lobster soldier, one would suffice to satiate most of its hunger. The production of energy cubes, indeed, proved to be a lucrative venture, as fruits worth several dozen Alliance coins could yield multiple energy cubes, each capable of fetching several hundred Alliance coins in return. Observing the sprites feasting heartily, Heiyu could not help but reflect, I must learn to craft energy cubes in the future. The role of a nurturer is remarkably unique compared to other professions, encompassing a vast array of responsibilities. For instance, the massage techniques employed by Pokémon masseurs can be mastered by nurturers. Likewise, the urgent rescue skills of Pokémon medics are also part of a nurturer's training. Moreover, The two paramount aspects of nurturing involve devising individualized training plans for exclusive sprites and the creation of energy cubes. Feeling a pang of hunger himself, Heiyu made his way to the dining area and ordered a standard curry rice. Despite possessing a substantial sum of 300,000 alliance coins, he felt no urge to splurge recklessly. He simply opted to add a serving of meat to his curry. As the aromatic curry burst with spicy flavors upon his palate, Heiyu involuntarily exclaimed in delight. Although it appeared quite simple, the tantalizing aroma indicated its exquisite taste. Looking up, he noticed a robust man seated across from him. Wearing a warm smile, it was Gudian. "Hey Heiyu, why so little? I ordered too much. Join me." Gudian enthusiastically beckoned Heiyu to partake in the lavish feast before them. Heiyu, with a playful smirk, replied, "Brother Gudian, it seems you've struck it rich this time. That hefty tail of the Dadab beast must have been quite expensive, no?" Without hesitation, Heiyu picked up a small piece and savored it, the sweet flavor melting in his mouth, delightfully tender and exquisite. Before he could fully appreciate the taste, it slid down his throat and settled in his stomach. "Ah, it's all thanks to the captain's efforts that we can enjoy such comfort now," Gudian casually remarked. Heiyu understood the underlying intention, and without reservation, continued to indulge in the delectable dishes. At present, with both first mates having perished, the new captain, Madame Meta, seeks to solidify her position and must cultivate new first mates for the development of the giant shark. Many seasoned and formidable pirates are eyeing the first mate position. "Brother Gudian, to be honest, I've been having quite the headache with nurturing sprites lately," Heiyu confessed. Before he could finish, Gudian had already grasped the essence of his words and promptly produced a small booklet from his pocket, sliding it across the table to Heiyu. "Here, little brother, I may not have much to offer, but this is my insight on nurturing the iron claw lobster. Should the lobster soldier have any uncertainties, feel free to consult my iron claw lobster anytime," Gudian assured confidently. Heiyu tucked the booklet into his jacket, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Brother Gudian, your dedication to the giant shark's advancement is commendable. I shall speak highly of you before my teacher." Although Heiyu was merely an apprentice and had yet to formally take on a mentor, he unabashedly referred to him as such. He had tasted the sweetness of leveraging connections and recognized the value of having such a title and support. Naturally, he remained discreet, refraining from making such declarations in front of Madame Meta, never daring to overstep his bounds. "Thank you, little brother," Gudian replied, satisfied with the exchange, before adding several more delightful dishes to Heiyu's table and taking his leave. After relishing the exquisite meal, Heiyu strolled along the deck. Unlike other pirates burdened with daily toil, he enjoyed a considerable degree of freedom. "Alas, the numbers have dwindled. Only 2 of the newcomers from my cohort remain alive," he lamented, wandering through the various corners of the giant shark, where many positions now lay vacant. Most of his peers had perished in the brutal battle just yesterday. The primary reasons Heiyu chose to remain aboard the giant shark were his identity and the pursuit of becoming a nurturer. Upon reaching the deck, he noticed a group of pirates gathered. Intrigued, he approached to discover they were engaged in a trade of spoils. When 2 pirate crews clash, the victor claims the spoils as personal treasures beyond the captain's jurisdiction. Various resources and precious artifacts aboard the ship are distributed according to merit. Consequently, situations arise where smaller spoils are exchanged among pirates. A proud swallow nearing evolution requires only slight training to become a king swallow, remarked a notably youthful pirate, adding, "This swallow has already mastered the move swallow return." Heiyu attentively observed as the surrounding pirates expressed keen interest, eagerly bidding on the sprite. Perhaps due to the recent battle, many had lost their sprites and were in dire need of replenishing their teams. It was evident that they approached this close aid of the captain with a sense of caution. Ultimately, the soon-to-evolve swallow was purchased by one of the pirates for 140,000 alliance coins. While this price seemed somewhat low, considering the swallow had reached level 20 and required only minimal nurturing to evolve, it was reasonable given that prior to training, taming another sprite proved to be a formidable challenge. One could easily invest the entire sum and still fail, rendering the price justifiable. Chapter 8. The Formal Apprenticeship. Shortly after completing several exchanges of spoils, Heiyu took the opportunity to sell the 2 captured Pokémon, netting approximately 140,000 Alliance coins. Such a generous price seemed intentionally considerate towards him. Heiyu mused silently. Of course, it could also be attributed to the scarcity of Pokémon aboard the ship, as everyone sought to expand their teams. Yet, the reasoning behind it was of little concern to Heiyu. His vault had once again swelled to around 440,000 Alliance coins, sufficient to acquire a quarter of the prestigious starter Pokémon. The subsequent exchange also introduced some notes akin to breeding manuals, due to their reproducible nature. The prices were modest, prompting many, including Heiyu, to make purchases. However, the contents were disorganized and some were mere conjectures, rendering them inferior to the comprehensive summaries compiled by the Alliance. A brief glance from Heiyu revealed the disparity, despite being merely a breeding apprentice. His perspective far surpassed that of the other pirates. Knowledge is the stepping stone to human advancement. At noon, the sun blazed high. The dining hall appeared somewhat desolate, with the crew reduced to just over 100. Just as everyone reveled in their newfound wealth, the current Captain Meta strode into the dining area. "Good afternoon, crew." Though a woman, her voice rang with authority. The fearsome pirates within the hall dared not underestimate her, each bowing respectfully. "Captain Meta, it is an honor to see you." "Captain Meta." "Good afternoon, Captain Meta." As she surveyed the room, her gaze flickered to Heiyu in the corner, momentarily shifting, but quickly passed. "Today, there are 2 matters at hand. First, the specific distribution of the resources acquired from the enemy pirate crew yesterday. I have posted the allocation notice at the dining hall's exit. You may view it upon leaving." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to buzz with excitement. The resources from the rival crew were substantial, rivaling their own vessel, the Great Shark. The dining hall erupted into a flurry of hushed conversations. Silence. Captain Meta's stern reprimand silenced the chatter, as all eyes turned towards the Queen of the Great Shark, reluctant to speak further. The second matter concerns the current shortage of crew members. From tomorrow onward, I ask you all to exert yourself a little more. The necessary operations aboard will require your assistance. Once we next dock at land, I will arrange for the recruitment of new members. As these words lingered, some of the more formidable crew members felt a sense of urgency. They awaited news of promotions and the appointment of a first mate, a question shared by all. Notably, Gudien, a well-known expert aboard the ship and a rival only to a select few, believed his chances of becoming first mate were higher than others, especially with his efforts to gain favor with the newly favored Heiyu. The ordinary pirates, however, were oblivious to such concerns, lost in their euphoria. "Heiyu, come with me," Captain Meta instructed before departing, addressing Heiyu in the corner. Amidst the envious gazes of his peers, Heiyu rose calmly and followed her. Before leaving, he subtly nodded at Gudien, who looked on with hopeful anticipation. Navigating the dim corridor closely behind Captain Meta, they soon arrived at the conference room. Upon entering, Heiyu's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. "My goodness!" He gasped involuntarily. The conference table was strewn with stacks of cash and baskets filled with Pokeballs. His heart raced uncontrollably, a primal instinct urging him to swallow hard as greed flickered in his eyes. "Please forgive this little pirate. I have never seen so much money before. This must amount to millions, right? And those Pokeballs, are they all captured Pokémon?" In his moment of astonishment, Heiyu forgot to address Captain Meta with the proper honorifics and blurted out his question. Captain Meta, fond of her apprentice, readily shared her insights. Indeed, the storage compartment of the opposing pirate ship contained numerous treasures. Although he managed to recover much, a portion was still lost. Stepping forward, she delicately picked up a stack of bills, inhaling their fragrant allure, the intoxicating charm of money. "Heiyu, this is rightfully yours." She handed him 2 stacks of bills, roughly estimating around 100,000 coins. Heiyu received them respectfully with both hands, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Captain Meta keenly noted the shift in his address and regarded her apprentice with a knowing look. "You possess remarkable talent. Your memory and comprehension are exceptional, traits essential for becoming a distinguished breeder." While she lauded Heiyu, her tone shifted. "However, I urge you to make a choice. Will you strive to become a powerful trainer or an exceptional breeder? Leaning back in her chair, she crossed her long legs, the hem of her gown revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. This woman, in the prime of her youth, exuded a unique allure. Heiyu raised his head, unwavering determination in his gaze as he met Captain Meta's eyes. I wish to develop simultaneously as both a trainer and a breeder. As your apprentice, I shall forever cherish your kindness. Captain Meta gazed at his face, reminiscent of a child she had lost in her past. After a moment, she chuckled lightly. You little charmer, your words are ever so pleasing. From today onward, you are my student, no longer merely an apprentice. Upon hearing this, Heiyu promptly performed a bow of apprenticeship, respectfully declaring, "Student pays respects to teacher. This is my notebook from my early studies. I present it to you as a token of my apprenticeship. Delve deeply into its contents and strive to become a breeder in due time." Captain Meta retrieved an ancient notebook from a nearby bookshelf, its elegant script and slightly curled corners suggesting it was an original manuscript. Following this, they engaged in further discussions, including the challenges Heiyu faced in his studies and breeding endeavors. Captain Meta addressed each of his queries, their bond growing ever closer, embodying the essence of a nurturing teacher and devoted student. After Heiyu left, Captain Meta sat on the bench, her delicate hands resting on her forehead as she murmured to herself, "Gudian, perhaps he is a worthy candidate to consider." Chapter 9. Crafting energy cubes. The crew of the giant shark was immersed in the euphoria of newfound wealth and victory, the demise of their comrades relegated to the recesses of their minds. On the expansive deck, Kaido orchestrated the training of his Pokémon. Corfish keenly perceived the power of water, endeavored to coalesce it, Kaido instructed, his gaze fixed intently on the crustacean Pokémon. As more and more water converged around Corfish's form, Kaido exclaimed, "Now, unleash Water Gun." Corfish propelled itself forward, its diminutive body enveloped in a torrent of water, hurtling towards the wooden target with formidable momentum. Smash! The target shattered. Corfish, with its agile appendages, landed gracefully. "Excellent, Corfish, you've finally mastered Water Gun," Kaido praised, approaching the Pokémon. Among the trio, Corfish had demonstrated the most significant progress, ascending to level 19, a feat attributable to substantial resource allocation. To cultivate its inherited dragon dance, Kaido had even beseeched Madame Meta, his mentor, for a vial of Cedra's blood. Cedra, a pseudo-dragon, possessed blood imbued with draconic essence, intended to stimulate Corfish's perception of dragon-type energy. However, the results proved disappointing. Dragon Dance remained elusive, prompting a shift in focus to another inherited move, Water Gun. Gibble's training centered on its Sandveil ability. Through diligent practice, Gibble could now manipulate acceleration with considerable finesse. While this rapid acceleration taxed Gibble's stamina, it yielded electrifying velocity. Wingull had acclimated adeptly to the maritime winds. Capable of reconnaissance within a kilometer's radius, its level steadily increasing. Despite the rapid progress, Kaido recognized the lurking perils of the sea, the tranquil surface concealing turbulent depths. Perched on the ship's railing, Kaido contemplated the deceptively serene azure expanse. "It's time to prioritize learning how to craft energy cubes," he resolved. Energy cubes, a remarkable concoction, combined basic fruits and rare herbs to create potent energy supplements. They amplified ordinary energy exponentially, providing invaluable nutrients for Pokémon growth. Crafting energy cubes demanded immense focus, requiring precision to the milligram, honed through relentless practice. Madame Meta meticulously placed a fruit into a compact machine, her keen eyes scrutinizing the data display, her concentration unwavering. Kaido stood attentively, absorbing his mentor's instructions. Every breeder skilled in energy cube creation was a veritable revenue engine. The energy cubes about to materialize exemplified this. Ordinary berries, valued at a few dozen poke dollars, were transformed into 5 amber energy cubes, each worth thousands. An exorbitant profit margin. Kaido's eyes gleamed with ambition. Mastery of this craft would alleviate his financial burdens. "No wonder I couldn't find any breeder's manuals on the market," he mused. Such lucrative knowledge would never be relinquished to the masses by the established families. A flicker of resentment flashed in Kaido's eyes, a renewed awareness of the world's skewed social structure. "Here, try this," Madame Meta offered, removing her gloves and carefully extracting a small energy cube with tweezers. "It's made with Hondu berries and will enhance a Pokémon's physical resilience." Kaido released Corphish. Emerging from its Pokeball, Corphish detected the alluring aroma and was immediately captivated. Its gaze fixated on the energy cubes within the machine. Madame Meta, charmed by Corphish's eagerness, indulged her affection for Pokémon. "Here." Before the amber energy cube could settle, Corphish snatched it with its pincers and devoured it. An expression of pure bliss washed over Corphish as it savored the treat, its eyes closing in contentment. "Consider this energy cube maker yours," Madame Meta announced, departing the room. "Practice diligently and replenish your supplies from the warehouse." Before leaving, she added, "Refrain from tackling specialized energy cubes initially. Start with the basics." Kaido retrieved Madame Meta's handwritten compendium, brimming with breeders' lore and dozens of energy cube recipes, including those for restoring stamina and healing injuries, as well as the special formula for enhancing physical prowess. His gaze landed on the final recipe. Its effects described as prolonged use may elevate a Pokémon's aptitude. However, the list of hundreds of ingredients tempered his enthusiasm. He recognized only a fraction of them, the rest unfamiliar. "The path of a breeder is long and arduous," Kaido sighed. Corphish, meanwhile, implored its trainer, its pincers gesturing towards the energy cube on the table. In the ensuing days, Kaido dedicated himself to energy cube production, enduring countless failures. He now understood the reverence accorded to energy cube crafters. Surveying the mountain of discarded materials and the misshapen lump on his workbench, Kaido mused, "No wonder my mentor emphasized perseverance above all else. I wonder how many failures she endured before achieving success." Resignedly, he loaded another berry into the miniature energy cube maker, his fingers dancing across the controls. The motions were ingrained in his muscle memory, the product of endless repetition. As the machine whirred, Kaido focused intently, his eyes glued to the oscillating needle. Time trickled by, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At a precise moment, Kaido flicked his finger. Ding! A novel sound. A flicker of elation ignited Kaido's weary eyes. A pristine white energy cube materialized in his palm, radiating warmth. Holding it to the light, he observed the translucent, jelly-like core, its surface smooth and emitting a delicate fragrance. "A basic, all-purpose energy cube for restoring stamina," he declared. Success. Chapter 10. Beneath one's own shadow in the depths of his mind, Heiyu mused, "I suppose I can consider myself a half-breeder now." Although he had yet to undergo the rigorous assessment by the Breeders' Association, the ability to create energy cubes placed him on the threshold of this esteemed craft. With ample experience and familiarity, he would soon be able to produce energy cubes with ease. Yet, after countless experiments, he had only succeeded in crafting this singular type of energy cube. He wondered how many varieties his mentor had mastered. As his thoughts drifted, he recalled the daunting challenges of the breeder's examination, which included a barrage of written questions followed by the creation of high-quality energy cubes within a set time frame. Only through success could one earn the respect of becoming a junior breeder. Heiyu glanced towards the corner, where materials he had squandered lay in waste. While breeders may be seen as profit-generating machines, the investment is substantial. No wonder my mentor held such a prominent position on the ship. During the captain's tenure, Madame Meta had been a figure of great influence aboard the Great Shark, primarily due to her monopoly over energy cubes. In these vast waters, the most sought-after resource was undoubtedly the primary water-type energy cubes, as nearly everyone possessed water attribute spirits, most of which were nurtured as primary assets. On land, energy cubes were scarce and exorbitantly priced, rendering Madame Meta's creations immensely popular. The rarity of water-type energy cubes often led to a supply that could hardly meet the demand, thus solidifying Madame Meta's esteemed status. However, Heiyu thought to himself, I should also. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. As expected, news of his energy cube production spread throughout the Great Shark, leading to an influx of visitors seeking to purchase his creations. In the days that followed, he intensified his practice, progressing from a mere success every few hundred attempts to achieving a stable success rate of 1 in 100, occasionally even 2 when fortune favored him. Half a year slipped by quietly. During this period, he occasionally raided tourist vessels, capturing rare water attribute spirits to sell on land. He also augmented his crew twice, though not significantly. The number aboard the pirate ship was steadily approaching 200. Hey you, your skills are indeed becoming more refined. The purity of this energy cube is nearly on par with my own creations, Madame Meta remarked, delicately pinching a pure white energy cube between her slender fingers. Heiyu respectfully replied, I owe much to your meticulous guidance, dear mentor. I am merely fortunate. Despite his rising status, Heiyu remained grounded, acutely aware of his place. Out of respect for both her authority and their shared interests, he continued to show profound reverence to Madame Meta. You speak with such charm, she replied, her eyes curving into a smile, evidently pleased with her student. The two engaged in further discussion, with Heiyu presenting the challenges he encountered during his studies and practical applications. Upon returning to the deck, he observed the spirits undergoing daily training. Thanks to an abundance of resources, particularly the stable supply of energy cubes, his lobster soldier had reached level 24, while the two fish had attained level 22, both nearing the pivotal threshold of evolution. Fire Sparrow, you need not scout any longer. Your level is on the brink of evolution. Focus on replenishing your energy, Heiyu said, extending his arm for Fire Sparrow to perch upon, offering careful instructions. He glanced down at a youthful newcomer, whose innocent face was marred by a mix of fear and excitement. Are these the latest arrivals? I hope they can hold their own. The great shark is in dire need of manpower, he inquired of a nearby, ordinary pirate. In the eyes of these common pirates, Heiyu had ascended to an almost unattainable status, not merely due to his association with Captain Meta, but also because of his ability to craft energy cubes, which commanded immense respect. Have I truly become Lord Heiyu? He chuckled inwardly, as he casually took the roster and skimmed through it. He noted that most entries consisted of street ruffians or individuals driven to piracy by desperation. Among them, a few had been captured, their expressions filled with terror, unable to meet the gaze of their surroundings. A particular name caught his attention, Xing Yigong. What? This chubby boy is a direct trainer from the Alliance? How did you manage to capture him? Heiyu's tone was laced with reproach. The implications of such an incident could be catastrophic if the Alliance were to discover it. The ordinary pirate hastily explained, My lord, this boy was not captured. We purchased him from the black market. At the time, we were unaware of his identity, and it was only after acquiring him that we learned he was an Alliance trainer. Through our investigations and his own account, we discovered he comes from a prominent family, but suffered defeat in factional strife, leading to his family's downfall, and ultimately he was sold into slavery on the black market. After hearing this absurd tale, Heiyu's lips twitched, deepening his understanding of the Alliance's decay. No wonder they struggled to eradicate these dark organizations. The internal conflict and corruption were beyond imagination. As the two conversed, the chubby boy stepped forward from the crowd below, brimming with misplaced confidence, declaring, Call your captain to see me. I will ransom my freedom. My family can offer him a substantial sum. Despite his youth, appearing no older than 11 or 12, his words were laced with a boldness that belied his age. A pirate guard, hearing this, immediately lunged at him, delivering a flurry of blows. Pa, what a fool. Do you really think you are an Alliance trainer? Here, you are but a prisoner. The other pirates watched nonchalantly. It was commonplace for the older to bully the newcomers, especially when the latter was an Alliance trainer. Such harassment brought immense satisfaction to the pirates. Stop. Please, let me go. The chubby boy whimpered, now reduced to a pitiful state, rolling on the ground, clutching his abdomen and head. For someone who had grown up in luxury, this was his first encounter with such pain and humiliation. His once rosy cheeks were now etched with agony, tears streaming down as he begged, Please, spare me. Yet, the more than 20 youths surrounding him remained silent, none daring to plead on his behalf or utter a word. They either gazed in horror at the unfolding scene or lowered their heads in contemplation, relieved that they were not the targets of the beating. The chubby boy, witnessing the cold indifference of his peers, felt a profound sense of desolation. His first taste of the harshness of human relations. Chapter 11. Rapid advancement. Heiyu stood at the ship's railing, gazing down at the chubby boy below, who bore the marks of a recent scuffle. In his mind, he contemplated the necessity of cultivating his own confidant aboard the giant shark. This boy, despite his current state, might prove to be of use. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Heiyu's lips. Heiyu strode confidently from the towering upper deck to the spacious main deck, approaching the pirate who was reprimanding the newcomers. In a low, commanding voice, Heiyu said, "Enough of this. Take these newcomers below deck to settle in, and leave this chubby one behind." Upon hearing this, the pirates, who had been preparing to continue their chastisement, instantly softened their demeanor, adopting a respectful attitude. They readily complied, directing several ordinary sailors to swiftly escort the newcomers into the ship's hold. Meanwhile, the chubby boy, now groaning in pain on the ground, sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Struggling to prop himself up with his hands, his rotund belly appeared almost comical as he did so. He looked up at Heiyu, his eyes flickering with a mixture of confusion and fear. "Are you the captain of this ship?" he asked cautiously. Perhaps the recent beating had stripped him of his arrogance. His tone now bore a clear note of supplication. However, he was unaware that despite Heiyu's tender age of 16, he had endured numerous life and death trials, exuding an aura of sharpness that could easily intimidate the pampered boy. "What is your name?" Heiyu inquired. The chubby boy lifted his gaze, a fawning smile creeping across his pudgy face. "I am Gong." 3 days passed in silence, and the new recruits began their arduous tasks. Due to the shortage of hands, each individual was burdened with a multitude of responsibilities. The newcomers found the work grueling, but the memory of a fellow recruit who had been cast into the sea as punishment for laziness sent shivers down their spines, compelling them to persevere. After all, none wished to meet the same fate. In the dining hall, Heiyu observed the chubby boy devouring his meal with great enthusiasm. "Are you certain this boy is only 12? Heiyu asked a nearby pirate who was counting heads. "Sir, I am not lying to you. I, too, am astonished by his appetite," the pirate replied, gazing despairingly at the towering stack of empty plates before him. Heiyu noticed the grease smudged around the boy's mouth and marveled at the sheer volume of food he consumed. Thinking to himself, this Gong eats enough for 7 or 8 adults. Unfazed by their astonished expressions, the chubby boy called out, "Chef, another plate of pasta, please." At that moment, Heiyu interjected, "All right, from now on, you will run errands for me. I will ensure you are not bullied aboard this ship." Gong patted his plump belly, a satisfied grin spreading across his face, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Recalling the scene of despair from days past, he was determined not to endure such an experience again. Just as Heiyu was about to leave the dining hall, Gong spoke up, "Sir, I hail from the Shinya family. We are one of the behind-the-scenes stakeholders in the Battle Development Zone." Heiyu casually remarked, "The Battle Development Zone? That's the one that has been generating quite a buzz lately. Isn't it?" Although his expression remained unchanged, he felt a twinge of surprise. While he had suspected the chubby boy's noble lineage, he had not anticipated the extent of his family's influence. "How did you end up here?" Heiyu inquired with genuine curiosity. "It is primarily due to internal factional struggles within our faction in the Battle Development Zone. We were deemed expendable, akin to being exiled," Gong whispered, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Heiyu fell silent, reflecting on the truth of his words. Where there are people, there are conflicts. Where there are conflicts, there is strife. He regarded Gong with a mix of sympathy and patience as he listened further. "Boss, I pledge my loyalty to you. Please, grant me a place at your table aboard this pirate ship, and I will follow you faithfully." From that day forth, the pirates aboard the giant shark noted the presence of the chubby boy frequently shadowing Heiyu. Whether it was in receiving guests or trading energy cubes, it was almost always Gong who took the lead. Heiyu appeared to have appointed him as a spokesperson, and Gong transformed from a beleaguered newcomer into a prominent figure aboard the ship. Meanwhile, the lobster soldier enthusiastically waved its sharp pincers, eyes sharp and focused. With each strike, it accurately snapped at the airborne bubbles, popping them with precision. This activity served not only as amusement, but also as essential training for the creature. As a lobster soldier, its pincers were its pride and weapon of choice. Heiyu recognized this and designed the training to enhance the lobster soldier's skill in wielding its pincers. Through repeated practice, the lobster soldier's reaction speed and accuracy improved remarkably. The creature performed admirably, managing to pop all 20 bubbles before they could touch the ground. Heiyu couldn't help but commend its performance, tossing a restorative energy cube as a reward. The lobster soldier deftly caught the cube and eagerly consumed it, reveling in the treat bestowed by its master, filled with joy. Seeing the lobster soldier's contentment, Heiyu chuckled. You truly never miss a chance when it comes to food. Clearly, he was quite pleased with the lobster soldier's progress. During these moments of leisure, Heiyu chose to delve deeper into various scholarly pursuits or enhance his proficiency in crafting energy cubes. Every day, Heiyu continued to advance at an astonishing pace. Chapter 12. The beak Pokémon for the pirates adrift upon the vast ocean. Time is an elusive concept. Were it not for alarms and calendars, they might have long forgotten its passage. Little fatty, I remarked, is it necessary? Money is so filthy, and you spend your days sniffing it. Black Feather gazed at Hoshino Yumi with exasperation. Undeterred, the little rotund figure brought even more currency to his nose, inhaling the distinctive scent of wealth. Be cautious. This alliance currency was pried from the hands of the deceased. It may harbor harmful bacteria. You could fall ill one day, Black Feather warned, shaking his head. Huh. A heartfelt inquiry pales in comparison to a sum of riches. Hoshino Yumi replied, his expression mischievous. Isn't a 5 commission sufficient? All you need to do is run an errand, Black Feather retorted, though he held a favorable view of Hoshino Yumi, who had a knack for selling items at prices far exceeding their original worth. After all, it meant greater profits for him. Boss, when will the next batch of energy cubes be ready? Hoshino Yumi's cherubic face gleamed with eagerness. I can hardly wait. Do you take me for an unflagging machine? You must wait at least half a month, Black Feather replied curtly as he turned to exit the dining area. Unlike Hoshino Yumi, who seemed preoccupied with food, he had more pressing matters at hand. Meanwhile, Hoshino Yumi resumed his indulgence in a large smoked chicken. On deck, facing the howling sea wind, Black Feather spread his arms wide, savoring the briny air, the unique scent of the ocean. Go forth, Fire Sparrow, he commanded, releasing a Pokeball that burst forth in radiant light. Fire Sparrow soared with its vibrant red wings, circling overhead twice before gracefully landing on the ship's railing. Black Feather watched with satisfaction as the avian creature had now adapted to flying over the sea. Today, the same as usual, catching Pokémon over the water, Black Feather instructed. This was part of his unique training regimen. Fire Sparrow possessed the ability Keen Eye, which translated to an unerring accuracy in its attacks. Research had shown that Pokémon with this trait often exhibited superior vision compared to their peers, a hidden talent indeed. With its hawk-like eyes fixed on the tranquil surface of the sea, Black Feather remained patient, standing silently beside it. Suddenly, in an instant, Fire Sparrow's talons gripped the air, and it shot down towards the water like a bolt of lightning. Fire Sparrow used Fury Attack. After extensive training, Fire Sparrow had mastered many moves, and Fury Attack was among its specialties. It glimmered with white light as it struck with its beak and claws, occasionally flapping its wings. Before long, a lifeless Pokémon floated to the surface of the water, its red scales glimmering and long yellow whiskers marking it unmistakably as a Magikarp. This resilient Pokémon could thrive even in the murkiest waters and was renowned for its leaping abilities. Excellent. Fire Sparrow, a well-deserved feast, Black Feather remarked as Fire Sparrow finished its battle, showing no signs of fatigue. Although the Magikarp was nearly devoid of flesh, consisting mostly of scales and bones, it offered just enough meat for a light snack. Continue, Fire Sparrow. With a command, Fire Sparrow swiftly consumed the remains, its sharp beak stained with traces of blood. As hours passed, Fire Sparrow's training came to a close for the day, yielding considerable results. It encountered dozens of Pokémon, with over 90% being Magikarp, but it also unexpectedly captured a Goldeen, a delightful surprise. Despite its low level and average potential, Its adorable appearance was endearing to many girls. Black Feather had no intention of keeping it for himself. He chose to hand it over to Hoshino Yumi to sell to the pirates aboard the ship. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. This was a sign of evolution. Fire Sparrow was about to evolve, although he had anticipated this moment. Its arrival was surprisingly abrupt. In a flash, the radiant light dissipated, revealing a large, brownish Pokémon with a sharply pointed beak and a crest atop its head. It was the Beak Pokémon. Wonderful! Beak Pokémon, you have finally evolved. Now you can take me flying. Black Feather exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had long awaited this moment, the dream of flight, a universal aspiration among humanity, and he was no exception. Ugh! The Beak Pokémon cried out enthusiastically, its sharp beak capable of piercing any prey, its fierce visage mirroring its temperament. Yet, it was gentle with Black Feather, having been nurtured since its infancy. Climbing onto its back, Black Feather felt the warmth of its feathers beneath him. He took out his Pokédex. Beep, beep, beep. Beak Pokémon, a bird-type Pokémon, level 20, height 1. 3 meters, weight 40 kilograms. Exceeding average metrics, well-developed. Known moves: Glare, Growl, Peck, Pursuit, Bite, Drill Peck, Fury Attack, Wing Attack, and Mimic. As the data concluded, Black Feather's face lit up with delight. The Beak Pokémon had learned Drill Peck, a signature move with an impressive power rating of 80. Beak Pokémon, can you take me flying? Black Feather asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ugh! The Beak Pokémon screeched, lowering one wing as an invitation for Black Feather to mount. As soon as Black Feather secured himself, the Beak Pokémon ascended rapidly. Though its speed and altitude weren't remarkable among Pokémon, it was exceptionally swift in takeoff. Perched atop the Beak Pokémon's back, Black Feather gazed down at the gradually shrinking ship, the Great Shark. As the distance widened, his initial apprehension dissipated. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he shouted, "Wahoo!" In that moment, he experienced unparalleled liberation and ease, casting aside all worries and burdens. Soaring through the skies, he reveled in an extraordinary sensation that captivated him entirely. He savored this rare moment, embracing the beauty and wonder of nature. The clouds above shifted in mesmerizing patterns, sometimes delicate as gossamer, other times tumultuous like waves. Abritaking spectacle. Occasionally, flying Pokémon flitted past, their forms glimmering in the sunlight, creating a stunning tableau against the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Black Feather quietly admired the scenery, his heart light with joy. This was the most relaxed he had felt since arriving in this world, free of any encumbrances or anxieties. Only the profound joy and tranquility within. Meanwhile, above the Great Shark, Lady Mida stood by the window, gazing at the figure soaring through the sky, lost in thought. Perhaps you should not be like me, forever trapped in the sea. The freedom of land is yours. The president of the Alliance, Chairman Damaranchi, is fervently reforming matters. With your talent and breeding, you might soar to great heights, rising above. Watching that silhouette and hearing the jubilant cries, Lady Mida's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The reason she took Black Feather as her apprentice was not only due to his talent, but also because his cleverness reminded her of her late son. Yet, after a year of companionship and careful guidance, she had come to regard Black Feather as family. After all, even a stone can learn to feel. What more can be said of a human? Madame Meda's exquisite visage revealed a hint of self-mockery as she muttered to herself, as a ruthless pirate. How is it that I find myself harboring emotions within? It seems I have truly regressed. Chapter 13. Cleansing Identity as the ship drew nearer to the shore. Excitement filled the air for the upcoming adventures in the Hoenn region. Heiyu sat by the window, perusing through his books, filled with joy at the prospect of ensuring the well-being of his Pokémon. Catch this, he exclaimed, tossing a vibrant blue energy cube. The claw of a lobster soldier swiftly snatched it, never having failed in its task of receiving nourishment. With a satisfied burp, the lobster soldier resumed its training. I cannot afford to be idle either. It is time to learn new recipes, Heiyu mused, discovering a promising formula for a basic energy cube known as the Riptide. This particular energy cube, as noted in the cultivation journal provided by his teacher, would enhance the speed at which water-type Pokémon could sense energy, effectively accelerating their level progression. Having already mastered several basic energy cubes, Heiyu was ready to embrace a greater challenge. He retrieved a simple energy cube-making machine from the cupboard and began assembling the necessary components. Each ingredient must be measured with precision, neither too much nor too little. The stirring time and intensity were equally crucial. The meticulous nature of energy cube production often led to a slow pace for most cultivators. After placing the mixture into a compressor, it would solidify before entering the final drying phase, during which spices could be added to entice Pokémon. Since Heiyu's creations were meant for his own Pokémon, the flavor needed only to be palatable. Complexity and aroma was unnecessary. The inherent fragrance of the energy cubes alone would suffice to attract his little gluttons. To his astonishment, the first attempt was a success. Could I truly be a genius? Heiyu pondered, gazing at the petite azure energy cube with a smile. However, subsequent attempts, 2, 3, and even 4, ended in failure. I knew it was merely luck, he sighed, reminding himself that maintaining a success rate of 1 in 5 was still a notable improvement. For half a day, Heiyu immersed himself in the creation of energy cubes, locking himself in his room. With over 300 attempts, he successfully crafted more than 20 cubes. The finished products gleamed a sky-blue hue, exuding a faint briny aroma. And under sunlight, one could see the gentle ripples of water within. Very good indeed. I should present these to my teacher for her guidance, he thought to himself. Resolute in his decision, he exited his room after advising his Pokémon, making his way toward the ship's upper deck. The summer sea breeze carried a comforting warmth, and under the midday sun, one could hardly venture out without sunscreen. Otherwise, one would soon bear the stark contrast of sunburned skin. Arriving at the door, Heiyu gently pushed it open. This door, once foreign, had become familiar. Compared to a year prior, he now traversed Madame Meta's room freely. The days of timid knocks and cautious entry were long gone. His status had undergone a remarkable transformation. At times, he even shared light-hearted jokes, eliciting laughter from Madame Meta. With a smile, he approached her at the desk. "Teacher, I have created a new energy cube and would appreciate your insights." He extended the box toward her, eager for her critique. Her eyes reflected a mixture of concern and hope. "With your talent, you should not remain hidden here. Do you truly wish to perish in a pirate's skirmish, your body sinking silently into the depths?" Madame Meta pressed, raising an existential query. "The Hoenn League is rumored to hold a grand event in a year, an excellent opportunity for young talents like you to make a name for themselves." As she approached Heiyu, her gaze softened with maternal affection. Though only 17, Heiyu held a decent stature, bolstered by the rigorous training and nutrition he had received. Madame Meta gently caressed his cheek, murmuring, "You resemble someone I once knew." Heiyu tensed, lowering his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. She turned to her safe and retrieved an identity card, declaring, "This is a forged identification. From today onward, you're a legitimate trainer of the League. The reverse side contains a record of your experiences. Memorize it and destroy it immediately." Heiyu hesitated before accepting the card, flipping it over to see it laden with detailed information about his new identity. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He had once dreamed of escaping this place, believing it an unattainable goal, yet now Madame Meta offered him a path out. "Teacher, what about you? Will you spend your life in constant fear?" Heiyu dared to probe her stance. Madame Meta smiled softly, swaying gracefully towards him, her slender finger playfully tapping his forehead. "You little rascal, now you concern yourself with your teacher?" She sighed, a glimmer of longing in her eyes. "In a few years, I may seek a tranquil village to establish a small breeding house and spend my remaining days in peace. Is that true, teacher?" Heiyu couldn't help but inquire. She nodded, her eyes sparkling. "Yes, my child. Sometimes, one must relinquish the past to pursue true inner peace." Heiyu contemplated her words, realizing that even the mightiest individuals harbor tender hearts, yearning for their own serene corners, far from the chaos of the world. Chapter 14, Orange City, a place where humanity communicates with nature. Heiyu stood on the bustling street, gazing vacantly at this vibrant city. The streets were alive with the flow of vehicles, and towering skyscrapers reached towards the sky. Whether it be his ruthless demeanor or his cautious personality, the transformation instigated by Madame Meta was undeniably significant. If, by some stroke of fate, his name were to be inscribed on a glorious page of the Alliance's history, he would not forget his mentor. Dressed in a simple adventurer's outfit, Heiyu wandered through the streets like an ordinary person. To his surprise, the dojo in Orange City had yet to be established, indicating that the timeline was somewhat premature. He perused the information in his Pokédex, contemplating his next move. After careful consideration, he decided to first visit the Pokémon Center to settle in. As evening fell, Heiyu found himself in the restaurant of the Pokémon Center. Seated in a corner, he enjoyed his dinner while his lobster Pokémon and lure fish relished their own Pokémon food beside him. Many other trainers surrounded him, accompanied by smaller Pokémon. After all, if someone were to bring an Onix, Nurse Joy would certainly demonstrate that her Chansey was not to be trifled with. This was the essence of a true adventure. Heiyu savored the complimentary meal before him. His identity had been reformed, allowing him to assume the status of a direct trainer. He was entitled to various privileges, including free food and lodging at the Pokémon Center, and the ability to bypass ordinary trainers during healing sessions. Such were the privileges of a direct trainer. His fabricated identity bore no flaws. With parents who were guardians of Small Island, he had grown up there, utterly alone. Beyond the city lay the renowned Orange Forest, where countless adventurers sought rare Pokémon offspring and extraordinary treasures. Approaching a self-service machine, Heiyu inserted his identity card, displaying a wealth of information. He had memorized these details, and anyone who inquired would find no discrepancies. It was no wonder so many aspired to become direct trainers of the Alliance. The hidden exchange list alone would astonish the general public. Heiyu scanned the array of treasures on the machine: starter Pokémon, items, energy cubes, and countless other goods. All available for direct trainers of the Alliance, provided they possessed Alliance points. These points could only be earned by completing tasks as a direct trainer. This was a breeding manual. Heiyu perused the list and discovered the breeding manual dedicated to his lobster Pokémon, requiring 200 points. A typical starter Pokémon would fetch around 2 million in the black market, with prices fluctuating based on inherited moves and individual traits, but generally, it remained within that range. In the Direct Trainers Alliance exchange list, it demanded 2,000 points, implying that 10 points equated to 10,000 Alliance coins. Heiyu now understood the firm grip the Alliance held over its dominion, enticing ordinary talents to acquire direct status. The common folk had no choice but to comply, as the Alliance's monopoly over knowledge was exceedingly severe, even if one were fortunate enough to capture a quasi-deity in the wild. Lacking the corresponding breeding methods would ultimately squander the Pokémon's potential. What truly ensnared ordinary trainers was this seemingly inconspicuous breeding manual, compiled from centuries of Alliance experience. The methods for breeding Pokémon were not easily shaken by an ordinary individual. Even a genius from the common folk would find it futile. Fortunately, he had boarded the Alliance ship, and now his goal was to acquire Alliance points to exchange with a breeding manual for lure fish. Was it due to his direct status within the Alliance? Heiyu quickly surmised the thoughts lingering in the minds of those around him. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he approached the front desk and said, "Hello, Nurse Joy. I would like to apply for proof to challenge the Alliance." Nurse Joy, clad in a pink and white nurse's uniform, smiled warmly as she accepted the identity card Heiyu extended, placing it upon the computer. She disregarded the other trainer who was processing their business, a clear benefit of having direct status. The individuals in line behind him were unfazed, offering only envious glances at Heiyu, as if all of this were entirely natural. "Very well, esteemed trainer Heiyu, please fill in your information," Nurse Joy said, extending her delicate hand, indicating for Heiyu to operate the screen. Name: Heiyu. Gender: male. Age: 17. Born in the Hoenn region, Little Sandy Island. Current age: 17. Existing Pokémon: lobster Pokémon, lure fish. Travel range: Kanto region, Hoenn region. He refrained from listing his big mouth sparrow, keeping it as a trump card, an instinctive habit. Heiyu briefly filled in the required information, opting to omit the levels of his Pokémon and his trainer rank, considering them private details. Nurse Joy observed this without any hint of displeasure, continuing her soft-spoken demeanor, although she had a task to scout for talent for her family. Heiyu's actions were evidently misaligned with her objectives. But what did it matter? As long as he required treatment at the Pokémon Center, he could not escape the extensive information network established by her family. Regardless of the Pokémon or the speed of progress, all would inevitably enter her family's database. Such was the confidence emanating from a family that never fell from grace. Since the establishment of the Pokémon Alliance a millennium ago, countless families had risen and fallen, some reaching great heights only to succumb to the ravages of time, fading into obscurity. Only the Joy and Junsha families remained eternally prosperous. Nurse Joy's gentle tone drew envious gazes from those around her. While she smiled at them, the likelihood of her adopting such a tender tone was nearly impossible, given that they were mere ordinary trainers. Heiyu then proceeded to arrange his overnight accommodation. Though he possessed ample Alliance coins, he saw no reason to squander them. The rooms at the Pokémon Center surpassed most hotels. That night, as he lay in bed, Heiyu couldn't help but think of the greedy little chubby fellow aboard the shark ship, pondering, without that little glutton, many matters will require my direct attention. With a heart full of dreams for the future, Heiyu spent his first night on land. Chapter 15. Warm-up battle the following day. In the early morning, Black Feather awoke and made his way to the dining hall of the Pokémon Center to satisfy his hunger. The complimentary food was indeed delightful. He gazed at the curry meat sauce noodles before him, a look of sheer satisfaction on his face. The privileges granted to direct line trainers by the Alliance were evident in every aspect of their lives. The lobster soldier waved its claws, appearing as lively as ever. However, Black Feather astutely detected a hint of lethargy in its demeanor. Could it be that the lobster soldier was dehydrated? Upon touching its body, he realized that its shell was not as moist as usual, but rather warm and dry. It turned out to be a lack of water. Black Feather suddenly recalled that, despite being an amphibious Pokémon, the lobster soldier required regular hydration. Otherwise, it would become listless and prone to drowsiness. This knowledge was all outlined in the nurturing manual. If it were a common trainer, it would likely take a considerable amount of time to discern such a thing. Some less perceptive individuals might never realize it at all. Without delay, Black Feather hurried to the front desk to reserve a bathing room for the lobster soldier to refresh itself. The little creature excitedly scuttled forward with its 6 tiny legs. The lobster soldier waved its claws in the air, displaying an eager demeanor. Black Feather crouched down and tapped the lobster soldier's claws, exchanging a unique greeting between them. Excellent. The lobster soldier was full of spirit. Perhaps if he brought along a few female lobsters, they could produce little ones right away. The lobster soldier looked puzzled, prompting Black Feather to decide to take it for a proper battle. Some individuals had already set off on their journeys, backpacks slung over their shoulders, while others remained lazily asleep. Good morning, Nurse Joy. Good morning, Trainer Black Feather, she replied. Black Feather leaned in and said, Nurse Joy, could you kindly find me a sparring partner? Their strength need not be too formidable, just someone with less than a year of travel experience. Nurse Joy smiled and nodded, turning to operate her computer. The Pokémon Center was a well-equipped establishment, containing battle arenas as well. Ordinary trainers had to rent these facilities and would be liable for any damages incurred. However, as an esteemed Alliance trainer, Black Feather faced no such inconveniences. All expenses were covered by the Alliance. Trainer Black Feather, please hold on. At this hour, it appears that no one is seeking Pokémon battles. Nurse Joy apologized with her hands clasped together. Black Feather was not perturbed. He was in no rush and welcomed the opportunity to converse with Nurse Joy and gather some information. As a well-respected figure, she was undoubtedly a fountain of knowledge. Drawing upon his memories from 2 lifetimes, Black Feather engaged her in light-hearted banter, which elicited a melodious laugh from her. Oh my, I didn't realize you were so entertaining, Trainer Black Feather. She giggled, her hands delicately covering her mouth, releasing a sound akin to ringing silver bells. Black Feather seized the moment to fortify their rapport. No need for formalities, just call me Black Feather. By the way, I don't believe I know your full name. I'm Joy Lin. You could just call me Lin, she responded warmly. All right, Lin. Just as their conversation grew lively, an alarm rang from the computer. Black Feather, Your opponent has been matched. Upon hearing Nurse Joy's announcement, Black Feather turned to scan the hall. Sure enough, he spotted a boy of similar age to him standing by a self-service machine, his eyes glinting with fiery determination. Following the directions on the broadcast screen, he made his way to an outdoor battle arena. Are you my opponent? Remember, the one who will defeat you is me, the opposing trainer dramatically declared, uttering a line so cringeworthy that Black Feather felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wasted no time and initiated the battle. Go, Lobster Soldier. The boy threw a Pokeball, releasing a common sight from the Hoenn region, a Snorant. Black Feather swiftly retrieved his Pokédex, scanning the opponent to reveal information about the Snorant. Snorant, the Snow Hat Pokémon, Ice-type. Its zigzagging movement is attributed to its overwhelming curiosity towards various objects. The data was scant. To fully comprehend a Pokémon's details, one would need to scan it closely with the Pokeball. Given the current circumstances, that was not feasible. But Black Feather was unconcerned. He promptly released the Lobster Soldier. With a flash of white light, the excited Lobster Soldier brandished its proud claws, eyes brimming with combat fervor. Lobster Soldier, use Bubble Beam, Black Feather commanded, taking the initiative to test the waters. Use Sand Attack to block. The opposing trainer responded promptly, demonstrating a level of skill not typical of novices. Light blue bubbles shot forth from the Lobster Soldier's claws. Most were shattered by the sand, but a few managed to slip through, heading straight for the Snorant. Charge in with Tackle and teach it a lesson. The Snorant gathered a milky white energy atop its head and dashed toward the Lobster Soldier with agility. Close combat. Lobster Soldier, use Double Hit. Black Feather, somewhat surprised, nevertheless issued the command. The Lobster Soldier reacted swiftly, expertly raising its two sturdy claws. It deftly blocked the Snorant's fierce tackle with one claw and immediately swung the other, landing a rapid blow to the Snorant's side. The Snorant cried out in pain, propelled backward by the force of the attack, skidding several meters before finally coming to a halt. Don't give a chance. Finish it off with Bubble Beam. Black Feather's cold voice resonated once more. The Lobster Soldier sprang into action, opening its claws and unleashing a torrent of densely packed bubbles that rained down upon the Snorant, quickly engulfing it. As the barrage of bubbles continued to increase, the Snorant's strength dwindled. Snorant, the opposing trainer wailed, rushing forward to forcefully clear away the mountain of bubbles and embrace his utterly exhausted Snorant. Black Feather approached slowly, casting a glance at the Lobster Soldier, which still seemed eager for more. He gently reassured, "Fear not. This was merely a warm-up battle. This afternoon, I shall ensure you have all the excitement you desire." Chapter 16. A grand procurement. After vanquishing his opponent, Heiyu did not depart. Instead, he began to explore the battle arena at the Pokémon Center. To strengthen the Lobster Soldier, one must not solely rely on abundant experience. It is equally essential to learn from the strengths of others and observe various Pokémon battles, as it will greatly benefit you. Heiyu advised the Lobster Soldier earnestly. The Lobster Soldier nodded seriously, regardless of whether he comprehended the advice. Meanwhile, Miss Joy at the Pokémon Hall was monitoring the surveillance screens, which displayed Heiyu's recent battle. He dispatched his opponent in just 2 moves. Could it be the adaptability ability? Miss Joy speculated. This was not a difficult deduction. One could easily ascertain from appearances alone. The Lobster Soldier's other 2 abilities were Hypercutter and Shell Armor. Pokémon endowed with these traits typically exhibited distinctive physical characteristics, such as more robust pincers or a tougher, smoother shell. Since Heiyu's Lobster Soldier lacked these traits, it could only be attributed to the hidden ability, Adaptability. As noon approached, Heiyu concluded his lunch at the Pokémon Center, and it was no exaggeration to say that he could reside there for a lifetime. With food, drinks, and lodging all complimentary, there was nothing to fret about. He decided to investigate how to earn alliance points. He approached the self-service machine, inserted his identity card, and began to browse. He discovered that to earn points, one must complete tasks issued by the Alliance. Task ID 5655-758-6565. Task requirement: collect various poison-type Pokémon toxins, venom sacs, poison threads, and poison needles. Task reward: 100,000 to 200,000 Alliance coins. subject to professional evaluation, negotiable for long-term purchases. Task ID 8583-588-3669. Task requirement: purchase a high-quality swallow with at least one inherited move. Task reward: 150,000 to 200,000 Alliance coins, price negotiable. Task ID 5503-366-9523. Task requirement: guard an orchard in the outskirts from Pokémon disturbances, requiring strong personnel with at least one Pokémon of level 30 or higher, preferably avian. Task reward: 30,000 Alliance coins or equivalent value in berries. Heiyu briefly scanned the tasks, noting that they fell into two categories. The first type could be accepted by anyone, with rewards typically in Alliance coins. From the perspective of the issuer, these tasks were likely privately published, with the Alliance merely serving as a platform. After all, the Alliance's regulations stipulate that all transactions involving Pokémon must undergo their review and supervision. The second type of tasks could only be accepted by those with official Alliance affiliation, with rewards usually in Alliance points, suggesting these were likely officially published by the Alliance. Task ID 3673-862-6856. Task requirement: collaborate with law enforcement officers to eliminate a swarm of stun spore bugs along the outskirts of the Orange Blossom Forest. An interview at the police station is required upon task acceptance. Task reward: 200 Alliance points. Long-term validity. Task ID 1-828-686-8655. Task requirement: long-term purchase of high-quality evolution stones and premium Pokémon items, subject to professional evaluation. Task reward: points calculated based on quality. Long-term validity. Task ID 3573-858-3387. Task requirement: long-term purchase of topographical maps of the Orange Blossom Forest, evaluated by machines. Task reward: points calculated based on information value. Long-term validity. After considerable contemplation, Heiyu concluded that tasks requiring Alliance points were notably time-consuming and cumbersome. Ultimately, he decided to accept the last task regarding map creation, alongside several tasks aimed at accumulating Alliance coins. This would allow him to train his Pokémon in the Orange Blossom Forest while simultaneously fulfilling multiple objectives. Heiyu was also eager to witness how the lobster soldier performed in terrestrial battles, as opposed to those on the sea. Outdoor confrontations were inherently more visceral and intense than indoor matches. He accepted 3 tasks in total, including the mapping task and the collection of toxins and swallow. You might wonder why he did not first note down the required items and gather them before submitting the original task. Indeed, such an approach would be more efficient. However, other trainers were not foolish. For tasks like acquiring a swallow, one could easily be outpaced by others if not vigilant. Therefore, it was essential to first procure some outdoor survival gear. After accepting the tasks, Heiyu did not set off immediately. Outdoor survival was no trivial matter, and he needed to be thoroughly prepared. Conveniently, he still had a batch of energy blocks that had yet to be sold. He opened his Pokédex to search for a store that purchased energy blocks. Unfortunately, he discovered a disheartening reality. Such stores already had long-term partnerships with breeders. Unless the energy blocks were of a particularly niche effect, they were unlikely to be purchased. The quality of your energy blocks is commendable, but their effects are too singular, limited to stamina recovery and growth acceleration. Our store already has established partnerships with breeders, so we want to consider external purchases. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Heiyu exited the shop. He had heard such sentiments multiple times before, and his mood inevitably soured. Must I resort to the black market again? Heiyu never anticipated that on his first day ashore, he would once again have to engage with the black market, a realm notorious for its lack of order and inherent dangers. It appeared that producing too many of the same type of energy block was not beneficial after all. He ultimately resolved to venture to the black market. After all, he could not allow this batch of energy blocks to remain unsold. Although the black market was clandestine, there were several ways to locate it. Besides seeking recommendations from underground contacts, the simplest method was to find street thugs, as they were often well-informed. He approached a dimly lit alley and found a homeless man lying on the ground. The man readily agreed to help, secretly thinking, this kid is bundled up tight. But from his voice, he sounds quite young. Perhaps I can score another haul? Noticing the glint in the man's eyes and his shifty demeanor, Heiyu released his Pokémon. The lobster soldier brandished its pincers, emitting a menacing sound. Individuals who operated in the gray areas typically responded better to displays of strength. It was only through showcasing a certain level of power that one could command respect. Having spent over a year learning under Madame Meta, Heiyu was well aware of this principle and thus flexed his muscles. Seeing that Heiyu was not to be trifled with, the homeless man obediently led the way without incident. When Heiyu presented his batch of energy blocks for sale at the black market, they were indeed in high demand, fetching prices even higher than those offered by shops within the city. As he was leaving, the vendor cheerfully remarked, "Esteemed breeder, should you have any more energy blocks for sale, please consider our humble shop first. We promise to offer you the highest price." Heiyu nodded silently, choosing not to linger in the black market any longer before departing. With over 1,000,000 Alliance coins now in his possession, it was time to contemplate acquiring a spatial backpack. Previously, Lady Meta had rewarded him with 1,000,000 Alliance coins. However, due to the extensive practice required for crafting energy cubes, he had incurred considerable expenses. Nevertheless, Heiyu's wealth remained substantial. He then entered a grand shopping mall and began to indulge in a lavish spree. Luxury balls? Absolutely. Space backpacks? Certainly. Multifunctional folding bicycles? Without a doubt. Versatile outdoor survival tents? Of course. Truly, it is a marvel of DevWin Corporation. After spending nearly 1,000,000 Alliance coins, he obtained merely the most basic membership card. As Heiyu exited the commercial building, he caressed the exquisite membership card in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim. After all, he was not short on funds. He had already stabilized the production of energy cubes, so he might as well provide the finest, nurturing environment for his sprites. Chapter 17. Orange Blossom Forest. The Orange Blossom Forest, a majestic woodland in the Hoenn region, lies adjacent to Route 104, connecting the cities of Orange Blossom and Canas. Within its verdant expanse dwell numerous low-tier bug-type Pokémon, such as the Caterpie. Yet, it has also been home to some rare creatures. Reports have surfaced on forums claiming sightings of Slacketh and Corphish utilizing Bubble Beam, while Sharpedo unleashes Psychic Fangs. Fear not, Spearow, intercept from above to prevent their escape. A fierce clash reverberates through the forest as a Spearow bursts through the canopy, its keen eyes scanning the ground below. Perish, just as a Swellow ascends into the sky. Believing it has evaded the terrifying human below, the Spearow's razor-sharp beak strikes, drawing blood from its wing. Despite Swellow's resilient nature, it winces in pain, its body tilting as it begins to plummet. Go Pokeball! The three black-feathered Pokémon approach quietly, their gazes fixated on the Pokeball. 1, 2, 3. Ding! The Pokeball finally ceases its tremors, and Black Feather exhales in relief, stepping forward to retrieve it and activate the Pokédex. Beep beep beep, Swellow. The Swallow Pokémon, normal flying type, height 0. 3 meters, weight 2. 5 kilograms, well developed. No moves, growl peck, focus energy, quick attack, supersonic. Fearless in the face of even the mightiest foe, it possesses the tenacity to remain undeterred even in defeat. When hungry, it cries out loudly. Upon reading the information displayed on the Pokédex, a smile graces Black Feather's face. He has successfully captured 4 Swellow, and at last, one possesses a hereditary move. An excellent specimen that meets his requirements. Currently, he is tasked with capturing Swellow, a mission deemed not overly challenging, requiring a Pokémon of high potential endowed with inherited moves. He had previously captured 3, regrettably devoid of any unique abilities, each rather ordinary. This particular Swellow has inherited Supersonic, a commendable supportive skill capable of emitting special sound waves to confuse foes. This one will suffice for the task submission, while the remaining 3 can be sold in the black market. Black Feather stowed the Pokeball in his spatial backpack, contemplating. This venture serves not only to fulfill his task and earn rewards and alliance points, but also as an excellent opportunity for training and synergy among his Pokemon. Hit hit. Corphish scuttled closer, its pincers raised in a gesture of expectation. Black Feather smiled gently. Rest assured, you shall receive your due reward. He extracted a piece of jerky from his backpack, an item he procured from the marketplace, imbued with unknown ingredients, highly favored by Corfish. It served as a delightful snack for his Pokémon. After instructing Spearow to remain vigilant, Black Feather commenced setting up camp nearby, simultaneously sketching a topographical map. While it is likely that such peripheral areas have been charted by others, rendering submissions fruitless for points, it is better to have something than nothing. This endeavor also affords him the chance to enhance his cartographic skills. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night cloaked the forest in profound silence. Nestled within his sturdy tent, Black Feather succumbed to slumber, confident in the tent's robust construction, reputed to withstand the assaults of Pokémon below level 40. Although prolonged use may lead to deterioration, it provides him ample time to escape if necessary. Indeed, one pays for quality. Aside from its durability, the tent boasts numerous features, including insulation, moisture resistance, and the ability to dry cold winds. Made tomorrow's task unfold smoothly. As Black Feather's consciousness faded, he drifted into dreams. In a secluded part of the forest, a serpentine Pokémon adorned with grotesque patterns engaged in a brutal struggle with a massive white feline. The two exchanged glances filled with enmity, a primal hatred etched into their very genes, an animosity born of bloodlines. Despite their injuries, neither Pokémon exhibited any intent to retreat. They hurled themselves into the fray once more. The following morning, Black Feather stirred awake. Good morning, everyone. After preparing breakfast for his Pokémon, he began his own meal, simple fare consisting of biscuits, water, and a bottle of nutrient solution. This product, a sensation in the marketplace, is a staple for adventurers, providing a day's worth of nutrition in a single small bottle. His Pokémon feasted heartily, devouring their meals and energy cubes, replenishing enough energy for a full day of activity. Before departing, Black Feather directed several Pokémon to employ their skills on the surrounding terrain, ensuring that any lingering traces of his presence were obliterated before his exit. Following his trainer's command, Spearow dove into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. As Black Feather strolled through the forest, the once occasional chorus of cicadas and birdsong faded into an eerie silence. He realized he must have entered the core of the Orange Blossom Forest, where the Pokémon generally possess superior strength compared to the outskirts. Caution is paramount. This inaugural exploration ignited a flicker of anxiety within him. However, the sight of the excited Corfish offered some reassurance. Just as he steeled himself, a piercing cry pierced the air. It was Spearow. Caw! Spearow swooped down rapidly, stirring up a cloud of dust. Black Feather hurriedly inquired about its well-being. Caw! Caw! Spearow gestured emphatically, and Black Feather gleaned the gist. Two Pokémon ahead were locked in combat, their levels at least equal to his own. Are they higher than your level? Black Feather asked. Spearow, now at level 24, may be the weakest in his team, yet its level remains commendable. Higher than Spearow? Black Feather pondered, contemplating whether to investigate further. Despite their superior levels, the two Pokémon were currently embroiled in a fierce battle. Would this not present an opportune moment to capitalize on their distraction? Moreover, even if his attempt were to fail with the combined might of his three Pokémon, could he not safely withdraw? Seizing the moment, Spearow lead the way, but tread lightly. We must not disturb those battling Pokémon. With renewed determination, Black Feather followed Spearow through the underbrush, gradually attuning to the escalating sounds of combat. At last, he beheld the true forms of the two battling Pokémon. Indeed, it was a superior and a Minccino. Chapter 18. Task Submission. The Spoon Snake and the Mongoose Slash are sworn enemies, their battles etched deeply into their genetic memories. For generations, these two creatures have been entangled in a relentless struggle, and whenever they cross paths, one must inevitably perish. The challenge of allowing both the Spoon Snake and the Mongoose Slash to coexist has perplexed researchers for countless years. It seems that today I, the fisherman, am destined to witness a resolution. Black Feather could not help but feel a surge of joy from his prior studies. He had never encountered a Spoon Snake or a Mongoose Slash that voluntarily retreated. Their fights would invariably continue until one fell. The Spoon Snake flicked its forked tongue, its razor-sharp fangs continuously secreting venom, biting into the mongoose-slash's body. Its tail, as sharp as a steel whip, lashed out with a howling wind, while it coiled around with remarkable agility. The mongoose-slash, however, was equally unyielding, its sharp claws glinting ominously as it deftly evaded the spoon snake's attacks. The battle escalated, each side refusing to yield. The spoon snake's venom splattered through the air, releasing a pungent odor that was enough to make anyone recoil. The mongoose-slash, relying on its keen reflexes and exceptional speed, dodged the spoon snake's strikes time and again, seizing opportunities to counterattack. In light of the current circumstances, it seemed highly probable that the spoon snake would be defeated. Black Feather's confidence stemmed from his understanding of the mongoose-slash's two traits, both of which severely countered poison-type creatures. The ordinary immunity trait allowed it to be entirely immune to poison status, while the hidden poison hormone converted toxins into offensive power, enhancing its physical attacks. Regardless of which trait was in play, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for the spoon snake. Yet, it appeared that the spoon snake was cognizant of this as well. Despite its increasing wounds, its spirit remained undeterred. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly casting its scorching rays down as if to incinerate the entire land. In such sweltering conditions, both creatures were panting heavily, their strength waning. Wounds oozed blood, soaking their fur and scales, and each breath became increasingly laborious. Nevertheless, the fierce determination in their eyes revealed an unwavering resolve. This battle could only conclude when one of them fell. It was a hatred rooted in their very bloodlines. Under the sun's relentless glare, both combatants strained to maintain their weary forms, their eyes locked onto each other, vigilant and unyielding. Just then, a thunderous roar shattered the tense atmosphere, echoing through the forest. The big-mouthed sparrow unleashed a dive-bomb attack towards the spoon snake. The sudden command left both creatures momentarily stunned, unable to react in time. In that instant, a shadow darted from the underbrush, striking the spoon snake with the swiftness of lightning. It was the big-mouthed sparrow, its wings thrashing against the air, stirring a tempest, its sharp beak gleaming ominously as it gathered earthy energy, emanating formidable power. As the big-mouthed sparrow spun rapidly, forming a colossal gyroscopic attack, it surged toward the already fatigued spoon snake at astonishing speed. The spoon snake's eyes widened in terror as it attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a piercing shriek, the big-mouthed sparrow emitted a deafening call, shaking the surrounding trees. The spoon snake was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently against a massive tree trunk. With a thud, it fell limply to the ground, motionless, clearly having lost consciousness. Witnessing this, the mongoose-slash hesitated for a moment before hastily retreating, leaping away from the scene. Black Feather chose not to pursue. It was wise not to act recklessly in the orange blossom forest. The risk of losing one's way or inadvertently entering the territory of a powerful creature was too great to ignore. To have captured one was already a stroke of fortune. Restraining his greed was the mark of a true strength, Black Feather reminded himself. He deftly tossed a pokeball, successfully ensnaring the spoon snake within. Beep, beep, beep. Spoon snake, the Fong snake Pokémon, a poison-type creature, has battled the mongoose-slash for generations. Its scars are marks of fierce combat. It attacks with its sharp tail. Standing at 7 meters tall and weighing 50 kilograms, it possesses average stats. With a typical development, its ability is Shed Skin. It has mastered moves such as Bind, Bark Bite, Poison Tail, Feint Attack, Screech, Poison Jab, Glare, Toxic Fangs, Poison Trap, and Night Slash. It has inherited the move Iron Tail. Black Feather reduced the Pokeball and secured it behind his Pokédex. As the Pokédex scanned the spoon snake, it promptly reported its findings. Fortune smiled upon him. The spoon snake was of level 27 and had inherited Iron Tail, suggesting it could fetch a handsome price. A slight smile crept upon Black Feather's lips, his spirits lifted. Creatures as ferocious and ruthless as the spoon snake are often highly sought after in the black market, commanding prices that are generally higher than their counterparts. Black Feather surveyed his surroundings, contemplating the likelihood that the spoon snake's lair was nearby. A search might yield its shed skin. Given his task to collect various toxins, Blackfeather knew he could not simply slaughter the spoon snake for its fangs, venom sacs, and tail. That would be far too wasteful. After all, the rewards for toxin-related tasks were in alliance coins rather than points. He might consider it if it were in alliance points, but as coins, it was not worth it. Without hesitation, Blackfeather commanded the big-mouthed sparrow to scout the area. Sure enough, a hidden cave was discovered a few hundred meters away. The air was thick with an array of noxious odors, and within, he found 2 decayed snake skins alongside one that was noticeably fresh, having been shed not long ago. Judging by its freshness, this skin had likely been shed within the past half-month, he deduced, glancing at the dark snake skin. Though he had not undergone formal assessment, he believed his theoretical knowledge rivaled that of a novice breeder. With a determined stride, he mounted the big-mouthed sparrow, which flapped its wings and gradually ascended toward the city. Upon arrival, Blackfeather approached a self-service machine, selecting the option to submit his task. The Pokeball containing the big-mouthed sparrow was swiftly absorbed by the machine, its destination unknown. However, the machine quickly confirmed the task completion and issued a verification. The individual who had posted the task promptly transferred the payment of 180,000 alliance coins. Blackfeather chose not to negotiate further, recognizing this price as fair and in line with his expectations. Hello, I am an appraiser from the Pokémon Center. Please follow me. After submitting the task to collect toxins, Blackfeather was led into a small room. This is snake skin, and it appears to be from spoon snake. The shedding occurred within the last month. Sir, your collection method is commendable. The skin remains entirely intact, remarked the appraiser, donning gloves as he carefully examined the skin, offering Blackfeather a compliment. Sir, we can offer you up to 20,000 alliance coins for this skin. If there are no objections, we can finalize the transaction on site. Blackfeather nodded in agreement, adding another sum of alliance coins to his earnings. With the previous task payment, he now had a total of 200,000 alliance coins. His previously deflated wallet was once again replenished. Chapter 19. Striving to earn alliance points. In the end, Heiyu submitted the meticulously crafted map he had drawn, astonishingly earning 10 points. He was somewhat taken aback, as the map depicted only the periphery of the Orange Blossom Forest, an area that had been submitted countless times before and should have held little value. Was it that cave? The only location that could be deemed concealed was the cave of the Spoon Snake, a place that truly qualified as hidden unless one sought it out meticulously. After submitting all his tasks, Heiyu began to peruse the redemption list, flipping to the section exclusively reserved for the Alliance's elite. The breeding manual for the 2 fish required 200 points, the same price as that of the Little Lobster soldiers. I must endeavor to earn more, Heiyu mused. Ultimately, Heiyu's goal was to dispose of the spoon snake he had on hand. Cloaked in black robes, he recalled his previous experience and re-entered the black market. Upon reaching the stall area, he spent 1,000 alliance coins to rent a stall for an hour. Goodness, the black market is quite lucrative. I should consider starting my own, Heiyu thought. He spread a simple cloth on the ground and placed the Pokeball containing the spoon snake upon it. Finding it somewhat monotonous, he casually added several Pokeballs of the proud-winged swallow. After spending an additional 100 alliance coins to acquire a wooden board, he inscribed, Spoon Snake, level 27, inherited Iron Tail, 400,000 alliance coins. The message was succinct and to the point. The reason for the high price of 400,000 coins was to allow room for negotiation. Indeed, it wasn't long before Heiyu's stall attracted considerable attention, with numerous individuals approaching to make offers. One person, clad in a similar black robe, attempted to haggle. After a moment of contemplation, Heiyu nodded in agreement, as the offer aligned with his expectations, and he deemed it unnecessary to strive for a marginal gain. Although the spoon snake had been sold, he still had 20 to 30 minutes left on his rented stall. Heiyu decided to remain, and ultimately, he managed to sell one proud-winged swallow, resulting in an additional 90,000 alliance coins. Good night, Miss Joy. After all, maintaining a good relationship with Miss Joy was always a prudent choice. The following morning, Heiyu found himself once again indulging in the complimentary delicacies offered at the Pokémon Center's dining area. He resolved to persist in accumulating league points, refusing to allow any lapse in his efforts. Approaching the self-service kiosk, he surveyed the available tasks, only to discover their daunting nature. The quests capable of yielding league points were either excessively time-consuming and intricate or presented a level of difficulty far beyond his current capabilities. Frowning in contemplation, Heiyu pondered whether his only option was to venture into the perilous core of the Chunghua Forest to chart a map. It was evident that this task was designed to encourage trainers to explore treacherous locales, effectively risking their lives for the sake of the League's ambitions. In essence, it was a calculated strategy, with the League offering enticing rewards to lure trainers into danger. Ultimately, he decided to accept a collective task to assist the police department in managing the swarm of thorntail bugs along the main road of Chunghua Forest. The reason Heiyu had previously avoided this task was due to its requirement for individual completion, which precluded the possibility of synergizing with other tasks. Once he undertook this quest, he would be unable to accept any additional missions simultaneously. For the sake of acquiring league points, he presented himself at the police department, armed with a printed resume and proof of task acceptance. "Is this a joke? Even a kid has come to apply?" exclaimed Miss Jun Sha, a strikingly attractive woman, her tone laced with surprise. Heiyu pressed his lips together, feigning a bashful demeanor as he softly replied, "Not at all, Miss Jun Sha. I am here regarding the cleanup task." His voice carried an innocent quality that elicited a sense of sympathy from her. Having endured the trials of drifting at sea, Heiyu had mastered the art of adopting versatile expressions. He could swiftly adjust his demeanor to align with the preferences of those he encountered. This time, he chose to embody the persona of a shy and naive youth, hoping to capture Miss Junsha's attention. All of this was for the sake of lead points. He felt no shame. With care, Heiyu placed his resume and task documentation on the table before Miss Junsha. Only then did she settle into her chair, crossing her legs elegantly. Leaning back, her flawless thighs accentuated by high heels commanded attention through her graceful posture. Her long, emerald green hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, brushing against her fair skin and exuding a subtle fragrance. With expertly applied makeup complementing her police uniform, particularly the fitted skirt that showcased her alluring figure, she was a vision of confidence and poise. One could hardly expect anything less from someone of the Junsha lineage. Feigning nervousness, Heiyu inadvertently amused Miss Junsha. "Your abilities are commendable, but it seems that a water-type Pokémon may not offer you much of an advantage," she remarked, slowly shaking her head, hinting at a potential rejection. Ultimately, Heiyu refrained from revealing his tranquil, resulting in his task request being declined, and he was left to depart in disappointment. The Crawdaunt and Sharpedo are relatively common in the Hoenn League's waters, while Tranquil is not usually found in this region, he mused inwardly. Heiyu was accustomed to leaving himself a fallback in any endeavor, and this instance was no exception. He had kept Tranquil hidden as his trump card. Over the next few days, he remained at the Pokémon Center, engaging in battles with others and crafting energy cubes for future contingencies. "It's time to take on a task. Once I accumulate enough points, I can immediately redeem the Sharpedo breeding manual and leave Chunghua City," he resolved, inhaling deeply as determination flickered in his eyes. He recalled a place known as Duin Manufacturing Company, a renowned establishment dedicated to the research, development, and production of Pokémon-related products. However, he had yet to hear any news regarding Daewoo. Rumor had it that they had recently developed a multifunctional Pokémon navigation device. Heiyu intended to visit and see if there were any high-tech products suitable for him. Furthermore, he was pleased to learn that a gym, the Kanaz Gym specializing in rock-type Pokémon, was located there, aligning perfectly with his interests. As he perused the information in the League's Pokédex, a satisfied smile crept across his face. Chapter 20. A chance encounter on the outskirts of the Chunghua Forest. A black-haired youth clad in athletic attire was sprinting swiftly, pursued by a pack of ferocious gray-furred wolves. Indeed, the notorious wild dog Pokémon. These pack-hunting creatures were the nightmares of countless adventurers. Upon spotting any movement, they would unhesitatingly attack and would never relent until their prey was utterly exhausted. The young man's resolute face bore a hint of surprise and trepidation. Under the sun's radiant light, azure bubbles shimmered with iridescent colors, launching towards the wild dogs and successfully obstructing their relentless pursuit. The silhouette of the youth flickered through the forest until he finally dared to pause for breath by the roadside. The star-spotted flower. It was worth a risk to brave the wild dog's territory for you, he mused, slowly extracting a resplendent bloom from his pocket. The flower, with its 7 petals, radiated a celestial pattern. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon such a rare herb at the forest periphery. It was no wonder a pack of wild dogs had chosen to guard this spot. The youth's complexion flushed with excitement as he recognized the star-spotted flower from his studies with Madame Metaf. It was valued at no less than 200,000 alliance coins, and yet it was rare to find a buyer. However, he had no intention of selling it. Rather, this precious material was essential for crafting high-grade energy cubes, and bartering it in the black market would yield the greatest benefit. With meticulous care, he placed the flower into his spatial backpack. Though he had slightly damaged its roots in his haste, he believed it would recover with adequate nurturing. Rising slowly, he adjusted his backpack and walked along the main road bordering the Changhua forest, a path primarily established by the Alliance for Adventurers' Access. Nonetheless, the area remained sparsely populated, partly due to the occasional presence of Pokémon tribes nearby. These creatures were often the defeated contenders in territorial disputes within the forest. Nevertheless, they remained formidable adversaries for the unprepared. Most trainers preferred the safer routes, opting against unnecessary risks. The Alliance had devised solutions for this, including previous tasks involving map-making. Signs along the roadside bore a well-known adage in the Pokémon world. True trainers are those who continuously forge new paths in perilous lands. The Alliance certainly had a knack for indoctrinating the next generation. A fervent youth, upon hearing such words, might indeed be inspired to explore treacherous territories. But none of this concerned the youth, who entered the forest solely for profit. Just as he began to relax, a series of frantic cries pierced the air. "Help! Help! Daddy, please save me." The voice belonged to a little girl. Adhering to his principle of avoiding unnecessary complications, he contemplated leaving, only to see the girl running directly towards him. Behind her, several emerald-hued figures darted through the sky, their wings stirring up gusts of wind. As the figures drew nearer, he discerned their true nature. The poisonous moth Pokémon, Venomoth. Damn it! He cursed, preparing to release his Pidgey and take flight. But then he noticed the exquisite watch adorning the girl's wrist. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a new release from the Doing Company, a blue model of the highest grade, worth a staggering 1,000,000 alliance coins. His eyes widened with disbelief. Whose daughter is this? He pondered, his thoughts racing. If he were to rescue this girl, her parents might reward him handsomely for his valor. Assessing the strength of the Venomoths, he concluded that despite his own Pokémon's fatigue, he could still prevail. "Little sister, don't be afraid. Your brother is here to save you," he called out. With that, his Krabby launched a bubble beam at the approaching Venomoths. Elated, he sprinted towards the girl while maintaining a composed demeanor. He gently caressed her head, whispering soothingly, "Don't cry, little sister. Everything is all right now. The bad Pokémon won't harm you anymore." Tears glistened in the corners of the girl's eyes as she fought to suppress her cries, showcasing a stubborn yet adorable expression. However, upon hearing the comforting words from her handsome savior, she could no longer contain her emotions, and her tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Wah, whoa," she sobbed, her cries filled with distress and fear, soaking the fabric of his shirt. He tenderly patted her back, murmuring reassurances, "Don't cry, little sister. Everything is fine now. The bad Pokémon can't hurt you any longer." The girl clung tightly to him, as if he were a safe harbor, her small hands gripping his shirt, unwilling to let go. As time passed, her sobs gradually subsided, and she looked up at him with gratitude shining in her eyes. "Big brother, Xiaoyao is a brave girl. I wasn't scared at all." He smiled and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks, his tone soft and reassuring. "Xiaoyao, could it be?" Before he could confirm his suspicions, a large group of people rushed towards them. Leading the charge was Miss Junsha, accompanied by a stern-looking middle-aged man. "Daddy!" the girl exclaimed with delight, wiping her damp face and revealing her determined expression. Upon seeing his daughter in the arms of a stranger, the man's face contorted with anger. "Who are you? Release my daughter immediately." The middle-aged man's demeanor softened as he realized his initial overreaction. "I see now. Young man, my name is Chinli, and I am grateful for your assistance in saving my daughter." The youth, having confirmed his earlier suspicion, feigned righteousness as he replied. "It was nothing. I simply could not stand by while Xiaoyao was pursued by Pokémon. It was no grand deed." With that, he pretended to turn away. Amidst the crowd, Miss Junsha recognized him as the shy young man who had come to accept the task previously. As he turned his back to leave, he silently urged, "Please call me back. Please call me back." As if on cue, Miss Junsha called out from the crowd, "Hey you." Chapter 21. Timidity. Miss Junsha. "Do you know this young man?" Chinli asked, cradling his precious daughter Xiaoyao in his strong arms, gently patting her back to comfort her. Miss Junsha gazed at the familiar figure of Heiyu and remarked, "He came to our police station previously to inquire about participating in a cleaning mission. He is a shy and good-natured boy, so I suppose we have met before." Chinli nodded in understanding, the wariness in his gaze towards Heiyu now somewhat diminished. Heiyu, who stood a short distance away, could hardly contain his laughter upon hearing Miss Junsha's description of him. A shy and good child? He had blood on his hands, not only of humans, but also of Pokémon, having once been a pirate. Fortunately, those sordid pasts had long been buried beneath the ocean by Madame Meta, and now he presented himself as an upright, timid youth from a prominent alliance family. Yes, that was precisely the image he wished to project. Heiyu incessantly reinforced this notion within himself, for only by deceiving oneself could one deceive others. "Miss Junsha, it is a pleasure to see you again. Are you all engaged in the task of cleaning up the Scyther infestation?" Heiyu asked candidly. His curiosity piqued as he glanced at the throng of law enforcement officers behind her. After all, he had previously applied for a position, and Miss Junsha did not find his inquiry particularly surprising. "Indeed, we were initially tasked with clearing the fairies from the outskirts of Chunghua Forest, but unexpectedly, Mr. Chinli's daughter went missing, prompting us to search for her," Miss Junsha revealed without a hint of reserve, disclosing the group's purpose. A slight smile crept onto Heiyu's lips. This was the response he had anticipated. He deliberately feigned the demeanor of a bashful youth in front of others, aiming to lower their guard and foster a sense of trust while swiftly acclimatizing to his new identity. It seemed his masquerade was effective, at least enough to fool Miss Junsha. "To be honest, Miss Junsha, I also wish to join this cleaning mission to hone my skills with Pokémon. I do not seek any reward for it." Heiyu stepped forward earnestly. Miss Junsha hesitated briefly before acquiescing, stating, "Very well. But do note that this mission is not to be taken lightly. Exercise caution and assist from the sidelines." As the highest-ranking individual present, alongside the soon-to-be gym leader Mr. Chinli, she held the authority to make such decisions. "Thank you, Miss Junsha, for the opportunity to serve the Alliance." Heiyu's eyes sparkled with delight upon receiving her consent, and he expressed his gratitude with genuine excitement. The others present wore smiles, regarding Heiyu with warmth. In their eyes, he embodied the image of a well-behaved child, a timid youth with a heart dedicated to the Alliance. Who could possibly dislike him? "Lobster soldier, Liafish, come forth and prepare for battle." Heiyu summoned 2 of his Pokémon, collaborating with the Alliance's cleanup personnel and several trainers who had accepted the mission. The nearby Scyther had mostly weak capabilities, being the unfortunate losers in territorial disputes within the jungle. "Swift Dog, unleash Flamethrower," Miss Junsha commanded with a graceful sweep of her arm. As a striking orange Swift Dog leaped forth, expelling a torrent of flames that swept through the ranks of the Scyther, taking down the strongest among them. A Venomoth and a hunting butterfly. Heiyu stood transfixed, watching the elegant Miss Junsha with a tinge of envy. The Swift Dog was a Pokémon with a base stat exceeding even that of the legendary trio. Many years prior, it had even been deemed a Pokémon of legend. Regrettably, nearly all of the cutty dogs in existence were controlled by the Junsha family, rendering wild cutty dogs nearly extinct, so rare they rivaled demigods. Of course, should a commoner fortuitously capture a cutty dog in the wild, congratulations were in order. But it would not be long before the Junsha family would come seeking it, inquiring if the individual would consider marrying into their esteemed lineage. This was a pursuit sought by the vast majority of men. While the gentle and virtuous Miss Joy was charming, Miss Junsha sparked a desire for conquest, did she not? Naturally, if one were to decline the Junsha family's proposal of matrimony, they would graciously respond that it was no problem. However, it would not be long before they would find themselves forcibly conscripted by the alliance, ultimately perishing in a battle against the underworld's dark organizations. Historically, most trainers who failed to recognize the opportunity presented by the Junsha family met such a fate. Ambush Monkey employs stepwise break. As Mr. Chinley's ambush monkey dispatched the final Pokémon, the cleaning mission concluded successfully. Miss Junsha elegantly approached the trainers who had undertaken the mission, ready to finalize their task verification. Trainer Heiyu, you contributed significantly to this cleaning mission. Consider this a small token of appreciation from me, Miss Junsha stated, unexpectedly producing a task verification and handing it to him. Heiyu did not feign modesty, but accepted the verification without hesitation, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Miss Junsha. It was my pleasure to assist." Seeing Heiyu so readily accept her reward, Miss Junsha beamed with satisfaction. She had little patience for those who pretended to be aloof, merely for show. And so, everyone left in high spirits, the cleaning mission having ended on a successful note. Chinley approached, cradling Xiaoyao, and said, "Miss Junsha, this young man saved my daughter. It will be fitting for him to attend the gym's inauguration ceremony." Though Chinley phrased it as a request, his tone brooked no refusal. Heiyu quietly mused, "Truly, he is a man closest to the Elite Four." Such a sentiment, Mr. Chinley, having traveled from the Johto region to fulfill his duties as gym leader, you certainly have the authority to make such decisions. Miss Junsha's voice was melodious and courteous, devoid of any airs of superiority that might come with being from a prominent family. "Very well, I appreciate your understanding, Miss Junsha. Might I inquire whether you would be willing to attend?" Chinley looked at Heiyu with hopeful anticipation. At that moment, Xiaoyao, who had been quietly nestled in Chinley's arms, suddenly lifted her head, her large, glistening eyes blinking eagerly as she looked at Heiyu, resembling a porcelain doll. "Daddy, I want him to come. Cool me, cool me," she exclaimed in a sweet, childlike voice. Heiyu glanced at Mr. Chinley, politely responding, "Then I shall not impose further. I appreciate your kind assistance, Mr. Chinley." "Yay!" Xiaoyao cheered, wriggling in her father's embrace, her tiny hands making adorable gestures. The gathered crowd exchanged smiles. After all, a charming child was universally adored. Mr. Chinley was invited by the vice president of the Hoenn region to assume the role of gym leader here in Changhua City. Miss Junsha gladly elaborated, eager to clarify to the timid youth. Chapter 22. The battle with Chinley in the backyard of the Pokémon Center. Heiyu was diligently training his Liashi. He perused the cultivation manual, devising a training regimen for Liashi. "Today, your task is to shatter that boulder." He pointed towards a massive rock nestled in the corner of the pool. In the water, Liashi swayed its body, seemingly protesting against Heiyu's command. Heiyu crouched down, gently dipping his hand into the water to caress Liashi's rough exterior. With a steady voice, he reassured, "Liashi, to grow stronger, you must adapt. Even if your teeth break, your formidable regenerative ability will allow you to recover swiftly." Heiyu was not one to coddle Liashi, as it was destined to be his mount and primary Pokémon in the future. It needed to acclimate to pain and the exhaustion of training without delay. With a small splash, Liashi reluctantly expelled a puddle of water. However, ultimately compelled by the authority of its trainer, it resumed swimming and gnawing at the boulder. Judging by the current wear, it would take more than half a day to break such a large rock. Heiyu moved to another pond, observing the enthusiastic training of his Krabby, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Krabby's zeal for training was always commendable, though the dragon dance technique. Just as Heiyu pondered this challenge, a childish voice chimed in from behind. Big brother, I'm here to play." Little Yao, with her ponytail bouncing, stood at the edge of the pool, joyfully waving a large plush toy at Heiyu. Heiyu sighed. It had only been a few days since little Yao's family moved to Changhua City, and they had a myriad of tasks to attend to. Consequently, Little Yao often ran to the Pokémon Center to find Heiyu to play. Faced with such a spirited young lady, Heiyu had no choice but to set aside his training and books, treating it as a brief respite. However, this was not entirely unwelcome. Little Yao was still quite young and had yet to form her worldview. If he could occupy an important place in her heart, the future might hold promising possibilities. A bold thought surged within Heiyu. As someone with memories of the past, he often approached matters with unrestrained imagination, akin to the mischievous nature of his favorite dark-type Pokémon, wild, daring, and tenacious. Heiyu approached Little Yao, crouching to meet her gaze, and tenderly stroked her hair. "Little Yao, have you had lunch? Would you like to join me at the dining hall?" Seemingly relishing the affection, Little Yao rubbed her little head against Heiyu's palm. "No, big brother, I'm inviting you to my house for lunch. Mama made a lot of delicious food." She grasped one of Heiyu's fingers, playfully tugging him outward. Heiyu contemplated the recent influx of visitors to Changhua City due to the establishment of the gym. Many prominent families sought to pay their respects to Mr. Qianli. Unfortunately, Mr. Qianli was singularly focused on attaining greater strength, unaffected by worldly concerns. Thus, these visitors turned their attention to his daughter, Little Yao. This little girl frequently came to visit, unaware of the many eyes watching her, and even I've been drawn into this. Heiyu looked down at Little Yao, holding his finger, feeling a hint of helplessness. Fortunately, these admirers seemed harmless, considering the formidable Mr. Qianli was soon to become the gym leader of this city. In a serene wooden house surrounded by lush bamboo groves, Heiyu inhaled the fresh air and remarked, "Madam Izuko, you truly embody the grace of Mr. Qianli's wife. The harmony between this bamboo forest and the wooden house is stunning. Your design is simply breathtaking." Madam Izuko, clad in an elegant kimono that blended seamlessly with the natural scenery, exuded the poise of a refined lady. She smiled softly, like a gentle spring breeze, and replied, "Heiyu, thank you for your kind words. Little Yao hasn't troubled you too much, has she?" Upon hearing this, Little Yao pouted in discontent. "No, I haven't disturbed Big Brother at all. I'm a good and obedient child." She puffed out her rosy cheeks, indignantly proclaiming, "And besides, who told you and Papa to be so busy lately and not play with me?" Little Yao clung tightly to Heiyu's finger, her expression filled with righteous indignation, as if she were accusing her parents of a grave offense. "Ah, Little Yao, such words are the mark of a naughty child." Madam Izuko frowned, preparing to reprimand her. Startled, Little Yao quickly hid behind Heiyu. "Big brother, save me," she whimpered, her big eyes pleading. Just then, as Heiyu found himself at a loss, Mr. Qianli arrived in the gym's backyard. "Heiyu, now that the gym is established, I must trouble you to look after Little Yao for the next few days. I recall you intend to challenge the Alliance tournament a year from now. Would you be interested in a gym battle?" Mr. Qianli's words captured the attention of the trio. Heiyu's eyes gleamed with determination as he accepted the challenge. "Mr. Qianli, it would be an honor to battle you." As the clang of machinery echoed, the announcement was made. This battle will be a 2v2 match, with the gym leader releasing their Pokémon first. The challenger will choose their responding Pokémon and has the initiative to attack. During the battle, the gym trainer is prohibited from switching Pokémon, while the challenger may substitute at will. A loss occurs when all of either side's Pokémon can no longer battle. With a wave of the referee's flag, the match commenced. Heiyu faced the middle-aged man across from him, feeling an inexplicable pressure, not merely from the fact that it was his first gym challenge, but because he possessed memories from his past life, fully aware of the formidable strength of the man before him. Renowned for his versatile tactics and pursuit of power, this formidable trainer had, in previous battles, showcased an array of strategies with Pokémon like the versatile Lantern, energetic Apom, and the laid-back Slacketh, embodying a philosophy of balanced development devoid of weaknesses. What a formidable opponent, indeed. To face such a challenge in my first gym battle? Heiyu maintained a calm demeanor as he retrieved a Pokeball, steadying his racing heart. With a flash of white light, he declared, "Go Krabby." Chapter 23 General System Qianlian raised an eyebrow, revealing a confident smile. He charged straight at the rushing bear, ready for battle. Heiyu, observing the spirit released by Qianli, instinctively let out a sigh of relief. The lobster minion initiated its hardening process to strengthen itself. Heiyu issued commands, opting for a more conservative strategy. Chinli smiled slightly and instructed, use Frosty Wind. Although Rushing Bear had a limited skill set and could learn few moves independently, he had taught it several range techniques to handle various situations. The lobster minion's body shimmered with a white light, completing its enhancement in an instant. The frosty wind swept over it, but merely gave it a brief chill. Heiyu, it seems your lobster minion possesses a high resistance to cold, Chinli noted, managing to offer pointers amidst the battle. Heiyu commanded, lobster minion, use bubble beam. Shaking off the ice shards clinging to it, the lobster minion proudly snapped its claws open, releasing a multitude of bubbles. With agility, Rushing Bear leapt around the arena, evading the barrage of bubbles while dashing straight towards the lobster minion. Use headbutt. Chinli's steady voice resonated. A milky glow began to emerge above Rushing Bear's head as it charged towards the lobster minion. Don't be afraid. Use a critical hit and counterattack. Heiyu, though surprised by Rushing Bear's keen reflexes, commanded, use quick attack. Gathering energy in place, Rushing Bear prepared for its onslaught. Quick! Lobster minion, use protect. The lobster minion, having rolled a few times on the ground, quickly erected a protective shield just in time. Bang! Rushing Bear, propelled by quick attack, collided with the shield at an extraordinary speed. Use double hit to defend. The lobster minion swung its claws in succession, successfully fending off the attack with the principle of using force against force. Clamp down and seize Rushing Bear's tail. Heiyu astutely recognized that Rushing Bear was not adept at turning, a characteristic of this spirit that excelled in straight-line sprints and short-range maneuvers but struggled with curves. Indeed, having just executed quick attack, Rushing Bear was unable to maneuver in time, and its tail was ensnared by the lobster minion's claws, producing a sound of pain. Use water gun to defeat it. Heiyu's cold voice rang out. Water swirled around the lobster minion, enveloping it in a torrent of power as it charged towards the nearby Rushing Bear. Boom! Rushing Bear was sent flying, landing in the center of the arena and kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Heiyu held his breath, and even the observing Xiao Yao stared intently at the center of the arena, her cheeks puffed in concentration. Rushing Bear lay unconscious, its eyes swirling in a daze. Rushing Bear has lost its fighting capability. The gym trainer may release their second spirit. The referee waved the flag, announcing the outcome of the match. An excellent performance by the lobster minion. The speed of Bubble Beam was remarkable, and its claws were well honed, with seamless skill execution. Moreover, Heiyu, your assessment of the entire battle was truly impressive, far from that of a novice trainer. Chinli showed no signs of defeat. Instead, he continuously praised Heiyu, for as a gym trainer, his role was to nurture the next generation for the league. Thus, he had chosen spirits that matched Heiyu's level. Heiyu humbly acknowledged, "Thank you, Mr. Chinli, but this is all due to the lobster minion's hard work. I cannot take credit." He quickly shifted the conversation. "Moreover, Mr. Chinli, you haven't exerted your full strength, have you?" Heiyu was acutely aware that this battle was essentially a training exercise, and Rushing Bear likely would not even fit into Chinli's second or even third string. Chinli smiled slightly, thinking to himself, this Heiyu is indeed a promising talent, impeccable in both speech and action. While the two exchanged compliments, Xiao Yao and Mizuko in the observation area engaged in fervent discussion. "I have never heard Dad praise a trainer like this before," Xiao Yao remarked, resting her chin on her tiny hands, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Heiyu in the arena. Mizuko smiled gently, saying, "Xiao Yao, you must learn well. This is the first challenge match since our gym was established, and it holds great significance." The mother and daughter duo focused intently on the battle. "The next spirit will be you, energetic monkey." Chinli tossed out the Pokeball, and with a flash of light, a lively monkey appeared on the field. The referee waved the flag and inquired, "Does the challenger wish to switch spirits?" Seeing Chinli finally release one of his signature spirits, Heiyu's expression grew serious, and pressure began to mount within him. Toothfish, prepare for battle. Heiyu decided to conserve the lobster minion's stamina, as it had exerted considerable energy using multiple skills. This was the perfect opportunity to release Toothfish, allowing it to acclimate to land combat. Sure enough, the newly released toothfish felt as though it had entered a steam room. Uncomfortable all over. It could only hover just above the ground, searching for a cooler breeze, hoping to find some moisture. Energetic monkey, power up. Chinli directly commanded the energetic monkey to enhance itself in preparation for the impending battle. Upon receiving the command, the energetic monkey became animated, as it was naturally an energetic Pokémon, now even more excitedly jumping around. Toothfish, use Screech to interrupt. Hey you, alarmed by the energetic monkey's transformation, quickly commanded Toothfish to use Screech in an attempt to disrupt the monkey's enhancement process. Toothfish opened its mouth, emitting a sharp, piercing sound that was quite unpleasant. However, the energetic monkey remained unfazed by Toothfish's screech. Its muscles tensed, and its fur stood on end, as if to intimidate its opponent. As time passed, a crimson glow gradually enveloped the surface of the energetic monkey's body, a result of the bodybuilding skill. Toothfish, don't stop. Continue using Screech. Hey, you urged anxiously. Toothfish opened its mouth again, producing an even louder screech, one that was more jarring than before, causing even Xiao Yao in the observation area to cover her ears in discomfort. Yet, the energetic monkey remained undeterred. Its body had fully acclimated to the interference, maintaining its enhanced state. Finally, the energetic monkey completed its bodybuilding process, its form becoming more robust, muscle definition more pronounced, with both attack and defense enhanced. Chapter 24. The Iron Claw Lobster. Alas, things have become quite precarious. Black Feather gazed at the exuberantly energetic Primeape, feeling a tingle of anxiety. Primeape unleashed its signature move, Stepwise Break. As anticipated, Chinli immediately commanded an assault, and with its powerful arms, Primeape propelled itself forward, leaping several times to stand before the Liashi fish. Liashi fish, swiftly use Water Jet to escape. Black Feather instructed urgently. Gathering water with remarkable speed, the Liashi fish shot forth like a cannonball, darting swiftly across the battlefield. Black Feather continued to direct Liashi fish to evade the attacks, attempting to buy some time. Chinli, keenly aware of the change in Liashi fish's speed, mused, it seems they intend to stall, maximizing Liashi fish's acceleration, perhaps. Primeape, inherently a wild and unruly Pokémon, rampaged repeatedly, only to be evaded time and again, which only served to heighten its agitation. Witnessing the slippery Liashi fish, it could not help but pound its chest and emit a furious roar. Calming itself, Primeape executed Rock Block. Chinli, maintaining his composure, commanded. Primeape immediately harnessed its rocky energy, conjuring stones that hurtled toward Liashi fish. Indeed, the Rock Block impeded Liashi fish's speed to some extent, littering the arena with rocks and creating obstacles for its escape. Now, charge in and unleash Thunder Punch. Primeape's fists crackled with electricity, and as the voltage surged, it struck with the force of a tempest toward Liashi fish. Liashi fish employs Psychic Fang. Given the rocky terrain, evading was nearly impossible for Liashi fish. Black Feather opted for a head-on confrontation. It was now or never. Harnessing its innate speed, Liashi fish executed a swift and powerful strike, its pink fangs shimmering into view. Despite the electric type's advantage over the water type, Primeape's strength far surpassed that of Liashi fish. As Liashi fish braced itself against the Thunder Punch, it was crucial to remember that Primeape could strike with its other hand. Primeape, use Stepwise Break, Chinli declared confidently. With a devastating blow from its other hand, Primeape struck Liashi fish, sending it hurtling away. Liashi fish, clinging to its last vestiges of strength, struggled to rise but ultimately succumbed, its eyes swirling into unconsciousness. The referee promptly announced, Liashi fish has lost its ability to battle. Please release your second Pokémon, Challenger. Taking a deep breath, Black Feather's narrowed eyes fell on Primeape as he slowly retrieved a Pokeball. With a flash of white light, the Lobster Minion reappeared. Lobster Minion, I entrust you once more. The Lobster Minion, visibly rejuvenated, brandished its claws, emitting an invigorating cry. Lobster Minion, use Bubble Beam. Once again, the Lobster Minion opened its claws, unleashing a flurry of bubbles that soared toward Primeape like streaks of light. Endure it. Primeape stood resolute, blocking the oncoming attack with its arms. Utilize Shadow Ball, Chinli commanded, arms crossed. Despite the type disadvantage, normal-type Pokémon possess an extensive skill pool. Primeape conjured a dark sphere, launching it like a basketball, transforming it into a shooting star aimed at the lobster minion. Realizing the tremendous power behind this strike, Black Feather exclaimed, "Oh no, lobster minion, quickly use Protect." The protective shield rapidly enveloped lobster minion, yet the shadow ball still bore immense force, erupting into a cloud of thick smoke that engulfed the arena. Now unleash Flamethrower to sweep the field, Chinli commanded decisively. A pillar of flame surged forth, and through the smoke, the anguished cries of lobster minion resonated. Black Feather, standing anxiously outside the arena, could only instruct lobster minion, "Envelop yourself in water veil to ward off the flames." The sound of sizzling echoed as water met the searing heat. This flamethrower is indeed formidable. Black Feather wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, feeling the mounting pressure. As he grappled with uncertainty, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing lobster minion, steadfast at the center of the arena, its gaze resolute. Despite numerous wounds and charred patches, its formidable claws remained unscathed. "Lobster minion, you." Just as Black Feather was consumed with concern, a brilliant white light erupted from lobster minion. The glow of evolution. Black Feather stared in awe, his heart swelling with delight. On the other side, Chinli noted this development with mild surprise and promptly commanded Primeape to cease its assault. Per league regulations, Pokémon must not be interrupted during evolution. In the Spectator S area, Xiaoyao leaped in excitement, clapping and cheering. Initially worried that her elder brother might lose, she now sensed the promise of a miraculous comeback. "Elder brother, go. Defeat Dad," Xiaoyao shouted with youthful exuberance. Hearing this, Chinli felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing something within him shatter. Time passed, and the white light gradually faded. A striking lobster emerged before Black Feather. Compared to its pre-evolution form, the Iron Claw lobster now exuded an even more ferocious and handsome demeanor. Adorned with a star atop its head and boasting mightier claws. "Iron Claw lobster," Black Feather exclaimed joyfully. With a resounding roar, the Iron Claw lobster brandished its claws, and a shell blade shimmered into existence. "The shell blade move," Black Feather declared, elated. "Iron Claw lobster, charge in and use shell blade." Black Feather's confidence surged as he directed his Pokémon into close combat. With a physical attack of 120, combined with adaptability and type advantages, could Primeape withstand this strike? Though not its signature move, Crab Hammer, the Shellblade's power was formidable. "Primeape, unleash havoc." Chinli issued his final command, fully aware that this move would send Primeape into a frenzied state. Yet, without hesitation, the decisiveness of a gym leader shone through. The Iron Claw lobster swung its proud claws, launching a torrent of water-infused attacks toward Primeape. Each strike carried tremendous force and ferocity, compelling Primeape to give its all in defense. Unyielding, Primeape retaliated with frenzied swings of its powerful arms, attacking with increasing ferocity, disregarding its own defense, consumed solely by the desire for victory and the thrill of battle. With a thunderous roar, this intense close-quarters combat culminated in Iron Claw lobster's victorious cry. Wounded and weary, Primeape slowly fell to the ground. Breathless, Iron Claw lobster stood amidst the arena's glow, its star shining brightly atop its head. Chapter 25. The Libra badge. The hyperactive ape has lost its combat ability, and the Iron Claw lobster emerges victorious. Challenger Black Feather wins. The referee raises the red flag to announce the result. Black Feather retrieves the Pokédex from his pocket. Beep, beep, beep. Iron Claw lobster, the rogue Pokémon, water and dark types, is the evolved form of the lobster soldier, known for its irritable nature and propensity to incite battles. In the pond inhabited by the Iron Claw lobster, no other creatures can survive, turning it into a desolate place. It possesses the ability adaptability, is male, stands 1.3 meters tall, weighs 40 kilograms, and boasts superior stats compared to its peers, displaying exceptional development. The moves it has mastered include Swift Star, Clamp, Scary Face, Bubble Beam, Harden, Bubble, Protect, Double Hit, Knock Off, Critical Hit, Shell Blade, Water Jet, and Dragon Dance. Black Feather gazes at the displayed data of the Iron Claw Lobster, remarking, "We have known each other for a year. It seems you have indeed evolved." That five-pointed star looks quite impressive. To outsiders, the appearance of the Iron Claw Lobster may seem somewhat fierce, but to Black Feather, it is undeniably cool. Chinley observes this outstanding young man before him, growing increasingly fond of him, thus feeling inspired to impart his wisdom. As a gym leader, the message I wish to convey to challengers is the importance of balanced development. While the majority may advise you to capitalize on each Pokémon's strengths and mitigate their weaknesses, I personally prefer a balanced approach to training Pokémon. By refining a Pokémon's shortcomings to match the strength of its advantages, one can achieve an impeccable state without vulnerabilities. Chinley's words leave a profound impact on Black Feather. Big brother, you won. You actually defeated my father. That is amazing." Little Yao dashes over, her small legs moving swiftly, her bright and sparkling eyes blinking in admiration as she gazes at Black Feather. Black Feather, feeling somewhat helpless, muses inwardly, "This little girl must think I truly defeated Mr. Chinley," unaware that this was merely a challenge match, essentially a training battle. If it came to real combat, with Chinley's strength, only the Elite Four would stand a chance against him. Chinley feels a bit embarrassed watching his daughter celebrate Black Feather's victory without offering him any consolation. Though he maintains a smiling facade, his heart bleeds. Black Feather, immersing yourself wholeheartedly in Pokémon is a daunting path. "I hope to see your figure on the stage of the league competition in the future," Chinley states earnestly. Black Feather bows respectfully, replying, "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Chinley." The newly established gym is burdened with a plethora of tedious matters that leave him, a battle enthusiast, quite overwhelmed. Congratulations, Trainer Black Feather. Your battle record and video have been uploaded to the league database. You may view them at your leisure through your identity card or Pokédex. The front desk staff confirms with respect. These records are merely the official certifications. There are numerous unofficial gyms that remain unrecognized by the league. Upon exiting the gym, Black Feather hastens towards the Pokémon Center, relieved that the two buildings are conveniently close to one another, both located in the city center. "Miss Joy, I would appreciate your assistance," Black Feather requests. The Leah fish was injured by the hyperactive ape strike and remains unconscious within its Pokeball. The Iron Claw Lobster has also sustained light injuries, and, having just evolved, requires time to adjust to its new form. So he decides to entrust both to Miss Joy for treatment. "Rest assured, Black Feather, your Pokémon will be in my capable hands," Joy Lin assures him in her gentle tone, while the nearby Chansey claps its little hands in encouragement. Balance and harmonious development. This is the philosophy of Mr. Chinley as a trainer, Black Feather contemplates. Before long, Miss Joy emerges, demonstrating the privileges afforded to core league trainers, receiving treatment ahead of the queue. One can observe a multitude of injured, ordinary Pokémon waiting anxiously, too intimidated to speak out even when noticing someone cutting in line. The league's regulations are not to be defied. Has it evolved into an Iron Claw Lobster so soon? Judging by the hardness of its shell and its size, it has developed splendidly. It seems Black Feather is indeed a prodigy, Joy Lin muses. Let us upload the family data first. We shall assess its potential for recruitment based on the family's directives. As Joy Lin watches Black Feather depart, she silently notes his name and relays the information to the Joy family. Should the Joy family determine this individual has recruitment potential, they will likely consider arranging a marriage between a distant relative of the Joys and Black Feather, essentially a strategic alliance to attract talented trainers. Despite its blunt nature, this is a dream many male trainers harbor. "Big brother, Dad is so useless. He was defeated by you so easily." In the backyard of the Chunghua gym, Little Yao holds Black Feather's finger, strolling through the bamboo forest. "Oh, then I shall remain silent." She continues, "Big brother, when I embark on my journey in the future, I want to become as strong as you. How about we travel together then?" Little Yao's eyes glimmer with hope, her eager expression making it hard to refuse. Black Feather smiles and gently pats Little Yao's head, replying, "Sure, but I wonder which Pokémon you will choose as your starter partner in the future." Little Yao seems momentarily stumped by the question, counting on her tiny fingers. The fire chick seems nice, the water leap fish is quite cute. But the tree guardian is a bit too aloof for my liking. Listening to her, Black Feather's lips twitch in bemusement, silently reflecting. As expected of the sole daughter of a gym leader, it appears she is only considering the starter trio, without even contemplating other Pokémon. How extravagant. Black Feather offers some advice. While the tree guardian may not align with the girl's aesthetic, its light body ability is quite commendable. The water leap fish has a distinct advantage in type matchups, and the final evolution, Swampert, only has a quadruple weakness to grass. As for the fire chick, if it possesses the speed boost ability, it would be absolutely perfect. Little Yao listens intently to Black Feather's words, never having considered that choosing a Pokémon could involve so many intricacies. She merely thought the fire chick looked appealing. Her admiration for Black Feather deepens. Big Brother is truly impressive. A fire chick with the speed boost ability. Little Yao murmurs softly, a seed of aspiration gradually taking root in her heart. Chapter 26. Investment. A multitude of wealthy merchants flocked here to invest, all due to the remarkable economic benefits brought forth by Qianli, an officially recognized dojo. Over the past few days, Heiyu had often been pulled along by the adorable 3-year-old Xiao Yao to visit the dojo. Faced with such an innocent request from a charming little girl, Heiyu found it hard to refuse. Big brother, look, this is the elven greenhouse that Daddy is preparing to build. It can mimic some of the jungle ecosystems found in the wild, making it perfect for the hyperactive apes. Xiao Yao enthusiastically explained, while strolling along the dojo's corridor, speaking to the other side of a glass door, occupying a third of the dojo's space. The jungle simulating greenhouse was designed to replicate the wilderness as closely as possible, housing numerous elves, predominantly of the normal type. Among them were sloth otters, hyperactive apes, and even a slack king. Heiyu gazed through the transparent glass, captivated by the sight of many rare elves. Undoubtedly, the most striking was the slack king. Heiyu mused silently. It is rumored that Mr. Qianli's ace is a slack king that has forsaken its lazy traits. Xiao Yao, sensing her big brother's envious gaze, innocently asked, Big brother, do you want one of the elves inside? I can ask Daddy to give you one. Heiyu was taken aback by her words. No, I just thought that building such a greenhouse must cost a fortune. He quickly denied, not wanting Mr. Qianli to mistakenly perceive him as a greedy individual who approached Xiao Yao solely for personal gain. After all, reputation held significant weight. What? Mr. Qianli, you say you wish to invest in me? Heiyu hurriedly arrived, only to be met with a shocking revelation. Mr. Qianli solemnly stated, to be precise, it is the dojo that intends to invest in you. In this world, those family powers that have stood for decades, or even centuries, are not fools. They understand that relying solely on themselves makes it challenging to maintain their family's glory. Thus, it is common to support civilian trainers without prestigious backgrounds. These trainers are more than willing to accept such support, as it merely entails repaying a favor once they have become powerful. You need not feel any pressure. It is merely a normal exchange of interests. You're trading a small portion of your future benefits for significant advantages that are vital to you today. Mr. Qianli's words elucidated the truth behind investment. Heiyu glanced at the papers in Mr. Qianli's hands, realizing they must be related to his assessment report. Sure enough, upon receiving the report from Mr. Qianli, Heiyu clearly saw his past documented within. Mrs. Maida had indeed procured this identity quite discreetly, as even the dojo could not uncover it. Flipping through the assessment report, he noted that it recorded his background as the child of a League Island Guardian and included bold evaluations of his capabilities. Exceptional talent, remarkable intelligence. With a certain breeding aptitude, Heiyu silently repeated, reflecting on his own appraisal. The potential benefits from the investment were indeed enticing. Firstly, there was a fixed annual breeding fund of 500,000 League coins. Though it may seem modest, the essence of investment is akin to casting a wide net. As long as Heiyu could demonstrate value and talent in the future, further investments will be forthcoming. Additionally, he would gain access to the Orange Blossom Dojo's library, which contained knowledge previously sealed by the League, along with the opportunity to select a high potential elf from the dojo's incubation chamber. Aside from these three primary benefits, there were also various smaller privileges and rewards. However, there were responsibilities to fulfill. If he became renowned in the future, he would need to promote the Orange Blossom Dojo and participate in competitions on its behalf. In summary, he had numerous obligations to meet, but most pertained to promises for the future, which he need not concern himself with at present. Mr. Chinley straightened up and said, "With your talent, you may receive investments from other powers in the future, but remember, do not be greedy. An ordinary trainer can accept at most 2 or 3 investments. For each family power has its own conflicts and interests. Should enmity arise between 2 factions, would you stand neutral, or would you favor one side?" After hearing Mr. Chinley's words, Heiyu gradually resolved that what he truly valued was not the wealth or high-quality elves, but rather the opportunity to freely explore the library of the Orange Blossom Dojo and the possibility of elevating his league status. Money he could earn, and elves he could capture, but knowledge monopolized by powerful factions was a rare find. Missing this chance might mean losing access forever. "Mr. Chinley, I am grateful for your recognition, and I am willing to sign this investment contract and fulfill the corresponding responsibilities," Heiyu said earnestly. Mr. Chinley was elated upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Ah, splendid. Heiyu, not only are you the first trainer to challenge the dojo, but you are also the first to accept an investment. Truly, you are destined to be connected with the Orange Blossom Dojo." Mr. Chinley observed Heiyu closely, growing increasingly fond of him. He possessed the awareness to know when to advance and retreat, was astute in strategy, exhibited talent, and remained humble. With years of experience, Mr. Chinley discerned that Heiyu was no ordinary individual, but rather a hidden gem. Upon securing the investment, Mr. Chinley promptly contacted the dojo staff to elevate Heiyu's trainer privileges. This promotion allowed Heiyu to enjoy more favorable discounts when purchasing league items and provided certain perks in specific areas. For instance, he would receive free passage on ships every 3 years and an annual supply of Pokémon food, among various other benefits. While these perks might seem trivial, their cumulative value was significant. This is the login password for the Orange Blossom Dojo's library. You can access and borrow books directly through the Pokédex, Mr. Chinley handed Heiyu a note, smiling gently. Heiyu's eyes lit up. He eagerly entered the password, unlocking the library on his Pokédex. In an instant, it lagged slightly as countless books and materials flooded into his device. Heiyu was overjoyed, for the vast majority of the knowledge contained within was entirely new to him, even unheard of. "Heiyu, I know you have an interest in breeding, but your timing in battles is unparalleled. You possess significant talent in Pokémon battles, and I hope you can make wise choices," Mr. Chinley imparted, offering earnest advice that instantly awakened Heiyu. Mrs. Maida had once told him something similar. "One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Breeder is merely a means for me to earn wealth. I study it to facilitate my ability to breed Pokémon. Only by continually growing stronger can I ascend to the pinnacle." Heiyu repeatedly reminded himself not to become engrossed, but to maintain a balance between the roles of breeder and trainer. Chapter 27. New Companions in the Incubation Room. A freshly transported batch of Pokémon awaited, all of which possessed the normal type, a distinctive specialty of the gym. Of course, if one wished to choose a Pokémon hatchling or observe them up close, they could enter the temperature control chamber to make their selection, provided the Pokémon were willing to accompany them. Chinley led Heiyu into the gym's confidential area, where high-quality Pokémon, coveted by outsiders, were stored. Even the most ordinary of them, such as a Snivy, boasted terrifyingly high potential, with at least some inherited moves. Heiyu walked past rows of Pokémon eggs, each marked with the names of the Pokémon and the approximate strength and information of their parents. The potential of a Pokémon could not be discerned before its birth. One could only make rough judgments based on the levels of the parents. The further one ventured into this room, the higher the Pokémon's potential and the rarer their categories became. Chinley produced his identification card to unlock the incubation room. Heiyu gazed at the neatly arranged Pokémon eggs, the majority of which were milky white, a clear indication of normal-type Pokémon eggs. Pidgey, Rattata, Jigglypuff, Meowth, Farfetch'd, Lickitung, Snorlax, Tauros, Ditto, Eevee, Shuckle, Dunsparce, Sandshrew, Teddiursa, and Snorlax were among the names he noted. Heiyu was increasingly astonished. Not only were there Pokémon from the Hoenn region, but also from Kanto, Johto, and even Sinnoh. The variety was astounding, and moreover, it was evident that the potential of these Pokémon was likely quite high, as he discovered that none of their parents had levels below 40. Based on genetics, the potential of these Pokémon eggs was expected to be exceptional. After inspecting all the Pokémon eggs, Heiyu keenly noticed a small door in the corner. "Mr. Qianli, is there more inside?" Heiyu inquired with curiosity. Qianli, with a hint of mystery in his tone, replied, "The Pokémon behind that door are classified as gym secrets and are not available for selection at this time. However, if you wish to take a look, I can take you inside, though you would need to sign a confidentiality agreement." Sensing the atmosphere had become serious, Qianli quickly lightened the mood with a jest. "Of course, if you become a champion in the future, I might just gift you an egg from within." Heiyu calmed himself as he examined the Pokémon eggs, comparing their merits while contemplating the development of his future team. This EV looks promising. Its father is a level 70 champion Pokémon, which surely implies superior genetics. Snorlax is also a good choice, being a prime support Pokémon, second only to the almost unattainable Chansey. Heiyu found himself increasingly conflicted, akin to a famished individual presented with a lavish feast, unsure of what to choose. Qianli interjected appropriately. "Heiyu, regarding team composition, the league primarily divides into two factions, specialization and hybridization. The specialization faction means a team comprises only one type of Pokémon, allowing you to focus your training efforts solely on that attribute, thus streamlining your development. Conversely, the hybrid faction consists of Pokémon of various types, requiring a significantly greater investment of time and resources to understand. Those who attempt this style are either exceptionally skilled or entirely unversed in training knowledge. Each faction has its advantages and disadvantages. The former is easily countered, while the latter offers greater diversity." After listening to Qianli's explanation, Heiyu bowed his head in contemplation. After a long pause, he suddenly lifted his gaze, a spark of determination in his eyes. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Qianli. I will choose EV. I shall specialize in the dark type." A glimmer of surprise crossed Qianli's eyes. Based on Heiyu's two Pokémon, he could surmise that he was likely inclined toward specialization, not specializing in water type, but rather in dark type. How unexpected. Initially, Qianli had assumed Heiyu's two Pokémon, Krabby and Feeba, indicated a water-type specialization, as it seemed reasonable for a child raised on a solitary island to excel in that element. Heiyu cradled the selected EV egg, having specifically chosen a female. This was not due to any peculiar preference, but purely because of its rarity. The male-to-female ratio for EV is an astonishing 1:7. Furthermore, research suggests that to enhance EV's affection, facilitating its evolution into either Espeon or Umbreon, it is advisable to choose a Pokémon of the opposite gender to the trainer. This is not mere speculation on Heiyu's part. It is a known fact substantiated by research, a fascinating tidbit about EV. Seeing Heiyu finally make his choice, Qianli felt immense satisfaction and decided to offer further benefits. Heiyu promptly signed a complex confidentiality agreement, and soon after, he followed Qianli through the mysterious small door. "Come with me. In the future, when you become a champion, perhaps your Pokémon will be among them," Qianli jested with a smile. Upon entering the room, Heiyu was immediately enveloped by an inexplicable fragrance. This was the refreshing incense produced by the Lorna family of the Unova League, beneficial for Pokémon eggs and newborn Pokémon. Qianli noted Heiyu's reaction and provided an explanation. The room was vast, with powder-pink walls surrounding it, housing an array of intricate and advanced machinery. All of this was designed to protect the 6 Pokémon eggs at the center of the room. "These are the Pokémon eggs I have meticulously selected. Even if I wish to choose one, I must report it to the League, as all of these are classified as strategic materials. Among these 6 eggs, only the Sloth Pokémon egg is the offspring of my prized Slack King, which I can allocate. The rest are all supported by the League. I currently owe a substantial debt to the League." A hint of wry humor tinged Qianli's words. Despite his elevated status as a gym leader, he faced numerous burdens. Heiyu's gaze was entirely captured by the 6 Pokémon eggs, one resembling a doll, and another resembling a Happiny egg. Both were coveted support Pokémon, predominantly monopolized by the Joy family, making their appearance here quite surprising. The rarest among them was undoubtedly the Sloth Pokémon. Perhaps it could overcome its lazy nature like Chinley's Slaking. Unaware of whether Chinley's Slaking was a result of training or natural inclination, Heiyu allowed himself to fantasize silently. Observing Heiyu's envious expression, Chinley laughed heartily. No need to envy these high-potential Pokémon. Potential is merely a stepping stone. What truly empowers a Pokémon is the training that follows. Heiyu understood the truth in Chinley's words, yet he could not suppress a twinge of envy. The foundation of most powerful factions lies in specialized training methods for particular Pokémon. This knowledge is often passed down through generations, rendering it nearly inaccessible to ordinary trainers. Take the Kanto region's gym as an example. The methods employed by the Cerulean Gym to train water-type Pokémon are its very foundation. Each year, how many high-potential rock-type Pokémon flow out from the Pewter Gym? Yet, have you ever seen the training secrets for rock-type Pokémon emerge from Pewter Gym? After reflecting on these thoughts, Heiyu bid farewell to Chinley. Chapter 28. The mysterious water drop. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Heiyu slumbered until dawn. As the first light of morning broke, he discovered that 500,000 funds had been credited to his Alliance account. The EV egg was on schedule to hatch in approximately 16 hours, prompting him to reconsider venturing into the wilderness. Contemplating this, Heiyu picked up the Pokédex and began perusing the internal data on the Changhua Gym, uncovering a wealth of knowledge previously unknown to him. To his astonishment, he learned that the Mo Yin flower could be utilized in conjunction with the Dewdrop to concoct a potion that attracts flying-type Pokémon. This was indeed the learning material for Dragon Dance. Heiyu eagerly devoured the precious information, each word and sentence unveiling a new realm of understanding. As if he had entered a magnificent new world. Immersed in this ocean of knowledge, he greedily absorbed every detail, feeling the profound power and wisdom contained within. The power of knowledge is truly magnificent. Time slipped away unnoticed as Heiyu remained enraptured, only jolted awake by the midday sun streaming through the window. It became evident that accepting the investment was a judicious decision. Had he navigated these complexities alone, he would have remained oblivious to such monopolized knowledge. He had discovered the method to learn Dragon Dance, which filled him with elation. For the lobster Pokémon had inherited Dragon Dance, but had never been able to master it, a source of lingering frustration. Now, an opportunity to resolve this matter lay before him. He intended to copy a video on Pokémon explanations and needed to concoct a potion to enhance Dragon-type lineage, which required scales from Yaya, fur from Wobbuffet, and blood for the red-faced dragon. The pressure weighed heavily upon him, as these Dragon-type materials were often the most expensive within their respective categories. Stretching his limbs, he exited his room and made his way to the Pokémon restaurant, ordering a complimentary meal to savor its delectable flavors. A new shop has recently opened on the nearby street, rumored to sell an array of fine items, including Pokémon tools. Is that true? Perhaps they have a toolmaker in their employ? I am uncertain, but I heard they're selling a mysterious water drop this afternoon, purportedly with an amplification of over 10. Heiyu listened intently to the chatter around him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Mysterious water drop. Toolmaker. These unfamiliar terms sent a thrill through him. Had he not perused those materials earlier, he would have remained unaware of the existence of toolmakers. A toolmaker is but one of many professions, yet they appear far more enigmatic and scarce compared to breeders. However, they do have their drawbacks. They can only produce items that enhance specific attributes, such as charcoal and the mysterious water drop. Special items like life orbs, toxic orbs, and priority claws cannot be crafted by them. In ancient times, toolmakers were known as alchemists, as a profession that has been passed down for millennia. It is said they can utilize parts of Pokémon to create items. They possess knowledge of crafting some obscure items, yet they commonly share a solitary trait. They are reclusive. The Alliance forbids the clandestine trading of Pokémon remains, and as a result, these individuals often conceal themselves in remote areas, rarely revealing their presence. When two breeders encounter one another, They readily exchanged knowledge and recipes for energy blocks, fostering deep friendships. Conversely, if two alchemists were to meet, they would likely fight fiercely to eliminate one another and seize each other's crafting methods. Consequently, the number of toolmakers has dwindled, as they place immense value on the transmission of their craft. They regard their mentor-student relationships as more significant than blood ties. A mysterious water drop? It is perfectly suited for my iron-claw lobster, and I shall certainly investigate. With a substantial sum recently deposited into his account, Heiyu's wallet was now quite full, making it an opportune moment to acquire the mysterious water drop. With the establishment of the gym, the city had flourished, and Heiyu could distinctly sense the influx of visitors at the Pokémon Center. Moreover, the buildings outside were rapidly rising, a plethora of architectural marvels emerging one after another. After swiftly finishing his lunch, Heiyu hurriedly left the Pokémon Center and followed the navigation of his Pokédex to the newly opened Pokémon shop. Is this throng of people all here for the mysterious water drop? Upon entering the shop, he found the crowd overwhelming. After a moment of contemplation, he understood. The Hoenn region was renowned for its water resources, with many prosperous cities situated along the coast. The further one ventured inland, the more impoverished the cities became, with Liushi, established near a dormant volcano, being the only notable inland city. Thus, water-type Pokémon were highly sought after here. Goodness, the mysterious water drop that amplifies move power by 10 is priced at 1,000,000 Alliance coins, equivalent to half of a starter Pokémon. While Heiyu had anticipated a high price, he had not expected it to be this exorbitant. No wonder so many customers gazed longingly at the mysterious water drop on display. Yet none dared to purchase it. Few trainers could afford the hefty sum of 1,000,000. Heiyu calculated his current funds and concluded that purchasing it would still leave him with a reserve for emergencies. To hell with it, I'll buy it. Excuse me, dear customer, but the mysterious water drop is merely for display and not for sale, a store clerk replied with an impassive expression. Heiyu's face contorted in disbelief, silently cursing under his breath. Others around him seemed unfazed, having witnessed previous attempts to buy the mysterious water drop also met with rejection. This tactic was indeed effective. Ordinary items, such as energy blocks or medicinal berries, were being sold in abundance. Mr. Chinley mentioned that certain locations offer preferential treatment. I wonder if that applies here? With a spirit of experimentation, Heiyu requested to speak with the store owner and subsequently presented his alliance credentials from the Pokédex. Oh dear customer, why discuss whether we are willing to sell? We shall offer it to you at a 10% discount. The store owner, wearing a beaming smile, warmly packaged the mysterious water drop in an exquisite gift box. Heiyu observed the beaming owner and recalled the clerk's earlier impatience, feeling a twinge of exasperation. It seems the alliance credentials are indeed advantageous. Merely elevating his status by a single tier yielded such a significant difference. Heiyu began to realize that the greatest benefit of the investment contract he had signed was the elevation of his privileges. The alliance's established system of privileges resembles the ancient feudal system of nobility. No wonder the alliance seems indifferent to the lives of ordinary citizens. With such a robust and meticulous system in place, they need not fear a rebellion akin to that of Huangchao. If the direct line of descent is akin to those noble offspring of the past, then the alliance's common residents are reminiscent of the common folk of yore. Thus, the elevation of privileges is akin to an elevation of noble rank. What an absurd world this is, Heiyu mused with a sense of resignation. However, he did not criticize this system, for he now found himself among its beneficiaries. No one wishes to undermine their own interests. Of course, had he chosen to remain a part of the Dark Organization instead of becoming a direct trainer of the Alliance, he might have held a different perspective. Perhaps he would have even admired Huang Chao and contemplated a rebellion. Human nature is inherently selfish. Such is the flaw of our species. Chapter 29. The farewell at sunset come, Crawdaunt. Absorb this within you. Inside the Pokémon Center, Heiyu cautiously retrieved the mysterious droplet, resembling a pendant from an exquisite gift box. As the enigmatic droplet gradually approached Crawdaunt, a powerful suction force caused it to slip from Heiyu's hand and slowly enter Crawdaunt's body. The creature emitted a contented sound, its fierce gaze instinctively narrowing. With a 10 enhancement to water-type moves, Crawdaunt's Shellblade would now deliver devastating damage. Heiyu contemplated the moment when Crawdaunt would eventually learn Crabhammer. Ding ding ding. The Pock Dex abruptly chimed, and upon opening it, Heiyu exclaimed in surprise, "Eevee is about to hatch." He hurriedly dashed out of the Pokémon Center, racing toward the Orange Blossom Gym, his face alight with uncontainable joy. In the hatching room, Heiyu eagerly watched the Pokémon egg before him, ready to break free from its shell. Beside him, Xiaoyao's wide eyes sparkled with curiosity, her excitement palpable as this was her first time witnessing a Pokémon hatch. Big Brother is so wonderful, she mused to herself, filled with delight. Suddenly, a radiant light emanated from the incubator. Crack! The egg began to fissure, cracks spreading across its surface. Pop! A fluffy little head cautiously emerged from the shell, exploring the brand new world. "Hello there, little one," Heiyu greeted warmly, unable to resist reaching out to stroke the creature's head. "Eevee!" It squeaked, shrinking back timidly, its fluffy ears instinctively folding. However, sensing no malice, the ears perked up once more. With wide, glistening eyes, the little one cautiously surveyed the world outside the eggshell. It leaned closer to Heiyu's palm, wrinkling its tiny nose to sniff his fingers before extending its tiny tongue to taste. "Eevee, so salty." Heiyu chuckled. "Well, that's because humans sweat. Of course it's salty." Heiyu cradled the little Eevee in his hands, using one hand to groom its damp, tousled fur. Feeling the warmth of his palm, the little Eevee nestled in, letting out a contented coo. Newly hatched Pokémon tend to be quite sleepy, and soon, the little Eevee was back in Heiyu's embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. "How adorable!" Xiaoyao gazed enviously, her eyes sparkling. When the shell cracked and Eevee peeked out, she instinctively clenched her tiny fists. She vowed to capture an Eevee of her own someday. Heiyu took Eevee to the Pokémon Center for a thorough checkup as a juvenile Pokémon. After confirming that everything was in order, Heiyu finally felt at ease. The little Eevee's ability was adaptability, and it had inherited two moves, Yawn and Wish. Watching Heiyu depart, Nurse Joy pondered, Crawdaunt's evolution and capturing a new Eevee? His potential has been proven, especially with the backing of the Orange Blossom Gym. I cannot let such a talent slip away beneath my nose. "Miss Joy, could you please treat my Talonflame?" A trainer approached for treatment, interrupting Nurse Joy's thoughts as she began her busy work. In the following days, Heiyu remained in the city, refraining from venturing into the wild for tasks. During this time, little Eevee thrived, successfully passing through its juvenile phase, thanks to the growth liquid provided by the Orange Blossom Gym. Heiyu had spent a considerable amount of time in Orange Blossom City, experiencing significant growth with his shiny Magikarp evolving into Crawdaunt. His status within the league had risen, and he had also captured a new partner, Eevee. Before departing, he thought to bid farewell to Mr. Qianli, Mrs. Mizuko, and Xiaoyao. After all, he was now considered a beneficiary of the Orange Blossom Gym, a part of their community. Outside the gym, Xiaoyao was no longer her usual lively self. Sorrow and reluctance etched across her face, her bright eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if they could spill over at any moment. "Big Brother, are you really leaving? Can't you stay and keep me company?" Her voice was filled with disappointment and sadness. Being so young, Xiaoyao struggled to grasp the concept of farewell. She could not comprehend why her big brother would suddenly depart, and found it hard to accept such a reality. Her innocent demeanor, combined with her determined effort to hold back tears, evoked a sense of deep compassion. She bit her lip tightly, trying to prevent the tears from flowing. Yet they continued to well up, eventually cascading down her cheeks. Heiyu managed a strained smile, crouching down to gently pat Xiaoyao's head. With a serious expression, he bowed deeply to the two adults. Mr. Qianli, seizing the rare opportunity to personally see him off, remarked, "The gym in Kanaz City specializes in rock-type Pokémon. And since their former leader has recently retired, the newly appointed leader appears to be quite young." Heiyu nodded gratefully, then turned to Xiaoyao, inquiring if she had any parting words. "Big Brother, this is a TM for the Move Hard Stone that I borrowed from my father's room. It should be useful for you, she said, presenting a disc-like learning machine to him, beaming with pride. Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Chinley's expressions darkened, and their gazes toward Heiyu grew somewhat unfriendly. All right, just take it, Mr. Chinley said generously. It was merely an ordinary TM, not particularly precious, so he decided to give it to Heiyu as a token of investment. Yet, despite this reasoning, Chinley felt a twinge of discomfort, pondering why his precious daughter had become attached to this boy, wondering if it was merely due to a single act of heroism, oblivious to the void in Xiaoyao's childhood caused by his focus on battles. Heiyu retrieved a rare preserved starflower from his bag, a treasure he had plucked from the forest before rescuing Xiaoyao. Knowing Mr. Chinley would likely refuse it, he decided to gift it directly to Xiaoyao. Wow, it's so beautiful. Big brother, thank you. I will treasure it, she exclaimed, cradling the stunning star-blue flower delicately in her hands. As Heiyu gradually made his way toward the city outskirts, he waved goodbye. Chapter 30. The Mossy Rock Road. No. 104 in the Fengyuan region stretches north and south, connecting the vibrant city of Changhua to the north and the town of Kanaz to the south. With the 105th waterway lying to the south, this significant thoroughfare bisects the Changhua forest, frequented daily by adventurous trainers. Emerging from a city, Heiyu leisurely strolled along the route, accompanied by his crawdaunt. The Changhua forest is rumored to harbor the elusive Shroomish, yet Heiyu had yet to encounter one, leaving him to ponder the veracity of the claims circulating on the forums. He held his Pokédex for navigation, while Crawdaunt vigilantly scanned the surroundings, safeguarding against any lurking wild Pokémon. This rare and useful creature was undoubtedly coveted by Heiyu, as the mushrooms adorning its body are considered a precious medicinal ingredient. Moreover, it thrives on decomposing leaves and soil. With its spore and toxic healing abilities, it boasts top-tier characteristics. Spore. When attacked, there is a chance to inflict paralysis, sleep, or poison on the opponent. Toxic Heal. When in a poisoned state, it does not lose health from damage. Instead, it converts to healing. Heiyu quickened his pace, muttering to himself that Shroomish generally appears in humid areas, especially after heavy rainfall when they tend to cluster. Just as he was lost in thought, a boy in shorts suddenly leaped into the middle of the road. Hey, trainer with the Crawdaunt. The boy's disheveled appearance belied the spark of excitement in his eyes. Startled by the shout, Heiyu hesitated before pointing to himself and asking, "Are you talking about me, kid? Indeed. Are you brave enough to let your Crawdaunt battle my Pokémon?" The boy replied with a smirk. Suppressing a chuckle, Heiyu replied, "I think not. The level disparity between us is too vast. Besides, my Pokémon is not just a Crawdaunt, but an evolved form." The boy, seemingly offended by the rejection, appeared both angry and confused, as if he did not recognize Heiyu as Pokémon. I bet you're afraid." Faced with the provocation, Heiyu sighed. In a battle, there must be some stakes. What can you offer? This question seemed to momentarily stump the boy. After a pause, he finally blurted, "I know a lot about Changhua Forest and can share valuable information with you." Heiyu shrugged indifferently. "All right, if I lose, I'll give you a box of energy cubes." At the mention of the energy cubes, the boy's eyes lit up, and he quickly tossed out a Pokeball. "Come forth, Caterpie." Heiyu's Crawdaunt swiftly executed a claw attack, defeating the Caterpie in a single move. In return, Heiyu received the information he sought. Continuing onward, Heiyu soon reached the northeastern corner of Changhua Forest, where a massive mossy rock stood. It was said that EV could evolve into Leaf Fion in this vicinity, and a considerable crowd had gathered. Pondering this, Heiyu felt a gentle tug at his waist as a luxurious Pokeball began to sway. A fluffy EV appeared at his feet. EV, the little EV, seemingly aware of the discussions surrounding it, eagerly emerged from the Pokeball. "Are you eager to visit that rock?" Heiyu hesitated, yet ultimately acquiesced, reasoning that his EV had not yet reached the level of evolution, so proximity would not trigger any transformation. "EV." The joyful little creature leaped into Heiyu's embrace, relishing the affection. "You're quite the handful. It's fine now, but this won't be so when you grow up," Heiyu chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. To hasten his journey, Heiyu produced a multifunctional folding mountain bike. Following the boy's directions to the northeastern corner, he swiftly arrived at the forested area. However, The scene before him was rather astonishing. This place bore little resemblance to a forest. Instead, dozens of tents were pitched, buzzing with activity, a veritable campsite. Goodness, have these people come here for a gathering? Heiyu's arrival drew some attention, yet most remained unfazed, as they were likely drawn by the rare Pokémon within Changhua Forest or the mossy rock itself. Eevee. The little Eevee poked its head out from Heiyu's chest, its expressive eyes scanning the surroundings. Eevee, look, there are others like you. Heiyu and his Eevee spotted several other Eevees, and he speculated if they too had come to evolve into Leafeon. The little Eevee, thrilled to see so many kindred spirits, momentarily forgot Heiyu's caution and bounded toward the gathering. Eevee, be careful, Heiyu called out anxiously as he chased after it, only to be interrupted by a young girl. Ah, what a cute Eevee. Her exclamation drew quite a few gazes. Unaware of its trainer's concern, the little Eevee frolicked about, fascinated by its surroundings. Is this your Eevee? It looks splendid, with its fluffy fur and lively eyes. May I ask how you raised it? A bespectacled gentleman approached, his demeanor polite yet inquisitive. Without elaborating further, his inquiry sufficed to pique the curiosity of those nearby, though some were already aware of Heiyu's identity. The Changhua Gym? I haven't heard of it before. Are you foolish? That's the new gym. Check your Pokédex and refresh your information, another chimed in. Ah, that explains the influx of people in Changhua Forest recently, a bystander mused. The conversation shifted toward the new gym, while a select few remained intrigued by the EV trainer. My name is Sanyek. May I know yours? The gentleman adjusted his glasses and produced his Pokédex, seemingly wishing to exchange contact information. Heiyu smiled subtly, aware of Sanyek's intentions to gauge his affiliation with the Changhua Gym and to uncover more about him. He retrieved his own Pokédex, and as their devices connected, information about each other surfaced. Upon discovering Heiyu's status as a direct descendant trainer, Sanyek's enthusiasm only grew. Come, Heiyu. I have gathered like-minded individuals here. We can share insights on EV training. Heiyu, relieved by the invitation, recognized that this was an opportunity to integrate into this community. Given Sanyek's demeanor, it was reasonable to assume that most of the group shared similar credentials, promising a high caliber of conversation. Chapter 31. Little Eevee's Debut Greetings, everyone. Allow me to introduce you to Blackwood, who hails from. Thistlepool paused, glancing back at Blackwood, seemingly hesitant. Blackwood thought, is he probing for my background again? Very well, I shall indulge him. I originate from a small island overseas and am currently journeying through the Hoenn region, participating in gym challenges and aiming for the league, Blackwood said with a subtle smile. Before him stood Thistlepool, a bespectacled and refined young man, along with twin brothers and the girl who had earlier praised Eevee's charm. This quartet formed a tight-knit circle, their opulent attire and the Pokémon at their sides indicating they were all scions of affluent families. Recognizing Blackwood as a fellow member of the elite trainer class, unlike the common trainers, the four were eager to welcome him. Blackwood, you're fortunate to have encountered us. Otherwise, you might have been misled by some lowly commoner. That would have been a disaster. Their curiosity piqued, especially by Blackwood's revelation that EV came from a gym. One of them inquired, Mr. Senri of Petalburg Gym holds me in high regard and has signed an investment contract with me. Little EV is part of that arrangement. Blackwood stated, seeing that the others also had EV. Leveraging influence was his forte. The others looked on with envy, especially Thistlepool, who now understood why Blackwood's EV was so well-nurtured. It was due to superior genetics. A gym product is undoubtedly top-notch, one of the twins remarked. Blackwood, are you here to evolve EV in a Leafeon? Another asked. EV peeked out from behind Blackwood, timidly observing its larger counterparts. After some discussion, Blackwood learned that the others were primarily there to evolve their EV, so they had decided to camp and train, awaiting the opportune moment. I see. So, one can use sweet herbs and pure water to wipe EV's body, promoting healthy fur growth. And honey fruit can enhance EV's intelligence. Having confirmed that Blackwood was indeed a league-affiliated trainer like themselves, they embraced him without reservation. The five gathered, exchanging insights on EV's training. Blackwood listened attentively, gleaning valuable knowledge. After all, there was no single perfect method, only the most suitable one. Pokémon were unique individuals, and their training should be tailored to their specific needs rather than blindly following convention. As night fell, Blackwood lay in his tent, pondering the day's discussions. So, it will rain in a few days, and many Shroomish will appear. Is that what they're waiting for? He decided to stay a few more days. As he was in no rush to reach Malville City, he slipped into his sleeping bag, only to find Eevee trying to join him. Burying its head in the bag, its fluffy tail wagged incessantly as it trembled slightly. Blackwood stroked its soft fur, calming it down. So, little Eevee is afraid of the dark, he chuckled softly. As watchmen had been assigned, Blackwood could sleep soundly. The next morning, Blackwood awoke to the sounds of activity outside. They're making breakfast. He grabbed a bottle of nutritional drink and a cream bun, content with a simple meal. Taillow, use Aerial Ace. Shroomish, stand up and show some spirit. Others had already begun their morning training, attracting attention. Blackwood strolled around the camp with Eevee in his arms. Still drowsy, Eevee nestled in its trainer's embrace. Thistlepool approached, suggesting, Blackwood, would you be interested in an Eevee mirror match? Intrigued, Blackwood glanced at Eevee and agreed. I couldn't ask for more. It was a good opportunity to toughen Eevee, as it would need to battle in the future. While Eevee was not eager to fight, it did not resist or show fear, perhaps due to having witnessed battles during their journey. An Eevee mirror match was sure to draw a crowd, given the Pokémon's popularity. Little Eevee, give it your best. This is your debut, Blackwood encouraged, stroking its fur. With a determined look, Eevee hopped onto the field. The two Eevee stood facing each other. Blackwood's Eevee was noticeably smaller. Eevee, use Tackle. Both trainers commanded simultaneously. The Pokémon collided, and Blackwood's Eevee was at a disadvantage due to its size and strength. It was knocked back, its once clean fur now covered in dust, which annoyed the fastidious Eevee. Swift, Blackwood called out. Eevee leaped up, scattering countless stars from its tail, striking the opponent with dazzling brilliance. Its adaptability ability, combined with the same type attack bonus, made the move potent. Defend with Sand Attack, Thistlepool countered calmly. Although the attacks were not powerful, the sight of the adorable Eevee leaping about was entertaining. Alright, that's enough. The battle ended as Blackwood and Thistlepool called a halt simultaneously. It was just a friendly match, and there was no need for a serious fight. As the crowd began to disperse, Thistlepool's Eevee suddenly emitted a brilliant light, connecting with a large mossy rock nearby. When the light subsided, a graceful Pokémon with a refreshing aroma emerged. Leafeon. Chapter 32. The mushroom, the sudden evolution captivated everyone's attention. Wasn't the purpose of their gathering precisely to witness the extraordinary evolution of the mossy rock? Leaf Eevee. Beep beep beep. Leaf Eevee, the new verdant Pokémon, a grass-type evolution of Eevee, engages in photosynthesis akin to plants, thus surrounding itself with refreshing air. In Black Feather's arms, the small Eevee, with its bright, curious eyes, gazed at its evolved counterpart in wonder. Would it evolve into something like this in the future? The little Eevee's fluffy ears perked up, filled with intrigue. Rest assured, little Eevee, should you wish to evolve into a Moonlight Eevee in the future, that would be splendid. If you prefer another form, I shall not impose. It is entirely up to your desire, Black Feather gently reassured, cradling the small creature and feeling its soft fur. Of course, if one does not specialize in Dark-type, Eevee would henceforth be relegated to a supportive role or a pet. Aspiring to embrace a specialization in Dark-type, he had resolved to cultivate a formidable team. In the following days, torrential rains fell, confining everyone to the camp. Notably, 2 trainers successfully evolved their Eevees into Leaf Eevees. With the discovery of the mossy rock, an influx of trainers began to set up camp in the area. Black Feather, we're preparing to venture out in search of the mushrooms. Would you like to join us? Initially engrossed in his breeding books within the confines of his tent, Black Feather paused momentarily upon hearing the voice. He then set down his book and slowly emerged from the tent. At that moment, the twin brothers, along with a young girl and a 3-leaf pond, were fully equipped in their exploration attire, seemingly ready to seek out the elusive mushrooms following the recent downpour. Never mind. You all go ahead. The path is rather muddy at the moment. I shall wait a couple of days before setting off to search. Black Feather politely declined their invitation to join. He preferred to operate as a lone wolf. The group, slightly disheartened, bid him farewell and retreated into the depths of the orange flower forest. The mushrooms and spores shed by the mushroom Pokémon were excellent medicinal ingredients, and he had a few energy cubes that required them. Black Feather aimed to capture a mushroom Pokémon, not to develop it as a primary member of his team, but rather to keep it as a supportive companion. A modest offering of food would yield a continuous supply of the small mushrooms and toxic spores it would shed, an exceedingly profitable endeavor. As the sun rose, the land began to dry after 2 days of sunlight, and the forest paths were no longer muddy. Black Feather, like most others in the camp, set off in search of the mushrooms. The mushrooms favored damp locales and resided on the moist forest floor. By day, they would remain motionless beneath the shade of trees, nestled among fallen leaves, relishing the moist decay and soil. Upon sensing danger, however, the mushroom Pokémon would shake its body and release a cloud of toxic spores from its cap. Black Feather tread cautiously through the forest, being a social Pokémon. The mushrooms were timid and would flee at the slightest disturbance. This was one of the reasons he preferred to search alone. "Evie, are you certain this is the right place?" Black Feather inquired, glancing down at the little Evie in his arms, who was sniffing around inquisitively. Evie nodded affirmatively. Its sense of smell was remarkably acute. Observing the small footprints on the ground and the gnawed, withered leaves, Black Feather felt resolute. He bent down to gently part the grass. Hidden beneath the trees, he spotted several mushrooms, though upon closer inspection, they appeared somewhat different. The upper half was beige with green spots, while the lower half was green, featuring a small opening at the top and a ring of folds. Indeed, it was a mushroom Pokémon. Black Feather's eyes lit up instantly as he retrieved a luxury ball from his waist. With a flash of white light, his Kingler emerged. "Kingler, use Shell Blade, but remember to hold back. We do not want to kill it." With a command, Kingler leaped forward, its pincers raised high, then came crashing down. The mushroom Pokémon, previously rooted in its hiding spot, was startled awake, and several fled on their short legs. "Phoeba, you take the one on the left. Pidgey, the one on the right is yours." Black Feather crossed his arms and released 2 Pokémon from luxury balls. Apart from the one knocked unconscious by Kingler, the remaining fleeing mushrooms emitted clouds of toxic spores. Pidgey dispersed those spores. Black Feather would not allow them to succeed. Once all 3 mushrooms were subdued, he tossed out his Pokeballs to capture them. Beep, beep, beep. Mushroom Pokémon. The mushroom Pokémon, a grass type, dwells on the moist forest floor, feasting on the leaf litter that accumulates. It stands at a height of 0.4 meters and weighs 5 kilograms. Possessing a well-developed body with the ability Poison Heal, and has mastered moves such as Tackle, Absorb, Stun Spore, Leech Seed, and Mega Drain, with the inherited move Absorb Punch. Black Feather scanned all 3 mushroom Pokémon's Pokeballs, and the Pokédex immediately displayed detailed information. TSK. Only this one, that inherited Absorb Punch, is noteworthy, and its ability Poison Heal has tactical potential. He decided to keep this one as a supportive Pokémon while selling off the other 2. "If I can acquire a Everstone in the future, I might consider training it," Black Feather mused. The evolved form of the mushroom, Shroomish, is considered an excellent Pokémon, known for its rapid punches. However, its true popularity stems from the move known as Spore, a hypnosis move renowned for its accuracy. While it may sound exaggerated, its hit rate is indeed terrifyingly high. Regrettably, only the mushroom family, the Shroomish family, and the Paras family can learn this move. The Paras family primarily resides in the Kanto and Johto regions, while the Shroomish family is found in the Unova region. The only drawback is that a mushroom must reach level 40 to master Spore. Upon evolving, it loses the opportunity to learn this skill. Therefore, to learn it, one must keep the mushroom in its base form until level 40. However, normal mushrooms evolve into Shroomish at level 23, which is why an Everstone is necessary to maintain the mushroom's form. Upon returning to the camp, the majority of people returned disappointed, having failed to locate any mushrooms. The ruckus caused by the group had frightened the timid mushrooms into hiding. Black Feather did not intend to sell the 2 mushroom Pokémon to the camp's inhabitants, as the League officially prohibited Pokémon trading. He had no desire to tarnish his record over a minor infraction. His future endeavors required a spotless history. I shall wait until I reach the black market in Kanaz City to sell them. Black Feather contemplated, recalling the 2 mushroom Pokeballs stored in his space bag. Chapter 33. Kanaz City, a grand metropolis located in the western region of Hoenn, holds immense geographical significance. To the south lies the Orange Forest, while the eastern side connects to the Karoo Tunnel, with the Meteor Falls situated to the north. The city boasts a remarkably advanced industrial sector, and its motto reflects a harmonious blend of nature and science. Is this the headquarters of the Devon Corporation? What a magnificent structure, entirely owned by a single entity. Underneath the towering edifice, Heyu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The Devon Corporation has become a legend in the online realm, having once been merely a small enterprise focused on iron ore extraction and steel refining. Today, it stands as a formidable competitor to the commercial giant Sylph Company, which is based in the economically thriving city of Goldenrod. Sylph's extensive operations dominate over 80% of the Pokeball industry across various regions. The capacity of the Devon Corporation to rival such a colossal entity speaks volumes about its current stature. The present president, Zavoki Mufeng, is a visionary who has developed machines that harness energy from magma. The company has made significant strides in the market of Pokémon gadgets and is rumored to have created new types of Pokeballs. The luxurious ball at my waist is a product of the Devon Corporation's innovation. Heyu subconsciously touched the luxurious ball at his side. Daiwu is likely around my age. I wonder if I will have the fortune to meet this future champion. As Heyu made his way to the Pokémon Center, memories of Daiwu surfaced in his mind. Renowned as a beloved supporting character in the Pokémon series, Daiwu is celebrated as an elegant young noble. Proficient in Steel-type Pokémon, he is the champion of the Hoenn region, known for his dazzling, shiny Metagross and his passion for collecting various stones. He willingly relinquished the championship to Macaulay. Why am I overthinking this? Given my current status, it would likely be difficult to connect with him. I should focus on settling in at the Pokémon Center first. Although Heyu harbored a desire to befriend this future champion, he found himself lacking the means, as Devon Corporation is an immense entity. Daiwu, this nobleman, is undoubtedly the dream of countless young women, possessing both striking looks and considerable wealth. Miss Joy, I kindly request your assistance. Heyu presented his identity as a core trainer of the Alliance, along with his secondary privileges. He soon received a complimentary room for his stay. After settling in, Heyu sought out a few local ruffians to inquire about the location of the black market. 2 rather rare shroomish were sold for 210,000 and 270,000 Alliance coins, respectively, causing his funds to soar to 700,000. He hastily procured some basic medicinal herbs and materials before leaving the black market. The black market in Kanaz City is indeed well concealed. It took quite a few turns to find it. However, considering Kanaz City's prominent status in the Hoenn region, establishing a black market here is undoubtedly a challenging endeavor. Lying on the luxurious bed in his room, Heyu pondered this reality. Despite the difficulties in setting up a black market, the potential profits are substantial due to the city's dense population and prosperous economy. It is evident that those behind the black market possess significant influence, perhaps even with the support of high-ranking officials within the Alliance to help cover their tracks. Heyu couldn't help but marvel at the vibrancy of Kanaz City. It seems only the headquarters of the Hoenn Alliance in Sayu City could rival its splendor. Exhausted from days of travel, Heyu chose not to continue his late-night study sessions and instead succumbed to a deep slumber. Adequate rest is essential for maintaining one's vitality. Awakening in the gentle morning light, Heyu proceeded to the dining hall, enjoying the complimentary meals. Have you heard? The trainer school is enrolling new students. One voice exclaimed. Is that true? I want my child to give a try. Another responded. Indeed, graduates can participate in the Alliance tournaments without challenging gyms and even secure positions. Heyu listened intently, curiosity piqued by the news regarding gyms and Alliance tournaments, prompting him to search for further information online. The trainer school, funded by the Devon Corporation in collaboration with the official Hoenn Alliance, primarily recruits descendants of core trainers and some gifted commoners. Students not only benefit from meticulously curated textbooks, but also access the latest research equipment. Graduates can leverage their diplomas to gain recognition and preferential treatment in various clubs and companies. Naturally, the vast majority opt to join the alliance directly for employment benefits. Countless commoners aspire to graduate and secure stable jobs. However, for those who prefer adventure over work, it is also feasible to participate in alliance tournaments without the need to challenge gyms. Could it be that Daewoo graduated from this very institution? It is no wonder he became a champion. It seems the Devon Corporation played a significant role behind the scenes. In recent years, the Devon Corporation has heavily invested in the Hoenn region, establishing various factories and spending considerable sums. The headquarters, located in Kanaz City, is a towering structure of over 100 floors, clearly indicating their intention to take root here. Rumor has it that a few years ago, when the Devon Corporation first rose to prominence, the Johto region extended an olive branch, but for some unknown reason, the proposal fell through. Heiyu quickly grasped the differing dynamics among the three regions. Johto and Sinnoh, as the oldest regions, possess formidable strength but also suffer from entrenched social hierarchies. The Joy and Junsha families maintain their headquarters within, alongside established local powers like the Yulong family and Team Rocket. If the Devon Corporation were to venture recklessly into Johto, it would undoubtedly disrupt the existing balance and face opposition from local factions. Conversely, the situation in Hoenn is quite different. While it is a powerful region, its factions are incredibly diverse. Beyond the overt control of the alliance, countless shadowy organizations operate behind the scenes, unlike Johto, where Team Rocket holds a dominant position. Heiyu found it amusing, yet he also harbored a sense of admiration for Sakaki, the leader of Team Rocket. After taking a moment to regroup and adjust his mindset, Heiyu prepared to head to the Kanaz gym. According to the information he gathered online, the Kanaz gym specializes in rock-type Pokémon. Water-type Pokémon have an advantage over rock types, so today's gym battle should be less daunting than before. Humming a cheerful tune, Heiyu strolled leisurely toward the Kanaz gym. The entrance to the gym was quite impressive, crafted from a massive rock base. According to rumors, the transportation of this rock required the assistance of powerful Pokémon such as Boscodora, Tyranitar, and even Banquilus. With a solemn heart, Heiyu stepped through the grand entrance. What? The gym is closed today and not accepting challengers? Heiyu gazed at the apologetic staff member before him, feeling his enthusiasm extinguished in an instant. The staff member clasped their hands together in apology, explaining, "Our former gym leader just retired, and the new leader has taken frequent leaves in their first 2 days. We are at a loss." Sighing, Heiyu thought, since I can't challenge the gym, perhaps visiting other renowned places would be worthwhile. The trainer school, perhaps? I wonder if I could tour the facility. He flipped through the information in his Pokédex, contemplating his next destination. Chapter 34, Trainer School. The Trainer School, generously funded by the affluent Duin Corporation, boasts an impressive expanse of land befitting an official institution. As Heiyu strolled through the public areas, he marveled at the opulent buildings, playgrounds, and decorations. According to the map, the vast grounds spanned thousands of acres, primarily occupied by the school, featuring extravagant battle arenas capable of hosting elite-level Pokémon battles, as well as simulated environments favored by various Pokémon. The lavish construction of the battle facilities for a learning institution seemed excessive. Heiyu found himself at a loss for words, especially upon seeing the students' residences, which were individual villas, something he had never encountered before. It was no wonder so many were determined to gain admission. While perusing the information about the school in his Pokédex, Heiyu was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. A dignified girl, clad in a black skirt and pink tights, gracefully approached him. "Hello, may I inquire if you are here for a scheduled tour of the trainer school? I'm Du-Wan, a teacher here." The girl who introduced herself as Du-Wan extended her hand, her lustrous ribbon-like hair catching the eye. "Indeed, but I'm also an intern teacher at the trainer school." Du-Wan winked and smiled gently, unfazed by being recognized. The retirement of the former gym leader of the Kanaz gym was no secret, and thus the news of the new leader spread quickly across the internet. Du-Wan, a prodigy enamored with rock-type Pokémon, was reportedly one of the top graduates of the trainer school last year. Although she had not participated in some official competitions organized by the Alliance, she had excelled in internal school battles and passed the gym leader assessment. Ah, Leader Du-won. Please, just call me Teacher Du-won. This is a school, not a gym, Du-won replied politely. Hei-yu observed the graceful and poised Du-won and said, Teacher Du-won, I am truly sorry for the inconvenience of having you personally attend to me. Although Du-won might not have minded, Hei-yu could not take for granted the hospitality of a gym leader. Du-won appeared to be around 20 years old, exuding youthfulness and elegance in her attire. It's no trouble at all, Hei-yu. While I am the gym leader of Kanas, I'm also a scholar and a teacher. It is my duty, she said as they walked along a long forest path, finally arriving at a grand entrance. This was the true entrance to the trainer school, whereas they had previously traversed merely the outskirts. Beep, beep, beep. As Du-won glanced at the camera, it seemed she was undergoing an identity verification process. Hei-yu felt a sense of novelty. He had not anticipated encountering facial recognition technology in this place. The students at the trainer school were the next generation of the Alliance, thus enjoying various high-tech advancements. Noticing Hei-yu's curious gaze, Du-won smiled and explained. Upon entering the gate, a vast battle arena came into view, where countless formidable Pokémon lay sprawled. Exuding an intimidating aura, Lizard King, Blaziken, Swampert, Sceptile, Gardevoir, Exploud. All were high-level and rare Pokémon within the school, while some commoners gained admission through talent. Many were offspring of the elite within the Alliance. These Pokémon served as protective companions for the privileged children lacking combat ability. Du-won's expression turned somewhat uneasy as she awkwardly explained, although the Alliance does not classify individuals by status. Various aspects of the system and daily life reveal the principle of supremacy within the Alliance. Hei-yu maintained a composed demeanor, revealing no unusual expressions. Ah, I see. With such Pokémon as guardians, the trainer school must be exceedingly safe, Hei-yu remarked with a smile, seemingly genuinely concerned for the students' safety. Hearing this, Du-won gradually regained her composure. This person possesses secondary access. I wonder which prominent family he hails from? Yet, he appears remarkably unpretentious, she mused, subtly assessing Hei-yu. It seemed he was not the type to flaunt his status or indulge in a life of leisure. Du-won sincerely did not wish to engage in such hospitality duties. After all, she was already quite busy with her research, teaching students, and fulfilling her role as a gym leader. Initially, upon learning that a trainer with secondary access was visiting, she had assumed he might be yet another spoiled heir, especially since many prominent families had sought to form alliances with her since she became a gym leader, even pursuing her to the gym, which had become quite bothersome. She sought refuge in the school, not only out of a love for academia, but also to evade the advances of entitled youths and the pressures of family arrangements. She was genuinely weary of dealing with the entanglements of those privileged offspring, hence her lack of enthusiasm for this reception task. However, it was fortunate that this trainer, Hei-yu, was not the type of second-generation heir she had envisioned. Hei-yu, unaware of Du-won's inner thoughts, was entirely captivated by the sight of the luxurious dormitories. Each a standalone villa. Could this be imagined? This was student accommodation. He was reminded of a phrase from his previous life. The rich dine on fine delicacies while the poor freeze to death in the streets. For some reason, this thought crossed his mind. In the slums, people died daily from hunger and cold, struggling to meet their basic needs. Yet, the high-ranking officials of the Alliance had long begun to pursue spiritual pleasures. The stark contrast between the opulent school and the dilapidated slums stirred a complex emotion within Hei-yu. As they walked, Hei-yu's thoughts swirled, quietly following Du-won's lead. Along the way, they passed various individuals, teachers and students alike, who, upon seeing Du-won beside Hei-yu, greeted her with deep respect. Although Du-won was merely an intern teacher, her status as a gym leader explained the deference she received. These children are indeed fortunate, Hei-yu mused inwardly. Almost every student was clad in luxurious attire, adorned with extravagant pokeballs, and some even had one or two servants in tow. Hei-yu found it difficult to fathom that, despite the Alliance's long-standing reforms, the profession of servant still existed. Chapter 35. Du-won, the Dark Feather Trainer, given the vast expanse of the school grounds. It would be more prudent for us to take a sightseeing vehicle, suggested Du-won, casually hailing a tour car that roamed within the campus. That sounds most agreeable, After all, your school is incredibly lavish, Black Feather replied with a resigned smile. En dehors du Juan is guidance. The two of them spent the better part of the day exploring the entire campus aboard the sightseeing car. As the vehicle came to a halt at the final stop, Black Feather stepped off to find himself greeted by an expansive battle arena. Countless students were orchestrating simulated battles with their Pokémon. This is a space for students to engage freely and compete against one another, Duwan announced, her voice instinctively rising above the cacophony of clashing abilities that filled the air. Good day, Teacher Duwan. Have you eaten yet? Teacher Duwan, do you have a boyfriend? May I pursue you? As a popular instructor, Duwan's fame had soared even higher since becoming the gym leader of the Kanaz Gym. She was a household name within the Trainer Academy, well known and widely admired. Thus, her mere presence instantly captivated the attention of all the students. It is worth noting that these students were often seen as little tyrants by other teachers, boasting outrageously affluent backgrounds. Teachers feared reprimanding them, sometimes even yielding to their whims. As the offspring of privileged families dispersed, their gazes occasionally wandered toward Duwan and Black Feather. Their curiosity piqued about the identity of this mysterious visitor who warranted such personal attention from their beloved teacher. Humph, that fellow looks like a pretty boy. One boy remarked sourly. Don't be so quick to judge. After all, it's teacher Duwan herself who is attending to him. He might have some sort of background. Another student countered, more rationally, recognizing that anyone worthy of her attention was certainly not an ordinary individual. Yet the boy remained unconvinced, sneering, what background? Just look at his plain attire and lack of manners. He seems like a country bumpkin. His words prompted a flicker of doubt among the onlookers. Indeed, Black Feather's clothing did not suggest he hailed from a prominent family. Rather, he resembled a common trainer. Feng-chun, if you believe so, why not test him? Some students urged, unable to contain their mischievous thoughts. Feng-chun, who came from a prestigious family, with a cousin who was none other than the four heavenly kings of the Hoenn region, Bonnie was no fool. He sensed the underlying intentions of his peers. Just then, a classmate exclaimed, "Hey, look, that guy seems to be challenging teacher Duwan to a battle." The crowd's attention shifted, and they surged forward in excitement. Meanwhile, Black Feather remained oblivious to the whispers and speculations circulating among the students. Even if he had been aware, he likely would not have been affected, for the opinions of outsiders were merely reflections of their thoughts. Living one's life based on the perceptions of others is a path of sorrow, a principle Black Feather had long embraced. He trailed behind Duwan, listening to her animated narration of the school's history. Our Trainer Academy is dedicated to cultivating the pillars of the next generation for the League, serving the vast community of the Alliance, Duwan spoke, her words becoming somewhat parched as she licked her cracked lips. Suddenly, she paused and teased, "Ah, so this is your true intention. You came to visit the school just to seek me out?" With a self-deprecating smile, she acknowledged her own negligence as a gym leader, admitting that challengers had even tracked her down to the school. "I truly am an inadequate gym leader," she mused, as rumors circulated online suggesting that her youth and rapid rise to prominence were unmerited. "I accept your challenge, Trainer Black Feather." Duwan's eyes gradually ignited with a fierce determination, embodying the solidity of rock-type Pokémon. "If you don't mind, shall we battle here? It would provide an excellent practical lesson for the students," she proposed, reverting to her composed demeanor, her voice soft and inviting. "Of course, I have no objections," Black Feather replied politely, although he was aware that being the center of attention would undoubtedly impose significant psychological pressure. However, he understood that the upcoming league tournament would attract not just dozens of students but thousands of spectators. Thus, he welcomed the opportunity to hone his ability to perform under pressure. "Let's set the rules for this challenge as a 2v2 battle. You may freely switch your Pokémon. I will release my Pokémon first, and you can choose your response." Duwan articulated the rules with a gentle tone. The format mirrored that of the Orange Blossom Gym, being the most basic level of challenge. Higher tiers required a fee of 10,000 Alliance coins, with rewards for victorious challengers. Come fort, Geodude. A flash of light revealed a rock-type Pokémon with two arms standing in the arena. Black Feather smiled softly, realizing the advantage was his, for the rock type was vulnerable to his two water-type Pokémon. Water-type Pokémon have the upper hand, he thought confidently as he retrieved a Pokeball. Come forth, Sharpedo. The fearsome-looking Sharpedo materialized, hovering just above the ground, its sharp teeth grinding audibly. As the students witnessed the impending battle, they rushed forward like a tide, encircling the arena with eager anticipation. However, some individuals among the crowd began to voice their contempt for Black Feather. I expected more. Sending out a common Pokémon like Sharpedo is quite disappointing. One student scoffed, disdain evident in his expression. Another chimed in with mockery. Indeed, he hasn't even evolved his Sharpedo, which merely indicates its low level. Others joined in the ridicule, declaring, does he really think he could defeat Teacher Do-Won just by exploiting type advantages? Such naive delusions of grandeur. He clearly knows nothing of true combat skills and strategy. These remarks reached Black Feather's ears, but he merely shrugged them off, unconcerned. In stark Kontrast, Du-Hwan was incensed. She cast an apologetic glance toward Black Feather, leaning forward in a slight bow to express her remorse, turning her attention to the surrounding students. A hint of indignation surfaced on her elegant features, her flowing hair swaying slightly with her agitation. The students, sensing her displeasure, fell silent, intimidated into submission. Chapter 36. The Great White Shark. Black Feather, you may make the first move, Du-Won said, brushing her hair aside. The battle commenced with Little Fiststone facing off against the Sharpedo. Sharpedo used Charge. It struck first, while Black Feather seized the opportunity to enhance his abilities. Little Fiststone used Roll. Du-Hwan commanded softly. Little Fiststone curled into a ball, its surface gleaming with a brilliant white light. Sharpedo used Water Jet to stop it. Black Feather ordered. He would not allow the opponent to fortify itself unchallenged. Sharpedo, having accumulated its speed boost ability since its entry, launched itself with incredible velocity, resembling a rocket. It collided with Little Fiststone before the latter could complete its enhancement, sending it tumbling away. Little Fiststone used Roll. Du-Won realized that securing a safe enhancement was unlikely, so she resorted to her most proficient combo. Little Fiststone transformed into a stone ball, rolling recklessly across the arena. Sharpedo used Psychic Fangs. Sharpedo follow up with Ice Fang. Sharpedo bite down. Black Feather continuously directed the assault, while the speed boost ability was activated, rendering Sharpedo terrifyingly swift. Yet, Little Fiststone excelled in defense, and with the rapid rotation from its roll, it successfully blocked most attacks. As the power of its roll intensified, Sharpedo continued to accumulate its speed boost. Both Pokémon were charging their abilities, locked in a contest of acceleration versus rapid rotation. Little Fiststone used Rock Polish. Du-Won called out softly. Black Feather internally panicked, realizing the implications of this move. The power of Roll would increase exponentially with speed. Now, with Rock Polish, if the speed heightened, it would be unstoppable. Sharpedo used Water Jet. Black Feather commanded. The two Pokémon engaged in a fierce display of speed. To outsiders, only two streaks of gray and blue could be seen darting about the arena, their speeds so great that their forms were barely discernible. The combination of speed boost and Water Jet with the rapid spinning of Roll and the enhancement from Rock Polish created a cacophony of collisions. I cannot allow Little Fiststone to continue rolling. If it does, its power will only grow, and the situation will further deteriorate for me. Sharpedo's speed boost had reached its limit. It could not accelerate any further without risking injury to itself. Black Feather was unwilling to pay such a price for a single battle. Conversely, Du-Won's Little Fiststone had yet to reach its limits, likely due to extensive training in this regard, allowing it to endure enhancements for a longer duration. Sharpedo, unleash your screech. Sharpedo opened its mouth and emitted a piercing roar. Little Fiststone immediately halted its rolling, clutching its head in agony. Now use Water Jet. Black Feather commanded. Du-Won hurriedly instructed Little Fiststone to resume rolling. But it was too late. Sharpedo, enveloped in a torrent of water and with its speed boost at its peak, surged forward like a rocket, colliding forcefully with Little Fiststone. The impact was tremendous. Little Fiststone, already fatigued from its own roll and the enhancement from Rock Polish, was struck hard, causing it to lose consciousness, its eyes swirling into oblivion. How could this happen? Teacher Du Wan actually lost. Could it be that this kid cheated? Perhaps Teacher Du Wan was merely letting him win. Even a most formidable combination of rock polish and roll had been thwarted. The surrounding students were incredulous, murmuring amongst themselves. As in their minds, Du Wan, now their teacher and a once-renowned student in the rock-type specialty, was invincible. 2 years prior, she had been an outstanding student enamored with rock-type Pokémon, and now she was the gym leader of Kansas City. To say Du Wan was their idol would not be an exaggeration. Yet now, she had been defeated by an unknown, youthful opponent. In the center of the arena, Sharpedo, panting heavily, felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through it, akin to a deflating balloon reinflating. A radiant light enveloped its body, the light of evolution. The murmurs from the students ceased abruptly, their eyes wide in astonishment as they beheld Sharpedo evolving. Even Feng Chun, who had been mocking Blackfeather, fell silent. As the brilliant light dissipated, a massive shark head emerged before them, void of a body, resembling a projectile. Beep, beep, beep. The great white shark, a ferocious Pokémon of water dark type. The evolved form of Sharpedo was known as the tyrant of the seas, instilling fear in all. It possessed teeth that could swiftly regenerate after breaking, capable of decimating large vessels single-handedly. Gender, male. Ability, speed boost. Height, 2 meters. Weight, 90 kilograms. Exhibiting exceptional growth compared to its peers, with a formidable bite force. Acquired moves: Slash, Leer, Bite, Rage, Charge, Fake Out, Night Slash, Water Jet, Pursuit, Screech, Taunt, Ice Fawn. Cursed Face, Toxic Fawn. Inherited move: Psychic Fangs. At last it has evolved. The great white shark has arrived. A smile graced Du Wan's face as she warmly said, "Blackfeather, congratulations. Sharpedo has evolved into the great white shark. Thank you for your guidance, Gym Leader Du Wan." Blackfeather replied, slightly bowing in gratitude. Du Wan's cheeks flushed. It was the first time someone had referred to her as Gym Leader, and with such respect. Her gaze towards Blackfeather involuntarily softened. "There's no need for thanks. It's my duty as a gym leader. Now onto this Pokémon." As Du Wan's words fell, she tossed her second Pokeball. North Nose. With a flash of red light, a statue-like Pokémon appeared in the center of the arena, letting out a fierce roar. Blackfeather's eyes narrowed as he thought. As expected, he had anticipated this exact scenario. The Pokémon before him was the Compass Pokémon, North Nose. It has appeared. It is Du Wan's most proficient Pokémon. The audience erupted in excitement. Why doesn't Teacher Du Wan use her main Pokémon, North Nose? Someone questioned in confusion. Indeed, North Nose's level seems to fall short of even Teacher Du Wan's second-string Pokémon. Others chimed in, expressing their doubts. However, the observing students were unaware that this was a gym challenge, still pondering the choice of Pokémon Du Wan had sent forth. After all, North Nose's level was indeed lower compared to the title of a gym trainer. So, Blackfeather, which Pokémon will you send out? Du Wan smiled sweetly, devoid of any airs of a gym trainer, resembling more of a friendly companion. Chapter 37. The Rock Badge Jawbreaker. I implore you once more. A colossal shark head emerged in the arena. The great shark, its gaping maw opened wide, unleashing a fearsome roar. Chow Baby utilized Thunderbolt. As Du Wan's command resonated, Chow Baby became enveloped in crackling electricity. With a powerful leap, it charged towards the great shark. Heyu mused himself, indeed. The reason I find Chow Baby to be rather formidable is due to its extensive repertoire of electric-type moves, despite being a rock-type Pokémon. Moves such as Electromagnetic Wave, Discharge, Thunderbolt, and the immensely powerful Electromagnetic Cannon. This effectively nullifies the type advantage that the Water-Dark-type Pokémon usually possess, creating an equilibrium. While Water types are typically strong against Rock types, the Electric-type moves from the opponent counteract the Water type's inherent strengths. Both sides possess mutual counters. The Great Shark deftly evaded the attack by employing Water Jet to accelerate. Though its body naturally had acceleration traits, it now harnessed the Water Jet to its fullest potential, propelling itself forward with a powerful stream of water akin to a rocket. Even with just its shark head visible and no tail, it surged forward like a cannonball, creating a trailing current behind it, a testament to its astounding speed. Chow Baby's assault, unsurprisingly, missed its mark. Despite boasting an impressive defensive stat of 135, its speed stat of 30 undoubtedly hindered its effectiveness. Chow Baby used discharge. Duan understood this dilemma, prompting Chow Baby to execute a long-range attack. Brilliant bolts of electricity erupted from Chow Baby, forming a dazzling cascade of lightning aimed at the swiftly moving great shark. Whoosh! The great shark accelerated once more, narrowly evading the strike. The advantages of its acceleration trait were on full display. Heiyu's lips curled into a slight smile. The very reason he had chosen to capture this particular jawbreaker, among many, was its acceleration ability. Once, someone had posed a question on forums regarding which of the hundreds of Pokémon abilities was the most useful. Acceleration consistently ranked within the top 10, even occasionally breaching the top 3. Chow Baby charged the electromagnetic cannon. Duan appeared unconcerned about whether the attack would hit, as if intent on unleashing another high-powered move. Heiyu, however, was not worried. If discharge couldn't hit, how could the electromagnetic cannon? Great Shark used Psychic Fong. Once more the command was given, and a massive pink phantom materialized before the Great Shark, lunging toward Chow Baby. Bang! The attack landed. Chow Baby cried out in pain, staggering momentarily. Yet, the electromagnetic cannon it had charged remained intact, the buildup continuing unabated. Great Shark, swim swiftly. Do not let it pin down your position. Heiyu urgently instructed as he observed Chow Baby's charge nearing completion. The Great Shark darted away, leaving a trail of air in its wake, rapidly vanishing from sight. All that remained was a fleeting blue silhouette, accompanied by a long stream of water. Electromagnetic cannon, fire, Duan declared confidently, her face radiant with assurance. Heiyu felt a twinge of unease, though he couldn't pinpoint why. The tip of Chow Baby's nose glowed faintly as the electromagnetic cannon was unleashed. Just as Heiyu thought the Great Shark would evade this attack. Bang! The cannon-like blast of the electromagnetic cannon struck true. Heiyu's mouth fell agape. Disbelief etched across his features as he murmured, "How is this possible?" The hit probability of the electromagnetic cannon was notoriously low, and the Great Shark's speed had reached such heights that it was nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Yet under these circumstances, it had still been hit. Chow Baby possessed the ability to locate its target through magnetic sensing, allowing it to discern positions accurately even amid severe weather or desolate landscapes. Duan, with her hand resting behind her, spoke softly. She herself was unsure why she felt compelled to explain this to Heiyu. Perhaps simply due to the urge to unveil the truth upon seeing his astonished expression. "Ah, I see now. Thank you for your insight," Heiyu replied. Boing respectfully to Duan. Learning through battle and advancing through knowledge. It seemed the only course left was to confront head-on, Heiyu resolved inwardly. In a flash of white light, the iron claw lobster appeared, its mighty pincers brandished proudly, exuding an intimidating aura. Iron claw lobster, use shellblade. With a powerful leap, the iron claw lobster ascended, raising its pincers to reveal the shadowy form of the shellblade. It struck down with tremendous force. This colossal shellblade, targeting the already fatigued Chow Baby, resulted in an instant knockout. Chow Baby fell unconscious, its eyes swirling in a daze. The arena descended into a hushed silence. All eyes fixated on Heiyu, expressions of astonishment and disbelief prevalent among the spectators. Even Duan herself gasped in surprise, unable to conceal her astonishment. How could this be possible? Chow Baby is renowned for its defensive prowess. How could it fall to a single blow? Shouted Feng Chun, a student observing from the sidelines. His voice laced with shock and confusion. He had always held disdain for Heiyu, harboring a strong animosity fueled by the elitism of the prestigious families towards ordinary trainers. However, more than that, it was jealousy over Duan's warm demeanor towards Heiyu that gnawed at him. In his youth, he had once confessed his feelings to Duan in secret, only to be met with a stern reprimand. Consequently, she had never smiled at him again, maintaining a professional distance. Yet, due to the disparity between student and teacher and the unique shyness of youth, he could only express his discontent through words. Such is the nature of youthful infatuation. Yet now, the events unfolding before him exceeded the limits of his imagination. The individual he had derisively referred to as a pretty boy had just defeated Du-Wan. Heiyu smiled, unfazed by the astonished reactions surrounding him. Though he presented a facade of magnanimity, seemingly unbothered by the taunts of the students, he took mental note of the situation, particularly remembering the one who had shouted the loudest. Feng-chun, consider yourself marked, Heiyu thought to himself. He was never one to embody a gentlemanly demeanor. Heiyu regarded himself as rather petty, harboring a tendency for retribution. Yet, he was typically adept at concealing this facet of his character. The combination of adaptability, inherent type advantages, and the mysterious water droplet item contributed to the astonishing power of the Iron Claw Lobster Shell Blade. Heiyu, congratulations on your victory in the challenge. Your Pokémon is truly formidable. At your age, I was certainly no match for you, Du-Wan remarked, her words signifying a strength akin to that of rock itself. Chapter 38. Little Eevee, thank you for your guidance. Gym Leader Du-Wan. After visiting the final area of a trainer school, I prepare to leave, intending to handle the gym procedures and battle recordings at a later time. Ding dong. Black Feather Trainer, your Pokémon has been healed. Please check carefully, Miss Joy said with a gentle smile, extending her delicate hands to present the Pokeball. After expressing his gratitude politely, Black Feather departed from the front desk, unaware that Miss Joy was observing him with keen interest. Black Feather, the trainer from Changhua City that Sister Lin mentioned? Miss Joy mused as she recorded the information of his Pokémon, subsequently sending the data to the family database. Such operations had become second nature to her, having performed them countless times before. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft glow. At that moment, the Pokeball at Black Feather's waist began to tremble. Suddenly, a charming Eevee leaped from the Pokeball, cautiously glancing around, clearly anxious about its new surroundings. Unable to withstand the oppressive darkness, Eevee promptly burrowed into Black Feather's blanket, its fluffy tail peeking out and trembling slightly. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and Eevee seemed to realize something, quickly retracting its tail into the blanket. Finally feeling secure, it curled up and burrowed around for a while, seemingly finding a comfortable position before drifting off to sleep. The next day, as Black Feather stirred awake, he was surprised to find Eevee nestled in his arms. Eevee! It blinked sleepily, gazing up at its owner with a dazed expression. Eevee, you can't just jump out like that. You must listen, Black Feather admonished earnestly. Eevee! The little creature displayed a pitiful expression, its short paws hanging limply in front while its ears twitched. Do you dislike being in the Pokeball? Black Feather suddenly inquired, prompting Eevee's ears to perk up as it nodded its small head vigorously. Black Feather continued to speak with heartfelt sincerity, but unfortunately, little Eevee seemed unable to absorb the words, its eyes glistening with unshed tears as if on the verge of crying. All right, I concede. From now on, you can stay by my side. Black Feather finally relented, unable to resist the adorable creature. Eevee, the little one appeared triumphant, joyfully bouncing around on the floor. The vibrant scene brought a smile to Black Feather's lips. After finishing lunch, Black Feather ventured to the store to procure a batch of berries, ensuring that the production of energy cubes would not fall behind. Today, he aimed to create energy cubes designed to enhance beauty and coat smoothness, aptly named Smooth. The Smooth Energy Cube was a basic type outlined in Master Meta S notes, intended to augment a Pokemon's beauty and coat softness. It was particularly suitable for performance-oriented Pokemon, especially those in the film industry, where production teams often purchase them in bulk. Black Feather arranged the various materials on the table, subsequently releasing the mushroom he had captured in Changhua Forest. The other two had been sold at the black market the previous day, leaving him with this one, which possessed a healing trait and had inherited the move Absorb. He first placed a blueberry into the blender, extracting its juice before adding it to the maker, carefully incorporating the various materials in sequence. Finally, he placed the energy cube into the oven. Phew! On the 17th attempt, success. It appeared that the creation of these lifestyle energy cubes posed relatively low difficulty. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Black Feather reflected. Bathed in sunlight, the golden-purple energy cube felt warm and smooth in his hands. He broke off a small piece and tasted it, letting its mildly sweet flavor spread on his tongue. It should have been slightly sweeter, lacking any bitterness. Black Feather evaluated his creation, acknowledging that as it was his first attempt, some discrepancies were inevitable and that he simply needed to improve his proficiency in the future. Seizing the momentum, he continued crafting, devoting the entire afternoon to producing over 20 energy cubes. Arranging them in boxes of 8 resulted in 3 boxes, with an extra cube remaining. "Come on, Evie," Black Feather called gently, noticing the little creature cowering in the corner. Upon hearing her master's voice, Evie sprang up excitedly, perfectly catching the delicious energy cube. "Don't be upset, Evie. I've just been really busy. Now I have time to play with you," Black Feather reassured her softly, gently stroking her soft fur. Evie wriggled happily in Black Feather's embrace, seeking a comfortable position before emitting a joyful sound. Evie, glancing out the window, Black Feather noticed the sun beginning its descent, signaling the approach of evening. Rising from his seat, he smiled at Evie and said, "Let us go, Evie. Let us take a stroll outside. The evening scenery is delightful." Carefully cradling Evie, he prepared to step out. Before leaving, he made sure to put away the energy cube-making machine on the table, ensuring everything was tidy and organized. Meanwhile, the shops lining the streets began to illuminate their lights. Readying for the night ahead, Black Feather and Evie strolled side by side along the road, her bright, curious eyes darting around as she observed everything with wonder. This was Evie's first venture onto the streets, and she was filled with excitement at the unfamiliar yet fascinating world. Suddenly, a car sped by, accompanied by a rush of wind. Evie, startled, she jumped in alarm, quickly hiding behind Black Feather, her fluffy little paws clutching his pant leg as if seeking safety. "Ha ha ha! Don't be afraid, Evie. Just be careful not to run into the road." The boy and his little Evie played joyfully on the streets, their laughter echoing far and wide as the sun dipped below the horizon. Chapter 39. Nurturer Guild. The following day, dawn broke. After spending an entire day crafting energy cubes and taking little Evie to the night market, I had gone to bed late. Upon rising, I brought a few Pokémon to the restaurant, ordered a selection of food, and began to feast heartily. "Good morning, Miss Joy." Black Feather's eyes lit up as he spotted Miss Joy in the dining area. However, she appeared somewhat unwell, her gaze distant and unfocused. It was only upon hearing his greeting that she responded, "Ah, hello, Trainer Black Feather." Due to Black Feather's rare secondary status, Miss Joy recognized him immediately. Eager to cultivate a closer relationship, he approached her table, carrying his tray. "Miss Joy, would you mind if I sat across from you?" he inquired, noting her somewhat haggard appearance. "Of course, it's your choice." With her permission, he settled in front of her and asked, "Miss Joy, may I inquire if you are suffering from insomnia? Forgive my rudeness, but you appear rather exhausted." Instinctively, Miss Joy touched her face with a small hand and replied with a wry smile, "In a few days, I will be taking the Nurturer Certification exam, and I've been burning the midnight oil to prepare." Black Feather was taken aback. Nurturer Certification? After further questioning, he learned that there was a Nurturer Guild in Kanaz City, primarily established for apprentices to assess their skills. More importantly, it served as a platform for nurturers to communicate and share knowledge. Additionally, the guild collected a wealth of precious herbs. "I recall you are an adventurer, often traversing the wilds. If you happen upon rare herbs, consider selling them to the Nurturer Guild," Miss Joy said, her spirits lifting as she spoke about nurturers. Black Feather had never heard of such a guild before. Orange Blossom City lacked such resources. Kanaz truly deserved its reputation as one of the most prosperous cities in the Hoenn League. He mused silently. At the same time, he found it curious that he could find no information about the Nurture Guild online. He attributed this to the League's restrictions on access to channels and valuable knowledge, keeping such information away from the general populace. He accessed the League's database, entering the library password for the Orange Blossom Gem, and searched among thousands of tomes for information on the Nurturer Guild. Indeed, his greatest takeaways were the secondary privileges and the reading rights to the Orange Blossom Library. Black Feather had already begun to feel the benefits of his secondary status, and now, the library's access shattered the information blockade. The Nurturer Guild originated over a century ago, reportedly formed by individuals from various professions who shared a passion for Pokémon, including Pokémon masseurs, caretakers, trainers, and more. A nurturer's task primarily involves developing tailored training plans for Pokémon and crafting energy cubes. Black Feather was engrossed in the data within his Pokédex, filtering out most information until only the details about the Nurturer Guild remained. It was a crucial part of the League, alongside the Pokémon Centers, the League Police Department, the League Inspectors, and the various city gyms, collectively known as the League's 5 major organizations. The emblem of the League, featuring one large symbol and 5 smaller ones, represented the League headquarters and these 5 organizations. It was rumored that in every region's League headquarters, such as the Quartz Plateau in Kanto, the Silver Mountains in Johto, and Lily Cove City in Hoenn, stood a Nurturer Guild. This underscored the Guild's esteemed status. Nurturers were indispensable to the League's development, significantly propelling its progress and reform. Black Feather couldn't help but marvel at the Guild's rich history. How strange it was that Madame Meta had never mentioned this to him. He didn't doubt her intentions, but speculated that even his teacher might be unaware, given her background. Madame Meta had imparted a wealth of knowledge to him. And while the nurturer profession may not emphasize legacy as much as alchemy, the handwritten notes she had passed down spoke volumes of her regard for him. Would Kanaz City's nurturer branch be holding assessments in 3 days? Black Feather recalled Miss Joy's words, and his heart stirred with anticipation. Although the certification was not essential for crafting energy cubes, possessing it would certainly be advantageous. The League's support for nurturers was considerable. Traveling under the title of a junior nurturer would afford him numerous privileges and social standing. After a brief review of past assessment content, he felt well prepared. For the next 3 days, Black Feather sequestered himself in the Pokémon Center's room, firmly rejecting little EV's pleas to venture outside. You must be patient, EV. Once I become a nurturer, I will make you even more delicious energy cubes. You wouldn't want to miss out on those, would you? He earnestly reassured her, allowing him to delve into his studies. On the 3rd day, Black Feather rose early. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Hall, he was struck by the bustling crowd, a stark contrast to the usual atmosphere. It seemed the Nurturer Guild assessments had indeed drawn a significant number of attendees. Perhaps not all were there to take the exam, but each surely had their own purpose. He surmised that they were seeking to recruit talent. Every junior nurturer was a precious asset, a strategic resource. No company, family, or organization would overlook a nurturer's potential. As expected, this time of year consistently yielded new nurturers, making it the prime season for recruitment. Miss Joy was absent, likely having already gone to the Nurturer Guild. Black Feather noticed that at the front desk was a beautiful nurse, not Miss Joy. Even someone like her, who had a stable job and hailed from a prominent family, sought to become a nurturer, demonstrating the profession's allure. Reflecting on this, Black Feather exited the Pokémon Center, summoned a ride using his Pokédex, and set off towards the Nurturer Guild. Chapter 40. The breeder, the surrounding crowd, cast envious and reverent glances. Among them, a black-haired youth accompanied by an EV sauntered in. Hello, please present your Alliance ID card. As soon as Heyu entered, he was halted by a guard nearby. After scanning his ID with a Pokédex to verify his identity, he was granted passage. Upon entering the Breeder Guild, Heyu immediately noticed the throngs of people, among whom breeders constituted only a minority. The majority were Alliance trainers. After all, every trainer relied on the assistance of energy cubes, and while those sold outside were adequate, the ones available within the Breeder Guild were often of superior quality. Wealthy trainers sometimes even commissioned esteemed breeders to create custom energy cubes for their Pokémon, an expense that was immeasurable. Having money alone was insufficient. One also needed connections to engage those master breeders. Let me take a look at the map, Heyu remarked as he approached the floor plan in a corner, scrutinizing it closely. The Breeder Guild comprised 5 levels. The first was a public area and sales zone. The second was an examination zone. The former allowed entry with basic identification, primarily serving as a trading platform for the general public to conveniently purchase energy cubes. The latter was designated for the assessments of breeder apprentices. As for the upper 3 levels, they were inaccessible to the average person, reserved exclusively for breeders, thus imposing a significant barrier to entry. Observing the bustling marketplace, Heyu mused, such a splendid opportunity must not be missed. I ought to see if there are any rare herbs available for procurement. He soon began to wander through the first floor hall. This is a snake molt fruit, which can accelerate the molting process of serpent Pokémon. Hiss, could this be a sand scale fruit? A fruit worth 1 million just lying here. Goodness. And a recipe for a mid-level energy cube. After perusing the stalls, Heiyu's knowledge expanded significantly. Resources that were seldom seen in the outside world were commonplace here. No wonder so many breeders congregated in this place. Once he had completed his exploration and felt somewhat numb to the wealth of resources, Heiyu headed to the second floor. For his primary purpose for this visit was the assessment. Entering the elevator, he noticed many individuals wearing anxious expressions. These people must be here for the examination. He speculated silently. Among the crowd, he even spotted an elderly gentleman with graying hair and beard. Upon inquiry, he learned that the gentleman was also there for the assessment. I've taken this examination hundreds of times. I am quite familiar with it. I heard that the difficulty has been lowered this year, so perhaps I might have a chance. The old man chuckled, stroking his venerable beard, lightening the tense atmosphere within the elevator. Heiyu regarded the elder with respect as the doors opened, and they all poured out. Greetings, everyone. Those here for the breeder assessment, please fill out the forms here and queue up in an orderly manner. Today, we have a larger number of candidates than usual, so we appreciate your understanding. A staff member politely guided the crowd with a smile. Heiyu joined the line, maintaining a position neither at the front nor at the back, and, after completing the form, he found a seat in the corridor to sit casually. As individuals passed by, each held a form and card, which served as their identification and examination permit. It was amusing to Heiyu that even in the Pokémon world, one needed an examination permit. Soon, as time progressed, the floor became increasingly crowded, with numerous people engaging in hushed discussions. Beep, beep, beep. The first round of the written examination is about to commence. As candidates entered the examination room according to their permit numbers, Heiyu followed suit. The room was modest, with dozens of desks spaced apart, and 4 surveillance cameras installed in the corners, scanning the area, while 2 expressionless invigilators sat at the front and back. With a hint of nervousness, Heiyu took a seat in the front row. Once everyone was settled, silence enveloped the room as they began to answer the questions. The first round consisted of basic inquiries designed to assess the candidate's knowledge base, as thousands of individuals took the examination each month. If they were to be evaluated one by one, it would be an overwhelming task. Thus, this round served as a filtering process. Only those who passed would advance to the next level of assessment. According to official announcements, it was said that over 90% of candidates would be eliminated in this round. Whether it was difficult depended on the individual. What is the taste profile of the juice produced by crushing Linugua and Faina fruits? I recall it being somewhat salty with a hint of sourness. The Arbok sheds its skin annually. How many days apart are the 3 molts? It should be 7 days, 30 days, and 6 months. Which Pokémon can currently learn Quick Attack? The candidates would be the Arcanine, Lucario, and Togekiss. In addition, the Snivy and Dragonair can acquire it through genetics. As Heiyu swiftly answered the questions, he inevitably encountered some that stumped him. After all, compared to those born into knowledgeable families, he was merely a novice with a year's worth of study under his belt. The breeder assessment tested the breadth of one's knowledge reserve. No matter how gifted one might be, without sufficient time to learn, it would be challenging to excel. Unfortunately, Heiyu's knowledge reserve was a notable weakness. Still, he believed he would likely pass. He didn't foresee being eliminated. After more than 2 hours had elapsed, Heiyu had filled the entire answer sheet densely. Rubbing his slightly sore wrist, he glanced around at his peers, the majority of whom were sweating profusely, their expressions puzzled and anxious. Out of over 40 individuals in the classroom, only a handful had completed the exam. Before long, the examination time concluded. With 3 hours elapsed, most candidates hadn't even finished their papers. Heiyu hurriedly reviewed his answers and submitted his paper along with the others. After the candidates vacated the classroom, the 2 invigilators began to collect the papers. When they came to Heiyu's, one of them remarked in surprise, "Oh, this candidate is only 17 years old. How remarkable to see such youth participating in the assessment." However, Heiyu remained oblivious to the uniqueness of his age in this context. As he wandered through the hall on the first floor, suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted. "Master Duwan, hello." Soon, More voices joined in the fervent exclamations. Ah, it's Master Dewan. Master Dewan is also here at the Breeder Guild. Look over here, Master Dewan. I'm your loyal fan. Curiosity piqued. Heiyu turned to observe the enthusiastic crowd. Hearing their excited shouts stirred something within him. Could it be that Master Dewan has also come here? The image of the enchanting teacher in a flowing black gown sprang to his mind unbidden. Chapter 41. The announcement of results. Dewan's presence here must be to recruit personnel for her dojo. Heiyu was pushed out of the crowd and retreated to the side. A dojo cannot possibly be run by the master alone. Apart from the standard staff provided by the league, the dojo master must find apprentices and various personnel through their own means. As expected, Dewan raised her hand amidst the throng, and an immediate silence fell over the gathered crowd, for the authority of a dojo master is indeed formidable. All present were talented individuals from the league and residents of Karnaz City. With the dojo set to open, there was an urgent need for various talents. If anyone has ideas, although Dewan was youthful, her eloquence was impressive, employing a masterful strategy to attract talent. Heiyu quietly observed everything, and in the corner, he spotted Miss Joy, who had just rushed over to greet him. "Hello, Miss Joy," she said, her gentleness undiminished despite the majority of eyes being drawn to Dewan, with a group of men surrounding her. Upon noticing Heiyu's approach, these men immediately displayed hostility. Not wishing to court trouble, Heiyu smiled and greeted her before stepping away, opting to leave the Breeders' Association via the stairs rather than the crowded elevator. The results would not be released until tomorrow, providing him with the perfect opportunity to research past examination information. That night, Heiyu, already battling drowsiness, was suddenly jolted awake by the sound of his Pokédex. He hurriedly opened the device. "Dear Trainer Heiyu, you have successfully passed the basic examination of the Breeders' Association. Please attend the assessment tomorrow." A smile involuntarily crept across Heiyu's face. Although his knowledge was somewhat lacking, his extraordinary memory, attributable to his rebirth, was remarkable. He hoped for a smooth day ahead. With this news, Heiyu drifted off to a restful sleep. However, it was certain that on this night, many in the hotels of Karnaz City, including the Pokémon Center, would find it difficult to sleep. A single basic examination could eliminate 90% of the candidates. This illustrates the daunting challenge of becoming a breeder. Under the league's monopoly on knowledge, it is nearly impossible for commoners to achieve this status. Had Heiyu not obtained the league's secondary credentials or the investment from the Chunghwa Dojo, he too might have easily missed this opportunity. As I perused the history of the league, each page recounted the brilliance and glory of its establishment. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, I lay on the ground and deciphered two words hidden within the text: cannibalistic. Heiyu could not help but recall a phrase from his past life, uttering it with a hint of sarcasm. On the following morning, the number of participants in the Breeders' Guild had diminished, and, as Heiyu entered the hall, he no longer felt the crowding. After presenting his identification and the text message confirming his acceptance into the Trainers' Guild via the Pokémon Encyclopedia, a staff member guided him to a small room on the second floor. This was the waiting area where those called by name would enter for their individual assessments. The middle-aged man pointed toward the small door inside, indicating that it led to the examination room. Inside the quaint chamber, there were not many individuals. Apart from Heiyu, there were only 4 others. However, 2 of them surprised him. One was Miss Joy from the Pokémon Center, and the other was the elderly gentleman he had encountered in the elevator the previous day. "Good morning, Miss Joy." "Good morning, sir," Heiyu greeted, taking a seat and smiling at the 2 beside him. The last individual was a young man in his 20s whom Heiyu did not recognize but nodded at with a courteous smile. While out in the world, one should not maintain an excessively stern demeanor. Cultivating a pleasant persona can effectively broaden one's social connections. Yet, the young man seemed indifferent, disdainfully averting his gaze and scoffing before turning away coldly. Heiyu paid it no heed, turning to converse with the elderly gentleman instead. "Sir, may I ask how old you are? What brings you to the assessment at your age?" Heiyu inquired, curious about the elderly man's opulent appearance. One would expect him to be enjoying a life of leisure at this stage in life, not seeking further challenges. "Ha ha, I am but 80 years old, the perfect age to venture forth." The elderly gentleman replied, his face aglow with vitality and cheer. This remark elicited a chuckle from Miss Joy, who gently explained to Hey, do not mind Grandpa Fu's jesting. He is here for the assessment merely to evade taxes. Hey felt a flicker of intrigue. After some inquiry, he learned that this elderly gentleman was a shareholder in a nearby battle club, clearly lacking for nothing. His pursuit of the breeder certification was solely to avoid the exorbitant inheritance tax mandated by the Pokémon League's regulations, which stipulate that a sizable tax must be paid for one's estate to be passed on to heirs after death. However, should one become a breeder, a plethora of benefits ensue, including the exemption from various taxes. Hey regarded the old man with admiration. Truly, at 80 years, he was still daring to forge ahead. As their conversation unfolded, several more individuals entered the waiting area, most of them around the age of 30. The group engaged in light-hearted dialogue, with Miss Joy serving as an effective mediator, alleviating any concerns of competition among them. After all, the essence of the assessment was to select rather than eliminate, and thus they did not view one another as rivals. Hey also took the opportunity to glean information about the others. The majority had undergone the assessment multiple times before. Naturally, he too was met with inquiries, for he appeared remarkably youthful, likely not yet of age. What? You are merely 17? Truly, the younger generation is formidable, exclaimed Grandpa Fu, astonished. Others glanced over in surprise. The young man was not only handsome, but could also potentially forge alliances if he performed well in this assessment, regardless of whether he became a breeder. Miss Joy instinctively calculated the odds of you passing the assessment as near zero. After all, while it was not unheard of for a 17-year-old to succeed in the preliminary breeder's assessment, such occurrences were rare and predominantly dominated by established breeding families. Across all regions, the number of successful candidates each year scarcely exceeded 3. As for how to forge an alliance, it was unlikely she would personally engage, as the Joy of Kanaz City, a crucial urban nexus, she was undoubtedly a direct descendant of a prominent family. Her future would involve alliances with other families, not the pursuit of an unconnected trainer, unless he were an extraordinary prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent. Thus, any attempt to ally with you would likely come from a collateral branch of Miss Joy's family. I recall that my cousin from Guemei Town has reached the age of marriage. Miss Joy contemplated inwardly, maintaining her outwardly gentle and refined demeanor. Chapter 42. The examination underway as the minutes ticked by, the room filled with an increasing number of aspirants. Finally, a staff member entered, remarking, "It seems we have a considerable turnout this year, with many unfamiliar faces." His gaze swept over the assembly before settling on Grandpa Fushan. "Ah, an old acquaintance. Fushan, my good man, didn't we just see you last month?" The staff members' jesting eased the palpable tension in the room. First up, Joy Pure. Whether by chance or deliberate arrangement by the Breeders' Guild, Miss Joy was the first to be examined. Yes, Miss Joy appeared somewhat anxious, yet she gracefully gathered her skirt and entered the examination chamber. "Don't fret," the staff member reassured her. "You were just shy of passing last time. Your knowledge base is certainly up to par." As Miss Joy departed, an awkward silence descended upon the room, the quiet amplifying the sound of each person's breath. Before long, Miss Joy emerged, beaming with joy and wearing a radiant smile, clearly elated. It seemed she passed. Heyu mused inwardly. Miss Joy seemed remarkably at ease, even exuding a hint of pride. "Well then, Grandpa Fushan, you're up next," the staff member announced with a smile. The elderly gentleman was a regular fixture at these examinations, attending them monthly. He soon emerged, crestfallen. After a brief moment of disappointment, he regained his composure. Having failed so many times, he likely had a fair idea of what to expect. A man of 80 years possessed unwavering mental fortitude. Shortly after, the haughty young man entered the chamber. Heyu recalled him as one of the first individuals present in the room. "Grandpa Fushan, do you know who he is? Why does he seem to look down on us?" Heyu inquired. Him? He is said to be the grandson of a mid-level breeder. They say he possesses some talent in breeding. He's only 22 this year and reportedly missed passing by a narrow margin last year. Grandpa Fushan chuckled, then hesitated. However, he is known to be rather arrogant and doesn't care to associate with common folk like us. But don't mind him. such as the way of these breeding families. Heiyu nodded thoughtfully. So, he had a mid-level breeder as a patron. Advanced breeders could serve as the chairman of entire regions, and the branch chairman in cities like Kanaz were typically only of the mid-level breeder rank. But he hasn't even become a breeder yet. What is there to be so arrogant about? Heiyu felt no goodwill towards someone who couldn't even feign civility. The examination continued, and several individuals emerged within a mere half hour. Their grim expressions suggested that they had failed, casting a pall over those still awaiting their turn. Next, Heiyu. Upon hearing his name, Heiyu immediately rose. All eyes turned to him, the youngest of the group. Most people dismissed him with a glance, already concluding that he was destined to fail. He was simply too young. Come on, Heiyu, give it your all. Grandpa Fushan cheered encouragingly. Heiyu walked into the room, passing the haughty young man, who shot him a disdainful look. Heiyu understood the reason for the animosity. He had likely failed again. People had expected him to pass this year, given that he had nearly succeeded the previous year, but he had fallen short once more. As a result, the young man was radiating a chilling aura, his face contorted in a menacing scowl that deterred anyone from approaching him. His contemptuous gaze towards Heiyu stemmed from the belief that someone so young could not possibly succeed. Heiyu paid him no mind, refusing to let a spiteful individual ruin his examination. Greetings, esteemed examiners. Upon entering the room, Heiyu was met by 3 examiners, 2 middle-aged men and an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair, who served as the head examiner. Heiyu, is it? I am Fei Jing, the head examiner for this session. These 2 gentlemen beside me are registered junior breeders from the Breeders' Guild. The 3 of us will be responsible for the comprehensive assessment, the elderly gentleman stated sternly. Greetings, Master Fei Jing, and greetings to both seniors. Heiyu bowed respectfully. Heiyu, at your age, it's understandable that you might feel pressured if you fail. There will be many more opportunities in the future. We'll begin with a few simple questions. Please, take a seat, the middle-aged man on the left said, offering a few words of comfort. Each year, some candidates in various regions were unable to cope with the pressure of failure and tragically took their own lives. They were determined to prevent such an incident from occurring at the Kanaz City Breeders' Guild. Heiyu obediently sat down, showing no signs of nervousness, his gaze fixed on the panel before him. First question, how many grams of powder can be extracted from a Butterfree and a Venomoth? The powder can amplify the power of bug-type moves. Heiyu lowered his head, pondering for a moment before answering. It depends on the Pokémon's strength. Assuming a level 30 Pokémon, one can extract approximately 3 grams from a Butterfree and 2 grams from a Venomoth. However, there may be slight variations depending on the individual Pokémon. The examiners exchanged glances, nodding in approval. They continued with their questions. And do you know why the powder extracted from Venomoth is generally less than that from Butterfree? This is because Venomoth possesses the poison type. The powder extracted from it must undergo a special process to remove the toxins, which inevitably results in some loss. Heiyu answered some questions correctly, while others left him stumped. Having studied for only a year, his knowledge base was limited compared to those who had studied for years or even decades. The average age for passing the breeder examination, according to the league statistics last year, is 31, the examiner on the right said, gesturing towards a nearby camera. Creating energy cubes is an essential skill for breeders. Next, please create a basic energy cube, using the recipe you are most familiar with, and showcase your best skills. The head examiner instructed, pointing to the energy cube machine in the corner. Heiyu rose and began selecting ingredients, noting the variety of machines available, including the latest models from Devon Corporation. Esteemed examiners, I will require black apricorns, tail loaf feathers, slacketh fur, and a single gloomflower. Heiyu intended to create an energy cube that would enhance the physical abilities of normal-type Pokémon. The examiners nodded and instructed a staff member to retrieve the items from the guild storage. Soon, the materials were arranged on the table. Chapter 43. The genius cultivator Heiyu inhaled deeply, methodically placing the materials into the machine for processing. He prioritized the special treatment of certain materials, meticulously controlling the sequence, quantity, and timing with precision. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous actions. The examiners nodded appreciatively, their eyes gleaming as if beholding a treasure. Impurities were eliminated. The materials crushed into a paste, finely ground, separated and fused, spices added, shaped, and finally dried and solidified. Every step was executed flawlessly. As the energy cube took form, Heiyu added an ingredient to enhance its aroma. In less than 10 minutes, an energy cube rolled out from the machine's outlet. The examiners were thoroughly astonished, disregarding decorum as they approached Heiyu, lifting the energy cube for careful examination. Its luster is brilliant, its exterior smooth, and the fragrance is intoxicating. Truly a premium product, remarked the middle-aged examiner. The elder Feijing was even more direct, producing a tool to scrape a small piece from the energy cube and tasting it with deliberation. A genius indeed, Master Feijing murmured. With the examiners expressing their approval, the other two also praised him profusely. Although your knowledge base may be slightly lacking, your age is commendable. The creation of this energy cube is truly an art. Young one, we have unanimously decided to pass you as a junior cultivator. From this day forth, you shall be a junior cultivator in our Kanaz Cultivators Guild. At just 17 years of age, this honor, while awarded to a few each year, was typically drawn from thousands of cities across multiple regions. Most junior cultivators had some semblance of favoritism or connections that facilitated their passing. Truly few, like Heiyu, achieved this solely through merit. Young one, from today you are one of us. Here is your certificate of passing, they presented, inscribed with the words Junior Cultivator. This was more valuable than the direct affiliation with the Alliance. Do visit the guild often, engage with us old-timers, they encouraged warmly. After expressing his gratitude and departing under the examiner's admiring gazes, Heiyu stepped out of the room. The first sight that met him was that of the arrogant young man, who still bore a disgruntled expression, seemingly fixated on his failure in the examination. How can this be? A gasp reverberated throughout the small room, drawing everyone's attention. Am I seeing things? A 17-year-old junior cultivator? Do honor me with a visit at my home. I have a granddaughter of 18, exceptionally beautiful, Elder Fushan. The calmest present, exclaimed in astonishment. His words shattered the tranquility of the room. Suddenly, discussions erupted, and people rushed forward to surround Heiyu with eager inquiries. Good heavens, what have I been learning for the past 20 years? Meanwhile, Miss Joy, initially brimming with happiness, was now overtaken by shock, her gentle, lovely eyes wide with disbelief. Her rosy cheeks flushed as she struggled to process the revelation of such a rare genius. If the former Heiyu had not warranted her interest, the current Heiyu was undoubtedly worthy of her attention. Yet, she maintained her poise, gracefully approaching him. The proud young man, who had relied on his grandfather's status as a mid-level cultivator, now sat helplessly, disbelief etched across his face. At that moment, a figure clad in white appeared before him. It was Miss Joy in her nurse uniform. He assumed she was coming to console him, given his grandfather's respected position in Kanaz City. Just as he mustered a faint smile, he was taken aback as Miss Joy, like everyone else, lavished praise upon Heiyu. He felt invisible. In that instant, it seemed as though everyone around him was mocking him. The compliments he had once showered upon Heiyu had morphed into ridicule and humiliation. Before the examination, he had boasted confidently that he would surely succeed in becoming a cultivator that day. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he not only failed to achieve this goal, but also bore witness to the rise of another genius. His mind was a whirlwind, thoughts eluding him until, after a considerable time, he was awakened by the staff as the room emptied. Upon regaining consciousness, his face flushed crimson as he disregarded the gazes of others, hastily rising and fleeing the Cultivators Guild in disgrace. A 17-year-old junior cultivator, a prodigious youth, reemerges. This news swiftly dominated the headlines in Kanaz City. The name Heiyu became synonymous with brilliance in the city and within the cultivator community, for such talents appeared only a few times each year. Meanwhile, President Feijing sat at his desk, engrossed in the day's newly released Alliance headlines, a smile never leaving his face. Just then, a staff member rushed in, disrupting the peaceful atmosphere. President, a call from the headquarters of the cultivators. Upon hearing this, President Feijing quickly set aside his newspaper, tidying his attire and expression before answering the phone. After hanging up, The wrinkles on his face could not conceal his elation. His hands trembled slightly with excitement, eyes sparkling with joy. The call had conveyed a decision to increase the resource allocation for the Kanaz City Cultivators Branch by an additional half for the upcoming semester. The Cultivators Guild in Kanaz City was about to prosper. Chapter 44. Joy returning to the Pokémon Center. Heiyu fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, he discovered a multitude of notes left at his doorstep. To his dismay, they were all contact information. His brow furrowed as he noted the doorframe was plastered with messages. Yet amidst the chaos, he spotted the contact details from the Kanaz gym. After clearing away the notes, Heiyu descended to the dining area with his Pokémon for breakfast. Have you heard? The genius breeder Heiyu is staying at the Pokémon Center. One patron whispered. Is that so? I heard he's only 17. How fortunate it would be to meet him. Seated quietly, Heiyu listened to their chatter, relieved that his appearance remained unknown to them. Otherwise, he feared he would once again be the center of attention, as he had been the previous day at the Breeders' Guild. Hello, Trainer Heiyu. Would you mind if I sit here? Miss Joy, clad in her nurse's uniform, greeted him with a warm smile. Heiyu glanced around to ensure no one was watching before nodding in agreement. May I ask, Miss Joy, what brings you here? Heiyu inquired, sensing an underlying purpose. As anticipated, Miss Joy spoke softly. There's no need for formality. We met yesterday, remember? Just call me Joy. Realization dawned upon Heiyu, and he exclaimed, Ah, how forgetful of me. Congratulations on becoming a breeder, Miss Joy. Joy shot him a playful glare, chuckling, Oh, please. At nearly 25, I hardly compare to your youthful genius. Heiyu was taken aback. Joy's youthful visage belied her age. It was unclear whether it was genetics or some secret formula, but her beauty seemed to age at a glacial pace. Heiyu, would you be interested in joining the Joy family? As they conversed merrily, Joy could no longer contain her curiosity. Heiyu's eating paused momentarily, his heart racing at her earnest gaze. Joy's expression was undeniably captivating. Even the most stoic of men would struggle to refuse her. Are you suggesting I marry in? Heiyu ventured cautiously. Precisely. Your reputation reached our family yesterday, and they sent me to extend an invitation. I felt it inappropriate to withhold this from you. Joy's demeanor radiated sincerity, her eyes glimmering with hope. Heiyu took a deep breath, steadying his tumultuous thoughts. A strategic retreat, perhaps? How intriguing. He pondered, recognizing Joy's instinct to align their fates. However, he knew he must maintain a fade of contemplation. I need to think this through. At 17, marriage feels a tad premature. I wish to continue my journey, he replied, feigning hesitation. Joy's eyes flickered with doubt, yet she patiently elaborated, Heiyu, with your talent in breeding, you could easily become a senior breeder, but this requires substantial resources and knowledge. Heiyu's interest piqued. She spoke truthfully. To excel as a breeder, one indeed required ample support. Still, he remained non-committal, allowing her to continue. Joy continued. If you agree to join the Joy family, we will spare no effort in nurturing your potential, guiding you to the pinnacle of breeding. At that time, even I could. Her voice trailed off, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at her own boldness. Witnessing her shyness stirred something within Heiyu. This usually aloof Joy had revealed a vulnerable side, and he felt a rush of exhilaration. Yet, reason soon reasserted itself. Taking a steady breath, he replied, I apologize, Miss Joy. While I am a breeder, my aspirations lie with becoming a trainer. I intend to travel and challenge the league. His words effectively declined her proposal, leaving Joy's cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Heiyu's rejection left her momentarily speechless as she remained behind in the dining area, flustered. In the following days, Joy continued to visit, though this time she wisely refrained from broaching the subject of marriage. Instead, she approached Heiyu as a friend, discussing breeding topics. It was hard for anyone to remain indifferent to such a stunning woman showing interest. Despite this, Heiyu reminded himself, this was merely a ploy to ensnare him. He must not fall victim to her charms. Therefore, although their interactions appeared amicable, he maintained a deliberate distance. True to form, on the fourth day, Joy could no longer contain herself and confronted him directly. Heiyu, do you genuinely refuse to join the Joy family? Her expression was complex. Having spent time with him, she recognized his remarkable talent and whimsical thoughts, often finding herself laughing at his words. She contemplated sacrificing her own status within the family if it meant having him. Regrettably, Heiyu seemed disinterested, leaving her with a sense of disappointment. Since you refused to join, I want to press the matter. How about an investment instead? The Joy family would like to invest in you. Joy's tone was earnest, and she continued, Heiyu, you've likely accepted investments from the Orange Blossom Gym, correct? Thus, accepting our family's support is entirely feasible. Heiyu paused, surprised that the Joy family had investigated him. However, he was not overly troubled, merely taken aback. After much deliberation and persuasion, Joy finally secured Heiyu's tentative agreement to her proposal. This brought her joy, yet also a hint of exhaustion as she exited his room, releasing a sigh of relief. At last it is done. I have successfully fulfilled my family's mission, Joy mused to herself. Yet, despite completing her task, a twinge of regret lingered within her. Alas, it's a pity to find someone who stirs my heart, she sighed softly. Gently caressing her cheek, a flicker of confusion and disappointment crossed her gaze. Has my charm diminished? Or does Heiyu find me too old at 25? Chapter 45. Dark Raven. The contract was naturally signed between him and Miss Joy, and its contents were exceedingly generous. Even he could not help but marvel at the grandeur of the Joy family. To be adopted into the family? The allure was undeniably significant. However, I do not wish to be bound by another for the entirety of my life. Heiyu suddenly opened his sharp eyes, murmuring to himself. Being adopted would grant him the Joy family's substantial nurturing. It sounded splendid, but there was one prerequisite. He must submit to the constraints of the Joy family, thereby relinquishing his freedom. His future would be confined to that of a nurturer, as that was the development plan laid out for him by the family. More importantly, he would have to accept various limitations imposed by the Joy family, leaving him with almost no autonomy. This aspect was something ordinary individuals were entirely unaware of, as it remained profoundly concealed. After all, how could the Joy family be entrusted with the cultivation of an outsider? Simultaneously, the Joy family needed to ensure their own strength, thus necessitating the recruitment of external talents. Otherwise, they would be left to rely solely on themselves. Were they truly to employ the likes of a Chansey to vex their adversaries? While researching the origins of the Joy family in the Orange Flower Dojo's library, Heiyu discovered that, in the past, a foreigner who was adopted into the Joy family was cultivated into a champion. Unfortunately, after reaching a certain pinnacle, that champion seemingly abandoned the Joy family, unwilling to remain subservient. Following a considerable uproar, he announced his departure from the Joy family, causing immense negative repercussions and damage to their reputation. Consequently, the Joy family began to exercise control over every individual they adopted or mentored, ensuring they grew increasingly reliant on the family until they ultimately resigned themselves, placing their bodies and souls entirely in their care. Heiyu certainly did not wish to plant a ticking time bomb in his future. Thus, the notion of being adopted was entirely out of the question. In the following days, as Heiyu's residence was exposed, an increasing number of familial factions sought him out with invitations. Some merely wished to hire him as a dedicated nurturer for their shops to produce energy cubes. Others, akin to the Joy family, sought to invite him to be adopted into their clan. There were even those who wished to enlist him in their companies, aiming to package him as an entertainer, banking on the allure of nurturing prodigies to generate substantial profits. Heiyu grew weary of the incessant disturbances, ultimately relocating from the Pokémon Center to a hotel. Hello, sir. Your package has arrived. Upon cautiously opening the hotel door and swiftly accepting the package, Heiyu quickly shut the door behind him. Breathing a sigh of relief, he gazed at the package in his hands. Finally, the official nurturing house voucher had arrived. He hurriedly opened the package, retrieving a voucher within and scanning it with his Pokédex. The redemption code was instantly transferred to the device. This voucher was one of the Joy family's investments, allowing him to visit any official nurturing house across various regions and cities to redeem a Pokémon. Except for demigods and the 3 starter Pokémon, he could redeem any Pokémon he desired. As his Pokémon gradually reached level 30, the leveling speed of his Spearow noticeably slowed down, ultimately revealing its insufficient potential. All of Heiyu's Pokémon were captured in the wild. Apart from the natural aptitude of his Kingler, his Sharpedo was solely valued for its rare ability. However, the only utility of Spearow lay in its capacity for flight and reconnaissance. Upon reaching level 30, even with a substantial daily investment of energy cubes and rare resources, its leveling progress remained sluggish. It was time to replace it. Perhaps he could send it to a retirement home. Heiyu mused. He had already arranged a destination, the indoor simulated greenhouse at the Orange Flower Dojo. After consulting Spearow and receiving its consent, he decided that his next Pokémon would be the Dark Raven. Without hesitation, Heiyu stepped out of the Pokémon Center. The official nurturing house was situated in the westernmost part of the city, within the most prosperous area. Heiyu entered the lavishly decorated nurturing house and immediately noticed two receptionists flanking either side of the entrance. "Hello, welcome." The receptionists wore attire that accentuated their figures, their faces adorned with characteristic smiles. Heiyu nodded and slowly made his way inside, noting the sparse number of customers present. It appeared that only a select few could afford to purchase Pokémon from the official nurturing house, Heiyu contemplated. Most trainers acquired their initial Pokémon either through wild captures or from the black market. The first floor exhibited opulence, with pure white marble flooring spanning the entire hall, and an array of Pokémon eggs displayed in glass cases. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" The sales associate approached with a gentle greeting. After surveying the surroundings, Heiyu replied in a low voice, "I am here to purchase a Pokémon, preferably one of the dark type." The sales associate continued to inquire softly, "Certainly, sir. Do you have any additional requirements for the Pokémon? What is your budget?" Naturally, the higher the Pokémon's potential, the better. As for the budget, there was no limit, Heiyu stated, turning to the associate. Upon hearing his words, the sales associate appeared momentarily dazed, taking a moment to appraise Heiyu, and then glanced at him with a look that suggested he was not fabricating his claims. "Sir, please follow me," she said, her tone growing increasingly warm, her expression brightening noticeably. Heiyu nodded and followed her down a corridor, passing numerous rooms, until they finally arrived at one marked with the emblem of the dark type. "Sir, please be cautious. Dark-type Pokémon are generally more aggressive, and some with volatile temperaments may exhibit tendencies to attack." The sales associate kindly warned before slowly opening the door. Upon entering the room, a different world awaited him. The walls were predominantly a deep brown, perfectly aligning with the dark-type theme, and the room was adorned with simple equipment. It bore a resemblance to the ambience of dark-type energy cubes. Heiyu wrinkled his nose, catching a whiff of a peculiar scent in the air. Yet, he was left curious. Where are the Pokémon? The sales associate retrieved a special whistle from a nearby cabinet and blew into it. A sharp sound echoed throughout the room. In the corner, various small heads and bodies emerged from the decorations and training apparatus. Mytiana, Drifloon, and Snivy, all manner of unique dark-type Pokémon appeared before him, causing Heiyu's eyes to light up. Alas, there were no Absol or Zoroark, and a look of disappointment crossed his face as he lamented, "What a pity." The sales associate, noticing Heiyu's lofty standards, speculated internally. Could he be a wealthy scion? Yet, his attire did not seem to suggest such a background. Chapter 46. Exquisite inherited skills, sir. The two Pokémon you mentioned are exceedingly rare, and Zorua is not indigenous to our region. If you desire, we can inquire at breeding centers in other regions to attempt a procurement, the saleswoman said solicitously, implying that the breeding centers across different regions were interconnected. "Allow me to peruse the Murkrow roster first," Blackwood decided after a moment's contemplation, resolving to adhere to his initial intention of selecting a Murkrow. Receiving the Pokémon registry from the saleswoman, he turned to the page dedicated to Murkrow. "Only about 20 specimens?" Blackwood inquired, perplexed. "Sir, Murkrow is inherently a niche Pokémon, and its evolution necessitates a dusk stone, which diminishes its appeal," the saleswoman elucidated patiently, before discreetly retreating to a corner, allowing Blackwood to deliberate. There was, of course, a more compelling reason she omitted. Murkrow is a dark-type Pokémon, and many believe that encountering one at night portends misfortune. Consequently, Murkrow is a Pokémon fraught with superstition. Blackwood, an erudite breeder, had researched this Pokémon before visiting the breeding center and was aware of these rumors. He was unconcerned that the saleswoman had chosen not to disclose this information to secure a sale. "I'll choose this one, number 19, Blackwood declared after examining all the Murkrow, selecting the one he found most appealing. This Murkrow possessed the hidden ability Prankster, an exceptional supportive trait that accelerates the execution of status moves. Even upon evolving into Honchkrow, its ability would transition to Moxie, augmenting its attack stat after defeating a Pokémon. However, Blackwood was primarily captivated by the Murkrow's extravagant inherited moves, Brave Bird, Roost, Sucker Punch, and Drill Peck. He was astonished by the opulence of these inherited skills, recognizing it as the most remarkably talented Pokémon he had ever encountered. After making his decision, Blackwood followed the saleswoman to another room, successfully acquiring the Murkrow. Gazing at the Pokémon before him, Blackwood's affection was palpable, and he extended his hand to caress it. "Sir, be cautious." The saleswoman began to caution him about the ferocity of Dark-type Pokémon, but she observed that Murkrow remained impassive, permitting Blackwood to stroke its feathers. This spectacle astounded her. Dark-type Pokémon are notoriously fierce, especially the cunning avian species. While other Murkrow exuded a sense of treachery and guile, this one's eyes conveyed unwavering resolve. Blackwood perceived a yearning for strength in its gaze, and gently cradling it, he briefly inspected it for injuries. The Murkrow remained docile, neither resisting nor struggling, leading him to wonder whether it was due to the League's taming or the Pokémon's inherent disposition. Looking at the Murkrow in his arms, Blackwood asked softly, "Murkrow, would you like to come with me?" The Murkrow regarded Blackwood with inquisitive eyes, its emotions a blend of reluctance and longing for the outside world. "Caw!" the Murkrow croaked, its raspy voice hardly melodious. After presenting his League voucher, Blackwood successfully took the Murkrow with him. "Sir, we eagerly anticipate your next visit." Blackwood departed the breeding center amidst the saleswoman's wistful expression. Revisiting the Breeders' Guild, which was still bustling despite being less crowded than a few days prior, Blackwood presented his League credentials and entered the hall. Since he was only procuring supplies, he saw no need to reveal his identity. The expansive hall on the ground floor took Blackwood over half an hour to explore entirely. Tainted orbs, ebony, black apricorns. Blackwood amassed a considerable quantity of Dark-type ingredients and materials, all for his team. The consumption of Dark-type materials was always rapid, necessitating frequent replenishment. Murkrow was still in its nascent stage, making it opportune to concoct a potion tailored for fledgling Pokémon. Blackwood also spent a considerable sum to acquire a bottle of Moo Moo milk from stall. This was not the ordinary beverage milk found in stores, but rather a product of the Goldenrod gym in the Johto region, which purportedly controlled over 80% of the world's Miltank population. This situation resembled the Juniper's dominion over Growlithe and the Joyce family's monopoly on Happiny. The sale of premium milk produced by Miltank was the Goldenrod gym's primary business, yielding substantial profits. "Young man, let me tell you, this milk comes from a Miltank above level 60. It's definitely worth the price." Despite the stall owner's hyperbole, Blackwood ultimately paid 10,000 League credits for the bottle of fresh milk, which indeed contained exceptionally rich nutrients, as the owner had claimed. The first order of business was to register his Murkrow, as it would be trained openly in the future. He had already registered 4 Pokémon: Crawdaunt, Sharpedo, EV, and Murkrow. As for Spearow and Shroomish, they had not been publicly displayed and would not participate in any competitions, so registration was unnecessary. "Blackwood, your Pokémon is registered." Nurse Joy handed over the Pokeball, her voice as gentle and soothing as a spring breeze. Her tender expression elicited envy from the other male trainers nearby, who glared at Blackwood as if they wanted to devour him whole. However, Blackwood seemed oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, simply nodding politely in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Just then, Nurse Joy called out, "Blackwood, please wait a moment." Blackwood paused, looking at Nurse Joy in confusion. Nurse Joy smiled and explained, "The materials you asked me to collect have been found and delivered to your room." Hearing this news, a hint of delight flashed in Blackwood's eyes. He had previously requested Nurse Joy's assistance in gathering Dragon-type materials to create energy blocks that would help Crawdaunt train Dragon Dance. Unfortunately, dragon-type materials were scarce, and his own searches had been fruitless, so he had enlisted the Joy family's help. "Thank you. I'm not sure how much these materials cost, but I'll pay you extra," Blackwood said, always disliking being indebted to others and eagerly offering compensation. No need. You're practically an investment of our Joy family now, like one of our own." Nurse Joy waved her hand, giggling. Chapter 47. Training and the Dance of Dragons. Upon returning to the room, Blackfeather discovered a chest resting upon the bed. Once opened, it revealed an array of jars and vials. He extracted one bottle containing a vivid crimson liquid and, after uncapping it, inhaled deeply. Indeed, it was the blood of a red-faced dragon. Utilizing his keen sense of smell and cross-referencing with his research, he verified the contents against the checklist. The chest also contained bat fur, scales from a yaya, and a plethora of rare dragon-related materials. Blackfeather couldn't help but marvel at the immense wealth of the Joy family. With such a bounty of dragon materials, the timeline for training the Ironclaw lobster in the Dance of Dragons could be expedited. However, the immediate priority was to concoct a potion suitable for the newly hatched Dark Raven. Searching diligently, Blackfeather opened the Pokédex and entered the password to access the Orange Blossom Gem's digital library. He successfully located a potion that could enhance the innate abilities and nurture the health of juvenile Pokémon. The complexity of its preparation was modest, easily manageable by an average novice breeder. He began by scraping a small piece of resin from the ebony wood and crushing black fruit into a juice. Without hesitation, Blackfeather cleared his workspace and commenced the potion-making process, meticulously measuring each drop of liquid. After combining all the ingredients, he placed the mixture into a special machine to settle for half an hour. The result was a small vial of dark liquid, bubbling ominously, reminiscent of poison. Consulting the machine's analytical display, he confirmed its readiness. "Come forth, Dark Raven, drink this." He released the Dark Raven, and in a flash of white light, a shadowy figure materialized in the room, flapping its black wings and emitting a harsh cry. Blackfeather extended an arm, inviting the Dark Raven to land. After a moment's hesitation, it descended, and Blackfeather gently stroked its head, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. "This will benefit your growth in the future." He brought the vial to the Dark Raven's beak, which, after a cautious sniff, it consumed without hesitation. A look of satisfaction crossed Blackfeather's face, appreciating the Dark Raven's unreserved trust. After drinking the potion, the Dark Raven felt a unique energy coursing through its body, followed by a warm sensation that lulled it into a deep slumber. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Blackfeather hurriedly retrieved the dragon materials acquired from the Joy family and began crafting energy cubes to facilitate the training of the Dance of Dragons. Additionally, he accessed a video from the Orange Blossom Gem's library, featuring a Pokémon demonstrating the Dance of Dragons for the Ironclaw lobster. Meanwhile, Blackfeather diligently focused on creating the energy cubes. The night passed without incident. On the following day, at the training grounds of the Pokémon Center, Blackfeather addressed the Dark Raven soaring above. "Show me the skills you have mastered." The Dark Raven emitted a hoarse call, its roar filled with vigor. As it flew, the Dark Raven appeared to possess boundless energy, its sharp beak radiating flying-type energy. The beak sharpened, and it dove suddenly toward the target. "Peck, well done. Do you have more?" Blackfeather's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Although the Dark Raven's flying technique needed refinement, its command over energy was exceptional, and its physical strength was unrivaled among its peers. Truly, it was a fine Pokémon, inheriting 4 skills. Then, the Dark Raven circled the wooden target, remaining still until Blackfeather began to wonder. Suddenly, the Dark Raven let out a thunderous cry, startlingly shattering the target. Blackfeather quickly reacted, exclaiming, "That was the scare move. You are quite adept at that, Dark Raven." In a breeding facility, its mischievous nature often led it to use this skill to tease its companions. Noting its dejection, Blackfeather reassured, "Fear not, Dark Raven. As you level up, you will gradually master your inherited skills." He instructed the Dark Raven to continue its flying practice, guided by a toucan, whose flight techniques were exemplary, providing Blackfeather with peace of mind. "Now, It was time for the Iron Claw Lobster to commence its training in the Dance of Dragons. Black Feather's concerns shifted to another Pokémon's training. He now understood why the official registry limited trainers to 6 Pokémon. As the number of Pokémon increased, so too did the complexity of managing their care, feeding, and training. Even with just 4 Pokémon under his charge, he found the task quite taxing. The Iron Claw Lobster had consumed Black Feather's specially crafted energy cubes, and its dragon attributes should be exceptionally active. Remember to concentrate, Iron Claw Lobster, Black Feather advised. Lacking effective methods, he could only continue to instill focused thoughts within the Pokémon. Fortunately, having watched instructional videos of other Pokémon the previous day, the Iron Claw Lobster had a foundation to build upon. Following Black Feather's guidance, it began to channel its dragon energy at the center of the training ground. As time passed, a purplish-red aura enveloped the Iron Claw Lobster. Its body began to move involuntarily, escalating into a mysterious and fervent dance. In mere seconds, the energy around it surged, culminating in a fierce roar as it opened its eyes wide. Claw. The Dance of Dragons had been successfully executed. Thanks to the instructional video and the infusion of dragon energy cubes, it had barely grasped this inherited move. This underscored the challenge involved. After all, inherited moves are typically easier to learn, yet the Iron Claw Lobster had only now achieved success. Truly, the dragon type exudes an extraordinary essence, even in its moves. Observing his Pokémon steadily progressing, Black Feather couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. Contemplating the Dark Raven's inherited skill, Sky Attack, he envisioned the training challenges that lay ahead. As the ultimate flying-type move, its training difficulty would likely rival that of the Dance of Dragons. Clearly, preparations must be made in advance. Watching the diligently training Dark Raven, a slight smile crept across Black Feather's lips, revealing his satisfaction. Chapter 48. Skill Discs. The Skill Disc, also known as the Move Tutor, is a precious item that allows Pokémon trainers to teach their Pokémon-specific moves. Typically, these move tutors are single-use, rendering each disc extraordinarily valuable. I've made my selections. That will be all, Black Feather declared, handing his chosen exchange manual to Joy-chan. Observing Black Feather's seemingly careless wastefulness, selecting all 5 skill discs funded by the Joy family, Joy-chan gently admonished Black Feather. There is truly no need to hastily learn all 5 skill discs at once. You may wish to nurture other Pokémon in the future. Her advice, though subtle, conveyed the underlying message that he was unaware of the true worth of the skill discs. Indeed, as Joy-chan indicated, each disc is worth its weight in gold, particularly those he selected, which are exceedingly rare and could fetch a fortune in the market. Rest assured, Joy-chan, I merely hope you can advocate for me to prevent any stock shortages, Black Feather replied resolutely, maintaining his stance while affectionately addressing her as Joy-chan. After all, she represents his sole connection to the Joy family, and he must cultivate that relationship. You little schemer. Now you call me sister? Joy-chan retorted, seemingly still harboring feelings from Black Feather's earlier rejection of her confession. With a playful roll of her eyes, she wore an expression of feigned pride. Let me take a look. However, securing them ISNT guaranteed. You know how in demand these skills are. Even our Joy family struggles to keep up, she continued, flipping through the exchange manual. When she noted that Black Feather had exchanged for 3 guard skills, her astonishment was palpable. How did I not realize this little rascal was so greedy? She mused internally. Thank you, Joy-chan. If guard ISNT available, I can settle for substitute, Black Feather replied, his playful demeanor lightening the mood as they both departed the hall. Returning to his room, Black Feather collapsed onto the bed, gazing at the ceiling with a sense of wonder. The Joy family truly is affluent, willing to invest in such valuable skills as guard, light screen, and hyper beam for outsiders. The manual he perused with Joy-chan contained nearly every skill disc available on the market, save for certain weather-related skills such as rain, sandstorm, and sunny day, as well as field-based skills like grassy terrain. It even included the coveted dragon tail. However, Black Feather's desires were modest. He requested only 3 guard discs, 1 tailwind, and 1 substitute disc. The Iron Claw Lobster could learn guard autonomously, allowing him to exchange for substitute instead. As for Joy Chun's suggestion to reserve the opportunity to select skill discs for later, Black Feather dismissed the notion with disdain. To him, only that which is in hand is truly his. Rather than treating exceptional opportunities as mere words on a page, he preferred to convert them into tangible power. The guard skill, without question, is a move all Pokémon can learn, serving as a defensive maneuver against all attacks of equal level. Guard is indeed a costly skill. In the black market, such discs often sell for over 800,000 and occasionally even reach 1,000,000. The challenge lies not in the price, but in the scarcity of availability. Even with ample funds, one may find it nearly impossible to procure such a disc. The Tailwind disc was perfectly suited for the Dark Raven. With its speed-enhancing capabilities combined with Prankster, it compensated for the team's overall sluggishness. Among his Pokémon, the Dark Raven possessed the highest aptitude, even surpassing the young EV from the Orange Blossom Gym. Aside from one guard disc for each Pokémon, the final Tailwind disc was also reserved for the Dark Raven, a small token of favoritism. As these thoughts lingered, Black Feather's mind began to drift. His hands crossed behind his head, his eyes slowly closing as he succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Black Feather was rudely awakened by a flurry of urgent knocks on the door. Oh dear, so early! Just as he prepared to open the door and discover the source of the disturbance, he was startled by the appearance of Joy Chun. Joy Chun, what brings you here? He exclaimed, hastily fastening the buttons of his pajamas, concealing his bare chest. Joy Chun's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze, saying, "The skill discs you selected have arrived. Our family truly values you. They sent 3 guard discs." Her eyebrows arched in surprise as her eyes inadvertently flickered toward his chest once more. Black Feather, heedless of changing his shoes, hurriedly dashed downstairs in slippers. Joy Chun followed closely behind, chiding, "Honestly, you're such a child, so reckless." Upon reaching the hall on the first floor, they found it eerily quiet, with only a few staff members present. There, in that corner, is the Pokémon learning machine. Over there are the instructions. With your intelligence, you should manage just fine. Joy Chun pointed to a solitary, complex machine. The Pokémon learning machine allows for the direct transfer of skills recorded on skill discs into a Pokémon's mind, enabling it to learn the move instantly. This technology is among the most advanced in the Pokémon world, reportedly developed by the Silver Company in the Kanto region. Shortly after its invention, the Alliance forcibly acquired the technology along with the entire research team, which inadvertently propelled the Silver Company into the limelight. Black Feather quickly skimmed the user manual, then followed the instructions to insert the Pokeball of the Dark Raven into the designated slot. He placed the skill discs into the central storage area, and upon pressing the start button, the machine whirred to life with a deep rumble. Fortunately, it was still early morning, and besides Black Feather, there were no other trainers present. Otherwise, witnessing the simultaneous use of 5 skill discs would surely leave them astounded. For most trainers, mastering a single skill for a Pokémon is already a formidable challenge, let alone juggling multiple skills. However, Black Feather was different. The Dark Raven possessed exceptional aptitude, further enhanced by the nurturing manual obtained from the Alliance and the substantial resources invested by the Joy family. Not to mention the wealth of information available from the Orange Blossom Gym. While it may be overwhelming for other Pokémon, mastering these skills was a breeze for the Dark Raven. After using the final substitute disc on the Iron Claw Lobster, a satisfied grin spread across Black Feather's face. Content with his accomplishments. Chapter 49. The wronged EV. With all 5 skill discs utterly destroyed, the skills have been fully learned. Heiyu released all the Pokémon from their luxurious balls. As soon as EV emerged, it distinguished itself from the others, leaping directly into Heiyu's embrace. Gazing up at the trainer with a pitiful expression, its tear-filled eyes implored Heiyu, who could hardly bear to witness its sorrow. All right, EV, don't be sad. I want to keep you locked in the ball next time. It was unavoidable while learning skills." Heiyu gently wiped away EV's tears, leaving 2 damp streaks on its fur. As soon as it appeared, the Dark Crow unfurled its black wings and soared into the air, circling above Heiyu's head, showcasing the flying techniques it had learned from Spearow. Having just emerged from the breeding house, the Dark Crow had successfully transitioned from its juvenile stage. Although some complex aerial maneuvers remained challenging, its progress was remarkable. Flying appeared to be an innate ability for avian Pokémon, and the Dark Crow was no exception. Like Eevee, it detested confinement within its Pokeball, preferring to glide through the skies. As the Dark Crow descended, Heiyu extended his arm to serve as a landing point. So, have you all mastered your skills? Heiyu cradled Eevee while gently stroking the feathers of the Dark Crow. The newly hatched Pokémon was filled with curiosity and enthusiasm. Previously, Eevee had been the center of attention, cherished by the team's larger members like the Kingler. However, with the arrival of the Dark Crow, Eevee felt a sense of love being siphoned away, especially when it saw Heiyu tenderly caressing the Dark Crow's feathers. A pang of discomfort surged within Eevee. Eevee let out a few plaintive cries, tugging at Heiyu's clothing with its tiny paws, tears welling up in its eyes. Heiyu felt a bit overwhelmed. He recognized the emotions of the two little Pokémon, for they were utterly transparent in their feelings. Yet, he could only strive to mediate the situation. This was one of the essential duties of a trainer, to ensure harmony among the diverse Pokémon in the team. In contrast, Kingler and Sharpedo were relatively at ease. Having spent over a year with Heiyu, especially during their year adrift at sea, sharing meals and living quarters, thus requiring no concern from Heiyu. Even the somewhat lazy Sharpedo had become diligent after evolving, seemingly influenced by Kingler. All right, little Eevee, I'll prepare some delicious cheese sticks for you shortly. After soothing Eevee, Heiyu began to assess the skills of the Pokémon. Kingler, use substitute. Kingler squinted its fierce eyes, a pale energy enveloping its body, and within mere seconds, another identical Kingler appeared beside it. Upon closer inspection, the substitute's expression appeared somewhat vacant and dull. Nevertheless, in battle, it was convincingly lifelike. The Dark Crow then targeted the substitute to use Peck. With a flap of its wings, it dove from above, its beak sharpening instantly. A shadowy figure shot through the air, and the substitute was swiftly pierced, exploding with a resounding bang. Not bad, not bad. Just learned substitute, and already able to execute it within seconds. However, further training is needed to enhance the substitute's realism, aiming to make it indistinguishable from the original. Heiyu's eyes sparkled. He felt quite confident in Kingler, as it would train on its own after a few reminders. By simply locating a video tutorial on the substitute skill in the Orange Blossom Gym's online library, he could swiftly elevate Kingler's proficiency. Eevee, seemingly eager to regain Heiyu's attention, let out a defiant cry. With a pout, it leapt from Heiyu's arms. Its graceful form landed silently on the ground. As if to prove itself, Eevee's expression grew serious as it gathered energy. In mere seconds, a green protective shield materialized around it, though regrettably, this shield shattered after only 2 brief seconds, dispersing the energy. Protect. Heiyu was thoroughly familiar with this skill. In various high-level competition videos, it was often employed for critical blocks, an essential skill for any trainer. Yet, for ordinary trainers, mastering Protect was a lofty aspiration, as only a select few could autonomously learn it. Eevee, intent on impressing Heiyu, tensed its body, attempting to execute Protect once more. However, only fleeting green energy flickered before it, failing to coalesce into a shield. All right, little Eevee, you can only use Protect once within a short span. You did wonderfully. Heiyu smiled as he crouched down to pet Eevee's head. As the sun gradually rose, time passed slowly. Just as he approached the hall, he was suddenly called by Joy-chan. Heiyu, wait a moment. Someone is looking for you. Joy's expression was somewhat peculiar, her gaze tinged with subtle scrutiny. Following her gaze, Heiyu spotted a spirited young woman in a black dress standing at the front desk, holding 2 books, exuding a unique aura of literary charm that drew one closer. Surrounding her was a group of trainers, all smiling enthusiastically, seemingly enamored with her presence. Teacher Dewan? Heiyu was taken aback, freezing in his steps. He never expected to encounter Dewan here. Unbeknownst to him, Joy-chan's expression darkened further upon witnessing Heiyu's surprised demeanor and his different form of address, her gaze revealing a hint of resentment. While others referred to her as Gym Leader Dewan, he called her Teacher Dewan, indicating their familiarity. Joy-chan recalled how Dewan sought her out, and upon mentioning Heiyu, the renowned gym leader, her eyes sparkled with admiration. In an instant, the goddess revered by countless trainers. A member of the esteemed Joy family, and famously known as one of the most beautiful goddesses in Kanaz City, felt a twinge of jealousy. She thought to herself, could it be that Heiyu truly finds me too old? After all, Duan is merely 4 years younger than me. The difference between 21 and 25 is hardly significant. Yet, Joy Chun failed to realize that her feelings had surpassed mere concern for a friend. An inexplicable affection often begins the moment one's emotions are stirred. Chapter 50. As a teacher, Haku, Duan, while forcing a smile to engage with the enthusiastic residents, found herself grappling with the responsibilities of being a gym leader. Indeed, every gym leader is a highly esteemed figure in their respective cities. However, as the newly appointed leader, Duan was still adjusting to her role. Her voice startled the surrounding eager trainers, who turned to see Duan, the gym leader, jogging towards a young man. Just as confusion spread across the crowd, someone exclaimed, "Wasn't that prodigy from the Breeder Association named Haku?" The revelation ignited a wave of astonishment. As curious eyes turned towards Haku, could it be that Duan was trying to court that individual? A keen observer speculated, considering the recent discussions surrounding the talented breeder, including rumors of his impending marriage into the Junsha and Joy families. While the crowd continued their chatter, Duan and Haku had already departed to a secluded backyard. Led by Joy Chun, they arrived at a tranquil location, free from interruptions. "I shall take my leave," Joy Chun remarked, casting a significant glance at Haku. Her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Haku, feigning ignorance, turned his gaze skyward. Yet, Duan was eager to speak, exclaiming, "Haku, you have become quite famous recently, even at school. I hear students discussing you. What do you think?" A prodigy breeder. Tilting her head slightly with a sweet smile, she captivated Haku, who found himself overwhelmed by her charm. "Duan. Teacher Duan, what brings you to me?" he stammered. After bowing respectfully, Duan elegantly continued, "Haku, the breeder, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our Kanaz gym as a dedicated breeder." The term dedicated breeder refers to someone specifically responsible for an individual or a faction. Given the scarcity of breeders, one often caters to numerous clients, whether crafting energy cubes or devising breeding strategies. A dedicated breeder is one who is hired at a premium, effectively bought out, and prohibited from taking on any other clients. After a moment's contemplation, Haku shook his head in refusal. "I appreciate your offer, Teacher Duan, but I wish to continue my journey and broaden my horizons. I cannot remain in Kanaz City for long, so I must decline your kind offer." Haku expressed his regret, understanding that every trainer aspires to compete in the league conference, and that travel is a fundamental aspect of every trainer's journey. Even the most doting parents would hesitate to deny their children's desire to explore. Moreover, the two shared a mere friendship. "Well then, would you be interested in serving as a temporary teacher at our trainer school?" Duan proposed, seemingly anxious to avoid another rejection. "This is not merely my personal invitation. Our school has decided to hire you, and the compensation is quite generous. You would only need to serve as a temporary breeding instructor." After a brief moment of reflection, Haku slowly inquired, "What would the compensation entail?" "A formula for a mid-tier energy cube?" Duan tentatively suggested. "Deal." Haku replied enthusiastically. The rarity of a mid-tier energy cube formula was undeniable. In Mrs. Maida's notes, there were dozens of energy cube recipes, predominantly at the beginner level, with only one capable of gradually enhancing qualifications reaching mid-tier status. Haku had previously inquired about energy cube formulas at various shops, only to be met with silence, and, at times, hostility from irate shopkeepers. Even in the black market, information on energy cube formulas was scarce, with most available being common recovery types. After all, a single energy cube formula is the result of countless breeders' arduous efforts, embodying immense dedication and ingenuity. Furthermore, an exclusive formula equates to a monopolistic venture, akin to a goose that lays golden eggs. Haku, recognizing the school's interest in him, stemmed from his recent popularity and the title of prodigy breeder, accepted the invitation without hesitation. "Haku, here's my contact information. Simply report to the trainer school tomorrow morning, Duan instructed as she shared her contact via their devices. Haku glanced at the dazzling titles displayed alongside Duwan's avatar, particularly the golden letters denoting gym leader. Such prestige. After agreeing to the invitation, the rapport between Haku and Duwan noticeably grew closer, their conversations becoming more relaxed and engaging. Duwan, a remarkable talent in the rock-type domain, possessed knowledge that even surpassed Haku's expertise as a breeder. Often, her casual remarks would inspire Haku immensely. Rock-type Pokémon have a natural aversion to water. However, frequent consumption of obsidian rock and gray essence can bolster their resistance to water-type moves, she explained. Indeed, as you mentioned, but gray essence is rather expensive. Perhaps substituting it with gray glory essence would be more cost-effective, Haku suggested. The two fervently debated the intricacies of Pokémon breeding, their gazes filled with newfound excitement. Haku was astounded that Duwan, at merely 21 years of age, had assumed the role of gym leader while exhibiting such profound knowledge and formidable skills. Conversely, Duwan was surprised by Haku's depth of understanding in breeding. She had initially thought the young man's reputation was exaggerated and undeserved. Admiration sparkled in Duwan's eyes as her demeanor softened, and the distance between them quickly diminished. Unbeknownst to them, Joy Chun observed from the Pokémon Center's reception, her jealousy evident as she monitored their growing closeness, adjusting the surveillance angle while suppressing her desire to intervene. Meanwhile, Haku noticed the camera's movement from the corner of his eye, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. Chapter 51. Gratitude. The following day, as dawn broke, Heiyu rose early. After preparing a simple meal for a few sprites, he began to attend to his own appearance. As he combed his disheveled hair before the mirror, he caught a glimpse of himself. Standing at 175 meters, he was relatively tall for a 17-year-old, with the potential for further growth. Although his looks could not be described as strikingly handsome, his delicate demeanor combined with a youthful visage made him quite endearing. When he smiled, he resembled any ordinary trainer. Yet when his expression turned stoic, the fierce intensity in his gaze was enough to instill fear. There was no trace of youthful fervor or recklessness on Heiyu's face. "Kulme, little EV," he called, inviting the small creature to leap onto his shoulder. After checking his belongings, he exited the room. After enjoying a complimentary breakfast in the Pokémon Center's dining area, Heiyu greeted Joy, the receptionist, with a smile, noting the shadow of melancholy on her face. Pretending not to notice, he departed from the Pokémon Center. Upon returning to the opulent academy, Heiyu felt a sense of disorientation. It was not the grandeur of the institution that threw him off, but rather the stark contrast with the slum he had just passed, a mere half-hour away. He found it difficult to fathom how such a lavish school could coexist with a filthy, chaotic slum in such proximity. Yet, he had no time for contemplation as staff members swiftly ushered him inside. As he walked through the campus, students regarded Heiyu with curiosity, and he garnered the admiration of several young girls. He even overheard some absurd remarks. "Wow, that EV is so adorable." It struck Heiyu as disconcerting to hear the precious Pokémon likened to a common cater pie. To him, this world felt profoundly distorted. In the Pokémon world, children begin their education in Pokémon knowledge at the age of 12, once they reach a certain maturity. By 16, they receive their first Pokémon, subsequently dividing into two factions, those who travel and those who study. The latter, like the students in this academy, often prefer to remain sheltered, relying on their status or substantial financial contributions to pursue their studies. Conversely, the traveling faction, aside from a few elites, primarily consists of everyday trainers, akin to the shorts-clad boys and bug-catcher types. Among these trainers, only a handful can rise above their circumstances, distinguishing themselves from the multitude of ordinary trainers. Most meet tragic ends in the wild. Even those who survive often come to terms with harsh realities after years of wandering. Of course, a rare few resist the status quo, attempting to rebel against the entrenched system established by the Alliance, either by joining underground organizations or engaging in the illicit trade of Pokémon across regions and cities. In this twisted world, the dark underbelly offers one of the few paths to transcend social classes. After all, The vast majority cannot afford to care for Pokémon. Even the most basic Caterpie costs but a few thousand Alliance coins. However, the subsequent costs of raising and training it can be several times its original value. Owning a Pokémon is not sufficient. One must be able to sustain it. Is this world truly fair? The Alliance's regulations seem to suggest otherwise. Trainers with family backgrounds often have their paths meticulously planned from a young age. By the age of 6, they start paying an annual deposit of 200,000 coins until they turn 16, securing their status within the Alliance and receiving one of the starter Pokémon. These individuals either attend the Academy or embark on journeys, ultimately becoming the backbone of the Alliance, reinforcing its unyielding framework. Heiyu felt neither pity nor jealousy. Rather, he experienced a profound sense of gratitude. He was thankful for his transmigration and the memories of his past life, for his ability to read and write, for the chance to become a pirate rather than languishing under the Alliance's oppression, and for the opportunity to encounter Madame Metafu, becoming her disciple and acquiring the most precious treasure of all, knowledge. He was grateful for saving Xiao Yao, earning the favor of Mr. Qianli, and securing investment from the Chenhua Gym, thereby breaking the Alliance's information blockade on ordinary trainers. He was fortunate to have caught the attention of the Joy family, securing their investment and stepping onto the precarious vessel of the Alliance. Despite its apparent decay, this ship remained astonishingly sturdy, navigating the vast seas with remarkable steadiness. EV. The call of his companion brought Heiyu back to the present as he continued to follow the guiding staff member. As they approached the center of the academy, previously restricted buildings came into view. A pathway unfolded ahead, flanked by expansive flower beds filled with blossoms exuding peculiar fragrances. Heiyu even spotted a couple of rare medicinal herbs, stirring within him the impulse to pluck them. In the center lay a grand fountain, adorned with a massive statue of a cheerful Kappa, its waters cascading gracefully, while a few heart-shaped fish swam beneath the surface. Eventually, Heiyu was led into an exquisitely decorated classroom building, its overall design leaning towards a somber aesthetic that seemed fitting for the city of Karnas. The little Eevee nestled in his arms curiously surveyed the surroundings, its small head poking out, large, expressive eyes darting around. "Sir, you have cultivated this Eevee remarkably well." The staff member, who had been leading the way, seemed to find the journey rather lengthy and, sensing a lull in the conversation, turned to Heiyu. Surprised, Heiyu glanced at the middle-aged man ahead, not expecting a staff member here to possess knowledge of Pokémon cultivation. It must be the influence of the Trainer Academy, he thought. "Oh no, you flatter me. I've worked here for over a decade and have picked up a bit of Pokémon knowledge along the way," the man replied. Heiyu nodded in understanding, contemplating as they approached the end of the corridor. Chapter 52. The peers of teaching upon leading Heiyu to the designated location, the staff departed. With a deep breath, Heiyu gently knocked on the office door, and an aged voice beckoned him to enter. Heiyu pushed open the ancient wooden door, a faint, ethereal fragrance wafting towards him. Before his eyes unfolded an office replete with the essence of scholarly pursuits, its walls adorned with bookshelves, meticulously lined with countless volumes. The room exuded an air of elegance, and seated at the desk was a stooped, bald elder. Donning a black robe, the elder lifted his lifeless, fish-like eyes upon Heiyu's entrance. "Are you the nurturer recommended by little Duan?" he mumbled. Heiyu, keenly perceptive to the elder's informal reference to Duan, discerned that his status was far from ordinary. A mere principal would not address a curator so casually. "Ha ha ha. Do not mind this old man. I am half buried in the earth already," the elder waved dismissively, chuckling softly. Nevertheless, Heiyu remained profoundly respectful, standing quietly at the threshold, hesitant to step further. Although he sensed a hint of frailty about the elder, the authority emanating from his every gesture was unmistakable, an aura exclusive to those of high status. Heiyu prided himself on his ability to read others, believing it surpassed that of most trainers and nurturers. Suddenly, the previously silent atmosphere was interrupted as the door swung open once more. Duan entered slowly, and Heiyu felt a ripple of emotion within him. Before he could utter a word, Duan, usually so composed and dignified, hurried over to the elder. Grandpa Mutuo, why haven't you eaten the breakfast the cafeteria prepared for you? It's not good for your stomach. When will your health regain its vitality? With concern etched across her face, Duan assisted the elder in sitting upright, gently reprimanding him as she spoke. Hey, little Duan, why are you so concerned about this old man when you should be busy with the dojo? The elder replied, revealing a grin that showcased his few remaining yellowed teeth. His voice raspy. Heiyu listened to their exchange until they eventually departed the room. As Duan softly closed the door, she explained to Heiyu, Grandpa Mutuo is the former master of the Kanaz dojo, and he was also my mentor. Heiyu's understanding deepened, and he instinctively turned to glance at the ancient wooden door, reassessing his view of the frail elder. Soon after, Duan guided Heiyu towards another teaching building, where students they passed greeted her warmly. Our school students are categorized into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Generally, students enroll at 16 and graduate by 19, ready to participate in the Alliance Conference. The uniforms you see are in shades of white, gray, and black, representing the 3 grades. Of course, there are always a few less capable students who may repeat a grade. Duan thoughtfully elucidated the various nuances of school life to Heiyu. You will serve as a temporary nurturing teacher, primarily focusing on the cultivation of Pokémon, she reminded him as they arrived at an exquisite classroom. This is the list of your students for the upcoming week. Heiyu took the list, glancing over it to find a pitifully small number, only a handful of students. The academy implemented an elite education system. Looking at the correct class number above the door, Heiyu gathered his emotions. Some students were even a year older than him, yet he was to instruct them. He was at a loss for words to describe his feelings. With a blend of anticipation and anxiety, he pushed the door open, instantly met with a dozen curious gazes. Counting the students discreetly, Heiyu offered a gentle smile and spoke, Hello, I will be your temporary nurturing teacher for the coming week. As soon as he finished speaking, one student raised his hand, a young man named Fengshun, who appeared to have a notable background. Teacher, may I inquire about your age? Fengshun asked, skepticism etched on his face. Just turned 17, Heiyu replied, maintaining a standard smile. However, his response shocked the gathered students, who exchanged glances, surprised that their teacher was of similar age. Really? Teacher, you seem quite young. Are you sure you possess the capability to adequately instruct us? Fengshun's tone dripped with provocation and doubt. Heiyu narrowed his eyes, gazing at the repeatedly challenging student, a flicker of hostility surging within him. Though he appeared to be a kind-hearted prodigy in the eyes of outsiders, he had never forgotten his original vocation. Pirate, a profession that had buried countless bodies beneath the sea. Navigating the path of the Alliance was fraught with restrictions. Had he been at sea, he would have long since dealt with Fengshun. Gradually calming his inner turmoil, Heiyu maintained a visage of serenity. Meanwhile, several other students were eager to witness how their youthful teacher would respond to the challenge. Heiyu descended from the podium and approached Fengshun, casually rolling up a book from the desk. With a swift motion, he struck Fengshun on the forehead. You! Before Fengshun could utter an angry retort, Heiyu interjected. You should address your teacher with respect. It is the least courtesy owed to someone imparting knowledge. Fengshun, hailing from a prominent family, was accustomed to being unafraid of authority and often intimidated teachers. Having never encountered such treatment before, he was taken aback. How dare a mere trainer offend me? My family is... He began, but Heiyu's icy gaze silenced him, sending chills down Fengshun's spine. Heiyu, with a past steeped in piracy, harbored a latent ferocity that had been kept concealed. Once unleashed, it was beyond what these pampered scions could endure. After imparting a small lesson to Fengshun, Heiyu returned to the podium and inscribed 2 large characters on the canvas. Heiyu, this is my name. I am a junior nurturer, more than capable of instructing you in the art of cultivation. With those words, the students below widened their eyes in astonishment. Some hailed from prominent local families, while others came from distant regions and cities. Recently, they had all received a directive from their families to befriend a nurturer named Heiyu. They had heard whispers of a prodigy who, at the tender age of 17, had passed the junior nurturer examination. To their surprise, Heiyu was the unassuming peer standing before them. No, now he was their peer teacher. Chapter 53. Imparting knowledge, everyone was dumbfounded, especially Fengshun. Originally, Hei was merely a pretty boy who relied on clever tricks to defeat teacher Du Wan in his eyes. Little did he expect that he was the sensational, prodigious breeder. His family had even sent word to seek an opportunity to win him over. Feng Chen's face turned ashen as he slumped into his chair, utterly stunned. Although he hailed from a prominent family with a member, Bonnie, who was one of the elite four in the Hoenn region, he was merely a collateral relative. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up at the trainer school. If he had a choice, who wouldn't want to reside at the family's headquarters, enjoying superior resources? While the family was bound by blood ties, fostering unity in times of crisis, it also had its set of rules and regulations. Feng Chen was now drenched in cold sweat, especially after Hei Yu's earlier gaze, which flickered with a dangerous glint he had never encountered before. Hei Yu disregarded the other party and earnestly opened the textbook, deciding to commence his lecture after a cursory glance. Today, we will delve into the origins and evolution of Pock blocks. Speaking of Pock blocks, one cannot help but mention the profession of breeder, which did not exist many years ago. This ignited envy and astonishment among the students. Although they could all fare reasonably well after graduation, there was still a far cry from a novice breeder. After all, many were merely coasting by, well aware of their limitations. A breeder's responsibilities were manifold, encompassing not only devising training regimens for various Pokémon and crafting specialized Pock blocks, but also acquiring knowledge in nursing care, medical expertise, and Pokémon physiotherapy, among others. The most fundamental ingredient in crafting Pock blocks was berries. Berry cultivation was an intricate discipline, as the color of the berries varied, depending on the soil and temperature, inevitably influencing their effects. For instance, the sherry berry, with its pungent aroma, was typically used in crafting Pock blocks that aid in healing injuries, while the chesto berry, with its refreshing flavor, was commonly used in crafting Pock blocks that restore stamina. Hei Yu's throat grew parched, and he instinctively reached for a water glass next to the water dispenser. Upon taking a sip, he detected a subtle sweetness, as if some form of nutritional supplement had been added. He couldn't help but marvel at the trainer school's opulence, where even the communal water dispenser was so exceptional. Whether it pertains to berry cultivation, berry utilization, or even the history and anecdotes surrounding berries, submit them to me before class tomorrow, and I will provide on-the-spot evaluations in class. With that, Hei Yu gathered the teaching materials from the desk and promptly departed from the classroom. Mere seconds after his departure, the entire classroom erupted in fervent discussion. Predictably, the news of the prodigious breeder Hei Yu serving as a temporary teacher at their school would soon spread throughout the entire institution. Hei Yu strolled down the school corridor, his mind at ease as he perused a message sent by Nurse Joy Chun on his Pokédex. This Feng Chun truly has a death wish. So, he's merely a neglected collateral relative. In the future, if an opportunity arises, I might as well make some plans. The reason Hei Yu dared to put on airs in front of this group of privileged scions was twofold. Firstly, he had the backing of the Joy family and the Petalburg Gym. Secondly, he had recently acquired the title of prodigious breeder and even Master Flannery. The Breeder Association chairman of Rustboro City frequently contacted him. The cordiality conveyed in their conversations filled Hei Yu with elation. As he had finally secured a foothold in this world, he no longer needed to live in constant fear. He was no longer a defenseless little pirate. Hei Yu ambled toward the cafeteria, which was sparsely populated. Nevertheless, he ascended to the private dining room on the second floor. After all, this was a perk included in his employment package, and he wasn't about to let go to waste. Pancit scallops, mushroom vermicelli, steamed velvoctate. Hei Yu ordered a few of his favorite dishes within the stipulated meal allowance. It must be said, the food was quite delectable. After finishing his lunch, Hei Yu proceeded to the school's logistics department to collect his 7-day stipend. 100,000 Pock dollars. It's a nice little side income. If anyone else were to overhear Hei Yu's words, they would undoubtedly be incensed. 100,000 Pock dollars was equivalent to an average household's annual income. And hey, you could earn that in a mere 7 days. It was indeed a testament to the trainer school's affluence, where even an externally hired junior teacher received such a generous stipend. One could only imagine the compensation packages of those long-term teachers who had signed contracts. But then again, it was a small class size, and they had to put up with the mischievous antics of these privileged scions. Knowledge was priceless, after all. As soon as he opened the door, Hey shouted into the room. Sure enough, a shadow darted out within seconds and leaped into his arms. Evie, Evie! Little Evie buried its head into Yu's chest, wriggling incessantly in his embrace. All right, little Evie, it must be boring being alone at home. It took considerable effort for Yu to appease little Evie. It must be said, Evie was indeed exceedingly endearing. Even Yu had momentarily considered making little Evie a mere pet rather than a battle Pokémon. However, this notion was quickly quashed. Let's try making a new Poké Block today. I choose you, the Defense Curl Poké Block, which can enhance a Pokémon shell defense. No sooner said than done. Yu promptly retrieved a small Poké Block making machine from his spatial backpack. As for the one that Madame Melba had given him earlier, it had long been relegated to a corner, though he hadn't discarded it altogether. After all, it was his first Poké Block making machine, and it was worth keeping as a memento. The one before him now had been purchased from within the Breeder Association. It was more compact, more convenient, and incorporated more automated processes, obviating the need for him to do everything himself. As night gradually descended, a low rumble emanated from Yu's room, gradually fading away after a long silence. Yu slowly opened the door, holding a Poké Block storage box in his hand. Inside were the new Poké Blocks, the Defense Curl Poké Blocks, which could be used to enhance the hardness of a Pokémon shell. In the corner of the room, a pile of failed materials from the production process lay accumulated. Over the next few days, Yu dedicated himself to imparting knowledge to the students at the school. During this time, none of the privileged scions dared to provoke him, perhaps due to the exaggerated rumors that had been circulating, painting him as some sort of mystical figure. He had even heard tales of him being able to determine one's fate with a single glance, or scaring Feng Chun into wetting his pants with a single sentence. Even when he walked normally through the school, the students dared not meet his gaze, leaving Yu amused and exasperated. However, this also spared him a great deal of trouble, as he had no desire to be embroiled in any melodramatic school dramas. Chapter 54. The Black Glasses recently. Black Feather faced bankruptcy. Alas, the more Pokémon he had, the greater the consumption of resources, compounded by the need to purchase large quantities of materials for crafting energy cubes. Gazing at his account balance, which barely reached 100,000 Alliance coins, he contemplated whether to sell a batch of energy cubes. With the increasing number of Pokémon, expenses escalated, and the bills were filled with various needs for his Pokémon. He incurred costs for a flight weight training device for his Dark Raven, sandbags for training his Ironclaw Lobster, and a device that could automatically construct a small pool for his Sharpedo. The only relatively economical Pokémon, Eevee, still required significant spending on various snacks, biscuits, and toys. Having accumulated a substantial number of energy cubes, he determined it was time to devise a plan to sell a portion. Recently, he had practiced crafting several new types of energy cubes, each possessing unique functions. Therefore, aside from those designated for daily use, he could consider selling the surplus. Although the black market prices were somewhat inflated, continuously selling was not a sustainable strategy. Presently, Black Feather's apparent income primarily stemmed from investments from the Orange Blossom Gym and the Joy family, yet a diligent inquiry would reveal discrepancies between his expenditures and income. Hence, fabricating a plausible financial statement and source of funds had become imperative. Knaz City was vast, and without following the navigation from the Pokémon Index, locating a Pokémon store would be quite challenging. Entering a bustling department store, Black Feather immediately spotted a prominent shop on the first floor. Its blue exterior, adorned with a Pokéball sign, stood out remarkably. Observing the throngs of people within the building, he could not help but muse. The proprietor of this establishment must be profiting immensely. A twinge of envy welled up within him. As he approached the store, the door opened automatically, showcasing the vibrancy of Knaz City in every facet of life. Upon entering, he found the shop to be relatively quiet, with only a few uniformed staff members attending to the merchandise. The shelves were adorned with an array of dazzling products, and Black Feather spotted the latest sweet ball from Dew & Company. "Welcome," a staff member approached, eager to assist him. Black Feather politely declined. indicating he was merely browsing and not in a hurry to sell his energy cubes. He spent some time exploring the store, familiarizing himself with various products and the general pricing of energy cubes. Eventually, he made his way to the counter and inquired with the attendant, "I am a breeder. Might you be interested in purchasing energy cubes?" The ordinary staff member was not equipped to handle such significant matters and promptly summoned the store owner, a tall, slender man with a bushy beard. "Thank you, esteemed breeder, for placing your trust in our shop. Would you mind if I sought a valuation expert?" The store owner greeted Black Feather with warmth, displaying great respect for breeders. Black Feather nodded in agreement, and shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman sporting reading glasses entered the shop, seemingly a professional appraiser. These energy cubes are impeccable, each brimming with vitality and luster. The individual who crafted this batch is undoubtedly among the elite of novice breeders. The old man's keen eyes reflected admiration as he gently set down his appraisal tools. Upon hearing this, the shop owner harbored no doubts and began negotiating prices with Black Feather. "Very well, I can offer you one for $1,000,000, and I would like to make additional purchases from your store." Black Feather issued his final ultimatum, raising the price of the goods valued at $3,000,000. Agreed. The shop owner gritted his teeth in acceptance. Finding such a high-quality batch of energy cubes was rare, and selling them all would yield a profit. Of course, he was particularly interested in the diverse types of energy cubes and their peculiar effects. Typically, a breeder would master only 2 or 3 types of energy cubes, enhancing their crafting proficiency. However, these uniquely functional energy cubes could significantly enhance the shop's reputation. For instance, there were energy cubes that aided Pokémon in grooming and thickening their fur, others that facilitated rapid weight gain and growth, and some that enhanced their physical flexibility. Though niche, these energy cubes were invaluable for specific types of Pokémon. After signing the contract and securing notarization from a bank, Black Feather successfully acquired this substantial sum of money. "Please assist me in wrapping this item." The black glasses. After careful consideration, Black Feather selected an item that enhanced the power of Dark type, moves by 8. Accompanying, it was a certification from a reputable organization. Generally, ordinary items provide a boost ranging from 5 to 15. Anything below 5 is deemed defective, with a risk of damage and loss of functionality. Conversely, items exceeding 15 are classified as rare, with prices doubling for each additional percentage point. The former lacks popularity in the market, while the latter is scarcely available, often monopolized by affluent families. However, there was an exception. A few years back, a news report surfaced about an item that offered a mere 0. One enhancement yet remained intact, continuing to serve Pokémon effectively. Ultimately, it was purchased by a mysterious wealthy individual for a staggering sum exceeding 10 million, allegedly for collection purposes. In the shop, he also procured some basic items, nutrient solutions, and ordinary materials, totaling nearly 1 million Alliance coins. The freshly acquired funds dwindled rapidly, leaving his account balance beneath 500,000 once more. Upon returning to his room at the Pokémon Center, Black Feather released several Pokémon. Eevee, unable to contain her excitement, tugged at his pant leg, eager to sample the latest flavor of snack. All right, don't rush," he affectionately reassured her. Reluctantly, he retrieved the snacks from his backpack and handed them to Eevee. These freshly prepared treats were not only palatable for humans, but also immensely favored by Pokémon. However, Black Feather had little interest in gourmet food. Thus, the snacks he purchased from a bakery were primarily for Eevee, who was, after all, a little glutton. "Come, Sharpedo. Absorb this." Black Feather carefully presented the black glasses, slowly bringing them closer to Sharpedo's body. As the item neared, an enigmatic energy began to surge. Sharpedo seemed to resonate with the black glasses, and a faint glow flickered as the glasses unexpectedly detached from Black Feather's grasp, soaring directly toward Sharpedo. Startled, Black Feather watched as Sharpedo opened its mouth, swallowing the black glasses whole. He shuddered momentarily, relieved that this peculiar method of item integration was indeed viable. Almost immediately, Sharpedo's body trembled slightly, and an aura of Dark-type energy emanated from its sharp teeth. A shadowy silhouette of the black glasses materialized behind Sharpedo, The Water-Dwelling Menace, Sharpedo. Chapter 55, Expulsion. On the final day of Yu's tenure at the school, he sauntered into the classroom, whereupon all the students lowered their heads. Unwilling to make eye contact, a subtle smile graced Yu's lips as he announced, "Today, we will forego the cultivation lesson and instead attend teacher Du-Wan's class to observe a Pokémon battle." It appeared that Du-Wan was conducting an open lesson for the entire school, and given her popularity, it was destined to be a resounding success. Almost all classes would send students to attend, which conveniently saved Yu a great deal of hassle, so he decided to take a dozen students along. He was also eager to hear what this exceptionally talented student, enamored with rock-type Pokémon, had to share. Yay! The students erupted in cheers, and Yu led them to the southernmost part of the school, where a spacious battle arena awaited. Upon their arrival, they found a considerable crowd gathered, roughly several hundred students. At the center stood Du-Wan, surrounded by a small projector, a screen, and a patch of grass, her only teaching tools. Pokémon battles were far more complex than the students typically imagined. They required consideration of the environment, moves, tactical combinations, item selections, and a myriad of other factors. Furthermore, one had to account for the psychological warfare and pressure resilience between the trainers. As Du-Wan paced the field with a slender teaching stick in hand, she tirelessly imparted her knowledge of battles to the crowd. Regrettably, most students seemed indifferent. In their minds, battles were merely a matter of overpowering Pokémon levels and moves, dismissing everything else as irrelevant. These students, who had never experienced an actual battle, remained oblivious to the intricacies of Pokémon combat. Let us review the footage from the last Kanto Region Champion Challenge, where the Dragon Master Du faced off against the Ice-type Elite Four member, Kona. Upon hearing the name Dojuo, Yu's interest peaked, his eyes filled with curiosity as he watched the intense battle unfold on the screen. The students beside him were equally eager to view the match, not out of a thirst for knowledge, but rather for gossip. I recall this was the Dragon Master's 4th championship challenge, right? Always falling short against Kona. One student exclaimed, "Indeed, that pesky Shelmet always manages to defeat Dragonite." Another chimed in, "For what you say, I can't help but feel that the Dragon Master doesn't quite resemble a Dragon-type champion. It seems all his Pokémon are flying types." The student's focus was primarily on idle chatter, completely disregarding Du-Wan's analysis of psychological strategy and tactical confrontations. This left Du-Wan exasperated, as she earnestly attempted to enlighten this group of privileged youngsters. Alas, they appeared uninterested. "Look at your lazy demeanor, thinking you know it all. Pokémon battles are not as simple as you imagine." Anger flared in Du-Wan's previously composed visage, her satin-like hair swaying in agitation. "Look at Yu, of the same age as you. Yet he is already a junior cultivator, excelling in battles far beyond your capabilities." In a moment of frustration, Du-Wan unwittingly shifted the focus onto Yu. Realizing her blunder too late, she noticed the collective ire of the students now directed at him. Discussions about Yu had recently intensified, and these students questioned why someone of their age was their teacher. Moreover, their elders often compared them to Yu, fostering a long-standing resentment. Now witnessing their admired teacher's reverence for Yu, some hot-headed students couldn't contain their anger. Why is it that just because he has talent as a cultivator, he is deemed superior in battles? Exactly. His Pokémon levels aren't even that high. His last victory over teacher Du-Wan must have been sheer luck. Let him face me in a Pokémon battle. A torrent of disdainful remarks cascaded towards Yu. At the center of the arena, Du-Wan felt a wave of panic wash over her. She had never anticipated that her casual remark would lead to such turmoil for Yu. Her attempts to quell the students' uproar were quickly drowned out by the cacophony. Yu furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling back on Du-Wan. Was this intentional or merely an accident? He mused inwardly, unable to comprehend why Du-Wan would act thus, especially given her flustered demeanor. Yet he knew that he could not allow the insults to continue. Rising slowly, Yu cast a cold, indifferent glance at the assembly and declared, "According to the Academy's 7th rule, disrespecting and insulting one's elders shall result in expulsion from the institution, with no possibility of readmittance." Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the arena. Among the students present, only a handful of those with substantial connections could easily withdraw from the trainer school. Witnessing Yu swiftly quell the students' anger, Du-won felt a tremendous sense of relief. Although she was a graduate and served as a gym leader, she remained inexperienced in handling such matters with the same decisiveness as Yu. Du-hwan, she murmured under her breath, her voice barely audible. Her gem-like eyes locked onto Yu, filled with a hint of admiration. This ordinary trainer had astonished her in countless ways. Reflecting on their initial encounter, when Yu had pursued her from the gym to the school for a battle, she had recognized his exceptional combat acumen and foresaw his potential for greatness. Yet, she had not anticipated that, merely half a month later, he would transform into a highly sought-after genius cultivator, coveted by numerous factions. Even she had personally approached the Pokémon Center to extend an invitation, only to be declined. Nevertheless, during their conversation, she had been captivated by his profound knowledge of cultivation. Now, as Yu faced this chaotic situation with an extraordinary calmness, Du-won realized that her previously cherished strengths seemed futile. The subtle sense of superiority she once held had quietly dissipated. I too shall aspire to be a decisive expert like Yu. Du-won resolved within herself, her determined gaze fixed upon Yu, who had swiftly turned the tide. Chapter 56. Are you playing tricks on me? Du-won gazed at Yu's refined visage, her enchanting eyes reflecting a hint of admiration and an unusual sentiment. This spectacle did not escape the notice of Feng Chun, who lurked in the corner, his heart swelling with jealousy and discontent, intensifying his resentment towards Yu. The sight of his goddess-like teacher displaying such an expression towards Yu drove him to the brink of madness, twisting his previously rigid countenance. From the very beginning, he had held Yu in disdain. After being publicly reprimanded by Yu a few days prior, he had become the laughingstock of the academy. Though other students refrained from openly discussing it, out of respect for his illustrious family background, behind his back, they mocked him mercilessly. The spread of exaggerated rumors made attending classes unbearable for him. For Feng Chun, losing face was far more painful than death itself. Had it not been for Du-won's public lecture today, he would likely have remained holed up in his dormitory as usual. Just days ago, his family had approached him regarding this matter, and even his father had scolded him. Despite the grand stature of Feng Chen's family, he was merely a distant relative. Lacking favor, his meager monthly allocation of resources had been further slashed due to this incident, leaving him with insufficient pocket money and compelled to solicit additional funds from his parents. All of this misfortune stemmed from that man. Yu. The more Feng Chun pondered, the more incensed he became, his teeth clenched in an expression that bordered on ferocious, leading him to utter words he would regret for a lifetime. Yu, if that is the case, do you dare to engage in a simulated battle with me? The gazes of numerous students shifted back to Feng Chun. Most recalled the animosity between the two, for rumors spread swiftly, and people were always eager to believe them. Yu was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the student he had long mentally noted. He had not anticipated that Feng Chun would deliver himself to him so readily for revenge. A simulated battle? Certainly. The only uncertainty lay in whether he could request Du-won's permission to borrow the school's simulation helmets. Yu turned to Du-won and called out. A simulated battle, in essence, resembled the virtual projection games of the past. Trainers simply donned helmets to automatically project the appearance of Pokémon using a projector. While Pokémon could not respond to commands with the agility of reality, executing basic moves posed no challenge. This advanced technology was virtually unheard of in the outside world, yet it had long been introduced into training schools by the league's higher-ups. Yu's expression remained impassive as he fixed his piercing gaze on Feng Chun, the coldness in his eyes causing Feng Chun to feel a shiver. Feng Chun instinctively took a small step back, swallowing nervously, already regretting his audacity. Offending a promising breeder, particularly one whom his family sought to cultivate, filled him with remorse. Yet he had no choice but to press on. Otherwise, how could he continue to navigate the school? How would he endure the mockery of others? Upon receiving Du-won's consent, several staff members brought forth the sealed simulation helmets. Yu donned the precious device, feeling a slight dizziness wash over him. Suddenly, a delicate hand steadied him, and he caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance. It was Duan. In that instant, Heiyu realized the true identity of the person assisting him. Unbeknownst to Heiyu, who had already donned the helmet and was oblivious to the outside world, the spectacle had caused quite a stir. Duan, usually poised and dignified, was publicly aiding a stranger. Countless hearts among the students had quietly shattered. Duan's cheeks flushed slightly, her face burning under the scrutiny and whispers of her peers. As the battle commenced, two blue-glowing Pokémon projections materialized before the spectators, their likeness remarkably lifelike. New students, unfamiliar with such high-tech devices, exhibited expressions of curiosity, which elicited disdain from the more seasoned students. This battle apparatus had long since lost its novelty for them, as their training battles were routinely conducted on it. Is there hope for the next generation of the League? Duan pondered, filled with concern for the education of the League's future. Heiyu, meanwhile, was captivated by the floating buttons of the virtual interface, playfully experimenting with the simulation helmet. Oh, I can even select Pokémon, Garchomp, Dragonite, Salamence. Even items and abilities were selectable. This felt remarkably akin to the games of the past. A smile gradually formed on Heiyu's lips with the memories of his previous life. He had amassed countless strategies and formations. Regrettably, these could not be executed in real battles. Until now, Fengshen opted for a 3 versus 3 battle, wherein both sides would unleash 3 Pokémon for a chaotic skirmish. Intriguingly, his choice of formidable dragon-type Pokémon confirmed Heiyu's suspicions. The blue projections revealed 3 powerful Pokémon: Dragonite, Garchomp, and Dragapult. In contrast, Heiyu selected an unexpectedly unconventional lineup: Breloom, Sizer, and Durant. Observers questioned why he had not chosen legendary or starter Pokémon. Yet, Heiyu felt satisfaction as he assessed the abilities of his chosen Pokémon. Sizer activates Toxic Orb. Breloom activates Toxic Orb. Durant uses Fine Partner. As Heiyu issued his commands, both Sizer and Breloom enveloped themselves in a purple mist, their toxins spreading throughout their bodies. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the healing ability of the toxic characteristic unleashed its full potential. The abilities of Fengshen's 3 dragon-type Pokémon were all transformed into Durant's hidden ability, Lazy. In an instant, their offensive capabilities plummeted, their once sharp gazes dulled, and their bodies grew sluggish and unwilling to move. Breloom then unleashed Toxic upon itself and Sizer, continuously attacking them with the move. The toxins within their bodies accumulated to an astonishing degree, yet thanks to the healing properties of the Toxic ability, they were swiftly restored. Fengshen's 3 dragon-type Pokémon grew increasingly exhausted, their energy waning, hindered by the debilitating effects of the Lazy ability. Meanwhile, Sizer and Breloom thrived, healing rapidly even with visible wounds. As time passed, the 3 legendary Pokémon collapsed, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. 3 ordinary Pokémon had, through sheer strategy, defeated 3 legendary Pokémon. I refuse to accept this. Let us go again. Fengshen ripped off the helmet, panting heavily, his eyes blazing with indignation. In his view, such underhanded tactics could hardly be deemed a battle. True combat should be a straightforward confrontation. Heiyu regarded Fengshen with some surprise. It was the first time he had encountered someone so eager for punishment. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Throughout the entirety of that afternoon, Heiyu engaged in over a dozen battles against his opponent, Fengshen, each culminating in unmitigated defeat for the latter, who suffered greatly. During this period, Heiyu implemented various cunning strategies gleaned from his previous life. He employed the substitute toxic strategy, the infinite intimidation strategy of the King of Heaven's Grace, the diminutive mud throw combined with flash powder tactics, and an invisible rock paired with spikes and toxic spike strategy. It can be said that the afternoon's confrontations provided the trainees at the Pokémon Academy a remarkable spectacle. They had never envisioned that battles could encompass such a diverse array of strategies. The amalgamation of different Pokémon, item combinations, techniques, and tactical clashes, along with the psychological warfare among trainers, was truly enlightening. As yet another battle concluded, Heiyu slowly removed his helmet, casting his gaze upon the now withdrawn and existentially troubled Fengshen, who had been thoroughly defeated. Pokémon battles are far from the simplicity one might assume. What I have presented is but the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 57. The Carla Tunnel Before Departing. I selected a versatile intermediate evil energy block recipe as compensation for my temporary role as an instructor. Dark Raven, unleash Dark Mist. In a sealed training chamber, I commanded the heavily weighted Dark Raven. Suddenly, the Dark Raven within the confines of the room flapped its wings vigorously, and its sharp beak expelled swirling clouds of black mist. The Dark Mist technique is paramount for the Dark Raven's learning, possessing the prankster trait. The Dark Raven excels in both executing and mastering transformation skills with remarkable efficiency. I observed quietly from a corner of the room as the mist gradually dissipated, losing its energetic control. With a raspy call, the Dark Raven seemed to boast of its performance. A hint of warmth flickered in my eyes as I caressed the Dark Raven's wings, praising, "You performed splendidly, but do not neglect your flying training while mastering new skills." Recently, the Dark Raven had adapted to flying in various environments, even against the fierce winds generated by a powerful beak Pokémon. However, its flying technique still left much to be desired. When faced with complex terrains and obstacles, its speed would drop dramatically, risking a collision if it failed to brake in time. How has the training of Dragon Dance been progressing for you, Iron Claw Lobster? Any improvements? I inquired, glancing at the Iron Claw Lobster, which was energetically striking a sandbag with its pincers. With a swift turn, the Iron Claw Lobster sent the sandbag flying, exuberantly showcasing its strength. Upon hearing my question, it hurriedly approached, its 6 short legs scurrying, before gradually closing its eyes to channel Dragon-type energy. After a few moments, the Iron Claw Lobster began to swing its pincers, its body swaying as it performed a mysterious and intricate dance. Its energy surged, radiating a purplish-red glow, successfully executing Dragon Dance. I expressed my delight. Well done. You have become increasingly proficient in Dragon Dance. This will be your focal point for future training. Ensure you grasp it thoroughly. I promptly began timing the session, as the training for Dragon Dance hinges on 3 main aspects: the duration of the move, the energy boost it provides, and the time it can be maintained. The second aspect necessitates precise instruments for testing, so I focused on the other 2 metrics for now. A robust physique is essential for withstanding greater energy, a truth I deeply understood. Thus, I ensured that the energy blocks I provided to the Iron Claw Lobster contained enhancements for physical attributes. As time ticked by, the soft sound of seconds echoed in the quiet room. The energy enhanced by Dragon Dance within the Iron Claw Lobster began to wane, gradually diminishing until it rapidly disappeared in mere seconds. 47 seconds, I noted, my mood lifting as I glanced at the timer on the device. The first time it executed Dragon Dance, the duration was merely over 20 seconds, so this significant improvement in just a few days was exhilarating. After feeding my Pokémon a few energy blocks to restore their stamina, I contemplated the training plan ahead. As the sun set, I returned to the front desk to check out of the training room, ensuring I settled the additional fees for the extended time. Even as a direct descendant of a trainer, I was required to pay for the use of such specialized training facilities, given the abundant energy and the upkeep costs involved. That night, as I lay in bed, a sudden thought struck me, prompting me to sit up and slap my thigh. Of course, the Dark Raven and Eevee have yet to see blood. As a true pirate, accustomed to bloodshed, I had grown all too familiar with the realities of violence and the grim circumstances surrounding it. The Iron Claw Lobster and Sharpedo that had accompanied me from the start had emerged from blood-soaked battles, leaving countless Pokémon perished in their wake. However, the circumstances were different for Eevee and the Dark Raven. Since their capture, my travels had predominantly taken place on land, resulting in their limited exposure to the harshness of combat. Now I understand why the Dark Raven struggles to integrate into the team and bond with the Iron Claw Lobster. I mused to myself. It lacked the baptism of blood, while little Eevee could charm its way into becoming the team's darling through its cuteness. The cunning Raven Pokémon could not achieve the same. At times, the Dark Raven appeared overly solitary, reluctant to approach any Pokémon aside from me, its trainer. Lost in contemplation, I eventually succumbed to slumber, while little Eevee curled up lazily in the covers, having been stirred from its drowsy state by my sudden movements. Noticing the absence of activity around, it nestled back into a ball, wrapping its fluffy tail around its body, leaving only its small head exposed, drifting back to sleep against my shoulder. As dawn broke, a black-haired youth clad in ordinary adventurer's attire emerged on the outskirts of Kanaz City. The boy possessed a strikingly handsome face. If adorned in warm-toned clothing, he would undoubtedly be quite endearing. Yet, for reasons unknown, he was dressed entirely in cold black. An unusual sight when paired with the adorable Evie at his side. Taking advantage of the early light, I had already departed from Kanaz City, preparing to venture into the wild to train my Pokémon while also undertaking several league tasks. The nearby renowned wilderness exploration sites included Orange Blossom Forest and Carla Tunnel. The Carla Tunnel, upon passage, leads directly to Greenery Town, serving as a vital connection between two towns. Previously, the tunnel had been managed by the Dewin Company for mining. But for reasons unknown, the operation ceased, transforming the area into an exploration zone for trainers. I recounted the information I had gathered online. It is worth mentioning that the Carla Tunnel is rich in minerals, where even an unassuming rock may conceal a high-quality evolution stone. This has attracted a multitude of hopefuls seeking fortune through gambling on stones. It is said that there is even a stone gambling house on the outskirts, dedicated to selling minerals extracted from the Carla Tunnel. A raspy caw echoed from above as the dark raven slowly descended. Feeling a gust of wind, I instinctively closed my eyes, reopening them to find a massive beak approaching. Caw, caw. The dark raven reported the situation ahead, its black wings gesturing emphatically. I seized the opportunity to remove the camera from around its neck and began observing the surroundings through the recorded footage. Chapter 58. Murkrow's Metamorphosis. He ambled along the woodland path, his footsteps leaving imprints of varying depths in the soil, until he paused beside a verdant, towering tree. Cautiously, he peered out, his gaze settling upon a Pokémon nestled within the thicket. A Wurmple, a creature of common ilk, ubiquitous throughout the forests of Hoenn. Its status mirrored that of Caterpie and Kanto, occupying the lowest rung of the food chain. The Wurmple was engrossed in devouring a piece of fresh bark it had unearthed, its mandibles working with gusto. The two barbs at its rear twitched as it tore away at the bark, savoring the sap that dripped onto the ground. Murkrow, use Gust, he commanded. A raven-hued Pokémon emerged from the arboreal canopy, its wings beating, conjuring twin gales of wind. A faint azure energy shimmered as a dark streak cleaved through the air. Before the Wurmple could react, the attack landed squarely upon it. Yow! The Wurmple cried out in agony, blood trickling from the wounds inflicted upon its body. Driven by its innate timidity, it scurried away, seeking escape. Murkrow, show no mercy. Employ Peck, he ordered, brooking no dissent. The Murkrow's beak sharpened to a keen edge as it soared aloft, then plummeted earthward, its pointed bill striking the Wurmple mercilessly. The Wurmple lay prostrate, its body riddled with injuries, a plea for mercy evident in its gaze. Continue the assault. End its life, he commanded, his voice devoid of emotion. Survival in the wild is a merciless affair, where the strong prey upon the weak. He intended this day to be a baptism of fire for his two companions, and therefore he would not yield to sentimentality. The Murkrow hovered in the air, its wings beating, casting a hesitant glance at its master, then at the wounded Wurmple, a flicker of compassion in its eyes. Yet, cowed by his master's impassive demeanor, unleashed a peck attack, its sharp beak striking again and again until the Wurmple breathed its last. The Eevee whimpered, tears welling in its eyes. It covered its eyes with its furry ears, attempting to shut out the gruesome spectacle, but the coppery scent of blood still permeated the air, filling it with dread. In its terror, it did what it had always resisted and retreated into its Pokeball. A glint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. In the brutal reality of the wild, compassion was a luxury one could not afford. Yet he conceded that he may have been too hasty and that they would need time to acclimate. As a corvid Pokémon, Murkrow was known for its treachery and ruthless nature, so perhaps it was more amenable to the harsh realities of the wild. After erasing all traces of the battle, he resumed his journey toward Rusturf Tunnel. For over a day, he had remained in the forest, focusing primarily on Murkrow's training. As it dispatched more and more Pokémon, Murkrow began to grasp the principles of natural selection and the survival of the fittest. It became increasingly decisive and ruthless in its actions, traits that Corvid Pokémon seemed to possess innately, allowing them to adapt with remarkable speed. Having endured the crucible of bloodshed, Murkrow now possessed a piercing gaze that could intimidate even the most courageous Pokémon. Consequently, its level had rapidly ascended, reaching level 13. Finally, we're out, he sighed. While not as taxing as traversing Petalburg Woods, training Murkrow along the way was no simple feat. He smiled as he spotted the tire tracks and footprints that now clearly marked the roadside. Caw! Murkrow croaked in its raspy voice, flapping its wings with glee. After some deliberation, he decided to abandon his pedestrian pace. He retrieved his folding mountain bike from his backpack and began cycling toward Rusturf Tunnel. Along the way, he finally encountered other people, most of whom were carrying mining tools such as hoes or shovels. Their destination, like his, was Rusturf Tunnel. But they seemed to be seasoned prospectors, intent on striking it rich. "We're almost there," he murmured, lowering his monocular. He surveyed the expansive array of green tents that lay before him, brushed the dust from his clothes, and pedaled toward his destination. A raven-haired youth on a bicycle, followed by a Murkrow, attracted the attention of passers-by. Yet, even so, an unforeseen event occurred. A curvaceous Officer Jenny, clad in a cerulean police uniform, appeared on a motorcycle, blocking his path. "Greetings, Trainer. Please present your league credentials." "I apologize for any inconvenience," Officer Jenny said as she dismounted her motorcycle with a flourish. She produced her badge and requested his identification, her alluring eyes scrutinizing him, while her Growlithe sniffed at him. As Rusturf Tunnel was neither strictly wilderness nor city, and had not been designated as a conservation area by the League, a detail of officers was assigned to inspect trainers seeking entry. "Good day, Officer Jenny. Here is my trainer card." "My apologies for the inconvenience," he replied in a weary tone, producing his credentials. Officer Jenny retrieved a peculiar device and scanned his card, causing it to emit a series of beeps. After thoroughly reviewing the information displayed, her guarded expression relaxed. A League-affiliated trainer, with Level 2 clearance and sponsorship from the Joy family, she said with a hint of surprise, scrutinizing him even more closely. She offered a rare explanation, as she usually reserved such courtesies for ordinary trainers. He simply nodded in acknowledgement and hastened toward the tent district below. "Thank you, Officer Jenny. I am quite fatigued, so I must bid you farewell," he said as he mounted his bicycle and pedaled downhill. "Woof!" Growlithe barked a few times. Officer Jenny watched him depart, murmuring, "Growlithe, did you detect the scent of blood on him?" Indeed, Officer Jenny had noticed something amiss about him, but she deemed it unnecessary to dwell on it, as there was no concrete evidence, and time was of the essence. Moreover, the practice of hunting and capturing Pokémon in the wild was an unwritten rule among League trainers, as the League's laws held little sway in the wilderness. Officer Jenny resumed her post, as two more trainers approached, whom she subjected to a more rigorous interrogation, as they were merely civilian trainers, not affiliated with the League. Ultimately, the two civilian trainers discreetly slipped a few League coins to Officer Jenny, securing their passage. While the amenities here may not match those in the city, there are still opportunities to earn a bit of extra coin, she mused. Despite her seemingly glamorous position, she faced considerable pressure, and the desirable positions with high salaries and benefits in the city were out of reach for someone from a minor branch of her family. Yet, the upkeep for her Growlithe and other Pokémon required a steady stream of League coins. Thus, she was content to leverage her modest authority to supplement her income. "Halt! You there. Please provide your identification." Chapter 59. The Thunderstone. Ding, ding, ding. Hey you, riding his mountain bike, came to a halt at the periphery of the stone gambling hall, dismounting with a swift leap. The atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. It appeared that these individuals were all adventurers heading into the Green Card Tunnel. The entire stone gambling hall resonated with a cacophony of voices, with people frequently entering and exiting, some carrying pickaxes or mining shovels on their backs. Heiyu keenly observed that the equipment of these individuals varied significantly. They donned thick boots, and even their shovels were of a striking black-gold hue, seemingly distinct from those available on the market. Rather than rushing into the green card tunnel, he decided to explore the urban square first, hoping to find a vendor selling maps. After tidying his tousled hair and wiping his face with a wet tissue, he stepped into the stone hall. The hall unfolded before him, sprawling and vast, and as he entered through the main gate, its end was not in sight. Along the way, various stalls displayed stones of diverse shapes and sizes, some bizarre in appearance, resembling mystical creatures, while others were diminutive, akin to the size of eggs. Beside the stalls, individuals frequently scrutinized the stones with flashlights and magnifying glasses, ultimately seeming to resolve to purchase a particular piece after much deliberation. Amidst the raucous crowd, the chosen stone was slowly fed into a cutting machine, the roar of the machinery filling the air. Truly, a gamble that could lead to either fortune or ruin. This place was a paradise for the fortunate and a hell for gamblers. Some emerged wealthy overnight, while others lost everything they owned. Heiyu had no interest in gambling stones, not out of an abundance of self-discipline, but rather because he perceived it as a mere illusion. Could it be that the Alliance, or those in high places, truly lacked the means to detect what lay within the stones? Setting aside the advanced technology he had already encountered from the Alliance, the myriad wonders of the world of spirits left him in doubt. Could it be that psychic-type spirits were incapable of sensing the contents within? Could rock-type spirits truly be oblivious to the unique minerals concealed inside? After contemplating the underlying dynamics, Heiyu felt no inclination towards gambling stones. As for the unfortunate souls who had lost their fortunes, he had no desire to offer them counsel. Sometimes, people do not learn from teaching, but rather from experience, which leaves an indelible mark. Moreover, the affairs of others were of no concern to him. Each individual has their own fate and choices. To interfere with another's cause is to bear the consequences of their effects. After a brief exploration of a small area, Heiyu began inquiring with merchants and passers-by, eventually learning of the whereabouts of map vendors. "Brother, are you looking for a map? 5,000 Alliance coins each, no bargaining," said a short vendor with a large satchel, pulling out a pristine map from his bag. Upon a cursory inspection, Heiyu discovered it was hand-drawn and printed, suggesting a robust industry behind it. Rest assured, this map was updated just a few days ago. As long as you don't venture into the deepest parts of the green card tunnel, you should encounter no problems, the vendor assured, thumping his chest. Heiyu thought to himself, indeed, there must be individuals who venture inside to gather terrain information, while others are tasked with the drawing. And this vendor was likely the latter, responsible for selling the maps. After handing over 5,000 Alliance coins, Heiyu obtained a map, but did not immediately plunge into the green card tunnel. Instead, he sought out several more map vendors. After ensuring the accuracy of the maps, he also purchased a pair of adventure boots and an alloy shovel from a nearby shop. Although his primary purpose was to train his spirits, encountering rare minerals would certainly be an opportunity not to be missed. Following the expedition teams entering the tunnel, Heiyu slowly made his way along a rocky path into a fog-laden tunnel. At the tunnel's entrance, a large group of people held signs that piqued his curiosity. "Mining team, I have a moisture-type spirit that can prevent explosions. Experienced exploration team with over 3 years. Seeking a trainer with a flying-type spirit capable of dispersing fog." As Heiyu observed these individuals, he pondered the tunnel's two notable characteristics that were well-known online. First, it was home to various rare spirits, including Geodude and Gloom. Second, the tunnel was perpetually shrouded in a faint mist, significantly impairing visibility. Within the dimly lit tunnel, visibility rarely exceeded 5 meters. Without a flying-type spirit or reliable exploration lantern, one could easily become lost. Just as Heiyu prepared to enter, a sudden uproar of cheers erupted from afar. Could it be true? That would indeed be a windfall. After all, such high-grade minerals were not encountered daily, and everyone wished to bask in the luck of the person who had unearthed the Thunderstone. It is human nature to seek excitement. Even the security personnel stationed at the tunnel's entrance could not resist temporarily leaving their posts to witness the spectacle. Heiyu stood on a rock, gazing at the stone hall, silently musing. A high-grade evolution stone typically boasts a purity of over 90. Undoubtedly, it is valued at $1 million. This is merely considering a purity of 90. Should the purity be even slightly higher, the price would rise accordingly. Although the Thunderstone does not enjoy the same level of enthusiasm as the Firestone or Waterstone, it remains quite valuable. Particularly, the Kanaz Gym had publicly sought Thunderstones over a month ago, as its leader, Duan, required them for the evolution of her signature spirit, the Northwind Duck. Most of the apprentices she recruited possessed Northwind Ducks. Disinterested in joining the commotion, Heiyu turned and entered the dim tunnel, adjusting the adventure hat atop his head. A beam of light burst forth from the hat's lamphole. The dark raven perched on his shoulder flapped its wings, gently dispersing the mist. As Heiyu's figure gradually faded into the shadows, the entrance to the tunnel was now deserted. At that moment, two trainers, one clad in red and the other in blue, emerged from the darkness, casting derisive glances at the throngs lured away by the Thunderstone. The rotund figure in red remarked, "The alliance is growing increasingly decayed, easily drawing away the guards." The slender beauty in blue retorted, "Let us not waste time here. Remember, our objective lies within the green card tunnel." The red-clad man, seemingly irked by the woman's words, countered, "Humph, Aquan, do not forget that our partnership is merely temporary. Our infiltration into Company is solely for the newly developed data and the terrain map of the green card tunnel." "Was CUN? What do you mean by that?" Aquan, the dark-skinned woman, stomped her foot in irritation, her hands drifting cautiously towards her waist as she eyed CUN warily. CUN, the rotund man in red, appeared slightly apprehensive of her demeanor, raising his hand dismissively. "Let us not forget that our respective organizations are currently in a period of secret collaboration. Are you truly prepared to take action here?" His words seemed to pacify Aquan. They both turned their gazes towards the dim, tranquil tunnel, their eyes filled with mutual wariness. As they entered, dozens more clad in red and blue attire followed suit, each faction harboring animosity, yet speaking of cooperation. Chapter 60. Stinking Mud. The Kerala Tunnel was initially a mining vein exploited by the Duan Company, primarily known for producing attribute gemstones. However, as the excavation deepened, it revealed itself to be a vast pit filled with an astonishing variety of minerals. Seizing the opportunity, Duan Company transformed from a modest enterprise into a prominent cross-regional corporation renowned throughout the Pokémon world. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Kerala Tunnel, initially viewed as a source of raw capital, abruptly ceased operations. It was subsequently opened to the vast community of trainers, allowing them to explore at will. While this move catapulted Duan Company's reputation to unprecedented heights, the loss of potential profits was immeasurable. Thus, even though the external gambling stone shops thrived, they paled in comparison to the riches of the tunnel. For several years, trainers have been allowed to mine the Kerala Tunnel, which has now extended nearly 10,000 meters. Numerous branching paths resemble an ant colony, their numbers countless. It remains a mystery how much benefit the adventurous trainers have gleaned from their exploration, but it is undoubtedly a staggering figure. All of this represents a loss for Duan Company. No one knows the rationale behind their decision, but it does not dampen the enthusiasm of trainers eager to delve into the tunnel. Dark Raven dispersed this fog, Black Feather commanded, using the beam from his exploration hat to navigate, directing Dark Raven accordingly. As the mist in front of him cleared, he finally unfurled the map to ascertain his bearings. Currently, he was traversing the central thoroughfare of the Kerala Tunnel, with numerous branching paths radiating from it. These narrow, intricate passages not only posed a challenge due to their constricted space, but also harbored potentially dangerous Pokémon. Each year, adventurers become lost within the mine, ultimately becoming sustenance for the Pokémon lurking in the shadows. To mark his path, Black Feather sprinkled a special lime he had concocted and gradually ventured deeper into the tunnel. After more than 4 hours of walking, he finally escaped the outermost fringes. Dark Raven unleashed a scare tactic. A dim glow flickered in the cavern, and with a startled cry, a common Geodude appeared before him. Simultaneously, Black Feather commanded both Eevee and Dark Raven to subdue the creature. As he ventured deeper, he began to encounter lower-level Pokémon. To his surprise, he discovered a Geodude with the hidden ability Sandveil, which he decided to keep for sale after exiting the tunnel. Along the way, he encountered various low-level Pokémon, such as Rattata and Caterpie. These creatures, though diverse, shared a common trait. Their frail bodies were a testament to malnutrition. Moreover, they exhibited a pronounced inclination to attack. Black Feather had already endured numerous assaults from these Pokémon, suggesting that their only source of sustenance was the trainers who ventured into the tunnel. They could only survive by consuming humans. Black Feather quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Within the Carolou Tunnel, no plant life existed, and the Pokémon could not rely on each other for nourishment. The visibility was so poor that the Pokémon struggled to discern their surroundings. While Geodude could sustain itself by consuming sand and rocks, other Pokémon resorted to attacking humans for food. Carnivorous creatures like Zubat would even opt for human flesh. Fortunately, during his exploration of the outer regions, Black Feather had yet to encounter any significant danger, as the Pokémon he faced were predominantly below level 15. With the coordinated efforts of his two companions, he effortlessly dispatched his foes. Dark Raven had grown accustomed to the slaughter, efficiently handling many wild Pokémon for Black Feather. Eevee, however, seemed unable to accept the reality of their situation, as the final blow to each Pokémon was always delivered by Dark Raven. Nevertheless, Black Feather felt satisfied. At the very least, he noticed no signs of reluctance in Eevee's eyes, and its attacks were merciless. Progress was made one step at a time. Character development required patience, and there was no rush. Black Feather exhibited considerable tolerance towards Eevee. After continuing deeper for another hour, Black Feather finally paused. Not only due to his swiftly depleting energy, but also because both Dark Raven and Eevee were now exhausted and panting heavily. He released his Kingler to stand guard and remain vigilant for any potential threats. Cradling Eevee and Dark Raven, he provided them with a brief massage to alleviate their fatigue. It was undeniable that both Pokémon possessed remarkable potential, a testament to their training in the gym and breeding facilities. In just a few hours, their battle experience surged, evolving from minor injuries to seamless cooperation in defeating wild Pokémon. Particularly, Dark Raven seemed born for combat, expertly timing its attacks throughout their journey. During this period, it reached level 15 and learned the wing attack move, soon rendering its weaker peck attack obsolete. After a brief respite to recover their energy, Black Feather and his Pokémon resumed their expedition, following the map deeper into the tunnel. Along the way, they passed exposed rock deposits, and upon shattering them with a metal shovel, they found only ordinary steel. While this mineral held some value, it was not worth the effort to carry, given its weight. His space bag was already filled with various items, leaving no room for the steel. As Black Feather approached a junction, a foul stench suddenly assailed him, a repugnant, fishy odor reminiscent of spoiled meat wafted from within. Clenching his jaw and furrowing his brow, he watched as the sensitive-nosed Eevee recoiled in distaste. Casting disdainful glances at the shadowy passage, summoning his Kingler, Black Feather steeled his resolve, illuminating the dark corridor with his flashlight. At the tunnel's end, two clumps of black, viscous mud came into view. The name of the Pokémon sprang to mind. Grimer, the sludge Pokémon, known to feast on refuse, emitted an intensely foul odor. In the dim light, Black Feather's flashlight revealed two skeletal remains, their skulls shimmering with an eerie glow. Kingler, use Shell Blade to eliminate them, he commanded. With a swift leap, Kingler crossed its pincers, delivering a single strike that incapacitated both Pokémon. Black Feather promptly tossed two Pokeballs to capture them. Dark Raven, dispel this stench, he ordered. Once the foul odor dissipated, he cautiously approached the corner of the junction, where he found two neatly arranged skulls and various scattered human bones. Black Feather fell silent, while Eevee cowered behind him in fear. Dark Raven cast a disdainful glance at Eevee before coldly perching on Black Feather's shoulder. Grimer is an omnivorous Pokémon. It consumes meat, Black Feather mused quietly, his dark, cold eyes reflecting an indifferent glimmer. After burying the skeletal remains with his shovel, he departed from that dark, filthy place. Beep, beep, beep. As the Pokédex chimed, Black Feather examined the information on the two Grimer he had captured. One of them had inherited the move Shadow Punch, a modestly pleasant surprise. Following his continued journey, Blackwood became noticeably more cautious, as the venomous Pokémon in this area were exceedingly difficult to anticipate. Among the myriad status ailments one might encounter in the wild, poisoning is often the least desirable. Burns, frostbite, paralysis, and sleep are all readily apparent, and their effects can be mitigated with appropriate remedies such as potions or berries. However, poisoning is different. The varieties of toxins are numerous, and some are latent, lying dormant within the body before manifesting later. This makes it particularly insidious, and, as such, poison-type Pokémon are considered among the most perilous to provoke. Blackwood had also observed signs of habitation within the tunnels, such as extinguished campfires in certain branches. A sign? Blackwood approached another fork in the path and noticed a placard erected at the entrance to one of the tunnels. This tunnel appeared to be relatively shallow, with a faint light visible from the entrance where the sign was posted. It indicated that the tunnel had been temporarily appropriated as a campsite, and any unauthorized entry would be met with aggression, the consequences borne by the intruder. Such shallow, previously explored tunnels were often used as temporary shelters. As Blackwood prepared to move on, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within the tunnel, prompting him to grip his alloy shovel tightly. Murkrow, too, reduced the sound of its wing beats, its keen eyes fixed on the exit, ready to strike. In a matter of seconds, a middle-aged backpacker emerged, visibly startled by Blackwood's presence. He quickly grasped his own shovel. The man, burdened with a backpack, was accompanied by an Azumarill. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, the man flashed a genial smile, blocking Blackwood's path into the tunnel. "Young man, there's been a cave-in inside. I'd advise you not to go in." He gestured toward the tunnel he had just exited. Blackwood retreated slightly, maintaining a safe distance. As he was about to depart, he noticed something amiss. The man was thoroughly soaked. Water dripped from his clothes, and a faint, metallic scent hung in the air. Having spent time at sea, Blackwood recognized the odor, a brackish mixture of water and blood. Although the scent was nearly imperceptible, Blackwood directed his light toward the man's feet and detected faint streaks of blood on his boots. Quickly averting his gaze to avoid suspicion, Blackwood surmised that the blood was not from a Pokémon, but from a human. Blackwood was taken aback. Maintaining a composed exterior, he feigned innocence and said, "All right, sir. I'll take another route. Sorry for the intrusion." Blackwood turned and headed toward another tunnel, glancing back at the entrance from the corner of his eye. The man seemed to notice this and shifted his position to obstruct Blackwood's view into the tunnel. This instinctive action heightened Blackwood's suspicion. Entering the adjacent tunnel, Blackwood crouched against the stone wall, his dark eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. That man is definitely hiding something. There's a secret in that tunnel he doesn't want anyone to discover. With the man no longer in sight, presumably having departed, Blackwood cast a furtive glance at the concealed tunnel, a cryptic smile forming on his lips as he stealthily entered. Shortly after Blackwood's entry, the man emerged from behind a large rock, his gaze fixed on the tunnel Blackwood had entered, a sinister glint in his eyes. His previously affable demeanor vanished, replaced by a cruel grin. Gripping the blood-stained shovel, he muttered, "If you're seeking your own demise, don't blame me for what's to come." Blackwood followed the light deeper into the tunnel, finding no evidence of a cave-in, which reinforced his belief that the man was lying. After only a few minutes, he reached the end of the tunnel, a chamber-like hollow. Initially, Blackwood noticed nothing out of the ordinary, save for some litter and signs of human presence. He turned to Evie, seeking its keen sense of smell. "Evie, sense if there's anything unusual." Evie wrinkled its nose, sniffing around and pawing at a conspicuously raised patch of earth. Blackwood's eyes flashed with insight. Using his alloy shovel, he began to excavate the area, quickly unearthing something shocking, a severed hand. Continuing to dig, Blackwood unearthed fragmented human remains within minutes. Piecing together the bones, he realized they belonged to a complete human skeleton. Blackwood counted the charred fragments, quickly forming a mental image of the deceased. This was the truth the man had desperately tried to conceal. Was it a dispute over a rare mineral find, or a long-standing feud culminating in a brutal act? Blackwood could only speculate about the relationship between the deceased and the man. Blackwood summoned Grimer, ordering it to consume the remains before meticulously cleaning the area and departing. Blackwood cautiously exited the tunnel, finding the man standing in the middle, as if awaiting his return. Sir, you misled me. There was no cave-in, Blackwood said, a wry smile playing on his lips. The man scratched his head, feigning innocence. Oh, really? Perhaps you took a wrong turn, young man. There are quite a few forks in these tunnels, you know. An unspoken understanding passed between them as they stared at each other, their hands slowly reaching toward their waists. The distance between them gradually increased until they stood on opposite sides of the fork, as far apart as possible. The man's affable facade vanished, replaced by a cold, emotionless expression. Young man, did you find anything in that tunnel? The man asked, his face grim, his eyes fixed on Blackwood, searching for any sign of deception. Blackwood smirked. I saw quite a spectacle, he replied, tapping his shovel against the ground with a mysterious smile. The man's eyes widened in alarm, his composure shattered. What exactly did you see? He demanded. Blackwood glanced at the backpack slung over the man's shoulder, wondering what could have driven companions to betray each other, even to the point of murder and theft. Chapter 62. The unmasking Heiyu was certain that this middle-aged man was experiencing murder for the first time. Although he appeared outwardly calm and had managed to disguise his emotions reasonably well, it was merely a fade cultivated over decades of life experience. His methods of killing were exceedingly crude, and even the disposal of the body was haphazard. While it was true that the labyrinthine tunnels made it difficult for anyone to discover the deed, if this were to take place in the open, it wouldn't be long before Miss Junshaw would pinpoint him as the culprit. Uncle, this must be your first murder, am I correct? Surely you realize that human bones are remarkably resilient and cannot simply be eradicated by fire? Did you not prepare any means to dispose of the body? Heiyu remarked nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man, his tone serene. A slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, dripping with sarcasm. You have bloodstains on you, and yet you ordered your Pokémon to wash them away. But it seems you failed to cleanse them thoroughly. Do you not detect the metallic scent of blood upon yourself? With a gentle motion, he directed the beam of his flashlight towards the man's shoes. The middle-aged man slowly lowered his gaze, and upon following the light, he was horrified to find bloodstains that had not been washed away. This revelation sent a jolt of panic through him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. He raised his head, his eyes narrowing with ferocity. His previously expressionless face now shrouded in darkness, veins bulging with rage, as if he were a cornered beast. What nonsense are you spewing, you little brat? The middle-aged man bellowed, his voice laced with unbridled anger and trepidation. Yet this outburst resembled more of an internal struggle, as his trembling hands betrayed the turmoil festering within him. Let us bury you alongside him, Mariliali commanded, unleashing a torrent of water with her water gun. Targeting the sludge Pokémon, the middle-aged man, desperate, commanded his Pokémon to attack, intent on silencing Heiyu and burying the secret within the underground tunnels. To be fair, his thoughts were not unfounded. Heiyu's appearance was indeed misleading. To the untrained eye, Heiyu seemed merely a child, still in the throes of adolescence, dressed in humble garb, clearly a novice embarking on his journey. Beside him were his only Pokémon, Eevee and Darkraven. Given the man's limited perspective, it was understandable that he would underestimate Heiyu. In his middle age, with his Pokémon hovering around level 20, it was evident that he hailed from modest beginnings and possessed little talent as a trainer. After recently dispatching his companion, his confidence swelled, and seeing Heiyu as a mere child, he acted decisively. Heiyu promptly commanded his two Pokémon to defend against the onslaught, seamlessly rolling into a corner and summoning his Kingler. A flash of white light heralded the formidable lobster's arrival. Claw it, Heiyu directed, assessing the opposing Pokémon's capabilities with ease. Their training appeared mediocre, lacking any remarkable strength, with the only noteworthy aspect being Mariliali's fairy-type affinity. However, it seemed the world had yet to fully recognize this attribute, merely categorizing it as a generic type. Is this truly all your strength? If so, I fear you shall meet the same fate as your companion. At this moment, the middle-aged man was on the brink of collapse, the weight of his crime compounded by Heiyu's relentless pressure, especially upon the emergence of Kingler, his face drained of color, overwhelmed by the palpable energy radiating from the creature. He sank deeper into despair. He realized he had underestimated this seemingly innocent child. Mariliali, Use Bubble Beam. Sludge, deploy Mud Bomb. The middle-aged man commanded frantically, his murderous intent surging. All he wished for was to eliminate Heyu and leave the scene. Seeing his opponent's desperation, Heyu abandoned any thoughts of mockery and commanded Kingler to retaliate. Use Shellblade. The training of recent days had not been in vain. Kingler had become adept not only at Dragon Dance, but also at Shellblade. The torrent of water enveloped its pincers, crashing down upon the sludge Pokémon with a force that left it reeling in pain. Dark Raven, Wing Attack. EV, use Quick Attack. Heyu continued to orchestrate a relentless assault, leaving no room for his adversary to breathe. Marilialai found herself ensnared by Dark Raven and EV, utterly unable to assist Sludge, while Kingler relentlessly pressed the attack. The middle-aged man's forehead glistened with sweat, his countenance growing increasingly tense. At this juncture, he regretted not having trained an additional Pokémon. In the wilderness, fairness held no sway. The dominant narrative was to overpower the weak. An abundance of Pokémon allowed one to exploit numerical superiority. As another Bubble Beam struck Sludge, the creature could barely remain upright, its form crumpling, even the toxins it secreted pooling pathetically on the ground. The battle had turned decisively in Heiyu's favor. With Sludge dispatched, Kingler was free to join the two smaller Pokémon in their assault on Marilialai. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Even without Heiyu's precise commands, the trio coordinated seamlessly, quickly draining the life from their foe's Pokémon. Why? Why are you all forcing me? The middle-aged man howled, his eyes wide with despair as he staggered to his knees, staring vacantly ahead. After ordering the execution of the remaining two Pokémon, Heiyu approached slowly, looming over the man as he inquired, "Now, perhaps you could elucidate the truth behind this incident, and the reason you murdered your companion?" Regrettably, the man was too consumed by his own turmoil to provide an explanation, muttering incessantly. Why? How did it come to this? His heart was engulfed by remorse as he reflected on his actions, pondering that had he resisted the urge to greedily seize that treasure and instead shared it with his companion, they might have ventured forth together. Heiyu took a step back, commanding Dark Raven to end the man's life. Observing the lifeless body, Heiyu remained indifferent, his pitch-black eyes glinting with an icy detachment. The world had always been this way. Those who aspire to elevate their Pokémon, to traverse further along the path of a trainer, must fight fiercely for every inch. Especially for trainers of humble origins, the only path to survival lay in the relentless pursuit of resources. Unfortunately, some individuals like this middle-aged man lacked even the qualifications to compete, squandering their lives without achievement. It was precisely this decaying system and the severed pathways to advancement that led countless ordinary individuals to join dark organizations, becoming part of the underground forces. For them, it was the only means to contend against the League and vie for resources. Thus, the proliferation of dark organizations across various regions, which persistently evade eradication, is a testament to this grim reality. Chapter 63. Geomantic Stone Milk. After a cursory search of the uncle's lifeless body, Black Feather found nothing of value apart from some scattered Alliance coins and a few empty Pokeballs. Once the Grimer had cleared away the remains, he turned his attention to the two deceased Pokémon, a Grimer and a slightly larger than normal Maril, whose waist was notably thicker, suggesting the thick fat ability. Black Feather employed a spade to carefully excise the more valuable parts of the two Pokémon, wrapping them in special materials before placing them into a spatial backpack. Finally, he cast a slow glance at the uncle's spatial backpack. In perfect synchrony, the dark crow soared forth, its claws lifting the spatial backpack, fluttering its wings as it excitedly returned to Black Feather. With a smile, he affectionately patted the dark crow's head before receiving the backpack. Inside, apart from some miscellaneous items and Pokémon food, there were 3 vials containing a yellowish viscous liquid. Black Feather gradually extracted the vials, and under the glow of the light, the liquid emanated a pristine luster. Geomantic Stone Milk, he exclaimed in delight. This was an exceptionally rare treasure of nature, which he had encountered in the archives of the Orange Blossom Gym. It was said to be a distillation of the Earth's essence, aptly described as the nectar of the earth, a precious resource for rock and ground-type Pokémon, capable of significantly enhancing their innate qualities. In the black market, a single drop could fetch a fortune. Indeed, it was sold by the drop. The 3 glass vials before him contained at least hundreds of drops, valued at nearly 10 million. At last, Black Feather understood why the middle-aged uncle had targeted his companions. It was no wonder that few could remain resolute in the face of such temptation. After all, 10 million was sufficient to purchase a Pokémon of exceptional quality, with several hundred thousand left for training expenses. For an ordinary trainer, such wealth could indeed alter one's destiny, and with careful planning, the potential for further advancement was not out of reach. However, if one were to share even half of that fortune, who would willingly part with it? Having tidied the scene, Black Feather departed the tunnel, continuing his exploration in another direction. This place was far from the utopian world depicted in animations. Where there are people, there exists intrigue, love, hatred, and schemes. These are the prevailing themes of life here. As the saying goes, one must eat what one seeks to supplement. In this world, only by consuming others can one ascend. After exiting the tunnel, Black Feather followed the map to an uninhabited passage. He planted a sign at the entrance, assigning the Kingler to stand guard. With safety assured, he set up camp within the tunnel, kindling a fire, preparing food, and tending to his Pokémon. "Little Eevee, be good and stay still," he said, gently placing the small Eevee across his lap, carefully uncovering the wound hidden beneath her fur to apply medicine. A spray of soothing liquid quickly elicited a pained yelp from the Eevee, who gazed up at Black Feather with teary eyes, feeling wronged. This was her first serious injury, and she had never anticipated that battles could be so perilous. Previously, their coordinated efforts had easily outmaneuvered wild Pokémon, but this time, an adversary with guidance had inflicted harm. Desperate to hold back her tears, the droplets lingered at the corners of her eyes, making her look irresistibly adorable. Observing her distress, Black Feather offered a pain relief energy cube and employed skilled massage techniques to alleviate her discomfort. Before long, the little Eevee, exhausted from her ordeal and with the pain subsiding, drifted into a deep slumber. Carefully, Black Feather placed Eevee onto a soft sleeping mat and covered her with a warm blanket, relieved that he had not disturbed her rest. At last, it was time to attend to the dark crow. Black Feather continued to massage the creature until his wrists ached, at which point he ceased his efforts, shaking out his hands and marveling at the challenges of providing comfort to Pokémon. Meanwhile, within Kanaz City, a significant tremor occurred. The latest research data from the Duin Company had been stolen. Countless police cars were dispatched, and Miss June Shaw of the police department arrived to inquire about the situation. "Mr. Zivki, is what you say true? The stolen data pertains to the latest research on the Pokémon navigation device," Miss June Shaw exclaimed, visibly agitated. "Indeed, I never imagined that I would harbor such ungrateful individuals within my company. Or perhaps they were spies all along," Mr. Zivki lamented, shocked to discover that the 2 employees he had entrusted, Huitsuin and Aquin, had pilfered the company's latest research. Meanwhile, Miss June Shaw was nearly overcome with fury. The Pokémon navigation device was a monumental investment from her family. This device would eliminate the need for signal towers, allowing direct connection to Duin Company's global signal network. Thus, it could function in even the harshest environments, be it volcanic oceans or wilderness, enabling use even in places untouched by humans. This invention was of great significance to Alliance investigators and police personnel alike. Miss Junch's family had poured immense resources into this project, and now she was confronted with the shocking news that their research data had been stolen. Mr. Zivki, even more distressed, knew that not only had the research data been compromised, but the topographical maps of the Kalig Tunnel had also been taken, concealing certain family secrets within. Although the tunnel was now abandoned, he felt a nagging sense of unease, a feeling he had not experienced since leading the Zivki family to prominence. As he observed the hurried police response, Zivki Myukin, the current patriarch of the Zivki family and president of Duin Company, bore a resolute expression laced with concern. Just then, a phone call came through, and a youthful, clear voice echoed from the other end. Zivki Myukin chuckled and shook his head, admonishing lightly, "Forget it, you little rascal. Always cavorting with those rocks. Calling you here would likely be of no assistance." Amidst the banter between father and son, Zivki-Mukin's gloom began to lift slightly. Fusion evolution. It was said to be a unique secret technique developed exclusively by the Zivki family, applicable solely to quasi-divine Pokémon, Metagross. This method allowed two identical Pokémon to merge, significantly enhancing their qualities post-evolution. Of course, it was likely only the Zivki family, a premier commercial dynasty, could afford such a distinctive evolutionary secret. For other prominent families, even if they managed to obtain a beldam, it would merely evolve in the conventional manner. Even if they possessed the Zivki family's fusion evolution secret, they probably lacked the financial means to utilize it. Chapter 64. The Lava Team and the Ocean Team. Hayu continued his exploration within the Kerala Tunnel, encountering numerous branching passages along the way, each presenting a variety of peculiarities. Some forks revealed the remains of elven bodies, while others disclosed human encampments or even the remnants of elven eggs, lifeless and devoid of vitality. Each small branching tunnel felt akin to opening a mystery box, bestowing upon Hayu an array of surprises, some delightful, others perhaps alarming. With utmost caution, Hayu wielded his shovel, striking against the earthen walls, while his flashlight illuminated the path ahead. The dark crow fluttered its wings, dispersing the mist that cloaked the tunnel. As the faint haze cleared, Hayu discerned the road ahead, advancing step by step with care. This tunnel appeared to stretch on for quite a distance. Pausing to contemplate, Hayu leaned against the wall, pondering the possibility that this path might lead to a dead end or, conversely, connect to another main route. Careful deliberation was essential. Planning his route was the wisest course of action. The dark crow flapped its wings at a suitable distance ahead, further clearing the fog. Having already collected a considerable bounty on this journey, including the notable progress of several elves and the unexpected acquisition of geothermic stone milk, Hayu resolved to refrain from overreaching. He concluded that further exploration along the existing path would be preferable to venturing into an alternative main road, even if it meant traversing a shorter branch. Just as Hayu prepared to turn back, an ear-splitting explosion echoed from within the depths of the tunnel. Boom! The sound resonated as if something had detonated. The startled little Eevee leaped, its soft fur bristling in alarm. Yet, Hayu felt a surge of joy, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed into the shadowy fork of the tunnel. That was the unmistakable roar of a noisy bomb. Hayu's spirit soared. He had taken on several quests during his journey, one of which involved capturing a Gunyanyu. The noisy bomb was the evolution of Gunyanyu and could evolve into a blasting monster upon reaching level 40. Despite this, it remained a favorite among trainers, primarily due to its possession of a formidable move known as Soundwave, a special attack of immense power, boasting a strength rating of 140, second only to the 150 power of moves like Hyper Beam and Light of Ruin. Unlike these other powerful moves, Soundwave bore no side effects. However, only a select few Pokémon, specifically the Ultrasonic Caterpillar, Soundwave Dragon, and Blasting Monster, could learn it, with the latter two being rare and esteemed Dragon-type Pokémon. As Hayu recalled this information, a fiery passion ignited within him. The reward for the quest to capture Gunyanyu was substantial, payable in league points. To avoid detection, Hayu dimmed his lantern to its lowest setting, crouched low, and stealthily advanced toward the source of the explosive sound. After an undetermined duration of cautious exploration, Hayu finally glimpsed a flicker of light, his eyes lighting up with delight. However, as he drew closer, he overheard voices conversing in human tones. "Boss, this Pokémon is too troublesome. Its sound attacks are too strong." One exclaimed, "Don't be a coward. Hold it off. My great hound will soon gather enough power to crush it." Another retorted. Hayu observed two men clad in red, directing a ground hound and a great hound as they engaged in battle with a noisy bomb. From the situation, it was clear that the noisy bomb was gradually falling behind in this 1 versus 2 confrontation. In addition to being outnumbered, it was also preoccupied with protecting a Gunyanyu behind it, which prevented it from focusing solely on the battle, resulting in an increasing number of wounds. Roar! The noisy bomb unleashed another powerful sound wave attack, sending one of the ground hounds hurtling against the stone wall, where it lay unconscious. "Boss, you must attack now. I can't hold on much longer," one of the men urged, desperation evident in his voice. "Great Hound, use Crunch," the other commanded with a fierce expression. The Great Hound charged forward, its sharp teeth glistening with saliva, exuding a menacing aura as it gathered dark energy to viciously tear into the noisy bomb's body. Yet, even amidst this onslaught, the noisy bomb remained steadfast in its duty to shield the Gunyunyu. Just as the noisy bomb seemed on the verge of collapse, a torrent of blue water surged forth. The Iron Claw Lobster unleashed a water jet, striking the Great Hound with such force that it was sent flying, overwhelmed by the pressure of its superior level. "Do not give a chance. Use Shellblade." Heiyu's voice rang out coldly, devoid of any emotion. The two trainers in red immediately grasped the situation, their voices rising in indignation. "How dare you? Can't you see that's our Pokémon?" With a chilling smile, Heiyu replied, "And what of it? Those two Pokémon are now my quarry." His icy gaze swept over the two men, and Heiyu suddenly recognized their attire, reminiscent of something he had seen before, though he could not quite place it. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from claiming the right to seize the wild Pokémon from their grasp. "You," one of them, incensed, prepared to confront Heiyu. The other leaned in to whisper something, which seemed to calm the anger, although he cast a wary glance at the Iron Claw Lobster, his expression shifting to one of realization. The more composed companion added, "Indeed, our two organizations are in a state of cooperation, yet you brazenly attempt to snatch our prey." Heiyu, who had been directing his Pokémon to assault the battered noisy bomb, was taken aback by their words. The Ocean Team? Could it be that their attire marked them as members of the Lava Team? His Iron Claw Lobster was the signature Pokémon of the Ocean Team, leading them to mistakenly identify him as one of their own. The sharpness of Heiyu's intellect kicked in as he processed this information, opting not to deny their claims, but rather to remain silent in acknowledgement. The Lava Team, Heiyu's mouth fell slightly agape, a hint of surprise escaping his lips. The two Lava Team members exchanged glances of delight, one saying with a smirk, "Hey, Ocean Team friends, you can have this noisy bomb. We hope you can find it again in this labyrinthine tunnel." Heiyu watched the retreating figures with a sense of trepidation, refraining from commanding his Pokémon to stop them. The dark organizations within the Hoenn region were numerous, and both the Ocean Team and Lava Team were among the more prominent ones. Given the conversation he had just overheard, it appeared that these two factions had begun to collaborate in secret. With the memories of his past life echoing in his mind, Heiyu realized that ultimately, these two organizations would rise to prominence. For now, it was prudent to avoid entanglements with them. Chapter 65. The Alliance's urgent summons in the depths of the dark tunnel. Black Feather sprinted forward, illuminating the path ahead with a light in his hand. A monstrous howl bomb swayed its body as it attempted to escape, cradling a small, adorable Gunyunyu in its grasp, seemingly a young sprite. However, within this narrow passage, the resonance of sound waves loosened the surrounding earthen walls, causing debris to fall continuously. With determined resolve, Black Feather commanded his Pokémon to advance, closing the distance until he eventually spotted the howl bomb darting into a previously explored fork in the tunnel. This fork led to a dead end, a fact Black Feather had meticulously noted. "Dark Raven, hold your pursuit for the moment. He is but a fish in a barrel. Let us first disperse this mist." After a brief moment of preparation, Black Feather entered the tunnel, treading softly upon the yielding soil, which emitted a faint rustling sound. He furrowed his brow, aware that the howl bomb was exceedingly sensitive to sound. Any reckless approach would surely alert it, resulting in a preemptive strike against him. Indeed, in this tranquil tunnel, it was a perfect environment for the sound-sensitive howl bomb. A realization dawned upon Black Feather. For any creature not soaring through the skies like the Dark Raven, the howl bomb family could detect them the instant they made a sound upon the earth. Iron Claw Lobster, should you sense any disturbance, remember to use guard immediately. For the sake of caution, he summoned his ace Pokémon, the Iron Claw Lobster, the most powerful and trustworthy among his companions. As he reached the end of the tunnel, Black Feather endeavored to make not a single sound. Yet, it seemed the howl bombs were extraordinarily attuned to noise. In an instant, a sound wave attack was unleashed upon him. With a sharp duong, the green shield of protection sprang forth, the Ironclaw lobster reacting with remarkable speed to deflect the sonic assault. With a swift motion, Black Feather issued a cold command. Ironclaw lobster, use shell blade to attack the Howl Bomb. Dark Raven, direct your wing attack at the Gunneyu. The Dark Raven, ever prepared, dove swiftly towards the cornered sprite. Meanwhile, the Ironclaw lobster propelled itself forward with its robust legs, channeling its power into a shell blade, which manifested as a shadow before crashing down with ferocity. Accompanied by a desperate wail, the exhausted and battered Howl Bomb succumbed to unconsciousness, stripped of its fighting capability. After instructing the Dark Raven to swiftly deal with the Gunneyu, Black Feather tossed 2 Pokeballs to capture them. Beep beep beep. Gunneyu, the Whisper Pokémon, typically speaks in hushed tones. If one does not pay close attention, it can easily go unheard. Yet, upon sensing danger, it emits a piercing cry capable of inducing headaches. A standard-type Pokémon, male, with the ability Soundproof, standing at 0.6 meters tall and weighing 15 kilograms, it exhibited slight developmental issues due to malnutrition. Its inherited move, Tackle. Black Feather consulted his Pokédex to examine the 2 newly captured sprites. The Gunneyu had just transitioned out of its larval stage, inheriting the move Tackle. However, lacking sustenance in the tunnel, it appeared somewhat stunted. He would need to nurture it for a few days before submitting it for tasks. The Howl Bomb, on the other hand, boasted a level of 27 and impressive potential, which was remarkable considering the scarcity of energy and food in this subterranean realm. What astonished Black Feather was the hidden ability of the Howl Bomb, Courage, which permitted normal and fighting-type moves to hit ghost types. For a Pokémon of its standard type, this ability was exceptional, broadening its attack options, and with the troublesome sonic attacks, it was indeed a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, Black Feather had no intention of keeping it, merely intrigued by the increased value bestowed by its Courage ability. Following the successful captures, Black Feather deemed his mission a resounding success. Despite encountering minor mishaps with the Uncle and the Lava team, there were no significant complications. Halfway through his journey, he glanced at the small EV beside him. Despite panting heavily, it exhibited a stubborn resolve, refusing to complain of fatigue. This outing had indeed fostered considerable growth in EV. Previously, EV had been little more than a pet, seldom engaged in battle, and would sulk over dirty fur. However, through this adventure in the Kale Green Tunnel, the little EV had matured, now aware of the rigors of combat and having witnessed the brutality of battle. Though it could not match the ruthless nature of the Dark Raven, Black Feather felt immense satisfaction. After cleansing the ingredients he had brought, he placed them over the campfire to roast. Having subsisted solely on frozen food, he could no longer resist the allure of a warm meal. The little sprites eagerly watched as he poured a generous amount of food and energy cubes into their bowls. The little EV, ever fastidious, lay down a small cloth beneath it. Unlike its more boisterous companions, the EV delicately picked up a morsel and placed it into its mouth with grace. Once the Ironclaw lobster swiftly finished its meal, it instinctively moved to the tunnel's entrance, assuming its duty as a sentinel. The Dark Raven feasted upon specially prepared energy cubes, with a composition of dark and flying types at a ratio of 3:7. Currently, the Dark Raven had yet to learn any formidable dark-type moves. Its inherited moves were all flying type: Brave Bird, Feather Dance, and Peck. This indicated a superior aptitude for flying, and Black Feather intended to cultivate it into a master of the skies. However, at present, the Dark Raven had not mastered any of its inherited moves, as the difficulty of learning such techniques was considerable. Even mastering moves ingrained in its genetic heritage was no simple task, especially considering the Dark Raven had only recently learned to fly and had yet to delve into move mastery. After all, Pokémon training is a gradual process, built over time. One cannot hastily consume knowledge and become proficient overnight. As Black Feather prepared to lean against the wall for a brief respite, his Pokédex suddenly emitted a series of sounds, typically set to silent. This unexpected noise piqued his curiosity. Upon opening it, he was surprised to see the device automatically transition to an unfamiliar image. Alliance Urgent Summons. Dear Trainer, your current location, the Kale Green Tunnel. is under the influence of an underground dark organization. An urgent Level 1 mission has been issued by the Alliance. Cooperate with law enforcement to apprehend the suspects. Rewards and Alliance currency will be granted based on your contributions. Chapter 66. The Battle as the Trainers, including Heiyu, engaged in their exploration of the Karu Green Tunnel. They received an urgent summons from the Alliance. Outside the tunnel, the sound of sirens filled the air as police cars swiftly arrived. A group of officers clad in uniforms, led by the poised Officer Junsha, cordoned off the entire gambling establishment. Standing atop a large off-road police vehicle, Officer Junsha amplified her voice through a megaphone, her commanding tone resonating throughout the area. Attention, residents of the Alliance and trainers. It is highly likely that members of an underground dark organization have infiltrated your midst. Please remain calm and follow the directives of the police department. We will ensure your safety. Officer Junsha repeated these reassurances, striving to maintain order amidst the rising tension. Despite her efforts, anxiety lingered among the crowd. Handing the megaphone to her assistant, she turned to a nearby technician and inquired, "Has a message regarding the emergency mission been disseminated?" "Rest assured, Captain Junsha. The data regarding all the Pokémon in the Karu Green Tunnel has been forcibly released." The technician responded. Upon hearing this, Officer Junsha felt a weight lift from her heart. She efficiently coordinated the police personnel to disperse and separate the crowd, while continuing to urge for reinforcements from the Pokémon department. The moment Heiyu received the emergency mission, he felt an urgent need to vacate the Karu Green Tunnel. He hastily sent his Dark Raven ahead to scout the way out. Upon exiting the tunnel, however, he was swiftly gathered with others by the police for identification checks, leaving him no choice but to await the Alliance's further actions. Officer Junsha's gaze fell upon Heiyu and his accompanying Kingler, a flicker of doubt crossing her expression. Among the Dark Organization members being apprehended, many possessed Kingler, which seemed to be a representative Pokémon of that group. "Name?" she asked. "Heiyu," he replied. "Please present your identification." Without surprise, Officer Junsha pulled Heiyu from the crowd for questioning. As she scanned his identification card, a flicker of concern crossed her face upon seeing the information displayed. "Apologies, Esteemed Trainer Heiyu. Given the current emergency, we ask for your understanding." Noticing Heiyu's elite status and level 2 clearance, her doubts dissipated. Standing tall, she brought her long legs together and offered a formal salute, her demeanor serious as she expressed her apologies. Heiyu nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart when Officer Junsha unexpectedly approached him. "Esteemed Trainer Heiyu, you must have received the news. We have issued a Level 1 emergency mission. Although it is not a mandatory special task, we hope you can lend your strength as a member of the Alliance." Officer Junsha sensed Heiyu's considerable strength, recognizing that his Kingler could only evolve upon reaching level 30. Thus, she harbored intentions of enlisting him for the battle. Anticipating his reluctance, she quickly added, "If you assist us in this emergency mission, you will be generously rewarded afterwards." Her tone was notably gentle, reserved solely for Heiyu. Had it been an ordinary civilian trainer, he would have been compelled into the ranks without question. Heiyu pondered quietly. Under his current circumstances, he had no need to risk participating in such a perilous task. He could reliably earn Alliance currency by selling energy cubes. "Is it possible to exchange the reward for Alliance points?" he inquired after brief contemplation. Alliance points, undoubtedly more valuable than currency, serve as the most coveted form of currency within the official reward system. Even the most basic privileges allowed for exchanges of various treasures, energy cubes, and quality Pokémon offspring. Higher-level Alliance elites could redeem starter Pokémon and breeding manuals. With his current level 2 clearance, Heiyu could access even more valuable items, including rare Pokémon gear and offspring. As for the even higher level 3 clearance, he speculated it might unlock exchanges for semi-divine beings, though he was uncertain how to attain a higher Alliance status. Upon hearing Heiyu's wish to convert his reward into Alliance points, Officer Junsha hesitated briefly. "All right, no problem. I, on behalf of the Alliance Police Department, hereby agree." Seemingly acknowledging Heiyu's level 2 clearance, Officer Junsha swiftly consented without imposing any difficulties. However, she felt a twinge of resentment towards Heiyu, perceiving him as attempting to take advantage of the situation. This was a source of pride for the Junsha family, as no one had ever dared to refuse her or leverage their position in her presence. Officer Junsha studied Heiyu intently, unexpectedly wishing to remember his appearance. Once Heiyu joined the group of trainers answering the Alliance's summons, others soon approached him, eager to converse. Most had witnessed Officer Junsha personally invite Heiyu, and with the formidable Kingler by his side, they instinctively sought camaraderie in uncertain times. However, before lengthy introductions could unfold, a sudden eruption of flames engulfed the Karu Green Tunnel. Boom! The crowd stood in stunned silence, gazing at the partially collapsed tunnel. Officer Junsha and her team of officers braced themselves. Suddenly, 3 Pokémon emerged at the tunnel's entrance. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Sharpedo, bypass the Pokémon and attack that little girl with water gun. 2 figures, one red and one blue, commanded their Pokémon, unleashing formidable assaults that sent shockwaves through the crowd, pushing back their Pokémon. Even Officer Junsha's Arcanine struggled to withstand the onslaught, barely managing to maintain its protective barrier. At that moment, a colossal Steelix raised its head, its massive form towering in the sunlight. A girl stood atop the Steelix, her expression fierce as she commanded, Electivire, use Thunderbolt on Sharpedo. Golem, unleash Earthquake on Charizard. The power of their attacks rivaled each other, a massive electromagnetic energy sphere enveloping the crowd. A shadow darted overhead, crashing down upon Sharpedo. Bam! Unfazed, the girl atop Steelix remained composed, continuing to direct her Pokémon in the battle against their foes. Below, the crowd clashed with a band of ordinary Dark Organization members clad in red and blue. Yet their attention was often drawn to the main battlefield. The sheer strength of the Pokémon was overwhelming. Even the residual force rendered many of their Pokémon unconscious. Is this the might of a champion-level Pokémon? Officer Junsha gazed in awe at the conflict unfolding between the gym leader Du Wan and the Dark Organization leader, her once steady legs now trembling slightly. Heiyu too found himself captivated by the girl's silhouette, exclaiming in surprise, Teacher Du Wan. Chapter 67, Junsha. The chaotic battle raged on when Heiyu was confronted by a member of the Ocean team, clad in blue. I never imagined your little creature would be a Kingler as well. Let's see whose is tougher. The Ocean team member provocatively glanced at the Kingler beside Heiyu, lingering particularly on its pincers. Those pincers are so small, it's evident your strength is lacking. He taunted. Heiyu paid no heed to the disparaging remarks, continuing to direct his Pokémon to attack. The opponent's Kingler boasted larger pincers, merely due to its ability, huge power. This trait manifested externally as enlarged pincers, but size does not always equate to strength. Kingler, use Shell Smash. Heiyu commanded, his expression impassive. Let us clash head-on. Witness how I overpower you. My Pokémon S pincers shall prevail. The Ocean team member similarly commanded his Kingler to unleash Shell Smash. Both Kinglers propelled themselves into the air with their sturdy legs, simultaneously executing a move. Water energy coalesced around their pincers, a watery flow enveloping them as the Shell Smash's phantom emerged. Boom! Water, though formless, took shape. Despite Heiyu's Kingler's smaller pincers, it was undoubtedly larger in overall size. The Ocean team member seemed to recognize this, his countenance awkward. Yet he persisted in directing his Pokémon to attack. Heiyu released his Sharpedo, instructing it to continuously use Water Jet, employing its speed boost ability to create chaos across the battlefield. Dark Raven, little EV, stay close to me, ready to use Protect at any moment. Heiyu was acutely aware of the need for self-preservation. After all, survival was paramount for a future. The Ocean team and Lava team members were far from the amateur trainers of the Alliance. They were well-versed in the art of wilderness combat. It was not necessary to defeat one S Pokémon. Eliminating the trainer sufficed. Thus, despite the seemingly formidable presence of their hastily assembled team, there were still instances where 1 or 2 trainers fell victim to surprise attacks from enemy Pokémon. Most of the hastily summoned trainers were not seasoned, and their Pokémon, primarily those like Geodude and Mach Hop, were suited for mining rather than battle. It was evident that this group was comprised of specialized gold miners. How could a team of mere ordinary folk withstand the coordinated and powerful members of the Dark Organization? As expected, with each defensive line crumbling, yet another trainer was mauled to death by my Taina. Flesh and blood scattered, a head rolling amidst the crowd. The hastily summoned trainers quickly panicked, the battlefield descending into chaos. Some with weaker mental fortitude became like headless chickens, ordering their Pokémon to flee, scattering across the battlefield. Not all trainers possessed the courage to face death. The majority had joined the battle solely for the reward promised by Miss Junsha. Kingler, deliver the final blow with Water Jet. Hey you, anxious as he witnessed the disarray on the battlefield, incessantly commanded his Kingler to attack. Enveloped in water, a flash of blue surged across the battlefield, colliding violently with the enemy's Kingler. Bang! The impact sent it crashing against the stone wall, rendering it unconscious. Upon witnessing his Pokémon's defeat, the Ocean team member furiously yelled at a nearby Lava team member. Damn it. Can't you see that Kid Sharpedo is wreaking havoc across the battlefield? It moves like a bolt of blue lightning. Hurry up and help me. The Lava team member cast a nonchalant glance at the enraged man, his attention drifting toward the Kerala tunnel, as if something significant lay within. Terrifying orange flames erupted from the mountains, sweeping toward the enemy ranks. Boom! The flames surged forth, a torrent of fire engulfing all but a few members of the Ocean team. The Lava team rapidly commanded their Pokémon to use protective skills. Yet the vast majority of the Wicked Organization's members perished in this inferno. Their bodies were consumed, leaving behind only a scattering of bones. Heiyu glanced toward the mountains and forests, where dozens of Houndoom stood, their majestic forms emanating an aura of power as they howled fiercely. Oh! Miss Junsha beamed with delight upon spotting the multitude of Houndoom, calling out to the surrounding trainers. All trainers, Alliance reinforcements have arrived. Hold on for just a little longer. Victory is within our grasp. As the amplified voice resonated across the battlefield, morale surged, and everyone revealed their final trump cards. Huitsuin and Aquin exchanged glances, both harboring thoughts of escape. They simultaneously pressed a button on a device at their waists. Instantly, numerous small devices emerged from the ground around the Kerala tunnel, rapidly heading towards the special instruments at their waists. Standing atop the Steelix, Do-Won understood their intentions. I can't let them escape. I must bind them. Although Do-Won generally exuded grace and kindness in her daily life, it was a different story with these malevolent forces. Her upbringing had instilled in her a deep-seated aversion to such dark elements. Magneton, deploy magnetic bomb. Fires a steel bomb that adheres to the opponent, guaranteeing a hit. Suspended in the air by magnetic forces, Magneton unleashed a steel bomb from its core. Damn it, these Alliance bastards are as troublesome as ever. My Charizard has been pulled away. Aquin's words implied that lingering here was futile, now that the police's Pokémon units had arrived. It was only a matter of time before the Alliance's elite would follow, though they could contend with a typical champion together. Facing a true champion would likely spell their doom. Moreover, this little girl, while her other Pokémon appeared ordinary, possessed a Magneton that was undeniably formidable. As long as we have mountains, we needn't fear a lack of firewood. Huitsuin, reminded by this warning, snapped back to reality. Yet, as he faced his loyal Charizard, which had accompanied him from weakness to strength, he felt a twinge of reluctance. He glared at the Alliance side, vowing silently, once our leader's plan is complete and the continent is ours, I will ensure that all these Alliance dogs meet their end. And before departing, he could not allow the Alliance to have an easy time. He patted the Mytiana beneath him, commanding it to unleash Dark Pulse upon the Alliance members. Chapter 68. The Rising Star of the Alliance, All Speed Decrease. Use Guard. A powerful female voice commanded, and all the speed decreased Pokémon leapt from the forest, surrounding their trainers to erect protective shields. Bang! Boom! The onlookers turned their gazes to the sky, where a colossal silver beam coalesced from the floating north nose. Aimed at the fire camel. Cannon blast, fire! As the battle concluded, the surviving trainers of the Alliance erupted into endless cheers, while the police officers apprehended the captured members of the Ocean and Lava teams, escorting them into police vehicles. Awaiting them were severe interrogations, though the likelihood of extracting vital information remained uncertain. Leaning against a rocky outcrop, Black Feather, like many others, awaited the Alliance's cleanup of the battlefield before disbanding. In truth, following the recent skirmish, the surrounding trainers regarded Black Feather with a mix of awe he had truly shown amidst the chaos. The majority relied on the assistance of the towering blue lightning great white shark during the fight, not to mention the iron claw lobster, which had vanquished several elite members of the ocean and lava teams. As the Alliance reclaimed the fallen Pokémon, Black Feather felt a twinge of regret. He had defeated numerous elite Pokémon exceeding level 30. Ultimately, he would leave empty-handed, all his efforts benefiting the Alliance. If the Alliance points awarded later are unsatisfactory, I might, Black Feather mused inwardly. However, feeling the weight of a Pokeball against his chest, he quickly concealed it, embodying the essence of a self-serving opportunist. How could Black Feather labor for the Alliance without gain? During the fray, he had seized the chance to discreetly acquire a Pokeball containing a high-level Great Hound, surpassing level 30, presumably a key Pokémon of the Ocean Team. It was puzzling why it had not been deployed in the earlier battle. Black Feather speculated it was a hidden card, reserved for a hasty retreat. Alas, the opportunity for escape had been lost, reduced to ashes instead. Recalling the torrent of flames unleashed by the speed-decreased Pokémon, he cast a wary glance at the charred earth. The scorched land bore a stark contrast to its surroundings, as if overturned. Stealing a glance at the disheveled trainers around him, he felt a sense of disdain. Their naivety was palpable. Alliance trainers, particularly those with limited experience, often remained blissfully unaware of the darker facets of this world. Any seasoned trainer treading the gray areas would have acted similarly to Black Feather, seizing the opportunity for personal gain. Among the few surviving Alliance trainers, Black Feather spotted a handful akin to himself. They exchanged knowing smiles, a silent acknowledgement of their shared understanding. Nevertheless, he took out a small healing spray and began treating his Pokémon, as he preferred to be hands-on in their care. Lucky! The nearby Chansey approached, gently producing a milky white egg, feeding it to the iron claw lobster. With a crack, the shell shattered, and pieces were swiftly consumed. In an instant, the external abrasions on the iron claw lobster vanished, delicate pink particles enveloping the wounds, restoring its gleaming shell. With a triumphant flick of its claws, the iron claw lobster displayed its pride, the star atop, its head shimmering brightly. Miss Junsha, well done. Thank you for your hard work. The elegant Miss Junsha approached the resting camp, where trainers rose to greet her. Even the injured disregarded their ailments, a testament to her esteemed status. Thank you all for your efforts. The medical teams dispatched by the Alliance are on their way, and on behalf of the Alliance Police Bureau, I express my gratitude for your contributions. The citizens of Kanaz City will not forget your sacrifices. The Police Bureau will not forget your valor. The Alliance will not forget your deeds. Miss Junsha possessed an innate ability to connect with people, her noble upbringing seemingly having prepared her for such roles from a young age. With just a few words, she calmed the crowd, who erupted in cheers, chanting the Alliance's praises. The fallen trainers from earlier remained unmentioned, as if forgotten by the assembly, who were solely focused on when they might receive the rewards promised by the Alliance. In her high heels, Miss Junsha, with her lush green hair cascading behind her, gracefully approached Black Feather. Envy flickered among the onlookers. It appeared that this young man was destined for greatness. Having managed the scene amidst the arrival of Alliance personnel, Miss Junsha finally had a moment to spare. She regarded Black Feather with a glimmer of admiration, particularly for his remarkable performance during the battle. Feeling fortunate for having invited him to participate, his noble lineage and secondary authority undoubtedly emboldened her, and compared to others, his contributions were indeed significant. It was evident that her invitation had been well-founded. Without Black Feather's great white shark rampaging across the battlefield, providing vital support, their defenses would have crumbled long before the arrival of the speed-decrease Pokémon Brigade. Trainer Black Feather, your efforts are commendable. Miss Junsha stood at attention, her long, snow-white legs perfectly aligned, her posture exuding grace and poise, revealing her exquisite figure, captivating the gaze of other trainers who stole glances in their direction. This display stirred a sense of empathy within Miss Junsha. Miss Junsha, it is my duty. As Alliance trainers, we are meant to combat evil and punish lawlessness. Black Feather's voice resonated just right, ensuring all around could hear, his righteous declaration earning him approving nods from those who had previously conspired against him. Young prodigy, a genius, the Alliance's new star. Miss Junsha, taken aback by his words, quickly retrieved her notebook, eager to document his statement for future reference during the Alliance's commendation ceremony. When she looked back at Black Feather, admiration shone in her eyes. Initially, she had assumed his noble status indicated he was merely a sheltered heir, but his eloquence and battlefield prowess convinced her otherwise. Black Feather was an exceptionally skilled trainer. Trainer Black Feather, your presence is a boon for the Alliance. Miss Junsha's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Hearing this, Black Feather glanced at the Alliance flag fluttering in the wind, unable to suppress a smile, though he maintained a facade of righteous dignity. To join the Alliance is my fortune. Chapter 69. Restoration. After a brief conversation with the young man, Miss Junsha found herself increasingly admiring him, a notion to secure his investment bubbling within her. However, given the current circumstances, it was not the appropriate moment to broach such a topic, so she continued her rounds throughout the camp, seeking to reassure the anxious crowd. Meanwhile, above the Kalu tunnel, Duwon was engaged in a succinct information report with the Alliance personnel. Zivki Mukin, the chairman of the Duan Corporation, was recounting the entire ordeal. Indeed, both Huatsuan and Aquan had stealthily infiltrated the company with malicious intent. They not only absconded with our preliminary research data, but also with the topographical maps of the Kalu Tunnel. The elderly Mukin lamented the malevolent actions of the dark organization, portraying himself as a victim of bullying, eliciting a sense of pity from onlookers. Yet, the Alliance commander nearby felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, who was unaware that Mukin was a formidable king-level powerhouse, hailed as the revitalizer of the Zivki family, the savior of the Duan Corporation, and the architect of a commercial empire? Duan suddenly inquired. How strange. They could have fled swiftly with the data. Why did they choose to create chaos at the Kalu Tunnel? The expressions of those present turned awkward, silently contemplating. Why is this young girl so blunt in her questioning? Mukin offered a vague response, stating, this was once a breeding ground for our family's spirits, specifically designed for the survival of spirit offspring, though it has since fallen into disuse. He confessed his ignorance regarding the sudden assault on the Kalu Tunnel by the two dark organizations, the Ocean Team and the Lava Team, who, according to recent intelligence, appear to have formed a temporary alliance. At that moment, the commander received a report through his earpiece, prompting him to express concern to the high-ranking officials present. Duwan maintained her candid demeanor, starkly contrasting with the seasoned individuals around her, often interjecting remarks that left them momentarily speechless. Little Duwan, the Alliance is already managing this situation. You should go calm the public, especially since you are the gym leader of Kanaz City. Those present, all over the age of 40 and well-versed in the intricacies of human interaction, hastily concocted a reason to send the out-of-place Duwan away. Duwan sensed something amiss, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her thoughts involuntarily drifting to Black Feather, who exuded a calm authority over the unfolding events. Dejected, she departed from the tunnel's summit, making her way to the encampment nestled among the trees. As she approached the area to console those who had fought for the Alliance, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. Black Feather? Her eyes widened in astonishment. However, she soon realized that Miss Junsha was engaged in a lively conversation with him. An inexplicable wave of frustration welled up within her. Determined, she strode forward, eager to confront Black Feather for clarity. Once the Alliance's emergency summons concluded, the individuals present recorded their statements and were subsequently dismissed to act freely. Just as Black Feather prepared to leave, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Duwan? He exclaimed. I didn't notice you were here. Initially intending to question him with indignation, Duwan quickly remembered their relationship was merely that of friends. Nonetheless, she did not forget her earlier inquiry and subtly remarked, Miss Junsha is truly impressive. I wonder when I might be like her. Upon hearing this, Black Feather felt a shiver run down his spine, casting a curious glance at Duwan. Although she had received many compliments in the past, they often seemed insincere, aimed at flattering her status. Yet, the purity in Black Feather's gaze, especially upon hearing his praise, filled her heart with unbidden joy. As they engaged in spirited conversation, they eventually departed the Kalu tunnel together, heading towards the city. Observing this from a distance, Miss Junsha mused to herself, I never anticipated that Black Feather and gym leader Du-Wan would share such a close bond. It seems I must elevate the hierarchy of information regarding him. Once inside her room, she collapsed on her bed. What began as a simple desire to train her spirit had spiraled into such a complex affair. Black Feather gazed at the ceiling, arms outstretched as if attempting to grasp something elusive. Buried bones within the Kalu tunnel, the treachery of a cunning uncle towards his companions. The rarity of spirits and the preciousness of geode stones, the intrusion of the ocean team and the lava team, and the Alliance's urgent summons. Lying back, he relaxed completely and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he perused the headlines on the Pokédex network, a surge of mixed emotions washing over him. Dark organization attacks key Alliance stronghold. Alliance forces collaborate with numerous trainers to successfully repel them. The entire article extolled the Alliance's triumph and glory, thoroughly disparaging the Dark Organization while neglecting to mention the number of trainers lost during the emergency summons. Black Feather chuckled softly, swiping through the Pokédex. As he prepared to sort through the various spoils and rewards from his recent endeavors, a knock resounded at the door. Standing there was none other than Miss Junsha from the previous day. How could Black Feather recognize her when so many bore similar appearances? He lacked the discerning eye of a connoisseur like Xiaojing. His recognition stemmed solely for the police badge marked 001 on her uniform. Perceptively, he opened the door slightly, inviting her in. I apologize. I've observed too many crime scenes, and it's become a reflex, he explained. Black Feather quickly waved his hand dismissively, assuring her it was of no consequence. Miss Junsha, seemingly unfazed, confidently stepped inside, perhaps accustomed to the adoration and reverence from those around her, thus developing a somewhat self-centered disposition. Chapter 70. Provocation. Miss Junsha, without the consent of Heiyu, sat gracefully in the chair of the room and spoke to herself. Heiyu trainer, in light of your outstanding performance during yesterday's Alliance summons task, I, on behalf of the Alliance, present you with a well-deserved reward. In addition to a cash prize of 50,000, 500 points of Alliance credits have been credited to your account. Upon finishing her words, she retrieved a stack of cash from her pocket and neatly placed it on the table before rising to her feet. With a radiant smile illuminating her handsome face, Miss Junsha gazed at Heiyu and said, I hope you will continue to excel and contribute even more to the Alliance. Wishing you all the best. After uttering these words, she lightly nodded and turned to leave, leaving Heiyu standing alone in the room. Heiyu contemplated the Alliance currency on the table, deep in thought. 500 points of Alliance credits equated to approximately 500,000 Alliance coins. It seemed the Alliance was quite generous. Heiyu could not fathom the reason behind such kindness. Yet he could not refuse the benefits that had been so freely bestowed upon him, and thus naturally accepted them. As Miss Junsha stepped out of Heiyu's door, she felt elated. A series of recent events had significantly elevated her standing within the Alliance, and perhaps there would be opportunities for promotion in the future. However, distributing rewards was indeed a lucrative endeavor. Heiyu was a direct member of the Alliance with secondary privileges, making it impossible to embezzle from him. Among the dozens of trainers involved in the battle, there were civilians, direct members, and individuals like Heiyu with substantial backgrounds. Had they been civilian trainers, Miss Junsha would have unhesitatingly seized all their rewards, for they were mere civilians and she had nothing to fear in offending them. A small percentage of the profits would suffice to appease the ordinary officers below her, and should any public pressure arise, she could easily scapegoat them. However, with direct members, Miss Junsha would have to tread carefully, though she would still likely siphon a small percentage from their rewards for her own benefit. Just as she was lost in her daydreams of wealth, her phone suddenly rang at her waist. Hello, is this Captain Junsha? There's a crowd of civilian trainers gathering at the entrance of the police district, claiming we embezzled their alliance rewards and demanding an explanation. The voice on the other end was drowned in noise, accompanied by what seemed to be chants of protest. A hint of contempt flickered across Miss Junsha's striking visage as she disdainfully remarked, "How dare a handful of lowly civilians seek an explanation from me? Arrest them all at once and charge them with provoking trouble." Immediately, several respectful voices responded from the other end of the line. Miss Junsha had executed similar actions countless times, with nearly flawless success. Even if a scandal were to arise, her family's influence would enable her to suppress it swiftly. The alliance could only permit the Junsha family to act as they pleased. In fact, one might argue that the Junsha family was intrinsically linked to the alliance. Both entities had intertwined relationships long ago. Heiyu slowly made his way back to his room and strolled into the hall of the Pokémon Center, approaching a self-service machine to begin his operations. Let us first submit Gunyu. After a series of intense negotiations with the task issuer, Heiyu successfully secured a satisfactory price. Observing the increasing points in his account, Heiyu felt a rush of joy and, without hesitation, purchased the breeding manuals for the Iron Claw Lobster and the Sharpedo in full. The remaining points were barely sufficient for acquiring the breeding manual for the Dark Raven. Rather than allowing the points to languish in his account, it was far wiser to expend them on something beneficial. Heiyu was disinclined to take further risks, especially since his backpack was filled with ample resources and alliance coins, leaving him no shortage of wealth. Taking advantage of the relatively empty hall in the morning, Heiyu approached the front desk to reserve a training arena. "Dark Raven, come forth." Heiyu retrieved a luxury ball from his waist. With a flash of white light, the Dark Raven was released. Caw! As soon as the Dark Raven emerged, it spread its wings and soared, circling above Heiyu's head. "Dark Raven, your task today is to master the Tailwind technique. This is one of the essential skills for your future as a flying-type Pokémon, so do not take it lightly," Heiyu earnestly instructed, allowing the Dark Raven to perch on his shoulder. He then produced a weight ring from his spatial backpack, adjusting it to the second level. Currently, the Dark Raven's strength was advancing rapidly, showing remarkable improvement day by day. As the sun climbed higher, the morning passed gradually. Tailwind. Heiyu stood in the shadows of the training field, shielding himself from the sun while issuing commands. With a speed stat of 91, the Dark Raven was relatively swift among Pokémon, yet upon evolving into a Corviknight, its speed stat would plummet to 71. Therefore, mastering Tailwind after evolution was crucial to compensate for this deficiency, especially considering that the prankster ability complemented it perfectly, in addition to allowing for quicker execution of moves. It enhanced the learning of transformation skills, leading to greater insight. Tailwind, when used, would elevate the speed of all allied Pokémon. Not only was it invaluable in formal alliance competitions, but it was also a game-changer in wild team battles. Heiyu observed as the gentle breeze around the Dark Raven gradually dissipated, commanding, "Feel the power of the breeze and sustain that energy." The essence of Tailwind lay in its capacity to maintain a continuous flow. The Dark Raven, adhering to its trainer's guidance, slowly gathered the surrounding flying-type energy, creating swirling currents around its body. The soft zephyr returned, and the Dark Raven felt an exhilarating release throughout its body, surging in speed. It darted across the training field, becoming a mere shadow moving too swiftly for the naked eye to perceive. Do not halt the Tailwind. The aerial energy requires precise control. With two more wisps of wind slipping away, the Dark Raven needed to concentrate diligently. Once training commenced, Heiyu's demeanor shifted dramatically. He became a relentless machine, continuously issuing training commands. This was not out of cruelty, but stemmed from his expertise as a breeder, capable of discerning the limits of his Pokémon. The training regimen he designed would neither inflict pain on the Dark Raven nor excessively harm it. "All right, Dark Raven, cease." Heiyu glanced at the stopwatch, noting significant progress compared to the beginning. The Dark Raven fluttered its wings, breathless, and landed on Heiyu's shoulder, obediently awaiting the removal of the weight ring. Exhausted, the Dark Raven leaned against Heiyu's neck, emitting a series of caws. Chapter 71. The black market, uncertain whether it was spurred by some external stimulus or perhaps the gruesome sight of battling dark organizations. Little Evie trained with exceptional diligence. Particularly in mastering the skill of Protect, Little Evie outshone the other two Pokémon, Sharpedo and Honchkrow, who had learned the move alongside it. Presently, Little Evie's execution of Protect had become instantaneous, rendering it nearly impervious to ambushes. Additionally, it had begun to familiarize itself with the inherited move, Yawn. Black Feather felt a surge of pride, reflecting that this tumultuous journey through the Kale Green Tunnel, though fraught with challenges, had proven to be worthwhile. At the very least, Honchkrow, having undergone a bloody baptism, had seamlessly integrated into the Pokémon team, while Little Evie no longer resisted rigorous training and had begun to exhibit a commendable work ethic. Days passed quietly, and the city of Kanaz resumed its tranquility. Despite the sensational news of recent events, it bore little relevance to the ordinary populace, who continued their daily routines of eating, drinking, and working. It was time to unleash the Pokémon. Emerging from the Pokémon Center, Black Feather made his way toward the location of the black market. Donning a concealing black robe and mask, he re-entered the shadowy underbelly of Kanaz City. Much like a drop of water merging with the ocean, the black market was teeming with individuals similarly cloaked from head to toe, leaving not a hint of vulnerability exposed. Black Feather first ventured to the stall area, where Pokémon were sold, casually observing the various booths. Among them, a particular Pokémon caught his eye, a Nidoran with a Vital Spirit ability, which would evolve into a Nidoqueen with the Sheer Force ability. The Sheer Force ability would negate the additional effects of moves, but would enhance their power by approximately 30%. Coupled with a life orb, it would amplify the move's potency at the cost of a slight reduction in health. This mobile artillery, the Nidoqueen, could be deemed a formidable weapon on the battlefield. However, Black Feather had no intention of raising a poison and ground-type Pokémon. Nonetheless, the Nidoran with the Vital Spirit ability was in high demand, fetching an astonishing price of 300,000 Alliance coins, despite its otherwise unremarkable qualities. Clearly, the Vital Spirit ability, or rather the allure of the Sheer Force Nidoqueen, was indeed quite popular. The evolution required a Moonstone, which caused potential buyers to hesitate. Otherwise, the price might have reached even greater heights. Next, he proceeded to the shop area, locating a store that purchased Pokémon. Tightening his mask beneath the black robe, he slowly entered the establishment. The shop's decor was predominantly in somber hues, with images of ghost-type Pokémon like Jengar and Shuppet adorning the walls, giving it an eerie atmosphere. Approaching the counter, Black Feather addressed the clerk. "I wish to sell a Pokémon." The clerk, seemingly indifferent to Black Feather's calm demeanor, casually gestured toward a small door behind him and resumed fiddling with a toy in his hands. Unfazed, Black Feather pushed open the small door and stepped into a long corridor. After what felt like an eternity of walking, he encountered another cloaked figure. They exchanged glances for a few seconds before sidestepping each other, engaging in no further conversation, though both instinctively tightened their grips on their Pokeballs as they brushed past one another. Once the distance between them increased, they both exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Eventually, Black Feather entered a small room where a middle-aged man was polishing his glasses, clad in a well-tailored brown suit. "Ah, a customer has arrived. Please, take a seat and present your goods," the man said with a grin as he set aside his cleaning cloth. Without uttering a word, Black Feather extended his hand from beneath the robe, revealing 4 Pokeballs, which he placed in a glass case beside him. Internally, he mused. It seems he is quite experienced, revealing no signs of weakness. Black Feather noted the man's subtle actions and chuckled dryly. "Ahem, my friend. It would be prudent to make an offer swiftly." The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly before placing the Pokeballs into a machine for evaluation. Among them were an Exploud, a Geodude, and 2 Grimers. One of them has inherited Shadow Punch. "Quite impressive," he remarked after a brief assessment, before contemplating for a moment and offering a somewhat low price. 550,000 Alliance coins. This is my maximum offer, considering the Exploud's decent level and the Grimer's inherited move. At the mention of this price, the middle-aged man quickly raised his hand to stop, returning to the machine for another evaluation. this time taking noticeably longer. After an extended wait, he hunched over and poured Black Feather a cup of tea, smiling broadly as he said, "My apologies, esteemed customer. It appears we overlooked an important detail. Your Geodude possesses the hidden ability Sand Veil, and the Exploud has the hidden ability Reckless. We can offer you 750,000 Alliance coin." Beneath the mask, Black Feather's face revealed a smirk of derision. An oversight in evaluation? Such childish excuses are hard to believe. Even a Pokédex can ascertain a Pokémon's abilities. How much more so for such sophisticated machinery? These individuals, dwelling in the shadows, truly prioritize self-interest, cunning and shrewd. The steam rising from the teacup wafted through the air until, after a long pause, Black Feather stated, "If your intentions lack sincerity, I am certain other shops would be more than willing to engage and trade with me." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted, shedding the awkward grin. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in his eyes as he solemnly declared, 800,000 Alliance coins. This is the highest offer I can provide. If it does not meet your satisfaction, I will regrettably have to forego this transaction." The expression concealed beneath the mask remained unreadable, but after a long moment, a voice emerged from beneath it. "Deal." Both parties expressed satisfaction as they finalized the transaction. Upon exiting the shop, Black Feather felt his Alliance coins surge once more as he sought to sell off some miscellaneous items he had collected, such as precious parts from Pokémon corpses, common ores found in the tunnel, and notes on breeding Pokémon penned by others. Only one item remained unsold, a large hound. Navigating through the black market, Black Feather maintained a vigilant distance from the throngs of passers-by. Whenever someone cast their gaze in his direction, his crawdaunt would emit a menacing growl, instilling fear among those traversing the shadowy realm. Chapter 72. Hot water and provocation indeed, the majority of individuals were taken aback, for the Iron Claw lobster could only evolve upon reaching level 30. In the black market, it was considered a minor expert, and no one was inclined to provoke it over trivial matters. As Hey-Yu casually strolled through the black market, he sensed a few furtive glances sweeping over him before swiftly averting. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Hey-Yu's mouth as he mused. There are indeed many restless souls in the black market. Has my mere entrance into a shop drawn such attention? Feigning interest in selecting items at a stall, he discreetly observed those who were covertly monitoring him from the shadows. Navigating through the crowd, he pretended to depart, skillfully shaking off the pursuers in a series of twists and turns. By the time they realized, Hey-Yu had already vanished, reappearing in an antiquated shop. Currently, Hey-Yu's savings, including the 800,000 he earned from selling Spirit, amounted to nearly 3,000,000 Alliance coins. Such a sum, if left unspent, would be a waste. It was an opportune moment to seek out useful materials. The shop's ambience was rather chilly, with sparse customers, all fixated on the high and mid-tier energy cubes displayed at the counter. Yet Hey-Yu did not cast a glance in that direction. Instead, he scrutinized the array of peculiar materials on the counter. Among the rewards obtained from the trainer school was a recipe for a mid-tier universal dark-type energy cube, which required several materials that were difficult to procure on the market. Fortunately, he found them here, wandering about under the bewildered gazes of onlookers. Hey-Yu acquired an assortment of odd materials: a tusk from a black Lucario, a heart of a bald eagle gnaw, a shard of a water stone, and a plume from a beak sculpture. In addition, he purchased a large batch of berries and rare medicinal herbs. Ultimately, Hey-Yu spent 700,000 Alliance coins to procure all these materials, striding out of the shop with a somewhat buoyant demeanor amidst the puzzled stares of others. Indeed, attention was once again drawn. As he meandered through the black market, Hey-Yu perceived several shadows trailing behind him, deepening his understanding of the grim nature of this place. Here, revealing even a hint of wealth could provoke those lurking in the shadows to pounce like hyenas. Seizing an opportunity, Hey-Yu blended into a crowd gathered around another shop, emerging later without the black robe that had concealed him, leaving only a slender youth adorned with a mask. Turning to glance at the few who remained fixated on the crowd, awaiting his appearance, a smirk of derision graced Hey-Yu's lips. After meandering about, he entered a shop specializing in skilled discs, which buzzed with activity compared to the previous establishments. Dozens of individuals, much like Heiyu, were present to select skill discs. From the outside looking in, the scene appeared rather bizarre. In the black market, an unwritten rule prevailed. To gaze at someone's face for an extended period was tantamount to provocation, often resulting in conflict. Heiyu began to examine the samples displayed in the shop. Most did not pique his interest, either due to mismatched attributes or their commonplace nature. The sole item of rarity was a skill disc for hot water and provocation, priced at 400,000 and 500,000 respectively. After a brief contemplation, Heiyu purchased both discs. The Iron Claw Lobster lacked powerful special attacks. Bubble Beam was insufficient for its current needs, while Provocation was intended for the Dark Raven. As a vital skill for a prankster, mastering Provocation was essential, as Heiyu had always despised those who employed loathsome defensive tactics. In the interest of safety, and to avoid further attracting attention due to his wealth, Heiyu made 2 separate trips to the shop, donning different disguises to complete the purchases. Subsequently, he acquired an array of curious trinkets from various other shops, including a stone upon which a decayed flower had bloomed. Even in the Orange Blossom Gym's online library, he found no information on it, leading him to speculate that it might be the world's first specimen of a new hybrid species, presenting considerable research value. After some haggling, he successfully purchased it for 3,000 Alliance coins. Finally, he briefly rented a small Pokémon skill-learning machine at a black market stronghold, using the acquired skill discs on the Iron Claw Lobster and Dark Raven. His nearly 3,000 Alliance coins swiftly dwindled to just over 1,000,000. In a mere 2 hours, over 1 million Alliance coins had flowed out like water. For family in poverty, such an amount might be unattainable in a lifetime. Yet for a determined trainer like Heiyu, it was merely a small expenditure on the path to success. Finding an inconspicuous shop in a corner of the black market, he sold the Great Hound for over 300,000. Although the Great Hound had a high level, it had once belonged to someone else, making its taming a formidable challenge, typically achievable only by professionals. Moreover, high-level Pokémon with established training directions often lacked appeal. Their value paled in comparison to that of a young Pokémon, and most buyers merely sought temporary companions. Having resolved all matters, Heiyu departed the black market, marking a successful conclusion to his venture. As he looked on, a figure caught his eye, a petite hand lifting the pristine hem of a nurse's uniform as she hurried towards him. Heiyu gazed at the suddenly appearing Joy Chun and inquired, "Sister Chun, what is it? Is there an urgent matter?" Upon hearing Heiyu's address, Joy Chun appeared somewhat flustered, seemingly still preoccupied with the previous incident when Heiyu had turned down her advances. Nevertheless, she composed herself, gently patting her slightly heaving chest, and spoke softly, "Heiyu, I just received an urgent communication from the Orange Blossom Gym. It seems there is something pressing that requires your attention." Heiyu's heart stirred as he retrieved his Pokédex from his waist, discovering several missed notifications. He had turned off the device before entering the black market. How could I have forgotten about this? Chapter 73. Enhancement of Investment Benefits. Beep, beep, beep. A few seconds later, the call connected, and a charmingly rosy face appeared on the screen. "Big brother." A delighted cheer emanated from the Pokédex. Heiyu's expression softened, and he feigned a gentle tone. "Ah, it's Xiaoyao. What a surprise to receive your call. Are you feeling bored at home?" On the other end of the video call, Xiaoyao gazed at the familiar face on the screen, her face lighting up with joy. Her large eyes instinctively squinted with happiness, her brows arched, and the corners of her mouth curled upward. "No, big brother, it's my dad looking for you, but he is currently occupied with a gym challenge." Xiaoyao's voice carried a hint of frustration. She was quite displeased with her father, who seemed perpetually busy, and had even made the effort to come to the battle arena to cheer him on, hoping for a bit more connection. "Big brother is the best." Xiaoyao glanced at the star-patterned flower on her bedside table, a sweet feeling blossoming in her heart. The stories shared, of course, were embellished, filled with innocence, joy, and sunshine. The darker tales of underground caverns, treasure hunts, fierce battles against sinister organizations, and the ruthless trade of Pokémon were all deftly omitted. Nevertheless, for Xiaoyao, who had never ventured far from home, The tales captivated her, further endearing Heiyu in her heart. Big Brother is truly wonderful. Just as Heiyu was speaking dryly, Mr. Qianli's voice finally came through from the other end of the call. All right, Xiaoyao, hand the Pokédex to your father. I need to discuss serious matters with your big brother. Xiaoyao looked at Mr. Qianli with a pout, but her attempts at charming him seemed to fall flat. In the end, amidst a playful expression from Xiaoyao, the Pokédex found its way into Mr. Qianli's hands. Heiyu quickly composed himself and respectfully said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Qianli." Mr. Qianli exchanged a few pleasantries with Heiyu before addressing the main purpose of the call. Heiyu, I've received your news here in Changhua City. I never anticipated that you would truly become a junior breeder. It seems you have a genuine talent in this field. I certainly did not misjudge you. You are no ordinary talent, but a potential dragon. With time, Heiyu's achievements were indeed propagated by the Breeder Association in Changhua City. While ordinary trainers might not pay much heed, officials like Mr. Qianli were particularly attentive, having memorized Heiyu's visage long ago. Upon hearing Mr. Qianli's praise, Heiyu felt a flicker of joy within, yet maintained a facade of humility. Oh no, Mr. Qianli, you flatter me. It was your discerning eye that uncovered my potential. Otherwise, I would have remained lost in the crowd. Heiyu was not overly modest to the point of devaluing himself, nor was he arrogant enough to leave a negative impression on Mr. Qianli. Indeed, Heiyu was a master of linguistic finesse, managing to elevate Mr. Qianli while simultaneously refraining from disparaging himself. This surely pleased Mr. Qianli. Haha, I am delighted to hear your perspective, Heiyu. After a brief exchange, Mr. Qianli's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he stated, I have come to discuss investment matters. According to our gym specialists, we are prepared to enhance your funding. The annual breeding budget will increase from 500,000 to 1,500,000, and in addition, you will receive the right to choose a skill disc. Hearing this, a smile graced Heiyu's lips, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Qianli, for your recognition. He had anticipated the increased investment from the Changhua Gym, considering the substantial backing from the Joy family. This was not merely due to their financial prowess, but also because of Heiyu's exceptional breeding talent. In such circumstances, how could the Changhua Gym remain indifferent? After a concise exchange, Heiyu bade farewell to Mr. Qianli, who hung up amidst Xiaoyao's reluctant expression. He collapsed onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. I can't believe I casually mentioned it, and Mr. Qianli truly agreed to provide a rain-summoning skill disc. Heiyu murmured, unable to suppress a grin that spread across his face. It was noteworthy that even the affluent Joy family had refrained from granting him a similar investment. The most coveted skill discs were undoubtedly those that enhanced abilities, such as Dragon Dance or terrain-altering moves like Grassy Terrain and Psychic Terrain. Weather-based moves like Rain Dance, Sunny Day, or Sandstorm were equally rare and valuable, often worth millions in the black market, and nearly impossible to procure even with ample funds. Heiyu speculated that his rapport with Xiaoyao might have played a part in this. Indeed, forging a good relationship with Xiaoyao proved fruitful. Mr. Qianli was evidently quite fond of his daughter. With a mischievous thought, Heiyu rose, prepared a meal for his Pokémon, and then headed to the Pokémon restaurant to dine. Today, he opted for something beyond the usual complimentary set meal. Although those meals were nutritionally balanced, his spirits were evidently high. I'll have a fish burger, a serving of curry meat sauce pasta, and a bottle of delicious soda. Heiyu relished his meal, savoring the flavors while alleviating the fatigue from his earlier visit to the black market. It was not merely physical exhaustion. Navigating such a tense environment was mentally draining. Heiyu understood that both training and life require balance. One cannot remain taut like a string, lest it snap one day. As if on cue, while he was eating, the Pokédex at his waist suddenly beeped. An electronic contract appeared on the device, and after a brief review, Heiyu decisively signed it. The next day, the rain-summoning skill disc was delivered to Heiyu. Crawdaunt, you are in for a treat. Heiyu could hardly fathom the power that Crawdaunt would wield after a single Dragon Dance. Amplified by the rain, the synergy of Dragon Dance and Rain Dance would enhance its water-type moves like Crab Hammer, which boasted a base power of 100. Moreover, Crab Hammer carried a chance to land a critical hit. If that blow were to crit, the sheer force behind it would be unimaginable. As Heiyu gazed at the imposing Crawdaunt, he felt a thrill of anticipation for the day when all this potential would be realized. Chapter 74. Farewell in the backyard battle arena of the Pokémon Center. Heiyu was engaged in a fierce battle with another trainer. The exhilarating fight was nearing its conclusion, and the spectators held their breath, eagerly anticipating the victor of this contest. Dark Raven, use wing attack, commanded Heiyu. The Dark Raven, already benefiting from favorable wind, surged forward with astonishing speed. With a powerful flap of its black wings, it dove straight down. Don't be afraid of its sky uppercut, mighty chick, shouted the elegantly dressed opposing trainer. Filled with fervor, the mighty chick sprang into action, leaping several meters into the air with a swift kick, launching an uppercut aimed directly at the Dark Raven. Surrounded by swirling gusts, the Dark Raven plunged downward, propelled by the wind's assistance. The clash between wing attack and sky uppercut resonated with a thunderous boom in the center of the arena. As dust enveloped the scene, the onlookers strained to see the unfolding spectacle. The Dark Raven struggled to flap its injured wings, flapping awkwardly in midair, while the mighty chick lay unconscious from the devastating wing attack, rendered unable to continue fighting. A collective gasp echoed among the spectators as they marveled at the Dark Raven and the commanding presence of Heiyu behind it. Is this the 7th battle? 7 consecutive victories for the Dark Raven, they murmured. The exhaustion from 6 consecutive battles had left the Dark Raven weary, yet it had triumphed over one of the starter Pokémon. Do you believe it's solely the Dark Raven as prowess? In my opinion, it is the commanding trainer who truly deserves the accolades. His exquisite timing and control of the battlefield are nothing short of extraordinary. The crowd buzzed with excitement, having witnessed such a formidable Dark Raven for the first time. Its speed, enhanced by the wind, was astonishing, so rapid that it seemed nearly impossible to counter. Even if one managed to approach for close combat, the instantaneous shield that appeared would obliterate any hope of victory. However, they soon realized that the opposing trainer had vanished from sight. Chunjia, I need your help, Heiyu called out to the familiar face. Joy-chan, upon hearing his voice, immediately set aside her duties, disregarding the other trainer's Pokémon, and swiftly took the Pokéball from Heiyu. Don't worry, Heiyu, leave it to me, she assured, directing a nurse to take over her responsibilities before hastily entering the medical room to attend to the Dark Raven. The trainers waiting in line looked on enviously at Heiyu. Thoughts raced through their minds. Who is this privileged youth from a prominent family? Heiyu's special treatment elicited some discontent, yet none dared to voice their grievances. Under the unyielding system established by the Alliance, no one would challenge it. Beep, beep, beep. Sounds of the treatment concluding resonated. Heiyu received the Pokéball from Joy Chun's delicate hands. Chunjia, could you please cancel my room reservation? Heiyu suddenly stated. Joy Chun's smile froze, and her hands trembled involuntarily. Looking up, incredulity washed over her as she asked, Are you leaving Kanaz City? Heiyu, with no intention of concealing the truth, nodded and replied, I have gained much during my stay here and am set to embark on my next journey, so there is no need for me to linger. Joy Chun bit her lip, a hint of reluctance in her voice as she queried, Is there nothing here that you will miss? Her words carried an unspoken meaning as she gazed at Heiyu. The two had often exchanged insights on Pokémon training, and their bond had deepened over time. Unfortunately, Heiyu seemed indifferent to such sentiments. Seemingly aware of this, Joy-chan refrained from further probing. But as the moment of parting approached, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. Heiyu fixed his gaze on Joy-chan, silence stretching between them, words unspoken. Ultimately, she processed his room cancellation, and, as she handed back his identification card, her small hands clung to it tightly, unwilling to let go. Heiyu strode out of the Pokémon Center, raising his right hand in farewell as he vanished into the crowd. In the following days, trainers in Kanaz City noted that Miss Joy had taken an unprecedented 3-day leave. This was astonishing for the diligent and dedicated Joy. A mysterious expression lingered in her eyes. Whenever someone approached to inquire about that signature, they were met with a sharp reprimand, driving them away. The contents of a signature remained a topic of speculation among the trainers of Kanaz City. That night, in a pink room imbued with youthful charm, Joy-chan rested her head on the table, gazing at the signature. Under the soft glow of the lamp, colorful letters gradually emerged, revealing two simple yet profound words. Hey you. In the trainer school, an office rich with the scent of books. She was jolted from her reverie by a gentle call from Grandpa Mutua, who reminded her to focus. As the former gym leader and a mentor to Do-won, he was well acquainted with her character and habits. With great effort, Grandpa Muta leaned against his armchair for support before slowly making his way to a nearby bookshelf. Grandpa Mutua, I too wish to become a decisive person. Please teach me. Do-won's voice was resolute and earnest, as if she had made up her mind to transform herself. The gentleness and poise that once characterized her gaze were replaced by determination and courage, as though a switch deep within her had been flipped. Chapter 75. The Dragon Tamers crossing the Ka Green Tunnel serves as a conduit between Kinaz City and Green Meadow Town. Following the recent upheaval caused by the Ocean Team and the Lava Team, the tunnel is now under strict official control. Heiyu gazes at the barricaded road ahead. Surrounded by armed personnel, accompanied by canine Pokémon, such as Reiku, York, and Darumaka. Occasionally, one might spot a striking Miss Jun Sha, accompanied by a playful Houndour, eliciting envious glances from other officers. It seems that a detour through the mountains is inevitable. As Heiyu walks through the bamboo forest, he lifts his gaze towards the northeast, where the towering Chimney Mountain pierces the clouds. After traversing this forest, he will soon reach Green Meadow Town, with the renowned Chimney Mountain gracing its northeastern skyline. The closer Heiyu draws to Green Meadow Town, the more he senses the refreshing air enveloping him. Despite being near a volcano, there is no trace of volcanic ash in the atmosphere. It appears that the wind's direction prevents any ash from drifting into Green Meadow Town. Renowned for its pristine air, the town is a favored haven for the elderly, attracting affluent retirees seeking tranquility. Additionally, many frail patients come here to recuperate. As Heiyu approaches the town, his steps become increasingly buoyant. A black crow circles overhead, vigilantly surveying the surroundings as if safeguarding him. With nightfall approaching, Heiyu decides against risking further travel and opts to camp on the forest periphery. Ironclaw Lobster, please take care of my shoes and remember to clean them with foam. Great Shark, fetch us a couple of fish from the stream. These compressed biscuits are far too unpalatable, he instructs, directing the Dark Raven to patrol the vicinity while his companion, EV, assists in erecting their tent. Engaging in these mundane tasks fosters a deep bond between them. With a swift motion, Heiyu gathers some dry twigs and leaves, stacking them together before producing flammable materials from his backpack. As the campfire crackles to life, a wave of warmth envelopes him. The night's chill in the forest is harsh, and neglecting to keep warm could lead to illness. Although Heiyu has endured the harshest of oceanic weather, he is unwilling to succumb to sickness unnecessarily. Seated by the fire, he curls up to bask in its warmth. Little Evie mimics his actions, cautiously extending her paw toward the flames, but inadvertently ignites a tuft of her fur. Evie, she cries out in alarm, frantically patting her paw against the ground in an attempt to extinguish the tiny blaze. At that moment, Ironclaw Lobster opens its impressive pincers, dousing Evie's paw with water. Observing the little creature's exposed pink paw pads elicits a smile from Heiyu. Hee hee, Evie, what a unique look you have. He chuckles, but the playful teasing brings tears to Evie's eyes, leaving Heiyu momentarily at a loss for words. All right, no more tears. Tomorrow's breakfast will include a smooth energy cube to help your fur grow back quickly. Evie covers her eyes with her tiny paws, yet her pink pads occasionally peek through, drawing laughter from the group, particularly from the Dark Raven, which emits a series of cawing chuckles. As Heiyu turns the spit over the fire, flipping the fish caught by Great Shark, the sizzling sound captivates Evie's attention. He sprinkles some all-purpose seasoning over the fish, releasing an intoxicating aroma that makes his mouth water. As Heiyu savors the delectable roasted fish, he peruses the Pokémon Encyclopedia for updates on city, regional, and even global news. What a surprise! The Dragon Tamers crossing from the Kanto region has suffered its 5th defeat in the Champion Challenge, once again at the hands of the Ice-type master, Kinna. Heiyu reads with intrigue. The Champion Challenge stands as the pinnacle of official Pokémon League competitions, where a successful challenger earns the title of regional champion, placing them on par with the regional president. The process is straightforward. One must defeat the Elite Four sequentially, showcasing the challenge's formidable nature. Regrettably, the Dragon Tamer has consistently fallen to Kinna, particularly due to the latter's two cloisters, which, after using Shell Smash, unleash a barrage of ice shards and rock blasts with devastating precision. As night deepens, Heiyu retreats into his tent, nestling into his sleeping bag while watching videos of the Champion Challenge on the encyclopedia, hoping to glean insights. The comical commentary never fails to amuse him. How hilarious! The Dragon Tamer was still smiling during his first defeat, but by the second, the smile faded, and by the third, he was utterly expressionless. What a disgrace to the dragon family, especially considering all his Pokémon are flying types. Chuckling to himself, Heiyu acknowledges the truth behind a viewer's comment. The Dragon Tamer would eventually serve as the proxy champion for both the Kanto and Johto regions. Calling out to the Dark Raven outside, he says, "Dark Raven, I entrust you with the Night Watch." With a caw, the Dark Raven embraces the night, thriving in the darkness that is its natural domain. Chapter 76. Verdant Town is a lush and vibrant locale, though modest in size. It boasts a population of several 100,000. The town's prosperity is attributed not only to its unique fresh air and tranquil environment, but also to two prominent establishments, the Grand Tournament venue and the Battle Club. Regrettably, the next Grand Tournament in Verdant Town will not occur for another 3 months, by which time I will likely have departed. Heiyu quickened his pace as he gazed upon the rows of houses ahead. Upon crossing a grassy plateau imbued with the scent of fresh grass, a youthful boy with striking black hair and a charming EV by his side appeared at the entrance of Verdant Town. Heiyu promptly located the Pokémon Center, situated not far from the entrance, seemingly designed for passing trainers to rest. "Hello, welcome to the Pokémon Center." A gentle and warm female voice greeted him, as Nurse Joy smiled from behind the counter. Upon seeing her familiar face, Heiyu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him and said, "Hello, Nurse Joy. I would like to register for accommodation." After surveying the entirety of the Pokémon Center's lobby, Heiyu noted that, in comparison to the centers in the previous two cities, this one lacked significantly in amenities. After all, it was merely a small-town Pokémon Center, devoid not only of battle arenas, but also of many public facilities. Heiyu pondered this as he placed his belongings in his room. Once his luggage was settled, Heiyu wasted no time and exited the Pokémon Center, eager to reach his intended destination, the Battle Club. This establishment attracted the largest crowds in all of Verdant Town, surpassing even the Pokémon Center in foot traffic. Standing at the entrance, Heiyu read the banner that proclaimed, "Come witness the battles here and feast your eyes." Suddenly, a cacophony of cheers erupted from within the club. Pushing the door open, he was enveloped by a fervent atmosphere. The hall was bustling with activity. Merchants were selling their wares, spectators filled the stands, and affluent individuals were placing bets. The contrast between the serene exterior of Verdant Town and the vibrant energy within the Battle Club was striking. Upon closer inspection, Heiyu observed that those placing bets were predominantly elderly gentlemen clad in opulent attire. It seemed these wealthy individuals had chosen to reside in Verdant Town not only for its refreshing environment, but also for the prospects of profit. Heiyu found a corner seat and began perusing the library of the Orange Flower Gym. It turned out that the Battle Club was a subsidiary of the Battle Frontier, which explained its bustling activity. It was backed by substantial capital. The Battle Frontier is a unique facility located in the Hoenn region, with each region's Battle Frontier featuring several exceptionally skilled trainers serving as its leaders. Each of these individuals possesses strength comparable to that of gym leaders. Heiyu recalled that Hoshino Yumi had mentioned his family's historical involvement as one of the shareholders of the Battle Frontier. The image of the plump boy aboard a pirate ship flashed through his mind. Just then, another wave of cheers erupted from the Battle Club, signaling the conclusion of a match on the arena. This not only represented the competition between two trainers, but also the interests of the numerous wealthy patrons who had placed their bets. While some gained riches, others inevitably faced loss. Heiyu approached the registration desk and addressed the busy staff member. "Hello, I would like to register for the Novice Arena." He was handed a form without the staff member even lifting their head. After filling in the names of his Pokémon, Heiyu patiently awaited the processing of his registration. Before long, his information was entered into the Battle Club's database, and he received a card representing his identity. You can proceed to the self-service machine over there to apply for battles, the staff member explained, their tone slightly more accommodating upon noticing Heiyu's status as a recognized trainer. Heiyu remained unfazed, as he had encountered such preferential treatment countless times before. The Battle Club operates on a 24-hour basis, featuring 3 tiers of battle arenas: Novice, Intermediate, and Advanced. The Novice Arena typically accommodates Pokémon below level 20, with a registration fee of 500 League credits. Victories yield escalating rewards, with each win not only providing a monetary prize, but also exclusive gifts from the club, such as all-purpose potions from the Battle Frontier or commemorative balls. The most coveted prize is the Ability Capsule. If one achieves 10 consecutive victories and defeats the club's final champion, they can claim this valuable item worth millions. Rumor has it that the Ability Capsule is a product developed exclusively by the Battle Frontier, with no external purchasing avenues available. Additionally, there's a prize pool, consisting of a portion of the betting money, which increases by 20,000 League credits for each consecutive win. Heiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. The 500 credit registration fee could lead to a minimum of 20,000 credits and a plethora of valuable commemorative rewards with just one victory. It is precisely this model that has fueled the Battle Club's popularity across various towns. Not to mention the allure of the million credit ability capsule after a 10-win streak. Moreover, the club attracts a multitude of affluent individuals and gamblers eager to place bets, further enhancing its allure. Rather than rushing to register, Heiyu circled the arenas, meticulously observing the ongoing battles. To his surprise, he noticed league officials participating as well. After purchasing a ticket, Heiyu took a seat in the audience, where the chairs were emblazoned with the prominent letters of the league. Throughout the battles, Heiyu could only hear the fervent cheers of the crowd, drowning out the commands of the trainers on stage. One must admit that this battle club excels at understanding the psychology of its patrons. In addition to playing exhilarating music at crucial moments during battles, the club's rules differ from those of official league matches, even permitting a degree of violence and brutality. Their rationale is straightforward. Battles between Pokémon are not mere child-esque play. Casualties are a common occurrence. For the majority of ordinary citizens, such battles are filled with excitement, leading many to choose this venue for entertainment after work. Furthermore, being open around the clock allows the Battle Club to reap substantial profits from ticket sales alone. Chapter 77. Black Sky Ghidorah has lost its combat ability. Encircle Bear emerges victorious. Let's congratulate the giant bear contestant on achieving a 6-game winning streak. The prize pool has accumulated to 120,000 Alliance coins, along with a special reward from our club. As the host's announcement echoed through the arena, the crowd erupted in cheers once more. Among the jubilant shouts, there were also a few wails, which Black Feather surmised were from those who had lost their bets. Undoubtedly, this battle was thrilling. The Pokémon on the intermediate stage were generally above level 30. Black Feather's Iron Claw Lobster and Great Tooth Shark were at this level, allowing him to keenly perceive the shifts in the battlefield. However, it was indeed a bloody spectacle, Black Feather remarked, as Ghidorah was brutally lifted and slammed down by Circle Bear, subsequently receiving several fierce blows from fighting-type moves. The 4x weakness was no trivial matter. Ghidorah's outer steel armor was visibly deformed, indicating it had sustained severe injuries. That Circle Bear is quite impressive. Its offensive capabilities are commendable. Indeed, offense is the best defense, commented a delinquent youth beside Black Feather, sporting a mohawk hairstyle. Unlike others who quietly occupied their seats, he crouched with a Pokeball in hand, resembling a street thug. Intrigued by the delinquent's perspective, Black Feather replied, "Offense is indeed crucial, but one must not overlook the importance of defense." To his surprise, the delinquent seemed unconvinced and retorted, "What do you know? Only offense is the best defense. Attack! Attack! Attack!" He stood up in his seat, waving the Pokeball to cheer on the ongoing battle in the arena. Black Feather, disinterested in further debate, rose to leave the audience area, as the delinquent curiously observed his retreating figure. After some contemplation, he followed Black Feather to the audience section of the beginner's battle arena. The next match featured the newcomer known as Black Sky against the formidable contestant, Evil Wolf, perhaps due to the frequent participation of individuals from gray areas. Nicknames were employed instead of real names. Black Feather was pleased with this arrangement and decided to adopt a nickname himself, as these monikers often reflected the characteristics of the contestant's Pokémon. For instance, the Evil Wolf contestant was represented by a large wolf dog. As Black Feather stepped into the dimly lit contestant tunnel, he was met with a cacophony of cheers and rousing music, even before the battle commenced. The atmosphere alone was enough to ignite one's passion, and this was merely the lowest tier of the beginner's arena. Observing the packed audience and considering the betting odds for the match, Black Feather mused, regardless of the outcome, the organizers would not incur losses. In the contestant corridor, Black Feather casually selected a mask to wear, as the club seemed indifferent to the true identities of its participants, offering them a degree of protection. This hinted at something unusual, akin to traversing a gray area. Please place a bet of 100,000 Alliance coins on my victory, Black Feather instructed, presenting a stack of coins to an attendant responsible for accompanying the contestants. The club had a dedicated betting platform for contestants. Black Feather glanced at the odds, which were 4-1. The Evil Wolf contestant had achieved 3 consecutive victories, making him quite renowned in the beginner's arena. In contrast, Black Feather, as the host described, was merely a newcomer, an unknown entity. The maximum bet for the beginner's arena was 100,000 Alliance coins, and Black Feather had reached that limit. The attendant regarded Black Feather with surprise, as confident newcomers were a rarity. Simultaneously, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could this contestant be involved in a fixed match? Historically, there have been instances where 2 contestants colluded, placing extravagant bets before staging a fake match to reap profits. Naturally, such schemes were uncovered by the organizers, resulting in the perpetrators being expelled from the battle club. Since then, those 2 contestants had not been seen again. It was evident what fate awaited those who engaged in such deceit. Is 100,000 Alliance coins the maximum bet? Black Feather pondered. Considering the implications of a skilled challenger betting hundreds of thousands or millions on the beginner's arena, wouldn't that be a lucrative venture? He internally criticized the organizers for leaving no loopholes for exploitation. Upon exiting the contestant tunnel, the dim lights suddenly brightened, revealing a colossal square arena. There were no water, ice, or grass terrains. The Evil Wolf contestant had achieved 3 consecutive victories, and his large wolf dog still retained considerable stamina. Should he win again, his prize would increase by another 20,000 Alliance coins, totaling 80,000, along with a higher-tier mysterious gift. The host's enticing words sparked another eruption of cheers from the audience. Nearby, machines were accumulating countless bills, this naked display of wealth serving as a potent temptation, significantly elevating the contestants' competitive fervor. Moreover, it acted as a spectacle to attract more spectators. It wasn't merely the Evil Wolf contestant's brutal victories that captivated the audience. The allure of a higher-tier mysterious gift, often of substantial value, also played a role. There had even been instances where evolution stones were discovered among such prizes. To ensure fairness, the official would allow the contestants to open the gift box on the spot, heightening the sense of anticipation and intrigue. Everyone loves the thrill of unboxing surprises. Evil Wolf, Evil Wolf, Evil Wolf, tear your enemies apart. Evil Wolf, go for 4 consecutive victories. Amid the audience's fervent cheers, a tall, lean man donned in a fearsome mask gradually emerged, waving to the spectators, a smirk playing on his lips as he relished the attention. As Black Feather observed the overwhelmingly supportive atmosphere directed at his opponent, the host continued, "Now, let us welcome another contestant, Black Sky, a newcomer whose registered Pokémon is Dark Crow, a rather rare species, who will emerge victorious in this Dark-type showdown." The host's tone lacked enthusiasm, and the introduction of Black Feather's moniker was tinged with mockery, eliciting a chorus of boos from the audience. To incite the crowd's emotions, they resorted to deriding him. Black Feather couldn't help but feel exasperated. Chapter 78. the malevolence of the human heart surrounded by a sea of black feathers. Heiyu suddenly spotted a familiar figure within the crowd, an unsavory youth who had previously sat beside him in the audience during the intermediate arena. The youth's striking red hair, particularly his mohawk, made him stand out like a sore thumb among the throng. At this moment, the delinquent flashed a half-smile, locking eyes with Heiyu, and a sense of recognition stirred within them both. Boldness, madness, and intrigue filled the air. Was this to be a clash of the wicked? The unruly youth tossed his Pokeball into the air, catching it deftly before repeating the motion, all the while casting curious glances at Heiyu, who had just spoken to him. A flicker of interest sparked within him. Would the malevolent contender with 3 consecutive victories retain his title, or would this newcomer, a dark horse, stage a comeback? The audience held its breath in anticipation. The host, his face flushed with excitement, shouted exuberantly, exaggerating the stakes for the 2 competitors and heightening the crowd's expectations to a fever pitch. Heiyu and his opponent rose simultaneously, ascending the steps to the stage, where they exchanged long, penetrating gazes. This match would be a one-on-one battle of Pokémon, with a level cap of 20, continuing until one Pokémon was rendered unable to fight or chose to forfeit. At the referee's command, Heiyu flung a Pokeball into the arena. A burst of white light erupted, revealing the Dark Raven, which took to the air, gliding gracefully above the stage. On this intermediate platform, only Eevee and Dark Raven were eligible to compete, as the levels of the Kingler and Sharpedo had surpassed the limits. Concerned that Eevee might feel uneasy amidst such a raucous crowd, Heiyu opted to deploy Dark Raven instead. As expected, his opponent summoned a well-known Great Hound. From Heiyu's perspective, the opposing Great Hound was of mediocre breeding. Apart from its sharp teeth, it lacked any noteworthy attributes. With a resounding howl, the Great Hound made its entrance, exuding an air of menace. Intimidate. Heiyu's mind raced as he recalled this ability. Unfortunately, it had no effect on the inherently cunning and bloodthirsty avian Pokémon. After enduring the trials of the Karu Green Tunnel, Dark Raven's spirit had been tempered into something formidable. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Heiyu's mouth beneath his mask as he commanded, Dark Raven, use Tailwind to boost your speed. Though it was Dark Raven's first battle before such a large audience, it quickly complied, conjuring wisps of wind around its body, one of which permeated its form, significantly enhancing its speed. Observing his opponent's growing unease as his usual intimidation tactics faltered, the delinquent felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he had meticulously trained the Great Hound to excel in this regard, and its previous victories had relied heavily on this advantage. Great Hound, unleash another roar. The malevolent contender, now on edge, issued the command, hoping to regain control. The Great Hound opened its massive jaws, revealing bloodstains that hinted at a previous opponent, and emitted a horrendous roar, sending sound waves toward Dark Raven. Dark Raven, counter with Screech. Heiyu commanded. Dark Raven let out a piercing cry. Although it lacked the volume of the Great Hound's roar, nonetheless, the sound reverberated through the audience, causing many to cover their ears. Fear not, Great Hound. Use roar again. The malevolent trainer, despite his previous successes, felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The Great Hound had yet to sustain any serious injuries in its previous matches, but it had expended considerable energy. With the current battle seeming increasingly unfavorable, the Great Hound lacked any ranged attacks to counter the airborne Dark Raven. Sweat beads formed on the trainer's brow as he grappled with his inability to alter the course of events. However, Heiyu's next instruction ignited a flicker of hope within him. Dark Raven, ascend and dive, attacking with your wings. The malevolent trainer's heart soared at the prospect of a close-quarters clash, shouting, Great Hound, charge in and use bite. Both Pokémon braced themselves for the impending confrontation. Dark Raven soared high, the wind swirling around it, maximizing its speed before diving downward, a shadow hurtling through the air, with a determined glint in its eyes. The Great Hound prepared to unleash its energy-laden bite. Yet, before it could execute its strike, Dark Raven appeared before it in a flash, moving with such swiftness that there was no time to react. In a moment of sheer terror, the Great Hound caught sight of the ravenous gaze in Dark Raven's eyes before pain surged through its body. With a staggering motion, the great hound collapsed, howling in agony as it succumbed to the overwhelming torment. But the assault did not cease. This was Yu's battle philosophy, to launch a relentless offense when the enemy falters. As the great hound lay unconscious, the once quiet audience erupted into cheers, this time in celebration of Dark Raven's triumph. The arena no longer belonged to the malevolent contender, just as he once basked in the glory of victory. Now the entirety of the arena's adulation was directed towards Yu. As he prepared to exit the stage, the defeated trainer cast a lingering glance at the prize pool, regret flooding his heart. Had he not succumbed to greed and chosen to fight one more match, the accumulated 60,000 alliance coins and a mysterious gift would have been his. Alas, humans are inherently avaricious, always yearning for more. The match concluded. Let us congratulate contestant Yu for defeating his opponent, seizing this arena, and becoming the new champion, while the prize pool increases by 20,000 alliance coins. Will contestant Yu choose to continue the challenge? Should he triumph in the next battle, his winnings will accumulate to 40,000 alliance coins. The host fervently endeavored to evoke a response from Yu, urging him to continue fighting. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in a chorus of encouragement. To Yu, 20,000 alliance coins may seem a trifling sum, but to the vast majority of ordinary individuals who lacked Pokémon and had not yet become trainers, it represented several months' wages. Their innate desires for greed and envy were inflamed, and they clamored for Yu to continue battling. Win, win, keep winning. As the stakes grew ever higher, the audience eagerly anticipated the moment when a contestant would lose it all, basking in the spectacle of regret painted across their face. The ugliness of the human heart was laid bare in that moment. Chapter 79. Consecutive victories indeed. I have chosen to continue defending my title. As the victor over the vicious wolf, Yu naturally inherited the fervent cheers of the crowd. Black sky, black sky, black sky. He welcomed the dark crow to perch upon his shoulder and gradually descended from the arena, making his way towards the competitor's corridor. Meanwhile, the club system had already begun matching Yu with a new opponent. In the dimly lit corridor, the dark crow let out a hoarse caw. Caw, caw. Yu gently stroked the dark crow's body and retrieved a small energy cube from his sleeve to restore its stamina. In truth, the dark crow had not exerted itself to the fullest in the previous battle, nor had it sustained any injuries. It had merely utilized a few skills, expending a small amount of energy. Recovery would be swift, yet it was evident that the dark crow had entered a bloodthirsty and combative state. This was an inherent trait of avian spirits. Well done, Dark Crow. Remember the sensation of utilizing Tailwind just now. Maintain that accelerated state even during battle. And once you become proficient, strive to assist your teammates more frequently, Yu encouraged softly. Turning his head, although he had placed significant bets and craved the rewards, his primary goal remained to refine his spirit's combat techniques. As for wealth, earning a bit on the side without hindering the training of his spirit would indeed be splendid. Upon reaching the betting station, he collected his quadrupled reward, and an additional 400,000 alliance coins were credited to his account. Please, Black Sky contestant, proceed to the competition arena. Please, Black Sky contestant, proceed to the competition arena. Before Yu could rest for a few moments, a new match was upon him. Such was the allure of the arena battles. Continuous fighting was the key to unlocking a spirit's potential, precisely what Yu desired. Casting a glance at the spirited Dark Crow, he donned his mask once more and stepped out of the corridor with resolute strides. He glanced at the betting odds, which had reverted to normal figures. Yu, having demonstrated commendable strength in the previous fight, felt no inclination to place further bets, as it was only natural for the club to adjust the odds. On the junior arena, Yu had already established himself among the elite. His next opponent did not appear to hail from the Hoenn region. The accent in their speech bore a resemblance to that of the Sinnoh region. Their spirit was also a native of Sinnoh, the Starly. The two spirits engaged in an aerial chase, darting through the air like bolts of lightning, captivating the audience's attention. One could only see the contrasting black and gray figures in relentless pursuit, with the Dark Crow maintaining the upper hand thanks to the tailwind. Heiyu offered no respite to his adversary. Dark Crow pursue. The Dark Crow swiftly appeared alongside the Starly, raising a wing to deliver a powerful strike. With the advantage of its Dark-type affiliation, the attack was formidable. Moreover, in terms of base stats, it overwhelmingly outclassed its opponent. The Starly was struck down to the ground, crashing onto the arena and kicking up a cloud of dust. Do not grant him an opportunity. Use wing attack, Heiyu commanded coldly. The Dark Crow heeded its trainer's instruction, understanding that when the enemy faltered, it was imperative to press the advantage and deny them a moment's respite. As a tide of milky energy flowed across the ground, a gentle breeze appeared to act on cue, swiftly dispersing the thick smoke. At this moment, the Starly lay unconscious on the arena floor, contorted in a vulnerable position. Its once vibrant plumage had dulled, and wounds were oozing blood, staining the arena a deep crimson. The scattered feathers around it served as silent testimony to the severity of its injuries. Yet, in the face of such a brutal scene, the surrounding spectators displayed no signs of pity. On the contrary, their eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor, relishing the intensity of the blood-soaked, violent, and exhilarating battle. And now, let us congratulate contestant Black Sky on achieving an impressive 2 consecutive victories. His prize has accumulated to an astounding 40,000 coins, alongside a more precious, mysterious gift awaiting him. The host's impassioned voice resonated throughout the arena. Immediately, a substantial stack of cash appeared in the prize pool, creating a magnificent spectacle. The visual impact struck the audience like a sword, invigorating every spectator in attendance. Countless attendees erupted in cheers, their faces flushed with excitement, brandishing placards and chanting slogans, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled fervor. Caw! Caw! The Dark Crow alighted on Heiyu's shoulder, emitting a joyful call. Well done, Dark Crow. However, do not underestimate your opponents. The upcoming matches will only grow more challenging. Heiyu gazed up at the host, choosing to continue fighting. Defending this arena and striving for a 10-game winning streak will be no easy feat. Moreover, obtaining that coveted ability capsule would not come easily. Upon achieving 10 consecutive victories, the arena showdown would commence. Only by winning the showdown could he claim the million-value ability capsule. As expected, with each passing battle, the strength of his opponents escalated, and the Dark Crow found itself facing increasingly formidable challenges. Heiyu's winning streak swiftly reached 9 consecutive victories. At this juncture, the Dark Crow bore several wounds, its disheveled feathers interspersed with moist blood. This tournament format afforded no opportunity for healing or stamina restoration. Simultaneously, Heiyu's prize money had accumulated to 180,000 Alliance coins. If he could win the 10th match, he could temporarily seal the competition, at least avoiding the showdown in its current state. Heiyu quietly exhaled, though the 10th match remained a daunting challenge. His opponent, a seasoned competitor boasting an 8-game winning streak, possessed a spirit at the uppermost level of the junior arena, level 20. The crux of the matter was that the opponent's spirit was a Scyther from the Kanto region. Although the adversary's spirit had also expended energy, it had only sustained a single wound on its leg. Conversely, the Dark Crow bore numerous abrasions and scratches. After applying healing spray to the Dark Crow's wounds, Heiyu softly inquired, "How are you feeling, Dark Crow? Do you have confidence?" The matchmaking mechanism was controlled by the organizers, so it was only natural for them to select a formidable opponent. After all, it was evident that the Scyther had undergone early evolution through the use of Metal Coat, sacrificing potential for immediate power, a strategy detrimental to the spirit's future growth. Conversely, had the organizers chosen not to confront Heiyu here, he would have felt uneasy, suspecting some covert scheme at play. After all, he cared little for the 200,000 prize pool. His primary concern lay with the highest-level mysterious gift awaiting him after achieving 10 consecutive victories. During a brief respite, he had researched the treasures obtained by those who reached 10 consecutive victories, discovering that most were spirit items or evolution stones, each valued at several 100,000 Alliance coins. Not to mention, after the 10 consecutive victories, he could apply for a showdown, where victory would yield the truly extraordinary ability capsule. I'm not afraid of your open challenge. Even if your visible power is formidable, I dread the cunning tricks you might employ. Open arrows are easy to evade, yet hidden daggers are treacherous. Heiyu inquired about the odds for this match, wondering if the organizers were expanding the betting pool for greater profit or for some other reason. The upper limit for participants' bets has astonishingly reached 500,000. With a flicker of inspiration, Heiyu decisively wagered 500,000 alliance coins. Chapter 80. 10 consecutive victories. The Dark Crow narrowed its eyes, feeling a slight sting from the cool sensation on its wound. At the same time, a pair of fierce, blood-red eyes swept toward the opposing scyther. Caw! The Dark Crow's feathers fluffed up in excitement as it let out an enthusiastic cry. Black Feather smiled faintly, a hint of madness flashing in his gaze, and exclaimed, "Excellent, this is the feeling." Dark Crow, breaking free in dire straits, advancing in perilous situations. At this moment, Black Feather and the Dark Crow locked eyes, achieving a certain resonance of spirit. Now, let us welcome the contestants. Black Feather calmed himself, took a deep breath, and slowly stepped onto the arena, his expression serene. His opponent also cast a glance, his serious eyes tinged with disdain, particularly as he noted Black Feather's delicate skin, instantly concluding that this individual was undoubtedly quite young. However, Black Feather was slightly surprised that his opponent chose not to wear a mask. With the referee's command, both sides released their Pokémon. The Dark Crow and Scyther fixed their piercing gazes on one another. Scyther used Bullet Punch. Right from the start, Scyther unleashed its signature move, prompting Black Feather to suspect its ability might be that of a technical expert. Everything would need to be tested in the upcoming battle. Dark Crow, Tailwind. A gentle breeze appeared, swirling around Dark Crow as it deftly evaded Scyther's Bullet Punch with a graceful sidestep in midair. Scyther truly lived up to its reputation as the Red Lightning. With the execution of Bullet Punch, its speed was unrelenting, and its leaping ability was astonishingly formidable. Scyther, rapidly approaching, used Fury Cutter. Scyther nodded slightly, its feet swiftly propelling it forward, crossing half the arena in mere moments. In its high-speed movement, its velocity was hardly inferior to that of Dark Crow. Don't mind him, leveraging the Tailwind to gain distance. Dark Crow unleashed Tailwind. Although Bug-type moves counter Dark types, Flying types resist Bug-type moves, which was one of the reasons Black Feather had initially chosen Dark Crow as a defensive point. The two Pokémon swiftly engaged in combat. Scyther, utilizing its rapid movement, relentlessly pursued Dark Crow ahead. Unfortunately, bolstered by Tailwind, Dark Crow was no slouch in speed either. While soaring, it used its wings to whip up gusts of wind as attacks. The spectators could only witness a red flash and a dark silhouette racing across the arena, unable to discern the true forms of the Pokémon. Nevertheless, the exhilarating battle sent adrenaline coursing through the audience, and coupled with the stirring music, waves of fervent cheers erupted. Simultaneously, the organizers reminded the audience that betting would soon close, attempting to entice further consumption. The Battling Club's backing organization undoubtedly understood the pulse of the crowd, knowing precisely how to capitalize on profit. Having won several matches consecutively, Black Feather's previous odds meant that even substantial bets wouldn't yield significant returns, but this was different. The clash of an 8-time and a 9-time champion on the beginner stage was undoubtedly the pinnacle of combat. Consequently, countless affluent patrons were lavishly wagering their fortunes. As the two Pokémon collided, the passage of time gradually slowed their speeds. High-speed movement was inherently a psychic-type maneuver, and for Scyther to master it was already a remarkable feat, let alone to use it consecutively. However, the Dark Crow, with its prankster ability, could once again employ Tailwind. After the Tailwind boost, Dark Crow unleashed Scare. A thunderous sound echoed from above, causing Scyther to clutch its ears in pain, the brief ringing momentarily disorienting it. A prime opportunity arose. Dark Crow seized the moment to use Peck. Dark Crow spun in midair, diving down with its beak sharpened and radiating a silvery glow. Even though this move was not entirely perfected, aided by the Tailwind and the momentum of the dive, Dark Crow resembled a shooting star, hurtling towards Scyther with astonishing speed. "Scyther, defend yourself." The opposing trainer's urgency was palpable. Clearly, when a defense was forced out in battle, it signified that the conflict had reached a fever pitch. Scyther utilized Metal Claw. Its massive fist transformed into a gleaming metallic sheen, striking down toward Dark Crow with ferocity. Yet, Dark Crow would not yield easily. The attack was thwarted, blocked by its defense. Dark Crow swiftly flapped its wings, retreating rapidly. Thanks to the tailwind support, it narrowly avoided the heavy blow by merely half a body length. Scyther boasted an impressive base stat total of 500, with a staggering 130 in physical attack, compelling Black Feather to exercise caution. If Dark Crow were to endure even a single hit from its opponent, it would undoubtedly suffer significant injury. If the opponent possessed a technical expert ability, that Metal Claw might even spell doom for Dark Crow. Thus, Black Feather instructed Dark Crow to evade continuously, never daring to engage in a direct clash of skills or close combat. Just as Black Feather pondered how to turn the tide, he noticed a stumble from Scyther as it raced across the arena, catching his sharp attention. Was it a wound on Scyther's left leg? It seemed to be affecting its run far more severely than its exterior suggested. Black Feather observed keenly. Dark Crow had endured 9 battles and indeed expended considerable stamina. But how fit could the 8-time champion truly be? Scyther's left leg was undoubtedly a vulnerability. A wild decision surged within Black Feather's mind as he issued commands to the Dark Crow, who was pulling away in the center of the arena. Dark Crow, attack Scyther's left leg, use Tailwind. Upon hearing this, Dark Crow executed a dazzling spin in the air, flapping its wings to unleash 2 gusts of wind, one from each side, aimed directly at Scyther's left leg. Scyther dodge. The trainer's shout urged Scyther to disregard its fatigue and prepare to leap away once more. Yet, a piercing sound soon followed, causing it to clutch its head in distress. Dark Crow's move scare. With no time to evade, the 2 gusts of wind engulfed Scyther, the force of the winds tearing at its already injured left leg. Scyther, it cried out in pain, staggering to one knee. As it lifted its head, a dark figure surged toward it with incredible speed. In this battle, Dark Crow unleashed wing attack. A shadow swept past, its black wings slamming down onto Scyther's left leg. The intense agony rendered Scyther unconscious, collapsing with a thud. The arena erupted into cheers. 10 consecutive victories. It had been nearly half a year since such a feat had been witnessed. The beginner's arena had once again welcomed its undisputed champion. The Dark Chosen and his Dark Crow. Black Feather cast a sympathetic glance at the fallen Scyther, knowing that the premature evolution via Metal Coat had already drained its potential. Coupled with the earlier battle where its left leg had received no treatment and was relentlessly attacked by his Dark Crow, without a powerful healing Pokémon, that left leg might very well be rendered useless. Even if it were to be treated, it would likely result in a permanent disability, leaving it stagnant for life. Yet, what did it matter to him? A cruel smile crept across Black Feather's lips, his eyes glinting with a madness unique to dark types. This scene was observed by a delinquent youth in the audience with a red mohawk, whose eyes flickered with a hint of admiration as he regarded Black Feather. How intriguing. This is the very demeanor a dark-type trainer should possess. The delinquent propped a foot on his seat, drawing ire from nearby spectators, yet he remained unfazed, still toying with a Pokeball in his hand. Chapter 81. The Dark King of Evil. Huayue, the formidable Scyther, has succumbed to defeat, rendering the victor Black Sky and his Dark Raven. The Scyther was initially a chance encounter in a forest, intended to be nurtured as a primary Pokémon, even to the extent of seeking out a metallic film. However, after achieving an impressive 7 victories, an insatiable greed for the mysterious reward of 10 consecutive wins began to fester within him. This led to an early evolution of the Scyther, depleting its potential. He had anticipated that with the strength of Scyther, securing the 10 consecutive wins would be effortless, yet he was unexpectedly bested by a seemingly youthful contender. As he retreated in dismay, the arena was left with only Black Feather, basking in the adoration and fervor of the audience. A remarkable 10 consecutive victories. The spectators who had been present since the first match roared the loudest, and the host began to present rewards to Black Feather. In addition to a prize pool of 200,000, the most coveted item was the mysterious gift. Now, let us invite the contestant Black Sky to unveil the mysterious gift publicly. After all, this is the enigmatic reward for 10 consecutive wins. The cheers from the audience intensified as Black Feather received an exquisite gift box from a sensually dressed lady. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened it. Inside lay a stone as dark as the night itself. The dark stone. Black Feather raised an eyebrow. Feeling a tinge of surprise, it seems the organizers are intentionally trying to curry favor with me, knowing that the evolution of Dark Raven requires a dark stone. However, this particular evolution stone appears to possess only a moderate quality. Dark Raven requires a dark stone to evolve into a crow boss, and Black Feather planned to procure one from the black market of the next major city, as he was not in a rush due to Dark Raven's low level. Unexpectedly, he had acquired one here, albeit of seemingly inferior quality, classified as intermediate. Generally, evolution stones with a quality below 60 are deemed low-grade. Those ranging from 60 to 90 are considered intermediate, while those exceeding 90 in purity are regarded as high-grade. As the camera zoomed in, the screen displayed the true nature of the mysterious gift that Black Feather had received. An evolution stone undoubtedly reignited the enthusiasm of the audience. Even an ordinary evolution stone holds a value of several 100,000, equivalent to the earnings of most individuals over decades. Coupled with the 200,000 Alliance coins from the prize pool, Black Feather amassed nearly 1 million Alliance coins in profits over just one afternoon of 10 matches. Not to mention, afterwards, Black Feather could apply for another arena battle. A victory would grant him the extraordinary treasure, an attribute capsule capable of forcibly altering a Pokémon's genetics to change its attributes. Noticing the longing gaze of Dark Raven perched on his shoulder, Black Feather hurriedly covered the gift box. It was not yet time for Dark Raven to evolve. After glancing at the raucous crowd, Black Feather descended from the stage and entered the contestant passageway. Perhaps the next time he returned here, it would be for an arena battle. Having previously wagered 400,000, he had earned nearly 1 million just from betting this afternoon's matches, not to mention the evolution stone. Just as Black Feather prepared to tally his spoils, a staff member suddenly approached him, saying, "Sir, a spectator asked me to deliver this manual to you." Instinctively, Black Feather received the manual and inquired, "A manual? Do you know the name of that patron? Did they leave any information?" A puzzled expression crossed his face. The staff member seemed extremely busy, offering only a brief remark before hastily departing. "That spectator wanted me to tell you that the dark attribute is the best attribute. Offense is the best defense." Wasn't that the very sentiment expressed by that delinquent youth in the audience? Black Feather distinctly remembered the striking red mohawk hairstyle of that unruly boy. But what could it mean for him to leave behind a manual? Perplexed, Black Feather slowly opened the manual to find it contained methods for nurturing dark attribute Pokémon. Offense is the best defense, the beauty of evil, the aesthetics of wickedness. Dark attribute Pokémon are generally perceived as cruel and malevolent representatives, yet they often harbor an inherent frenzy of power. Their might is contingent upon the ability to channel it. Speak freely, for power is justice. Why? Black Feather felt bewildered. Some parts he could barely comprehend, while much of it remained inscrutable. He quickly finished reading the thin manual. Just as he contemplated discarding it, the final page's signature caught his eye. Huayue. The name suggested a feminine identity, yet recalling the earlier person's attire and the content of the manual, an image suddenly materialized in Black Feather's mind. The dark attribute champion Huayue from the Hoenn region. In a flurry, Black Feather sought information online, but due to the scarcity of available data, he found little of value. Thus, he turned to the Orange Flower Gym's library, hoping to discover more about the Four Kings. After an extensive search, he finally stumbled upon precious information and photographs in a book. Upon seeing the picture of the delinquent youth, who bore an uncanny resemblance, Black Feather was struck with astonishment. Could it be that the individual he had just debated with was indeed one of the Four Kings? In an instant, the image of that brazen boy in the audience flashed in his mind. Black Feather was engulfed with disbelief at his sheer luck in encountering one of the Four Kings. Despite his efforts to escape the throng, The crowd's overwhelming flow rendered him unable to break free. Lying in bed, Black Feather's mind remained in a daze, struggling to grasp the reality that he had come face to face with a four-king, and more astonishingly, had engaged in a rebuttal against them. Does King Huayue adhere to the philosophy of ultimate offense? Black Feather murmured. Seated on his bed, he pondered how a distinguished four-king could masquerade as a delinquent youth. Was it that every king or champion had a side occupation? A detective, an archaeologist, an actor, or perhaps one who simply enjoyed rock collecting? Chapter 82. The cold-hearted boy Dark Corvid employ peck drill. At Black Feather's command, the beak of the Dark Corvid transformed into a sharp, gleaming silver point. Spinning rapidly like a drill, a shadow darted forward, crashing directly into the tree. As the pointed beak pierced the trunk, a stream of milky resin flowed forth, releasing the fragrant aroma of the wood. Black Feather approached, praising Dark Corvid while offering it an energy cube to replenish its stamina. Currently, Black Feather was training in the outskirts, as the Pokémon Center in Green Meadow Town lacked appropriate training facilities. In comparison to larger cities, this place was significantly underdeveloped. Thus, he had no choice but to venture into the wilderness for training. However, little Eevee seemed to revel in this environment, particularly enjoying the fresh-scented air. Beneath the bright sun and gentle breeze, little Eevee frolicked joyfully on the lawn, rolling about in a world of delight. Yet, this exuberance only occurred after completing its basic training. Once training concluded, little Eevee immediately adopted a carefree attitude, casting aside Black Feather's demand for diligence. Glancing at her master, who was intently instructing Dark Corvid, a flicker of displeasure crossed her mind. Pouting, her face displayed a comical expression that was irresistibly cute, making one yearn to pinch her cheeks. Feeling a tinge of jealousy, little Eevee then shifted her gaze towards Big Claw Lobster, who was diligently practicing dragon dance. And a sense of grievance welled up within her. It seemed that everyone was preoccupied, leaving no one to play with her. Observing the lack of attention from those around her, an audacious thought suddenly emerged in little Eevee's mind. Cautiously, she ventured deeper into the forest, her eyes gleaming with mischief. After achieving 10 consecutive victories in the Battle Club, the arena challenge could be postponed, so there was no rush to engage in it. Black Feather, observing the Pokémon training earnestly, felt a sense of satisfaction. The arena challenge essentially consisted of a contest between two trainers who had both achieved 10 consecutive victories. Victory would yield the ultimate reward, a capsule for item attributes. As Black Feather pondered, a sudden flurry of insect sounds disrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, he spotted 3 Venomoths greedily flitting towards him. Sensing an unusual scent in the air, he looked back at the tree that Dark Corvid had shattered during training. The resin oozing from the tree emitted an extraordinarily alluring fragrance, seemingly possessing a fatal attraction for Pokémon. Could it be that he unwittingly selected a tree harboring some special medicinal material? Black Feather mused. He commanded his Pokémon to attack, preventing the 3 Venomoths from getting too close. Dark Corvid, summon the wind. Great White Shark, Big Claw Lobster, use water gun. Little Eevee, employ Swift. Standing beneath the shade, Black Feather calmly directed his Pokémon to launch their offensive. Soon, the 3 Venomoths were swiftly rendered incapacitated, plummeting to the ground. Go! Pokeballs! Black Feather hurled 3 Pokeballs in succession, capturing each one. Approaching the tree, he delicately wiped the resin with his fingers and tasted it, taking a moment to ponder before information flooded his mind. The unknown resin had a somewhat astringent flavor, imbued with a faint energy. Drawing upon his experience as an apprentice breeder, he quickly surmised its general properties. Aside from its irresistible allure to Pokémon, it likely also promoted the growth of bug-type Pokémon. However, something felt amiss. Ordinarily, little Eevee would have rushed over to him at the first hint of such a delectable treat. Realizing the discrepancy, he noted the absence of little Eevee during the battle with the Venomoths. Turning to look around the camp, he found no trace of her. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead as a wave of anxiety washed over him. After inquiring with his 3 Pokémon, they all shook their heads, indicating they were unaware of little Eevee's whereabouts. Dark Corvid, Please search the nearby forest. Black Feather commanded. After fruitlessly searching the vicinity, he decided to delve deeper into the woods, instructing Dark Horvid to remain close to the campsite and not venture too far. As he hastily traversed the forest, his arms swayed slightly, fingers rubbing together in an anxious manner. His typically emotionless gaze showed signs of agitation for the rarest of moments. A pang of regret filled Black Feather's heart. He realized he should not have indulged little Evie so much, leading to her mischievous behavior. Resolving that he would discipline her sternly once he found her, he pressed onward. Just then, a familiar howl echoed from the other side of the forest, causing Black Feather to startle. Is that little Evie's voice? Has she encountered danger? Without a moment to think, he dashed towards the source of the sound, beads of sweat trickling down his face and ultimately dripping onto his shoes. With each stride, his breathing grew heavier until he finally reached a nearby grove, spotting little Evie's figure. However, at that moment, little Evie was seated on the ground, sobbing inconsolably next to a cold-faced boy clad in adventure gear. What is this? She was captured by another trainer. The boy regarded the weeping Evie with disdain, muttering in dissatisfaction. Black Feather approached with a darkened expression, standing behind little Evie, and gave her a firm tap on the head. What are you doing running off? Little Evie, finding solace in Black Feather's presence, leaped into his arms without regard for her disheveled fur, clutching his clothing tightly while crying out loudly. Heaven knows what she had just endured. She had been hit on the head with a Pokeball 7 times by a stranger who didn't even recognize that she was Black Feather's Pokémon. Little Evie's cries created an awkward atmosphere, and the cold boy scrutinized Black Feather, who cradled the sobbing Evie. It seemed the boy had realized that the Evie he had unsuccessfully attempted to capture with 7 Pokeballs was indeed someone else's Pokémon, and that the trainer had come looking for her. Hello, my name is Lacey I. Chapter 83. The future direction of the elves upon hearing that familiar title and noticing the resemblance of the individual before him to the memories of his past life. Heiyu's heart was already resolute. Could this be Shinji's elder brother? From the recollections in his mind, Heiyu was aware that this person, although hailing from the Sinnoh region, had traversed numerous areas including Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn, achieving commendable results in the regional league competitions, gym challenges, and battle frontier contests. Yet, everything crumbled during that fateful battle in Shin, which shattered Reiji's resolve, leading him to abandon his path as a trainer and instead become a breeder, establishing a breeding house. Heiyu gazed at the cold youth before him, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he spoke. Greetings, I am Heiyu. Before he could elaborate on the situation regarding EV, Reiji interjected, you are truly a lacking trainer, allowing your little elf to venture out alone. It seemed Reiji was attempting to mask the fact that he had just failed to capture EV 7 times without discerning its condition. How peculiar. I recall Reiji from the anime as being quite genteel. Heiyu mused, casting a scrutinizing glance at the aloof, purple-haired youth. Unbeknownst to Heiyu, Reiji's demeanor had once mirrored that of his younger brother Shinji, perhaps even exceeding it prior to the harsh lessons he received from Shin. Useless fool, Reiji thought, feeling somewhat unnerved by Heiyu's penetrating gaze. Heiyu's darkened eyes fixed on Reiji, and for a fleeting moment, a flicker of murderous intent surged within him. Ever since he had acquired his Pokémon, his journey had been smooth sailing, and no one had dared to mock him in such a manner. Reiji, sensing the chill emanating from Heiyu, instinctively took a small step back, raising his hands defensively. After regaining his composure, he straightened his posture, lifting his chin high, nostrils flaring in defiance towards Heiyu. With an air of arrogance, he blew into the whistle hanging around his neck, summoning a magnificent, majestic eagle from the Sinnoh region, the fully evolved form of the region's emblematic bird, Mukahawk. Mukahawk soared above them, emitting a resounding cry. The accompanying Skorupi tensed, its fierce gaze fixated on the eagle, ready to activate its protective shield at a moment's notice. Heiyu chuckled softly, his narrowed eyes locked onto Reiji, the hostility he exuded unmistakable and unmasked. After soothing the distressed EV in his arms, Heiyu ignored Reiji and strode purposefully out of the forest. How dare you disregard me? Reiji's voice trailed behind, but Heiyu paid it no mind. Once Heiyu had departed, Reiji exhaled a sigh of relief. He had once aided Miss Junsha in clearing remnants of a dismantled black market organization. For a brief moment, he had sensed a unique aura of danger emanating from Heiyu, reminiscent of those desperate outlaws. How could that be? He appears younger than me, Reiji muttered, his voice dwindling into uncertainty as he attempted to dismiss the thought. The Mukahawk and Skorupi beside him glanced over, prompting Reiji to hastily shift the topic to mask his embarrassment. Let us move on. Ahead lies Greenery Town, where there is said to be a battle club akin to that of Kana City. It will be perfect for training Skorupi, Reiji declared confidently before mounting Mukahawk and directing it towards Greenery Town. You little EV, how dare you sneak out while I was distracted? Hey, you admonished, gripping EV by the scruff of its neck and holding it before him. The small creature extended its tiny paws, flailing in the air, attempting to reach Heiyu, only to appear comically out of reach. Throughout their journey, Heiyu continued to chastise EV, not out of cruelty, but because as a trainer with a strong desire for control, he found it intolerable when his Pokémon disobeyed his commands. Such defiance made him feel as if he were losing his grip on the situation. Heiyu acknowledged his selfishness. He wished for his Pokémon to obey him completely, to be his possessions, yet he did not desire to strip them of their souls, rendering them mere automatons. After gazing at the pitiful expression of EV, he eventually relented, albeit only after the creature repeatedly assured him. EV, the small Pokémon clung to Heiyu's arm, nuzzling its fluffy face against his handsome features. For the next month, Heiyu oscillated between the Pokémon Center in Greenery Town and the surrounding outskirts. The progress of his Pokémon was indeed remarkable. Eevee successfully surpassed level 20, mastering a new move that could alleviate its paralysis, poisoning, and burn status, a splendid supportive skill. This would synergize beautifully with its future evolution into Espion, transforming it into a multifunctional defensive Pokémon. Dark Raven also adeptly learned and became proficient in one of its inherited moves, Beak Drill. This attack's essence lay in utilizing its rotation to pierce deeply into the foe. Dark Raven had successfully overcome this challenge, as evidenced by the myriad of drill marks on the trees in the outskirts, a testament to their arduous training, with its level reaching 18. Such rapid advancement was undoubtedly aided by the abundant Dark-type energy cubes provided by Heiyu. Additionally, the inherited move of the Dark-type surprise attack had also been grasped to a basic level. The training of the Gyarados remained steadfast, focusing on three main areas: enhancing its defensive proficiency, refining its biting skills, and honing its mastery of the speed boost ability. Heiyu had long established the foundational trajectory for Gyarados' future development, envisioning it as a dominant force in the water, a swift assassin gliding through the depths. With the speed boost ability, it could one day serve as Heiyu's mount upon the ocean, as its prowess was formidable. Although it lacked a tail, the thrust of its powerful jets propelled it across the water with the speed of a small yacht. As Heiyu approached the Pokémon Center, he took deliberate strides, ready to embark on the next chapter of their journey. Chapter 84, a grand acquisition of skill discs upon entering the hall of the Pokémon Center. Black Feather observed a few scattered groups of trainers engaged in animated conversations. Most adventurers prefer to travel in pairs due to the inherent dangers of the wilderness. Except for a select few who were exceptionally skilled and adept at survival, the majority preferred to reach the local Pokémon Center before nightfall. Black Feather's arrival went unnoticed. He quietly attended to the healing of his Pokémon and settled down to wait in the lobby. Have you heard? There has been another 10 consecutive victories at the Battle Club. One trainer exclaimed. Is that true? Didn't a 10-win champion just appear half a month ago? Another replied skeptically. Why would I lie? I heard that this new champion, like the previous one, won 10 battles in a single day using just a Scyther, defeating several trainers who had racked up 7 or 8 wins. Indeed, I've heard he has dominated the novice arena. But what exactly is a Scyther? I'm not entirely sure. It doesn't seem to be a Pokémon native to our Hoenn region. As Black Feather listened to the two seemingly ordinary trainers chatter about the Battle Club, a sudden thought struck him. He recalled his encounter with Thunderchild from 2 weeks prior. What a coincidence! Just as he was about to rise, his Pokédex buzzed with a notification from the Battle Club. Black Sky Trainer. The Battle Club has matched you with an opponent for the arena competition. Would you like to register to participate? According to Intel and online records, it was rare for the Battle Club to see a 10-win champion emerge within just 6 months. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting for another half a year. Moreover, he had little fondness for Thunderchild's arrogant demeanor. With swift resolve, Black Feather decided to register. In mere moments, the club provided the details of the competition's timing and rules. He was taken aback by Thunderchild's audacity in proposing an upgraded arena, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty. Nonetheless, it appeared that he would have to send in his Crawdaunt for the battle, as the stakes involved a precious ability capsule. Trainer Black Feather, please come to the front desk to collect your Pokémon, the attendant announced. The Pokémon shop, being the sole establishment in Verdanturf Town, was always bustling with trainers replenishing their supplies, such as Pokeballs and healing sprays. Black Feather made his way directly to the skill disc section, aware that he needed to prepare for the upcoming battles. He had gathered some information about Thunderchild, who had achieved 10 consecutive wins with a Scyther. While he was uncertain about Thunderchild's other Pokémon, he was aware of Thunderchild's Murkrow, which he had encountered in the forest. It was clear that he needed to diversify Crawdaunt's offensive capabilities. Currently, Crawdaunt only possessed dark and water-type moves, limiting its effectiveness. With the arena competition looming in half a month, he saw this as an opportunity to expand the skill pool of all his Pokémon, especially to counter Thunderchild's flying-type Murkrow. He had amassed considerable wealth, thanks to the rewards from the Orange Blossom Gym, earnings from betting at the Battle Club, and his own savings. His funds had exceeded 3 million league coins, not to mention a valuable Darkstone worth several 100,000 and a substantial stockpile of energy cubes. Suddenly, he spotted a skill disc for the move Hidden Power. His eyes sparkled with excitement. If Protect was a must-have skill for every Pokémon, then Hidden Power was equally invaluable. This move, learnable by nearly all Pokémon, had a rarity only surpassed by Protect. Hidden Power was akin to a lottery. It allowed the user to randomly select one of 18 elemental types to attack, thereby broadening a Pokémon's offensive repertoire. For instance, a Bug-type Pokémon would typically be unable to learn Fire-type moves, but with Hidden Power, it could potentially access Fire-type capabilities. The same applied to Water-type moves for Fire-type Pokémon and Fairy-type moves for Dragon-type Pokémon. Hidden Power was indeed unique, and its widespread learnability justified its high price. Black Feather could not let such a rare skill disc slip through his fingers, so he promptly purchased it for 400,000 league coins. "Excuse me, do you have any more Hidden Power skill discs in stock?" he inquired, still yearning for more. He also acquired skill discs for Rock Slide and Brick Break for Crawdaunt, priced at 180,000 and 250,000 league coins, respectively. This expenditure totaled 830,000 league coins. Such a significant purchase naturally warranted some discount, especially from an officially recognized Pokémon shop. Presenting his Level 2 league credentials, Black Feather received an impressive 10% discount. With a generous discount in hand, he decided to indulge further, avoiding the risk of finding overpriced skill discs in the black market. After deliberation, he opted to buy 4 Shadow clone skill discs for a total of 400,000 league coins, which after discount amounted to 360,000. He also procured a Shadow Ball skill disc for his EV, costing 250,000 and reduced to 225,000 league coins after the discount. His extravagant spending left the shop staff and other trainers in awe. However, in this league-certified store, the clientele was predominantly serious trainers, far removed from the shadows of illicit dealings. This allowed Black Feather the confidence to flaunt his wealth without reservation. "Hello, I would like to rent your skill learning device," Black Feather stated, opting to use the shop's facilities on the spot. A green-clad attendant, eager to please, replied, "As our most esteemed guest, you may use the device free of charge." Black Feather nodded appreciatively, forgoing further pleasantries. He utilized all the skill discs he had purchased without encountering any mishaps. The league's products were reliable. Hidden Power turned out to be Fire-type. Black Feather gazed at the data displayed on the device, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Chapter 85. Skill Instructor. The purpose of the skill disc is to directly implant the methods of skill usage into the minds of Pokémon. Therefore, as long as a Pokémon can learn a skill, it can utilize the skill disc. Moreover, skill discs are single-use only, Once consumed, they become obsolete, leaving no room for reuse. If this were in the black market, at least 7 or 8 individuals would likely be tracking the transaction. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Heiyu began to formulate a training plan for the forthcoming half-month, undoubtedly focusing on skill acquisition. After all, the only way to quickly enhance strength is through new skills, and Heiyu recalled another renowned establishment in Greenfield Town, or rather, a celebrated profession, the skill instructor. In the realm of Pokémon, various professions exist concerning Pokémon, ranging from the most basic trainers and breeders to the more enigmatic and rare alchemists, item creators. Skill instructors are among these, often possessing Pokémon that may lack raw power but are proficient in a multitude of attribute skills. Their Pokémon typically exhibit exceptional teaching abilities, which gives rise to the profession of skill instructor. The next day, Heiyu arrived at the southwestern corner of Greenfield Town, where a massive elliptical structure loomed, topped with a gigantic sphere. This establishment ranked just below the Pokémon Center and the Battle Club in prominence. As soon as Heiyu entered, he was greeted by a friendly staff member. "Hello, welcome. Are you here to find a skill instructor for your Pokémon?" inquired a bespectacled man in work attire with warmth. Heiyu nodded silently and articulated his request. "I am in search of a skill instructor who can teach Rock Slide and Shadow Clone." The Iron Claw Lobster had numerous skills to master, including Dragon Dance, Rain Dance, as well as the newly acquired Rock Slide, Shadow Clone, and Brick Break. However, priorities must be established. One cannot expect to achieve everything and end up with nothing. Heiyu decided to prioritize Rock Slide for the Iron Claw Lobster, as it was especially effective against Muck Eagle. Upon understanding Heiyu's needs, the staff member swiftly began communicating via his walkie-talkie. Before long, an elderly man clad in a colorful vest appeared, leaning on a cane, exuding vitality. Accompanying him was a mole-like Pokémon, distinguished by a sharp, fin-like steel head and hands resembling drill bits. Recognizing this Pokémon's identity immediately, Heiyu identified it as Drillbur, a special Pokémon from the Unova region, often found in underground tunnels and particularly favored by construction crews. "Ah, young man, your Pokémon wishes to learn Rock Slide, I presume?" The elderly man chuckled amiably, displaying a kindly demeanor. Yet, Heiyu did not underestimate the situation, as his Iron Claw Lobster remained alert, casting wary glances at Drillbur. Heiyu sensed that this Drillbur possessed considerable strength, likely above level 40, otherwise the Iron Claw Lobster would not display such caution. However, reassured by the legitimacy of this establishment, which belonged to the League rather than the Gray or Dark Realms, Heiyu relaxed slightly. "Indeed, my Iron Claw Lobster seeks to learn Rock Slide and Shadow Clone. Are you the skill instructor?" Heiyu politely inquired. The elder nodded with a smile and gestured for Heiyu to follow him into a spacious training room. The environment was composed of standard sandy terrain, and after verifying through the corner surveillance that the room posed no danger, Heiyu allowed his Iron Claw Lobster to enter alongside Drillbur. "Old friend, would you kindly teach this young one the Rock Slide technique?" The elder pointed his cane at the Iron Claw Lobster, radiating vitality that belied his advanced age. Yet, he could not comprehend the Pokémon's speech, only hearing the rapid sounds of Drillbur as it gestured with its drill-like hands. Through the communication of rock-type energy, several boulders coalesced from the air, crashing to the ground. The Iron Claw Lobster attempted to mimic, wielding its claws in the air, gathering some grayish-brown energy to form a stone the size of a fist. The disparity between the colossal boulders and its own small stone was stark. A wave of concern washed over Heiyu. How much progress could be made in this half-month? "Do not fret, young man. I see that your Iron Claw Lobster has been well nurtured. Drillbur has accompanied me for decades, and over the years I have instructed nearly 1,000 novice trainers." The elder reassured him, producing his work badge and suggesting that Heiyu look up his credentials online. Heiyu smiled politely, but internally scoffed at the idea of paying 300,000 League coins for half a month of instruction. His earnings as a teacher at the trainer school certainly did not match that pace. Before arriving, he had indeed researched information about skill instructors, confirming that the elder was indeed a well-regarded expert, particularly in rock, ground, and steel types. The elder had even won a championship decades ago, and despite his age, his prowess remained formidable. It was said that he was a genius in his youth. Consequently, all these factors combined led to his exorbitant fees. However, as long as results were achieved, Yu was willing to part with the necessary funds. The online reviews of the elder were exceedingly positive, with claims that even the heir of the Duin Corporation, Dawu, had sought his expertise in teaching techniques. A future champion, no less. This is why Yu was willing to invest 20,000 league coins per day for his services. The half-month passed swiftly. Throughout this period, Yu diligently absorbed knowledge about nurturing, while his Pokémon engaged in learning under the elder's guidance. The public facilities provided by the League ensured that no incidents akin to the Dark Zones would occur, and with the ability to monitor the training room at any time, he felt secure, leaving the Iron Claw Lobster in the elder's care. Iron Claw Lobster, use Rock Slide, Yu commanded. As the Iron Claw Lobster stomped its foot and swung its claws, instantly conjuring several boulders the size of human heads in the air. Drop! The stones plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. Watching the massive boulders litter the ground satisfied Yu. The investment had been worthwhile. In just half a month, achieving such proficiency with a newly learned technique was a testament to the elder's reputation as a gold standard instructor. Once more, use Rock Slide, Yu instructed excitedly, urging the Iron Claw Lobster to demonstrate its newly acquired skill. Chapter 86. The Battle Between Kingler and Talonflame Kingler. Let us prepare for battle, Yu declared as he strode purposefully out of the training grounds, making his way towards the battle club, encountering many others with a similar destination along the way. After half a month of fervent promotion, this high-stakes arena battle, featuring a wager of $1 million Poké resting on the unique capsule, had already stirred considerable excitement throughout Green Grass Town. 1 million alliance coins. For many families, such a sum could take a lifetime to accumulate. Consequently, not only residents of Green Grass Town, but also individuals from surrounding towns had flocked to the event. Upon Yu's arrival at the Battle Club, he found it teeming with spectators, with stalls lining the streets stretching for dozens of meters. Instinctively, Yu glanced around. He had often visited this place over the past fortnight in search of Huayue's whereabouts. Regrettably, the esteemed champion seemed to have long departed, leaving Yu with a sense of disappointment. Nevertheless, he had meticulously preserved the manual containing the champion's quotes. Surely, such a handwritten compilation from a king would fetch a handsome price on the black market, Yu mused. Yet, despite this thought, he could never bring himself to sell it. The profound knowledge regarding the cultivation of Dark-type Pokémon contained within was something he had only recently begun to grasp. Some of the phrases even bordered on the mystical. Even if he never utilized it in the future, he would not part with it, as it represented a valuable connection. Opportunities to associate with powerful champions like Huayue were rare, and possessing this handwritten cultivation notebook would allow him to assert that he had received guidance from the renowned champion. Yu understood the advantages of leveraging connections well. Since Huayue had gifted him this item, it was undoubtedly imbued with a sense of mentorship and appreciation. He knew he must draw closer to it, to be more astute. Why am I overthinking this? I should hasten to the arena. Today's battle will surely not be an easy one. Yu dismissed his wandering thoughts and lifted his gaze to the imposing letters spelling out Battle Club above him. Donning the mask distributed by the club, he entered the arena as Black Sky. Inside the bustling backstage of the Battle Club, in a spacious and lavishly decorated office, 4 men lounged on plush sofas, their legs crossed, as they watched various matches on the giant screen. Huh, would you look at that? The competitor in the intermediate arena has achieved 3 consecutive victories. One exclaimed, momentarily setting aside his expensive cigarette in astonishment. What's so impressive about that? The intermediate and lower arenas are hardly worth our attention. When will we see another high-stakes match? Another scoffed. Do you think high-level matches grow on trees? The small town barely sees one a year. If you're so keen, why not get someone in charge to transfer you to Kana City? Though all 4 were managers of the Battle Club, tensions occasionally flare between them, leading to a rebuttal. However, amidst their banter, it was evident that one man held prominence, as the others sought his approval, seemingly hesitant to offend him. Boss, I heard that the League has sent someone to investigate our Battle Club. Is there anything unusual happening here in the Green Grass Town branch? one individual cautiously inquired of the leader, seated comfortably in an armchair. The head of the group swirled a glass of red wine in one hand while holding a fine cigar in the other, exhaling languidly. Sensing the underlying tension among his companions, he casually remarked, "What is there to be afraid of? The incident with the Xingye family involved more than just our faction. Several prominent families were implicated. If the sky were to fall, there are taller people to bear the brunt of it. What is there to fear?" His words seemed to ease the group's anxiety, allowing them to resume their focus on the matches playing out on the screen. By the way, during today's match featuring the 10 consecutive victories, make sure not to tamper with the results. The leader warned with an unusual seriousness. While he could overlook minor manipulations in the background for personal gain, any actions that could tarnish the club's reputation would not be tolerated, as the club's standing was integral to his future aspirations. He had no desire to remain in the Green Grasstown branch indefinitely. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware of his subordinates' nature, knowing they valued money above all and would go to great lengths for profit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been involved with the Xingye family. In the intermediate arena, the audience surged with excitement as every seat was occupied. Following a month of extensive promotion, the bout between two 10 consecutive victory competitors, with a wager of $1 million on the unique capsule, had garnered significant attention. The club capitalized on this hype by slightly increasing ticket prices, resulting in a substantial profit. Ladies and gentlemen, today's intermediate arena is a clash of titans, with two formidable champions emerging within a mere month. Let's welcome the competitors Heiyu and Lacey. Masked, Heiyu ascended the stage, glancing across at Lacey, who appeared not to recognize him. Lacey, brimming with confidence, released a proud and striking talon flame. I thought it was someone noteworthy, but it's just that inept trainer again." Naturally, an incompetent trainer is accompanied by an equally unimpressive Pokémon. Lacey sneered, having recognized Heiyu through Kingler, which had been by his side that fateful day. Who would have thought that such a lackluster trainer would stand on the same stage as me? This match will demonstrate the adage that the strong remain dominant. Here, mere luck will not suffice, Lacey proclaimed arrogantly, exuding an air of entitlement. Heiyu regarded him with a look of condescending pity, choosing not to engage in an argument. He understood that individuals like Lacey would only learn humility through a painful defeat. Much like Shinji from the animated series, who dismissed Ash until a pivotal battle changed his perspective. The host, seizing the opportunity, began to stir the audience's emotions upon sensing the unusual rapport between the two competitors. Oh my, it appears that these two contenders are indeed acquainted, and it seems our contestant Lacey harbors some misconceptions about Black Sky. As the host's words resonated, the atmosphere in the audience grew increasingly lively. For humans are naturally drawn to the drama of others' relationships. Curiosity is an intrinsic aspect of human nature. Chapter 87. Fierce battle, I shall demonstrate to you what true strength entails, declared Lacey, his face brimming with arrogance. Beside him, the Mukahawk emitted an awkward cry, seemingly embarrassed on behalf of its trainer. However, the seasoned breeder, Heiyu, paid no heed to Lacey's bombast, instead scrutinizing the Mukahawk at his side. Its feathers glistened and its posture was majestic, with piercing eyes that conveyed an indomitable spirit. Clearly, it had been exceptionally nurtured. What captivated Heiyu's attention most was undoubtedly the formidable talents. While others might overlook them, Heiyu, as a breeder, immediately recognized that they had undergone special training. In battle, they would unleash tremendous explosive power, compounded by the fact that Mukahawk, being a flying-type Pokémon, was one of the rare species proficient in combat. A flicker of concern crossed Heiyu's mind. Glancing at his own Pokémon, he quickly regained composure and remarked with a gentle smile, "Indeed, with you by my side. What is there to fear? Go forth, my ace." Not to mention, he had preemptively prepared a countering move, Rock Slide, which he intended to deploy at a crucial moment. The powerful Iron Claw Lobster leapt onto the arena with a fierce countenance and sharp gaze, both Pokémon locking eyes and sensing the battle intent emanating from one another. As both Pokémon readied themselves, the referee's command heralded the instant onset of combat. "Go!" The Mukahawk cried out with resounding ferocity. Iron Claw Lobster, unleash Scald. At the outset of the battle, Heiyu commanded his Pokémon to strike first, primarily to gauge the Mukahawk's capabilities and its pivotal traits that could sway the tide of battle. At this juncture, it resembled a form of intimidation, especially given the fierce cry that had just been emitted by the opposing Pokémon, a common tactic among those with the Intimidate ability. Most trainers would have their Intimidate Pokémon feign ferocity to maximize the advantage of this trait. However, the Iron Claw Lobster remained unfazed, its resolve unshaken. With a sudden snap of its claws, a scalding jet of water surged forth towards the airborne Mukahawk. "Quickly evade," Lacey bellowed, as the Mukahawk, enveloped in a flash of white light, effortlessly vanished from one spot and reappeared elsewhere, narrowly dodging the attack. Heiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The Mukahawk's reflexes were indeed remarkable. Although avian Pokémon typically boast swift reactions, this one had undoubtedly been fed substances to enhance its nerve responsiveness. Mukahawk, use Air Slash. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Mukahawk summoned two razor-sharp blades of wind that sliced towards the Iron Claw Lobster below. Counter with Brick Break, Heiyu commanded without hesitation, as the Iron Claw Lobster raised its massive pincers to shatter the incoming blades. Heiyu was acutely aware that the Mukahawk had no exceptional long-range moves. All of its learned techniques were melee-oriented, devoid of any ranged options, not even its own type. Thus, it was likely that the Air Slash was acquired through a move tutor or another Pokémon. Heiyu's strategy was to entice the Mukahawk into close combat. Otherwise, the Iron Claw Lobster would struggle to reach such heights. Mukahawk, use Air Slash. Lacey, undeterred, frowned and issued another command. Once more, two blades were effortlessly dismantled by the Iron Claw Lobster's pincers, seemingly deliberately provoking the Mukahawk with a mocking display. With the Mukahawk's limited array of status-altering moves neutralized, the two Pokémon found themselves in a stalemate, neither willing to initiate further attacks. Lacey's brow furrowed deeper as he realized he might have underestimated his opponent. He prepared to command the Mukahawk to use Double Team, but before he could utter a word, the opposing trainer seized the initiative to taunt him. "Damn it, does this mean we can only engage in close combat?" As a seasoned trainer, Lacey believed his tactical arrangements were sound, aiming to exploit the aerial advantage for ranged assaults. Internally, he began to dismiss the notion that the Mukahawk's limitations were too significant, as it had very few long-range moves at its disposal. A full half-minute passed in tense silence, with the audience murmuring amongst themselves, yet Lacey refrained from attacking, perceiving himself ensnared in a deadlock. With status moves locked and ranged attacks ineffective, would he have to forego the aerial advantage and resort to melee combat? No, we must attack. Mukahawk, use Aerial Ace. Just as Lacey wrestled with his thoughts, he caught sight of the Iron Claw Lobster on the arena, performing a mysterious and vigorous dance. Instantly recognizing it as a dragon dance, the experienced trainer quickly commanded his Pokémon to attack, but it was too late. The Iron Claw Lobster had already mastered the technique. Before the Mukahawk could descend for its assault, the dragon dance had concluded, enhancing the Iron Claw Lobster's capabilities. Heiyu observed his empowered Pokémon with a subtle smile, satisfied that the training had borne fruit. However, he was aware that the effects of Dragon Dance were fleeting and taxing, necessitating a swift conclusion to the battle. Iron Claw Lobster, clash with Shell Smash. Heiyu, undaunted, knew well the formidable strength of his Pokémon's attacks. The Shell Smash came crashing down, yet the Mukahawk countered with a deft maneuver, dissipating the force. Unperturbed, Heiyu continued to direct the Iron Claw Lobster's assault, refusing to believe that the Mukahawk could evade a second or third strike. After the left pincer was blocked, the right pincer swiftly charged with water energy, crashing down towards the Mukahawk's head. Mukahawk, engage in close combat. Lacey was taken aback by the tenacity of this seemingly unassuming Pokémon, as the pincers swung with ferocity. Although the technique lacked the elegance of the Mukahawk's, raw power spoke volumes. With each clash, the Mukahawk found itself increasingly strained. While it had not been struck directly, the combined force of its wings against the pincers made maintaining flight increasingly arduous. After all, how could wings compete against pincers? Lacey felt a surge of anxiety as he observed, his brow furrowed tightly. The fighting techniques he had relied upon so often seemed to be rendered ineffective against sheer strength. In the past, opponents had seldom survived long enough for the Mukahawk to unleash its melee capabilities, let alone be forced into such a position. In this dire scenario, the Mukahawk's signature move, with a power rating of 120, was proving utterly futile. With pale lips, he exhaled slowly, unconsciously tightening his grip at his side, mentally berating the predicament he found himself in. But Heiyu was not one to relent. In the face of a faltering adversary, he pressed the attack. Iron Claw Lobster. Water Gun. The Iron Claw Lobster, filled with water energy, surged into the air, striking the Mukahawk, still flying at a low altitude, sending it crashing against the arena ceiling. Countless spectators looked up in unison, their actions remarkably synchronized. Chapter 88. Self-Sacrifice Trait. With a commanding shout from Heiyu, streams of scalding water erupted from the claws of the Iron Claw Lobster, striking Mukuing head-on. In an instant, the airborne Mukuing, still adjusting its posture, let out a pained cry as several feathers fell, drenched and emitting wisps of steam. Struggling to maintain its flight, Mukuing's wings, already fatigued from close combat with the Iron Claw Lobster, were further weakened by the hot water. Mukuing, quickly use feather rest to recover your stamina. Laisi shouted urgently, sensing the fleeting opportunity for provocation. Heiyu understood that it was too late to provoke. Had it been the mischievous Dark Crow, it might have executed the move first. Unfortunately, the Iron Claw Lobster was only moderately skilled in the art of provocation. Then let us employ the substitute, Heiyu commanded, and a layer resembling a protective skin manifested around the Iron Claw Lobster, capable of absorbing a powerful attack. This skill had been acquired through investment from the Joy family to enhance the Iron Claw Lobster's survivability, but had rarely been used due to the lack of worthy opponents. Though it had not been utilized, the Iron Claw Lobster had trained diligently in this skill, making it a priority. As Mukuing's surface wounds began to heal, it temporarily lost its ability to fly, prompting Heiyu to conceal Rock Slide for a moment. However, without the ability to fly, Mukuing was vulnerable to fighting-type moves, and Heiyu's eyes gleamed with determination as he focused on the low-flying Mukuing. Despite its recovery, the damage and fatigue in its wings were insurmountable. Iron Claw Lobster, execute Brick Break, Heiyu commanded as the opponent flew at a low altitude. The Iron Claw Lobster's powerful legs propelled it upward, its massive claws gathering brown energy before striking downward towards Mukuing's abdomen. Quick, use Thunderbolt to evade. Lacey realized the gravity of the situation as the Iron Claw Lobster leapt higher than expected. Unfortunately, whether due to the previous battle stunning Mukuing or the lingering damage to its wings, it failed to react in time and was struck directly by the brick break. Mukuing, once possessing both flying and normal attributes, found itself facing double damage from the fighting-type move after temporarily losing its flying attribute due to feather rest. Sweat beaded on Lei Si's forehead as he realized that from the very beginning, the battle had been orchestrated by his opponent, causing him to lose sight of his own strategy. Mukuing, use Aerial Ace. Mukuing, struggling to rise from the ground, felt a pang of despair upon hearing its trainer's command. It ascended quickly, gaining altitude. Lacey seemed to be concocting a powerful move, his eyes flashing with determination. Heiyu sensed the enhancement within the Iron Claw Lobster was gradually waning, indicating the end of Dragon Dance's boost. Just as he prepared to finish the battle swiftly, Lacey's next command shocked him. Mukuing, Brave Bird. A flicker of emotion crossed Lacey's previously calm face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and anxiety, uncertain whether this unrefined attack would succeed. Mukuing, almost at level 50 to learn this powerful move, was capable of executing it despite being only in the 30s, showcasing its exceptional potential. As it gathered its wings, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. It did not plummet but instead ignited with blue-purple energy, rocketing downwards like a missile. Heiyu's heart raced. The fierce expression Mukuing had displayed upon entering the arena must have been due to its intimidate-ability. If so, this move should inflict recoil damage, prompting Heiyu to urgently command, Iron Claw Lobster, defend. The Iron Claw Lobster raised its claws defensively, a green shield enveloping its body in preparation. With a powerful cry, Mukuing unleashed its unrefined attack, the clash of spear against shield resonating throughout the arena. The audience held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension, as silence enveloped the venue. Boom rumble! An explosion erupted on the stage, thick fog billowing across the arena. As the smoke cleared, the Ironclaw lobster stood firm, showing only minor scratches and remaining largely unscathed. Is it truly the self-sacrifice trait? Heiyu keenly observed the situation, realizing the magnitude of the recent attack. It dawned on him that this move likely received a boost from the hidden trait. However, how much stamina would Mukuing have left after using such a powerful move? A mysterious smile spread across Heiyu's face, confidence radiating from him. Ironclaw lobster, rock slide. Lacey's expression darkened, knowing that if this strike failed, it would signify the end of their chances in this match. As rock slide was unleashed, Lacey's last mental defenses crumbled, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Without further commands, he understood the futility of the situation. Mukuing lacked the strength to execute any more moves. A colossal boulder plummeted from above, crashing onto the low-flying Mukuing, burying it beneath the rubble, where it emitted a sorrowful cry, blood seeping from its wings. The scene was heart-wrenching, and Lacey felt a surge of sorrow. Although he often appeared merciless, this was a Pokémon that had been by his side for over a year. I concede. The crowd erupted in a thunderous cheer, echoing throughout the arena. The battle had concluded, and the audience celebrated the thrilling contest with exuberance. Chapter 89. The character capsule after Lacey conceded defeat and left the arena with a heavy heart. Only the cheers dedicated to Heition echoed throughout the venue. The host swiftly ascended to the center of the stage, microphone in hand, proclaiming loudly, "Let us once again congratulate contestant Heition for his resounding victory over his opponent and his triumph in the arena battle. He has also earned the ultimate reward, our club's exclusive treasure, the character capsule." The organizers fervently promoted the event, having already reaped substantial profits, and even after the competition concluded, they continued to capitalize on the excitement. As soon as the phrase exclusive treasure was uttered, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Many faces flushed crimson with envy, wishing they were the ones to claim the prize. Hidden behind his mask, Heiyu wore an expression of resignation, reluctantly playing along with the host's promotional antics until he eventually departed, leaving the stage to the club officials. Following the staff into a backstage room, he noted that aside from some ordinary sandalwood furniture, there was nothing particularly remarkable about the space. Just as he was about to take a seat, the door swung open. A masked man entered, swiftly handing Heiyu a delicate gift box without uttering a single word, then exited in silence. Heiyu, somewhat puzzled, opened the box to reveal a medium-sized blue-purple capsule resting quietly within. It appeared resplendent, and under the light, one could discern faint genetic patterns within. This was the character capsule, capable of converting a Pokémon's ability into another trait, aside from its hidden ability. A smile involuntarily crept across Heiyu's face. Such a treasure could undoubtedly fetch a staggering price in the black market. For instance, certain exceptionally gifted Pokémon burdened by their abilities could be salvaged by a character capsule. However, at present, it seemed of little use to him, as his Pokémon already possessed outstanding abilities that required no alteration. Both the giant shark and the dark crow boasted hidden abilities, with speed boost and prankster belonging to the highest echelons of traits. Eevee's adaptability would transform into synchronize upon evolving into Sylveon, perfectly aligning with Sylveon's role as a tank. As for the Kingler, its adaptability trait, which augments damage, was undeniably superior to the other two ordinary abilities. Additionally, there existed a treasure known as the Ability Ointment, which could convert ordinary abilities into hidden ones, a sort of upgraded version of the character capsule, though no news of its development had surfaced in the market yet. After waiting in the room for quite some time, a figure resembling the club's shadowy proprietor finally appeared, engaging in trivial conversation before getting straight to the point. "I wonder if our young friend Heition would be interested in joining our battle club?" Heiyu feigned contemplation outwardly, but inwardly scoffed at the notion. For to join the club merely meant becoming their pawn, covertly collaborating with them to reap profits. He considered himself no saint. If he could profit from their dealings, he might acquiesce. However, he feared that joining would render him a mere chess piece in their game, and he preferred to avoid such murky waters. Should he inadvertently entangle himself, escape would be arduous. The expression concealed beneath He Yu's mask remained inscrutable, yet he ultimately declined the invitation with polite refusal, requesting not to be held accountable. The presumed club proprietor, unfazed, paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, assuring He Yu that there would be no hard feelings. With the shadowy figure seeing him off, He Yu exited the battle club. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, the proprietor gazed at He Yu's retreating figure, a contemplative look in his eyes. Were it not for the current peculiar circumstances. Yet the exertion had taken its toll, especially given that he had maintained the Dragon Dance enhancement for a significant portion of the battle. "I beg of you, Miss Joy," He said, handing over Kingler's Pokeball to Miss Joy, before scanning the hall for an empty seat and making his way over. Just as he settled down, having barely rested for a few minutes, a familiar and cold voice pierced the air from behind. "Hey, you're He Yu, right?" Turning to see Lei Ci, who now bore an awkward expression, He Yu noticed a heightened emphasis on the word useless. Lei Ci's lips twitched slightly as he suppressed his anger. Taking a seat opposite He Yu, "You may have one to match, but it was merely luck. If my Murkrow had had ranged moves." As soon as he sat down, Lei Ci began to ramble on, summarizing his argument into a single sentence. He Yu had only won by mere chance. The more He Yu listened, the more his brow furrowed. Though he did not consider himself a virtuous person, he was devoted to his Pokémon, particularly Kingler, whom he regarded as a partner rather than a mere tool like some other trainers treated their Pokémon. Yet, Lei Ci never reflected on his own tactical errors, fixating solely on the shortcomings of his Murkrow. Determined to interrupt, He Yu retorted with a stern expression, "Your Murkrow truly fought valiantly and is quite capable, in my view. You do not deserve such a fine Pokémon. Your command and control throughout the battle were lacking." He Yu's unrelenting words undoubtedly pierced Lei Ci's pride. As someone with an exceptionally strong sense of self-worth, Lei Ci immediately countered, "As a Pokémon, the only thing that matters is winning. If you lose, you are not worthy of sympathy." His words made it abundantly clear that he viewed Pokémon as mere tools. Even his longtime companion, Murkrow, He Yu's expression faltered, recognizing that he could not sway Lei Ci's perspective. Given the inherent clash of philosophies among trainers, he opted to remain silent. "Just wait until you get utterly defeated," He Yu silently mused, taking some dark pleasure in imagining a future where Lei Ci transformed into a gentle, nurturing Pokémon breeder. "He Yu, you must have received the ultimate reward, the character capsule, right? I wonder if you would consider trading it to me. I am willing to offer the highest price on the market." Lei Ci suddenly blocked He Yu's path, his face slightly flushed as he awkwardly spoke. He Yu regarded Lei Ci with a bemused expression, observing the irony of the situation. Having previously acted aloof and argumentative, Lei Ci now sought his favor. Clearly, he lacked an understanding of social nuances. Nevertheless, this did not deter He Yu from seizing the opportunity to inflate the price. Chapter 90. Lightning Rod. Selling it to you is not a problem, but I have two questions to ask. First, who is this special ability capsule for? He Yu produced a beautifully crafted blue-violet capsule from his pocket, displaying it for Lei Ci to see. As expected, it instantly captured Lei Ci's attention. His gaze fixated on the capsule, unable to look away. "I have a Pokémon, the Rhinoceros Beetle, which is a ground and rock type, but its ability is Lightning Rod," Lei Ci said with a serious expression. He Yu's countenance became increasingly peculiar. The Lightning Rod ability is indeed quite remarkable. It draws electric-type attacks to itself, suffering no damage while enhancing its special attack. Immunity, retaliation, enhancement. This ability embodies 3 significant advantages, making it a nightmare for trainers specializing in electric types. However, its downfall lies in the fact that the Rhinoceros Beetle is a ground and rock type. One must ask, would you use an electric-type move against a ground-type Pokémon that is immune to such attacks? No wonder. Your ability and type combination is quite perplexing. He Yu chuckled to himself, But upon reflection, it was impressive that Lei Si managed to capture a rhinoceros beetle despite such a significant disadvantage. This Pokémon must possess unique qualities or exceptional potential. So much so that Lei Si would rather expend a special ability capsule to change its ability than part with it. This brings us to the secret of Lei Si's Pokémon. Even though Yu was curious, he refrained from probing further, as delving into a trainer's Pokémon secrets is a major taboo among trainers. Alright, my second question is your Murkrow's ability intimidate or reckless? Yu still couldn't comprehend whether the fierce expression Murkrow exhibited upon entering battle was indicative of the intimidate ability. If it were, then why did its brave bird attack exhibit such tremendous power later on? My battle style generally involves gathering information on my opponent's Pokémon to devise a targeted strategy. Hence, I keep details about my own Pokémon rather secretive. Therefore, I made Murkrow intentionally disguise its intimidate ability at the beginning of the battle, while in reality, its ability is the hidden ability Reckless. Upon hearing Lei Si's explanation, Yu couldn't help but admire his meticulousness. Indeed, exceptional talents are as numerous as carp crossing a river. One must never underestimate their opponent. Yu silently reminded himself to temper his arrogance, lest he become like the proud Lei Si before him or the future True Si. After their inquiries, Yu successfully sold the ability capsule to Lei Si, albeit at a slightly inflated price. In addition, he requested the method Lei Si used to simulate the intimidate ability. Ahem, this single ability capsule fetched 1.5 million alliance coins. Watching his account soar to 2.8 million coins filled Yu with renewed joy. For the next half-month, Yu trained in Green Meadow Town, occasionally venturing outdoors for survival exercises and participating in battles at the club to refine his EV. During this period, Lei Si invited Yu for another battle. Their relationship had eased somewhat, and Yu discovered that aside from a hint of pride, arrogance, and confidence in Lei Si's character, he was quite likable. Especially when it came to nurturing Pokémon, Lei Si's innovative ideas were truly remarkable. Even the exclusive training method he mastered for simulating the intimidate ability was flawless, leaving Yu in awe. Truly, he was destined to mentor the future True Si. Lei Si, the Kalu Green Tunnel is fraught with danger. Here is a map I sketched. It should provide you with some assistance. Yu handed over a hand-drawn map to Lei Si, as the latter was finally set to depart from Green Meadow Town to continue his journey. However, Yu's route was from the southwest to the northeast, while Lei Si's was precisely the opposite, heading toward Kanaz City and Changhua City, places Yu had visited previously. Thank you, Yu. I hope we can meet again at the Alliance Conference. We must have an exhilarating battle then. Lei Si refrained from uttering any irritating remarks this time, instead sharing a genuine sense of camaraderie. As Yu watched Lei Si embark on his journey, he glanced at the setting sun, murmuring to himself, I must prepare to leave as well. I've been here for nearly a month. Ultimately, after a few days of rest, Yu departed from Green Meadow Town, obtaining the contact information of the skilled tutor before leaving. After all, he may need to seek out a tutor in the future, thus expanding his network. On the following morning, Yu set off on his journey to his next destination, Furnace Town, located in the northeast of Green Meadow Town. The two towns were quite close, separated only by a small forest. According to the official travel recommendations, one should proceed east along Route 117 to reach Amethyst City. After all, the officially established roads are undoubtedly safer than traversing the wilderness. However, the Amethyst City Gym specializes in electric types, which will be quite disadvantageous for Yu's current team. Conversely, the Fire-type gym in Furnace Town was greatly reassuring. Moreover, it was said that the hot springs there were immensely popular and could even cure certain ailments. Having experienced the waves of the sea and the gentle flow of streams, Yu had never yet indulged in the pleasure of a hot spring. That night, on the outskirts of the forest, Yu set up camp with a few Pokémon, while his Murkrow circled the area, remaining vigilant against wild Pokémon attacks. Eevee eagerly pulled a picnic blanket across the grass, unable to wait to lie down and relish its softness. In contrast, the Sharpedo remained quiet, nestled in a small automatic pool he had previously purchased. Crackling sounds echoed in the night as the darkness gradually enveloped the land. Heiyu sat quietly by the campfire, its flickering flames illuminating his slightly weary yet expectant face. He curled up slightly, cradling the adorably small Evie in his arms. At this moment, Evie resembled a serene little angel, its soft fur brushing against Heiyu's skin, providing a delicate sensation. Heiyu gazed down at the sleeping creature in his embrace, his eyes reflecting tenderness. In his hand, he fiddled with a small device resembling a thermometer, the intimacy detector. Just before leaving, he had purchased this new item from the Green Meadow Town Pokémon shop. Heiyu carefully aimed the device at Eevee, and a beam of red light swiftly swept across, followed by a scan of himself. The previously blank screen on the device illuminated with 7 dazzling heart symbols. A perfect score of hearts. The intimacy detector displayed a total of only 7 hearts, and now all were aglow, undeniably proving the extraordinary bond between Heiyu and his little Eevee. Reflecting on this, Heiyu couldn't help but gaze at the sleeping Eevee once more. It seemed that the little Eevee's experience was sufficient for evolution. Heiyu's touch grew ever gentler as he caressed Eevee's fur, his spirits lifted at the thought. Chapter 91. The Floating Bubble Ivysaur used Shadow Clone. At Black Feather's command, the Ivysaur, standing on the lawn, instantly split into 2. Another Ivysaur, identical in appearance, emerged. However, compared to its original counterpart, the clone wore a resolute expression, while its demeanor appeared rather vacant, easily distinguishable upon closer inspection. The primary training for shadow clones encompasses 3 key aspects. First, enhancing the realism of the clone. Second, accelerating the execution speed of techniques. And third, prolonging the duration of the clone's existence. Little Ivysaur, there's no need to rush into the latter 2. Focus solely on making the shadow more lifelike, Black Feather encouraged, bending down to stroke the small creature's head. This is the advantage of having a trainer. Were it a wild Pokémon undergoing training, such a meticulous plan would be unattainable, leaving them to fumble in the dark. Many wild Pokémon lack an understanding of combat, knowing only to unleash their skills without grasping the most suitable fighting style until they are captured by humans. In the wild, one often encounters Pokémon with exceptionally high physical attack stats, yet exclusively utilizing special attack moves, while those adept in defense may solely focus on offense. Without a trainer's guidance, wild Pokémon often possess combat abilities that are significantly diminished compared to their level-match counterparts. Of course, some high-level wild Pokémon develop their own survival strategies over time. Thus, many trainers harbor a reluctance, even an aversion, to capturing established wild Pokémon, as rectifying their long-standing combat styles becomes a Herculean task. Trainers must invest considerable effort to amend the physical training errors ingrained in these Pokémon. Given such complexities, it is often more prudent to capture a Pokémon in its infancy, ensuring loyalty and intimacy, while also allowing for the establishment of a tailored developmental approach. This avoids the pitfalls encountered by wild Pokémon, who, lacking a trainer's nurturing, squander their potential and may veer off course. Certainly, there exist exceptions where certain wild Pokémon discover effective developmental methods independently and thrive. However, these cases are exceedingly rare. By a twist of fate, Black Feather encountered one such exception today, a Kingler, amidst the dense jungle. As Black Feather dashed through the underbrush, the Kingler struggled to keep pace. A scalding jet of water shot towards a nearby Pokémon, and to Black Feather's astonishment, the creature withstood the blow with apparent indifference. What an incredible sight! Has it transformed into a water type again? Including its previous fire and ice forms, this floating bubble seems to have mastered 3 distinct transformations. Given its rapid transition between forms, its proficiency is evident. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. With a commanding shout, Black Feather summoned his Dark Raven, which sped forth from the thicket, enveloping all allied Pokémon in a gentle breeze, a favorable wind state. The little Ivysaur leaped among the branches, eagerly pursuing the fleeing Pokémon, reveling in the thrill of the chase. How exhilarating! The little Ivysaur swiftly conjured a dark sphere of energy and launched it toward the blue gas ahead. The black orb, imbued with ghostly energy, struck the floating bubble, now in its rainy form. The impact sent the floating bubble crashing against a tree, yet akin to a sponge. It effortlessly rebounded, unharmed by the collision. Being comprised of gaseous matter, the floating bubble is largely immune to physical damage. In its rainy form, it dripped water from its sponge-like body onto the ground. Stumbling to its feet, the floating bubble began to gather a massive balloon of energy at its chest, gradually shifting from a milky white to a sky blue. The weather ball was unleashed. Depending on the current weather, the power and type of the move would transform. Although it was sunny, the rainy form altered the weather's influence, resulting in a water-type attack. While launching its assault, the floating bubble swiftly morphed into its ice-type form, transitioning into a snowy form with remarkable speed, further delighting Black Feather. A wild prodigy, Black Feather's desire to capture this floating bubble was not solely based on its remarkable ability to change forms, but also stemmed from its unparalleled mastery over weather-related skills. At level 20, it could autonomously learn Rain Dance, Sunny Day, and Hail, an impressive feat, while other Pokémon, such as Milotic or Swampert, could also learn Rain Dance. They typically required much higher levels, often in the 40s or 50s. Yet, this floating bubble could grasp these concepts by merely reaching level 20. Black Feather had witnessed the arduous journey of the Kingler learning Rain Dance and was currently grappling with its challenges. Before him stood an exceptional tutor for weather-related skills. Moreover, the seamless transitions between forms indicated a high innate talent. While it may not serve as a frontline fighter, it could be an invaluable asset to his support team, ensuring the floating bubble's potential would not be squandered. However, the floating bubble appeared exceptionally astute, demonstrating an understanding of type advantages. After transforming into its snowy form, it directed its weather ball attack toward the Dark Raven. The ice-type weather ball launched another offensive. One must concede that as a gaseous entity, the floating bubble excelled in evasion. Were it not for the Dark Raven's favorable wind boost, it might have successfully escaped. Exhausted, the floating bubble found itself cornered at a cliff's edge, contemplating a desperate last stand. Sharpedo, water gun! Black Feather's voice rang out, and a blue jet of water surged forth like lightning, colliding with the floating bubble before it could react. The attacker was none other than the Sharpedo, which had been building up speed in the background. Go, Pock Ball! Black Feather hurled a yellow Ultra Ball, recognizing the significance of this Pokémon. Ding! With the crisp chime that followed the ball's rhythmic shaking, Black Feather couldn't help but smile. With this floating bubble on his team, training weather-related techniques would become markedly easier in the future. Indeed, another valuable member had joined his support squad. Black Feather retrieved his Pokédex, miniaturizing the Ultra Ball to attach to its back. Beep, beep, beep. Floating bubble, a weather Pokémon, its appearance changes with the weather, granting it the ability to harness the immense energies of nature to protect its diminutive form. Ability, forecast, gender, female, type, normal, height, 0, 3 meters, weight, 0, 8 kilograms. Exceptional energy control. Moveset includes Tackle, Headbutt, Ember, Water Gun, Hail, Sunny Day, Rain Dance, Hail, Weather Ball. Inherited move, Lucky Chant. Observing the words exceptional energy control in the Pokédex, Black Feather remarked to the Kingler, "You are fortunate. The best teacher for weather-related moves is none other than this floating bubble." Chapter 92. Invitation to the Trap. Heiyu commanded a few elven guardians to surround him, then released the now unconscious float bubble. Alas, why must it be this way? If only you would allow me to capture you willingly, you could have avoided this beating. Heiyu sighed softly, retrieving a delicate bottle of healing spray from his pocket. He cautiously opened the cap and gently sprayed the mist onto the wounds of Float Bubble. As the spray made contact, a refreshing sensation instantly enveloped Float Bubble, rousing it from its stupor. With a startled cry, Float Bubble opened its eyes wide, its body springing up like a coiled spring. In a panic, it surveyed its surroundings, where fierce and menacing elves were glaring at it. Particularly daunting were the massive shark and the lobster brandishing gigantic pincers, their fierce expressions sending shivers down one's spine, as if they might pounce and tear it apart at any moment. Faced with such a multitude of powerful adversaries, the naive Float Bubble felt a wave of helplessness and fear wash over it. It pondered inwardly, Perhaps it should not have left its previous location, nor harbored such curiosity about the outside world. Its petite form trembled slightly, with wisps of gaseous substance escaping from its body. Fear not, dear float bubble. From this day forth, you shall be my cherished Pokémon. Allow me to present you with a small gift. Heiyu displayed a gentle smile, carefully retrieving an energy cube from his spatial backpack to offer to Float Bubble. In his eyes, no wild Pokémon could resist such a delectable treat. Yet, to Heiyu's astonishment, Float Bubble drifted closer, sniffed the energy cube, and cautiously took a small bite, only to spit it out with a look of disdain. Heiyu was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing it might simply be a matter of taste. He produced another energy cube. Here, Float Bubble. You should find this one more to your liking. I've added plenty of spices. He presented a pink energy cube, specially concocted for his beloved Eevee. Although lacking in nutritional value, its exquisite flavor was undeniable. You could not fathom a Pokémon that would turn its nose up at such a delicacy. Yet, Float Bubble once again took a tentative nibble, only to display a similar expression of contempt. This infuriated Eevee, whose exclusive treat had been consumed in vain, now met with such a reaction. In that moment, Eevee cast a disapproving glance at Float Bubble. Taking a small piece for itself, Eevee savored it, finding nothing amiss. Confounded, Heiyu concluded that if culinary persuasion failed, he would have to resort to forceful measures. After a series of confrontations with the four elves, Float Bubble was subdued, its gaseous form noticeably lighter, indicating that several wisps had escaped during the scuffle. Concerned, Heiyu consulted the Pokédex, discovering that these wisps could be collected through steam, which alleviated his worries. Nonetheless, the peculiar anatomy of such Pokémon piqued his curiosity. Without further ado, we must set forth. Once we traverse this forest, we shall reach Fuyin Town, Heiyu declared, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation. However, just as he lifted his foot to take a step, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The previously docile Float Bubble emitted a sharp, urgent call. With a sudden burst of energy, Float Bubble floated off in a completely different direction, as if guided by an unseen force, signaling Heiyu to follow closely behind. This abrupt change stirred doubt within Heiyu's mind. Was Float Bubble leading him to its parents, seeking help? Or was it luring him into a meticulously laid trap, an invitation to his doom? Heiyu refrained from blindly pursuing, pausing to contemplate. His years of caution and suspicion had instilled in him a heightened awareness of his surroundings, especially concerning his own safety. He understood the treachery of human nature. A moment's negligence could lead to irrevocable consequences. Though such thoughts may seem extreme, they had salvaged his life on multiple occasions. "Forgive me, Float Bubble," he murmured to the Pokeball, deciding instead to investigate the path Float Bubble had just taken, feeling a sense of security in the presence of his elves. With them by his side, he felt fortified, believing no high-level Pokémon could exist within this small forest. Float Bubble's level of over 20 had already astonished him, given that even in the heart of the forest, most Pokémon hovered around levels 3 to 10. Moreover, Float Bubble's earlier expression seemed genuine, not a mere facade. Heiyu prided himself on his perceptive abilities, having cultivated them throughout his journey, earning the favor of notable figures like Mr. Chinley and the Joy family. Thus, after much deliberation, he instructed his elven companions, "If I encounter any danger, you must protect me at once." The elves silently acknowledged his words. This was not the first time he had conveyed such instructions. Their instinct to protect him had become deeply ingrained, a principle etched in their memories. Heiyu felt a profound sense of satisfaction with this outcome. Preserving his life was paramount. As the sun descended slowly, Heiyu had cautiously explored the forest for several hours, yet encountered no anomalies. The only peculiar sight was a bottomless cave, where he ventured for half an hour, only to find a dimly lit passage that seemed endless. Deciding to temporarily withdraw, he leaned against a massive boulder, pondering whether this cave was indeed the one he sought. The vigilant dark crow perched on a nearby branch, while the iron-claw lobster stood guard. Such behaviors had become instinctual for the elves. Ultimately, Heiyu resolved to summon Float Bubble for clarity. He instructed several elves to form a perimeter, ensuring Float Bubble could not escape, and only then released it. As soon as it emerged, Float Bubble emitted an excited yet plaintive cry, as if accusing its new master of cruelty. Heiyu was not swayed by its antics. He pointed towards the cave nearby. "Was it your intention to lead me to this cave?" he queried directly. Given the current situation, Float Bubble was at his mercy, and there was no need for subterfuge. He could simply ask. With fervent enthusiasm, Float Bubble shook its body, its antennae standing upright. Observing its animated demeanor, Heiyu turned his gaze back to the dim cave. Deep in thought. Chapter 93. The joyous Kappa within the dimly lit cavern. A young boy clad in adventurer's attire cautiously explored his surroundings. Heiyu approached a rocky outcrop. Observing the markings left above, silently acknowledging, "This is the place I discovered earlier." It had taken him half an hour of exploration to reach this point, where he had inscribed a square mark. Heiyu glanced into the shadowy passage, where nearby sprites remained vigilant and alert to their surroundings. The dark crow thrived in this obscured environment, prompting Heiyu to send it ahead for reconnaissance, while the floating bubble was warily scrutinized by the cautious EV. In the stillness of the cave, Heiyu could almost hear the sound of his own breathing. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, a gentle trickling noise reached his ears. This sound was the flow of water. Could it be that an underground river lay hidden here? Having spent years at sea as a pirate, Heiyu was particularly attuned to the sound of flowing water. Its resonance was etched into his memory, and he focused intently, forcing himself to delve deeper into the mystery. As he ventured further, the rushing sound of water intensified, and Heiyu felt increasingly certain that a subterranean river was indeed present. Just as he prepared to investigate further, a sprite suddenly leaped forth from the shadows. It was a vibrant green creature, its mouth agape, adorned with a massive lotus leaf atop its head, moving with an odd, almost dance-like gait. The joyous Pokémon, the joyous Kappa. Heiyu's eyes widened in surprise. This was not due to the creature's prowess. Its slightly smaller stature indicated it had evolved prematurely, failing to fully harness its potential. Thus, Heiyu had no inclination to capture or nurture it. The reason for his astonishment lay in the fact that the Lotus Child could evolve into the joyous Kappa only with a water stone. Given the absence of any other Pokémon along this path, Heiyu surmised that this joyous Kappa must reside near the underground river ahead. There had to be a source of water stones nearby. This joyous Kappa likely stumbled upon a water stone, triggering its evolution. While this joyous Kappa might appear somewhat mediocre to Heiyu, it was still considered a remarkable Pokémon by most ordinary trainers. Its inherent abilities, such as Swift Swim and Rain Dish, were exceptional. Even if its hidden ability, Oblivious, was slightly less impressive, it did not diminish the joyous Kappa's popularity, as the likelihood of encountering hidden abilities was minimal. With its grass and water typing, Heiyu's team only had the Dark Crow's flying-type moves to counter it. Sure enough, upon its appearance, the joyous Kappa unleashed a swift water gun aimed directly at Heiyu. The nearby Kingler effortlessly deflected the attack with a swipe of its claws. "You seek your demise," Heiyu commanded. Dark Crow, use Peck. Unfazed by the sudden assault from the wild Pokémon, Heiyu remained composed, confident in the steadfast defenses of his companions. There was no need for him to issue commands. They instinctively took up a protective stance. The Dark Crow emitted a raspy cry, irate at the audacity of the wild Pokémon attacking its trainer. With a powerful flap of its black wings, it summoned a fierce gust, resembling a bolt of lightning as it charged towards the joyous Kappa. Enhanced by favorable winds, its speed surged, and the sharp beak struck with tremendous force. The Dark Crow had recently experienced rapid growth, particularly after achieving 10 consecutive victories at the Battle Club in Green Meadow Town, significantly improving its battle experience and skill proficiency. Moreover, the nutritional supplements and energy cubes Heiyu prepared daily had augmented the Dark Crow's strength and speed to an astonishing level compared to its peers. As anticipated, the joyous Kappa was caught off guard and was swiftly injured by the Dark Crow's peck, propelled against a nearby rock by the force of the impact. The collision caused additional damage, prompting the joyous Kappa to emit a pained cry. A noticeable dent appeared in the lotus leaf atop its head, from which water began to seep. "Continue the assault with scare," Heiyu commanded. EVU Shadow Ball. Heiyu showed no mercy, prioritizing effectiveness over any code of honor, directing his EV to join the fray. In a state of panic, the joyous Kappa attempted to retaliate with Mega Drain. Yet its lack of combat experience resulted in the green energy tendrils failing to connect. Standing a short distance away, Heiyu watched as his two Pokémon relentlessly battered the joyous Kappa until it ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. He then approached, tossing a Pokeball to capture it. Beep beep beep. The joyous Kappa, the joyous Pokémon, the evolved form of the Lotus Child, begins to dance upon hearing cheerful music. It is said to be attracted by the singing of children during picnics, resulting in its appearance. Level 19, type, water, grass, gender, male, height, 1, 3 meters, weight, 50 kilograms, underdeveloped and malnourished, ability, oblivious. Moves mastered include Bubble Beam, Water Gun, Growl, Nature Power, Scare, Absorb, Mega Drain, Teeter Dance, and Play Rough. Inherited move, Sweet Scent. Heiyu raised an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of surprise. Despite the joyous Kappa's mediocre development and premature evolution wasting its potential, its hidden ability, Oblivious, was unexpected. Although not on par with Swift Swim or Rain Dish, when combined with Teeter Dance, it provided a stable form of control. Furthermore, it had inherited Sweet Scent, a move not commonly learned by many Pokémon. Once used, it emits an enchanting fragrance that attracts wild Pokémon. This joyous Kappa possessed considerable merit. While Heiyu had no plans to retain it, he believed it could fetch a respectable price of several tens of thousands of Alliance coins if sold. Should it find its way into the hands of someone particularly in need of Sweet Scent, its value could soar to as high as 200,000 Alliance coins, especially among those Pokémon hunters who capture and sell creatures in the wild. However, it seemed that Pokémon hunters were scarce in the Hoenn region, predominantly congregating in the Sinnoh region. Throughout the ordeal, the joyous Kappa remained in a state of unconsciousness. Nevertheless, the Kingler remained ever vigilant, standing beside Heiyu like a devoted bodyguard. Chapter 94. Wonders of Heaven and Earth. After a brief respite, Heiyu resumed his journey into the depths of the cave, plunging further into the darkness. As he ventured deeper, he became increasingly aware of the dampness in the air, and simultaneously, the floating bubbles began to exhibit a heightened excitement. Heiyu was reasonably certain that this was no mere trap. Rather, something within was drawing the floating bubbles closer. Could it be the Stone of Water? Heiyu pondered quietly. As the sound of rushing water echoed throughout the passage, the wild spirits he encountered exhibited ever more formidable prowess. He encountered 2 spirits above level 20, all of which were swiftly dealt with by the Ironclaw Lobster, showcasing a noticeable increase in the spirit's strength. Even the Ironclaw Lobster had reached level 35. It was worth noting that after reaching level 30, advancement became increasingly sluggish. For spirits of this caliber, the initial energy cubes offered minimal enhancement. While it might be considered commendable for an ordinary trainer to provide their spirits with a stable supply of energy cubes, for Heiyu, it remained insufficient. Regrettably, his current crafting skills did not suffice to create intermediate Dark-type energy cubes. Thus, he had to purchase them from the market, although his affiliation with the Breeders' Guild granted him some discounts. Meanwhile, the level of the Dark Crow had also surpassed 20, as it had been the primary focus of training throughout this journey. Drip, drip, drip. The rocks beside Heiyu sporadically released droplets of water that splashed onto the ground, allowing him to distinctly feel the moisture beneath his feet. Fortunately, he wore specially designed exploration shoes that provided slip resistance, enabling him to navigate this complex terrain with ease. The entire passage resembled the opening of a gourd, widening as he ventured deeper. The tumultuous water pounded against the rocks, occasionally splashing onto the shore. Heiyu instinctively drew closer, only to discover wisps of steam rising from the river. With a gentle shake, the Pokeball at his waist stirred, and he released the floating bubble. As soon as it emerged, the bubble joyfully floated above the river, dancing with glee. Simultaneously, its body seemed to act as a miniature vortex, drawing in the steam that wafted up from the water. It was then that Heiyu took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. He noticed the river exuding tendrils of steam that ascended towards the cave's ceiling. where azure ice pillars stood like steel needles, firmly embedded in the rock. Heiyu slowly reached into the river, and a wave of warmth surged through him, prompting an internal realization, a realm of contrasting elements. Within the same cave, the upper section was frigid, while the lower section, essentially a hot spring, radiated warmth. The ice pillars above dripped water into the river below, which in turn released steam that gradually rose, only to be chilled and transformed back into frost, creating a cyclical ecological chain. No wonder the floating bubble had such a profound understanding of weather-related skills. It thrived in this exquisitely crafted environment. The bubble gleefully absorbed the steam, and you could distinctly sense the unique gas permeating the cave. Was it possible that the bubble's remarkable ability to transition seamlessly among three forms and its exceptional grasp of weather techniques stemmed from this extraordinary locale? Though the floating bubble he had captured possessed rather average qualifications, its astonishing aptitude for weather techniques and adeptness at form transitions left Heiyu astounded. Initially, he had believed this was solely due to the bubble's innate talent, but now it seemed he needed to re-evaluate. Gently extending his hand, Heiyu caressed the enchanting gas, which shimmered with shades of blue and red. The floating bubble joyfully approached his palm, drawing in a stream of gas that was swiftly absorbed into its form. Witnessing this spectacle, Heiyu lowered his gaze in contemplation. He retrieved several vials from his spatial backpack, meticulously collecting the gas stream, convinced that he had discovered an entirely new material, perhaps even a rare treasure. What if in the future, he were to prepare 100 floating bubbles and allow them to reside here, absorbing this gas to master weather techniques and form transitions, ultimately forming a formidable army of floating bubbles? A bold idea sparked in his mind. He could sequentially summon rain, sunshine, and hail, thereby assembling a legion of water, fire, and ice-type spirits. With the weather techniques of the floating bubble army at his disposal, the potential power would be immense. Could 100 floating bubbles conjure rain as fierce as that summoned by Gyarados? If 100 were insufficient, what about 1,000, 10,000? Countless audacious yet seemingly absurd notions collided in his mind, yet his hands remained steady, filling each vial to the brim with the exceptional gas before he paused. However, he began to wonder, would this underground hot spring connect to Furnace Town? After all, Furnace Town is renowned for its natural hot springs. Or perhaps it was influenced by Smokestack Mountain. Heiyu speculated further, recalling that the dormant volcano, not far from here, contained molten rock and magma beneath its surface. Continuing his journey, Heiyu approached the riverbank, and as his gaze inadvertently swept across the water, he unexpectedly noticed traces left by certain spirits. However, to his slight dismay, most of these spirits appear to belong to species such as Magikarp and Phoeba. These two species exhibited remarkable adaptability to their environments, thriving in both crystal-clear streams and murky, polluted waters. Thus, Heiyu traversed this region for an entire day and night, yet he encountered not a single soul. This solitude underscored the notion that this place was undoubtedly an exceptional hiding spot. Deep within, a strong desire to claim this location as his own began to blossom. As time passed, this yearning grew increasingly insatiable. Heiyu had never considered himself a paragon of virtue. He was, in essence, a self-serving individual, always prioritizing his own interests. At this moment, the mysterious and profound cave before him had transformed into his personal domain. Chapter 95. The rapid progress of Rain, seeking from now on. This will be my secret base. Black Feather mused. The entire underground river was not extensive. After a day and night of exploration, Black Feather had already reached its end, and there were not many traces of spirits within. He felt immensely satisfied with this enchanting locale. Furthermore, there was that mysterious stream of red and blue energy. Black Feather settled on a reef he had polished in the cave, retrieving a series of materials and tools from his spatial backpack. He commenced his study of that intriguing energy stream. After an exhaustive analysis, supported by a plethora of data and personal experiences with the floating bubbles, he ultimately discerned the specific function of this red-blue energy flow. It could enhance a spirit's perception of both rainy and sunny days. thereby indirectly augmenting their mastery of rain-seeking and sunny day skills. The world had never before encountered such a material. He decided to name it Sunny Rainflow. Black Feather intended to find an opportunity to register this material with the Breeders' Guild. Given its relatively singular function, it was not particularly precious, merely somewhat obscure. However, as a monopolistic merchant, Black Feather could easily inflate its price. By releasing just a small amount, he could profit handsomely from the curiosity of breeders regarding new materials. Nevertheless, he planned to utilize it for himself first, as his current strength would likely attract covetous eyes if he attempted to engage in a monopoly. If he wished to pursue this venture now, it would be prudent to collaborate with the Joy family or the Orange Blossom Gym. Black Feather hastily cast aside such distant thoughts as he was about to arrive at the new town of Fuyan. Consequently, numerous open-air hot springs had formed in the vicinity. The elderly population here was no less than that of Green Meadow Town, with many coming to retire in this tranquil place. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, Black Feather promptly checked into a room, resting soundly for an entire afternoon. The rigors of survival in the wild were indeed unappealing to most trainers, presenting not only dangers, but also significant physical and mental challenges. It was only in the evening that Black Feather ventured to the restaurant to satiate his hunger. He decided to check the Alliance's task release area to see if there were any tasks related to the Rainy River Toad. It would be ideal to submit to the Alliance first. After all, making an additional trip to the black market just for a single spirit was somewhat disheartening. Furthermore, what if the Alliance's task offered Alliance points? The Alliance provided a trading platform for many trainers to buy and sell spirits, under the guise of regulation to prevent spirit poaching. However, a portion of the rewards would invariably be deducted as fees by the Alliance, for in this world, the most lucrative business has always been related to spirits. The Alliance certainly would not permit other forces to contend for such a profitable venture. Upon glancing at the task for purchasing Rainy River Toads, Black Feather noted that nearly all transactions were conducted in Alliance currency. A few rare tasks offered points as rewards, yet they imposed certain requirements on the Rainy River Toads themselves. They either had to possess the abilities of free swimming or rain dish, or exhibit exceptional inherited moves or qualities. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Black Feather decided to retain the Rainy River Toad for the time being. He was not lacking in wealth, and the sweet fragrance of the toad might prove beneficial. As night fell, he thought it would be delightful to experience the open-air hot springs. Rubbing his brow, he acknowledged how the days spent in the wild had left him utterly exhausted, particularly the time spent exploring the underground river, during which he had scarcely rested. Now, he sought to ease his fatigue in the soothing waters of the hot springs. Fuyan's hot springs offered a myriad of varieties, including some privately operated springs as well as those managed by the Pokémon Center. Undoubtedly, the most popular was the Fuyan hot spring established by the local gym. Black Feather rode his bicycle to the entrance of the hot spring facility, where people passed by wearing towels around their necks, with some rugged men even shirtless. "Good evening. Welcome to Fuyan Hot Spring," greeted a strikingly attractive woman dressed in light clothing, seated at the entrance. A display of bottles filled with creamy milk adorned the table. After spending 2,000 Alliance coins on a luxurious hot spring package, Black Feather was rewarded with a complimentary dozen bottles of Moo Moo milk. He could not help but marvel at the purity of the milk. Having encountered numerous breathtaking beauties in the Pokémon world, Black Feather standards had undoubtedly risen. Following the respectful guidance of the staff, he stepped into this unique realm, a spacious open-air hot spring surrounded by thick wooden panels, resembling a fortified enclosure. As he entered, a wave of warm and humid air enveloped him. Black Feather let out a soft sigh of contentment. Ah, how refreshing! Carefully, he began to wade into the crystal-clear waters of the hot spring. The surface rippled gently, and as his body gradually submerged, he experienced an unprecedented sense of relaxation and tranquility. With only his shoulders and head above the water, through the hazy steam, one could see a satisfied smile illuminating Black Feather's refined features. Truly, this was a hot spring reputed online to cure all ailments. While such claims may be exaggerated, regular immersion in these waters would undoubtedly benefit one's health, as he could distinctly detect a faint herbal aroma, albeit subtle, it did not escape his keen nose. Little Evie paddled about in the hot spring, her fur damp and uncomfortable, causing the little princess some distress. Upon receiving commands, the Kingler summoned vapor in the air with one of its pincers, which ultimately coalesced into a modest cloud. Delicate raindrops began to descend from the cloud, gentle at first like fine cotton, but gradually intensifying over time. The rain dance skill was in action. Having also experienced the sunny rain flow, Kingler found the unique gas profoundly beneficial for mastering the rain dance technique. Coupled with the assistance of the floating bubbles, the weather instructor diligently guided Kingler, enabling it to rapidly enhance its proficiency in the rain dance skill. Though not as effortless as the floating bubbles, Black Feather believed that progress would only accelerate in the future. He envisioned using the new material, Sunny Rain Flow, to develop an energy cube that would assist spirits in learning rain dance and sunny day moves. Once successful, it would yield far greater profits than selling the raw materials. Even if others obtained the energy cube, their advanced breeding techniques would allow them to deduce the specific materials used. However, in a scenario where the primary material was monopolized, no one would be able to replicate it, not even the most formidable breeders of the age. Amidst the formulation of a recipe within Blackwing's mind, a radiant luminescence erupted from the diminutive Eevee as it underwent its drying process. The immaculate brilliance was strikingly conspicuous against the nocturnal backdrop. An evolution, perchance? Blackwing, neglecting to dry himself, hastily emerged from the onsen, his torso bare and clad only in regulation undergarments. He trod upon the waterlogged bank with haste. The evolution of Eevee under such circumstances was unforeseen, precipitated merely by a sojourn in the onsen. However, such an occurrence was not entirely inexplicable, given the enigmatic nature of Pokémon evolution. Even now, the scientific fraternity has only scratched the surface of this phenomenon. The catalysts for evolution vary, ranging from insufficient intrinsic energy levels to a dearth of combative incitement, or even emotional influences. Each instance is unique. Some Pokémon undergo metamorphosis following a rigorous engagement, while others do so in the midst of slumber. Anecdotes abound of Pokémon evolving mid-meal. Hence, Blackwing, though initially elated by Eevee's transformation, swiftly regained his composure. Given the nocturnal setting and the absence of mossy or aquatic evolutionary stones, the resultant form was Umbreon. Blackwing, with bated breath, awaited the dissipation of the light. Despite having witnessed Pokémon evolutions at close quarters previously, the transfiguration of species never ceased to be awe-inspiring. Soon, the light waned, revealing an Umbreon of austere countenance. Its physique mirrored that of its former self, save for the acquisition of a sable coat, emblematic of its dark affiliation. Aureate circlets adorned its brow, limbs caudal appendage, and oracles, lending an air of regal distinction to its somber hue. Eyes akin to rubies emitted a captivating glow in the night. Umbreon, an entity of the night. The Umbreon, its expression tinged with naivete, writhed in its newly acquired form, seemingly yet unaccustomed to its altered state. In contrast to the Eevee's luxuriant fur, the Umbreon's coat possessed a sleekness, particularly its voluminous tail. The aureate circlets accentuated its appearance, rendering it akin to a nocturnal sprite. Blackwing, suppressing his excitement, approached, poised to caress the Umbreon's head, only to be rebuffed. Momentarily taken aback, he swiftly comprehended, chiding himself. I had forgotten. Umbreon secrete toxic sweat from their pores when agitated. Blackwing, observing the crestfallen Umbreon, felt an upsurge of affection. The Umbreon, aggrieved by its inability to receive its master's touch, drooped its ears, resembling a dejected feline. Blackwing, crouching, wore an expression of indulgent affection. Umbreon, fret not. Once you master the control of your secretions, I shall await that moment. Blackwing made this avowal by the onsen. In the moonlight, the beams illuminated Blackwing's countenance. The Umbreon, with nimble gait, approached Blackwing, emitting a soft utterance, and plunged into the onsen. Upon emerging, its form was saturated, cleansing it of the toxic secretions. With sprightly steps, it frolicked to Blackwing's feet, nuzzling his legs with its supple form. In the embrace of the moonlight, the sprite of the moon offered the youth an affectionate smile. Umbreon, allow me to inconvenience you temporarily by reposing within your Pokeball. Blackwing seeks to conduct a rudimentary diagnostic assessment. Bleep bleep bleep. Umbreon, the moonlight Pokémon, evolves at night when its bond with its trainer deepens. When stimulated, it exudes a venomous perspiration from its cutaneous pores as a protective mechanism. Level 20. Gender female. Type dark. Height 1.2 meters. Weight 30 kilograms. Development exceptional. Aptitude commendable. Acquired maneuvers: tackle, tail whip, helping hand, sand attack, baby doll eyes, quick attack, confuse ray, feint attack. Pursuit: shadow ball, protect, double team, refresh. Inherited maneuvers: yawn wish. On the following morning, after meticulously arranging his appearance, Heyu stepped out of the Pokémon Center. His loyal companion, the moonlit EV, still preferred not to remain within its Pokeball, and Heyu, respecting her wishes, allowed her to accompany him as they made their way toward the fiery gym. Upon arriving at the imposing and magnificent structure of the gym, Heyu gazed at the vast walls adorned with crimson tiles and bricks, marveling once more at the gym's opulence. Truly, it was a venue that had produced a member of the Elite Four. Standing tall on the fertile lands of Hoenn for centuries, it exuded profound heritage. The fiery gym before him was nothing like the newly established Orange Garden Gym. Its sprawling grounds were several times larger than the renowned Thousand Mile Gym. Furthermore, the interior was exquisitely designed with decor reminiscent of ancient palaces, allowing one to overlook the entire gym from a vantage point halfway up the hill. In stark contrast to the gym's grandeur, a group of elderly gentlemen stood beneath the shade of trees at the entrance, seemingly engaged in leisurely conversation. Heyu approached them with utmost politeness and inquired, "Excuse me, esteemed gentlemen, is this the fiery gym?" Upon hearing his question, their gaze turned to a stout elder clad in a brown shirt with graying hair. "Ah, young man, we welcome you to challenge the gym." "Indeed, this is the fiery gym," he replied with a warm smile, adjusting his spectacles perched on his nose. After bowing respectfully, Heyu stepped through the entrance and, as expected, spotted several apprentices training inside the gym. A faint smile graced his lips as he thought to himself that he had managed to maintain the facade of a courteous trainer without revealing any hint of vulnerability. With the memories of his past life, the information he possessed often brought unexpected surprises. The gym leader, known as Mura, was a boisterous and passionate elderly gentleman who had once been a member of the Elite Four, but was now retired and had taken the helm of the fiery gym. Heyu was pleased that his earlier greetings to every elder he encountered had finally led him to the right person. His instinct told him that the stout elder was indeed Mura. Not only did he have a vague recollection of his appearance from his previous life, but the collective attention of the group had also confirmed his identity when they spoke of the gym. Although he had yet to engage directly with Mura, Heyu was determined to leave a favorable impression in his heart. He believed that to rise above in this world, one must learn to utilize every available resource. By climbing every possible avenue and wagering even a sliver of chance, success could potentially be attained. This was his unique conviction. Chapter 97. The Gym Challenge. An elderly man jested at Mura. "Hey, you haven't retired yet, and you're so at ease handing the gym over to her?" Mura shifted his slightly plump body in the recliner and leisurely replied, "The fortunes of one's descendants are theirs to claim. The only assistance I can offer her is limited. Not long ago, I humiliated myself to procure a promising Pokémon hatchling from the league. Moreover, I shall soon depart from the Hoenn region. After witnessing the whimsical Pokémon Haiku created by Cassiu, I resolved to travel to the Chengdu region and allow her to gain some practical experience. In a few years, once I officially retire, I shall entrust the gym to that girl, Asha." Mura casually picked up a newspaper and covered his face. For some reason, he had sensed a familiar odor emanating from the black feathered figure, a scent he found distasteful. "Why does it remind me of that brat, Genji?" Unable to quell his curiosity, Mura examined the Pokémon information registered by Black Feather. Upon discovering the water-type Pokémon, Kingler and Sharpedo, he suddenly understood. "Ah, I see. It's that obnoxious aquatic scent, reminiscent of Genji, the captain who only ever loiters on the sea. So salty and foul. Mura had always regarded Genji, another member of the Elite Four, with disdain. The positive impression left on the league's higher-ups was merely a plan devised by Black Feather, even if it bore no real significance. Leaving a good impression was still beneficial. After registering his Pokémon for the gym challenge, he awaited his turn in silence, as two challengers were ahead of him in line. Unlike the previous two gyms that had just been established or recently had their leaders replaced, the fiery gym before him was considerably more seasoned. The gym leader, Mura, boasted an excellent reputation online, having been the former Fire-type Elite Four before assuming the gym's leadership after retirement. Although a few claimed he had a rather carefree demeanor, the vast majority praised the fiery gym highly. The challenge Black Feather had signed up for was of intermediate difficulty, offering the chance for rewards upon success. However, the registration fee was somewhat steep at 5,000 league coins, which might deter ordinary trainers. Yet for Black Feather, it was a trifling sum. If he could engage in battle with the gym leader for that fee, the experience alone would be worth the expense. Not to mention, there was also the potential for additional prize rewards. Please, Trainer Black Feather, proceed to the battle arena. The announcement echoed repeatedly. Black Feather rose and entered the adjacent passage, pushing open several doors until he arrived at an open-air battle arena. The venue was square-shaped, surrounded by towering red walls, embodying the traditional aesthetic cherished by the older generations decades ago. Additionally, there were several rows of spectator seating, though they appeared to be unoccupied. After all, the fiery gym was not a fledgling establishment. It had stood on the Hoenn landscape for centuries, thus it lacked the necessity to profit from ticket sales. Standing outside the battle arena's white lines, Black Feather marveled at the grand surroundings, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Greetings, Trainer. I'm Asha, the apprentice gym leader of the fiery gym. A melodious female voice resonated from within the arena. A youthful and strikingly beautiful girl emerged, dressed in light attire. What captivated attention most was her flowing red hair, cascading like a waterfall behind her. Asha, renowned online for her fiery enthusiasm, posed her questions directly, devoid of any subtlety. Only two, is it? Alas, Asha remarked, feigning disappointment. Which two gyms are you challenging? She pressed further. Black Feather furrowed his brow slightly, feeling somewhat reluctant. Yet he replied honestly, the Orange Blossom Gym and the Kanaz Gym. Upon hearing this, Asha's eyes sparkled with interest. The Orange Blossom Gym? Even my grandfather holds Mr. Chinley in high regard. You must possess some talent. Black Feather silently observed the forthrightness of this exuberant woman as she spoke to herself. Indeed, truly fitting for a fire-type gym. Just like fire itself, unrestrained and unabashed. Trainer Black Feather, I have heard your registered Pokémon is of the water type. However, if you believe you can defeat my Pokémon solely through type advantage, you are sorely mistaken. I shall demonstrate the searing intensity of fire-type Pokémon. Asha declared, her expression serious. It seemed even the referee could no longer bear the gym leader's antics and hurriedly announced the commencement of the match. During the challenge, challengers had the right to substitute their Pokémon, while the gym leader, Asha, did not. Black Feather glanced at his Umbreon, nodding inwardly. At the referee's signal, Asha released her Pokémon first. Let the flames burn bright, Mad Cargo. Umbreon, you shall be my choice. Asha's enthusiasm surged as a flash of white light revealed a snail-like creature writhing on the ground, its body engulfed in flames that seemed poised to incinerate the earth beneath it. Mad Cargo, the lava Pokémon, was composed of magma. If it remained still for too long, its insides would cool and harden. Thus it was perpetually in motion. Mad Cargo used overheat with the roar of an internal combustion engine. An overwhelming torrent of flames surged forth from Mad Cargo's mouth, occasionally dripping molten lava. Umbreon employed Shadow Clone. At the command, Umbreon split into two, positioning itself at both the left and right corners of the arena. What is happening? Asha momentarily found herself at a loss, but quickly regained her composure and ordered Mad Cargo to attack the left side. The keen eyes of a gym trainer allowed her to discern the real Umbreon, which took the hit of overheat head-on. Fortunately, Umbreon's impressive special defense meant it sustained minimal damage, appearing unfazed even as it leaped through the flames. Chapter 98. Synchronization. The Moonlight EV gracefully leaped away from the flames, gathering a sphere of dark energy. Once the orb had amassed sufficient size, it was launched towards the lava worm. Primitive power, block it, Yasha exclaimed, disregarding her image as a gym trainer and woman, gesticulating wildly. The lava worm, with a body reminiscent of molten rock, glinted under the sun as a surge of primordial energy coalesced into stones to collide with the shadow ball. A puff of smoke erupted. Both sides were evenly matched, as both Pokémon possessed remarkably low special attack stats, compounded by the fact that neither was utilizing their type-specific moves. Not bad at all. Let us see how you handle this. The lava worm unleashed its toxic fog. A noxious mist spewed from its body, gradually enveloping the Moonlight EV in an eerie haze. Black Feather smirked slightly, commanding, Moonlight EV, brace for the impact. Yasha, somewhat puzzled, enthusiastically shouted, Lava Worm, increase the power. As the purple mist enveloped the Moonlight EV, the toxic assault swiftly inflicted damage. Alarmingly, purple spots began to surface on the EV's body. Poisoned. As Yasha reveled in her fortune, pleased that her attack had poisoned the enemy, Black Feather maintained a composed smile. The Moonlight EV fixed its gaze on the lava worm, and soon, purple spots began to appear on the lava worm as well. Synchronize, Black Feather declared. This ability allowed the Pokémon to transmit its status conditions, such as poisoning, burning, and paralysis, to its opponent. Yasha's toxic assault had backfired, which explained why Black Feather had not commanded a dodge earlier. Moonlight EV, use Refresh. This supportive move, learned in the EV form, could dispel its abnormal status, revitalizing its body. Coupled with the Synchronize ability, it was a perfect match. As a radiant white light enveloped the Moonlight EV, the purple spots faded, and its poisoned state vanished. Conversely, the lava worm succumbed to the poison. We have no choice but to go all out. Lava Worm, use Inferno. Yasha, undeterred and fervently commanding her attack, did not sense the impending doom. However, the Inferno attack sent a chill down Black Feather's spine. This move boasted a power of 100 and guaranteed to burn. The lava worm could only learn it through inheritance. Unleash your full power and defend. At that moment, the protective skill discs for each Pokémon came into play, ensuring a solid defense against a full-powered attack from an equally leveled foe. Flames erupted around the battlefield, resembling an inferno, as they surged toward the Moonlight EV from all directions, flames converging into pillars that shot skyward. The Moonlight EV struggled to maintain its verdant shield. Sparks flew, illuminating the arena with a fervent glow of fire-type energy. Unfortunately, this desperate strike seemed to be completely absorbed by the shield. As the lava worm prepared another fiery assault, it appeared to be losing strength. The energy drained, the poison increasingly infiltrated the lava worm's body, and the dark spots deepened until it finally collapsed, losing its ability to fight. With the lava worm incapacitated, the Moonlight EV emerged victorious. The referee wasted no time in announcing the outcome. What a magnificent battle! The skillful use of abilities and the strategic pairing of traits have ignited my passion. Yasha, with a flourish, released her hair from its tie, allowing her crimson locks to cascade in the gentle breeze. Next up is you. Go, dull fire camel. Hello. Lethargic sound echoed as a seemingly languid camel appeared, its gaze utterly vacant. Black Feather narrowed his eyes, thinking this could be troublesome. Both of its traits are quite tricky. The Dullfire Camel possessed the hidden ability, along with two common traits, sluggishness and simplicity. While sluggishness was manageable, preventing it from falling into charm or taunt states, simplicity was more daunting, effectively doubling its stat changes. If it were to use Dragon Dance, it could enhance both speed and attack by 2 stages, equivalent to a doubling effect. Fortunately, the Dullfire Camel had almost no amplifying moves, save for a single move that raised special defense, Instant Amnesia. With this, Black Feather felt slightly at ease, though caution remained in his gaze. Given the previous energy depletion, it was inappropriate for it to battle. You shall be the one, Sharpedo. as the Sharpedo materialized. It was instantly enveloped by a torrent of water, floating ominously in midair, its fierce expression enough to make a child cry. "Oh, not another bothersome water type," Yasha lamented, her disdain for water types unmistakable. The perennial conflict between water and fire had long been a hot topic among trainers in the Pokémon world. Black Feather, however, paid little heed to such sentiments. As the referee signaled the start of the match, he swiftly launched his attack. Sharpedo, Water Jet. The 4 times effective water-type move struck the dull fire camel with immediate effect, sending it flying across the battlefield. The dull fire camel skidded along the ground for several meters, its expression still vacant and dull. Such speed. It must have the speed boost ability. We cannot afford to fall behind. Dull fire camel, charge up flame charge. Upon receiving the command, the dull fire camel ignited in flames, enveloping itself entirely. Gathering strength, it increased its speed. The once sluggish dull fire camel burst forth like a cannonball, racing towards a Sharpedo with astonishing speed. Simplicity trait. The flame charge doubled its speed. Simultaneously, the Sharpedo speed boost was also compounding. The 2 Pokémon were locked in a fierce race of acceleration. Dull fire camel used smog. The molten lava within it boiled over, and a fierce blaze surged toward the Sharpedo. Maintain Water Jet, Black Feather commanded calmly. The Sharpedo, encased in water, summoned a fearsome shadow of its gaping maw, showcasing its ruthless dark-type prowess. The aquatic bully, Sharpedo, relentlessly sank its sharp teeth into the dull fire camel's body. In an instant, the dull fire camel was injured, molten lava oozing from its wounds. "Go all out and use earth power," Yasha grimaced as she commanded. Realizing she was up against a particularly vexing foe, her most despised water type, coupled with the speed boost ability, the dull fire camel, 4 times weak to water, had no chance of victory. As expected, this final earth power attack failed to create any ripples, easily thwarted by the Sharpedo's protective move. Why must it always be water types and defensive skills? Yasha cried out in frustration. Can't you attack with the fervor of a blazing fire? Yasha's strategy revolved around aggressive, fiery assaults, firmly believing that passionate flames could vanquish all foes. Thus, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for water and rock-type Pokémon, as well as those adept in transformation skills. The dichotomy between offensive and defensive strategies has long been a contentious issue among trainers. Chapter 99. Torkoal, unleash your burning passion for a comeback victory. Torkoal, I'm counting on you. With renewed vigor, Roxanne cast aside her earlier dejection. Her